Chapter 1 Dismissal. What? Y'all went to take half-a day off this afternoon? Absolutely not. We're short-staffed right now. Before a Theblui and Whitey assembly line, Theratund supervisor gazed at their computer screen, not sparing Glancia Tiancheng spoke. Heh, Li Jie. I genuinely have something important. My girlfriend is coming over ladder, and I need to spend some time with her. Yang Cheng replied, suppressing his irritation. Maintaining gas my Li Shim made his request of the corpulent woman. Ha! You, with the few thou sans crusade, think Kagero like thought would have been look at you? Dontal Mayo you're planning to pay for some ekipfling gon concocta storiera? The supervisor, clad in a white dust free soot, mocked him mercilessly, leaving Yang Cheng no dignity whatsoever. The seasoned employees around them snickered quietly, amused by Yang Chen's audacity torque Salavia Samari temporary worker ho-ha on the bent her for a few minutes. Li Jie, assure you, imminently. My workstation is just for screwing in bolts, and you nakando it. Please, can you be accommodating? Yang Chen continued to's my Lisha spoke. Damn it. Area wano yingerwat? The factor I pace with you thou sandy virai month soy. Kangan vacation? I faviri wani asked for half-a day off like you. Would we even be able to produce anything? Do you have any idea how McQued low see if we can get this batch out by tomorrow? I'll tell you out this not on Lyria not taking a levy today. Beauty our real note leaving jeerly. If I don't finish that batch before Athendo fio your shift, don't both are coming back tomorrow. Other words, there's million Yongchen face of vanished abruptly, and disclen shed fist sterned crimson. What are you standing there for? Get back to your workstation. Can't you see the machines pulling up there? This factory isn't your home. And I'm no your mother I want indulge you. If you don't want to work, then just get the hell out of here and stop being Ganiosaur. Seeing Yang Cheng stillingering, the supervisor ordered Nedtum, spittin' gone pointing a finger at his nose, berating him fiercely. Huh. In the end, Yang Cheng exhaled softly, releasing his tightly clenched fists. Hestel nia dead themine couldn't afford to be dismissed. Heh, apathetic Horley worker, unable to recognize his own worth, what a joke. Buta shedder Ned to leave, the supervisor's derisive voice echoed behind him. Yang Cheng halted, slowly turning back, his expression turned ninjacy. Gradually, he pro-ched the supervisor on some more. Huh. What the hell are you back for? Looking for scolding, Aru? You worthless wretch. Apologize. Yang Chen guttered nothing more, merely addressing the supervisor with a killigaze, a scoldicis. Apologize, miss. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Cheng sized at Herbie the neck, lifting Harris if she were rimerekik. I said, apologize. Holding the supervisor suspended in midair, Yang Chen commanded an a thought brooked argument, then losing descriptus. Suspended like a ball in his grasp, the supervisor, Herfasima softlish, trembled in fear, utter lie, unprepared for Thismold mannered temporary worker's audacity. Yang Cheng, what the hell are you out doing? Let Li Jai don't this instant. Several seasoned employees, witnessing the supervisor in peril, saw an opportunity to showcase their valor. If they were the fierce to rescue her, they might secure a promotion to assistant level, escaping the drudgery of the assembly line. In an instant, they were shed forward. Theoni in the lead to carrying Kikatyang Cheng's waist, aiming for the softest part of the body, without a thought towed her hemi tinger Yang Cheng. After all, he was just a temporary worker with the supervisor backing him. Even if injured Yang Cheng, he would be held accountable if the factory would handlight. Get lost. Yang Cheng barked, slightly sidestepping to evade a kick, then retaliating with a swift kick to the assailant's abdomen, sending him sprawling to the ground, clutching his midsection in agony. Seeing this, Theather shouted, realizing Yang Cheng was no amateur. Heh, Yang Cheng, let's stalk this out done thirdly Jia. Realizing that physical confrontation was futile, some arrests or tedestalling tactics while discreet, likeling security. Yang Chen ignored the sycophants, his gaze fixed on the supervisor imjavinj Ellis chance balages. With that, a murderous glint filled these eyes. Wait, I'm sorry, Yang Cheng. It was me fault to spokito harshly just now. The supervisor stammered, her facet turning pale-ass had pleaded for mercy. On the thinned Yang Chen's expressionless lie lower her down, tossing hair aside carelessly. Settle me wages. Huda red, this gold, libo 40 parting the factory, reeking of industrial glue. Having turned his relationship with the supervisor, Hekud no longer remained here. Chapter 2 Misfortunes, Vercome alone. Stepping out of the factory gate, Theblin de golden sunlight struck him, prompting Yangqing to shield his eyeless balm. It was noon, and the temperature soared above 30 degrees. Once his vision adjusted, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket. Light and Jatasha Stro led leisurely along the sidewalk towards rented apartment, thus weltering into boiling water. His girlfriend, Zhao Meiling, was coming to see him in the afternoon, so he naturally needed to change into clean clothes. A thever released tawash off the industrials and. He exhaled long plumy of smoke, the intoxicating aroma of tobacco aliviating some of his frustrations. Perhaps his parents, who had abandoned him when he was in Lie 3, had hoped that by naming him, he would achieve great things, but Yangqing had successfully disappointed them instead. If this counted as soon employment, it would mark his 5th job loss in 2 years. This series of lay-offs left Yangqing feeling despondent, dragging himself through his streets like a living corpse. However, upon reaching the entrance of his rented apartment, his sudden lie stopped in his tracks. At the entrance, a white Lamborghini worth swas parked, drawing the attention and camera clicks off passers-by. From the passenger seat emerged an Ingwoman with a fair skin and alluring curves, slowly striding toward Yangqing. He recognized the exquisite facial toilet was Zhao Meiling, his girlfriend of 3 years, here to see him. Thema 9 the driver's seat surprised Yangqing Wasner Neother Than Wan Seatsong, the Seoul High Roth Wan Hao Group, notorious in Dongwang City. Wansakinj Xu Dead Thes Wagaro Fai All the Young Master, attracting the gazy soft numerous women ERB, stand engine star contristo the hunched, unkempt Yangqing. As Zhao Meiling approached, Yangqing could detect Thesson toff her expensive perfume from several meters away. Yangqing, let's break up, she stated, stopping before Hyman glancing away dismissively. Catching sight of her lavish attire, Yangqing managed a bitter smile, realizing she had come to the relationship. He had foolishly sacrificed a disin lid job just to accompany her. Simultaneously, he heard thimicking whispers of bystanders around them. The only word thought could encapsulate Yangqing feelings at that moment was humiliation. But hat washes a possetoed? Should he approach her like a sycophant, clinging to her legs, begging her not to leave? Or shout at Wan Seatsong, declaring his wealth was nothing special? Perhaps she should profess his true love for her, insisting that once a Kong was moral ya flating interest? No, none of that was appropriate. When Zhao Meiling chose many over love, she no longer deserved stress from him. With no word soft pleading, Yangqing simply no deed in agreement. Zhao Meiling appeared surprised, not expecting him to less Azoria dilly. Yet she didn't wish to delve into his feelings the relationship ended, and they would become strangers. Afterward, Zhao Meiling handed Hyme a bank card without top password, then climbed back in top passenger seat, playfully anging with Wan Sai Kong as they drove away. As the car pulled away, Yangqing caught a glimpse of Wan Sai Kong squeezing Zhao Meiling's bare, smooth thigh, a lud glint in his Thrughout theme counter, Wan Sai Kong navirix ateth the vehicle, note of casting glancing Yangqing's direction. Yangqing understood that twas the pride of upper class, and he was aware that Zhao Meiling would belong before Wansker Gruber Doff Heron discarded her. Yet no nuff that matter read to Hyman more. Staring at the bankard, still warm with Zhao Meiling's touch, Heffeltan impulsito discardee, Butte ultimately refrained. After all, that Moni Bellin jed to him. Zhao Meiling's mother suffered from uremia, with month Lydialis iscas exceeding 20,000, and over the years, had spent nearly a Arnings in her treatment. Yet the outcome had bees. Their relentless struggle left the impoverished Merleaser versus an inspiration all to left for the fluent. Yangqing gone Seagain indulged in self-deprecation, enduring the dearest Sivgaze soft hosey around high Masharulia Sended the staircase of A's apartment building. Them mods to defis hericide in Spanetsik stories, housing approximately 20 households, with 5 units per floor. Occupying the central and on the 3rd floor, Yangqing found himself in opposition either to Heiner Tulo. Next door lived a woman accompanied by a girl, while to he sat their sittery side to bespectacled and professional, notable for her striking figure. They had exchanged pleasantries on several occasions, yet our interactions remained superficial. Up and entering his apartment, Yangqing cast aside his sweat-soaked tan trousers and washing machine before retreating to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. Emerging afterward, hedretheckertains, shrouding theramine darkness. Hey thin retrieved a few bottles softnylon mountain liquor and Sprite from the refrigerator, combining that wine a glass before raising jitto his lips sandowning the mixture in a swift motion. The is a bitterness of the alcohol, mingled with the sweetness of the soda, cascaded on his throat, a pain fuel yet, pleasurable sensation the tallowed, with the burden soft today. Note on for heavy drinking, have found disconsciousness blurring of consuming twabital so flicker, ultimate like collapsing in toast out of oblivion. After a spell, he woke kinda haze, prepared a quick meal of instant noodles and snacks, and resumed his drinking. Thus, with alcohol and an array of convenient and stant-food sessions companions, Yangcheng languished in a stat of drunken stupor, temporarily oblivious to all his troubles, with no awareness of how McDermott had lapsed. It was not until an ifate full night that he wakened to find his refrigerator utterly bare. In a languid manner, he donned a pair of oversized short sand slippers, preparing to descend to the nearby convenience store to procure a several carton, so full kahalain some instant noodles. Chapter 3. The eerie street. Upon opening the door, a gust of frigid air rushed from the dark corridor, causing Yangcheng to shiver involuntarily. Fortunately, his tolerance for cold was decent enough, sparing him the trouble of returning to fetch an extra layer. He descended the stairs in a daze, meandering slowly along the sidewalk in front of the apartment. After walking a few hundred meters, he suddenly felt an odd sensation. The night seemed unusually quiet. He glanced around, noting the sky was excessively dark, devoid of any moonlight, with only the cold, pallid glow of streetlights illuminating the desolate sidewalks on either side. Perplexed, he lowered his gaze to check the time on his phone. April 4th, 2035. A week had passed in a blink. He slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't stepped outside for even a moment during that time, and his biological clock was thoroughly disordered. It was quite normal for the streets to be empty at this hour. However, after a few more minutes of walking, he began to sense something truly bizarre. While it was plausible for the sidewalk to be deserted in the dead of night, the complete absence of vehicles on the expansive road was simply unfathomable. This was the city center, after all. It had never been this deserted. An ominous premonition began to stir within him. As he turned a corner, that premonition materialized into reality. Ahead, the wide road was littered with numerous damaged vehicles, many stained with congealed blood, resembling the aftermath of a catastrophic pileup. Strangely, despite such a significant accident, there wasn't a single traffic officer in sight. Not even a shadow of a person could be found. Driven by curiosity, Yangcheng approached a severely crumpled Wuling Hongguang, the vehicle closest to him. As he neared the van, the harsh white light of the street lamp proved inadequate to illuminate the interior, prompting him to activate the flashlight on his phone and shine it inside. There was no one in the front or back seats, but the seats were smeared with a considerable amount of dried black blood, suggesting that the occupants had been transported by ambulance. He glanced at a few of the other vehicles, and aside from the congealed blood, they were all empty. Just then, a rumble from his empty stomach protested, and Yangcheng had intended to linger for a moment longer but decided to pocket his phone instead. After all, addressing his hunger was paramount before indulging his curiosity. Suddenly, as he prepared to leave, a loud crash erupted, resembling the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. He turned to see the source of the noise emanating from a nearby red Porsche. The words of Mr. Lu Shuren from his middle school textbook echoed in his mind. Curiosity is a driving force for humanity. Without a second thought, Yangcheng approached the red Porsche, a chill wind brushing against him, raising goosebumps on his arms and sharpening his senses. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the driver's side door had fallen to the ground, likely loosened by the wind. Is this the quality of a luxury car? He scoffed, spitting to the side before turning to leave. However, just as he had walked a mere 10 meters, a hoarse and piercing scream erupted from the back seat of the red Porsche. The half-hinged rear door crashed to the ground, and a figure tumbled out, babbling incoherently and staggering toward him. "Hey, are you all right? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yangcheng, upon hearing the commotion, instinctively turned back, his concern overriding his initial instincts. As he approached, He realized the individual was a man of similar height, clad in a suit, his body marred with blood, looking utterly tragic and disheveled. His left arm swung erratically as he ran, clearly broken. As Yang Cheng's gaze shifted upward, he suddenly halted in his tracks. The man's pale face was devoid of color, and bizarrely, it was marred by a network of black veins. Most disturbingly, the man's large eyes contained only the whites, lacking any pupils. A chill ran down Yang Cheng's spine. Every cell in his body screamed that this man was a danger, and it would be wise to maintain a distance. "Hey, stay right there. I'll call an ambulance for you," he shouted, clinging to a thread of hope that the man still possessed some rationality. But instead of halting, the man surged forward with alarming speed, closing the distance to just a few meters. "Damn it!" Yang Cheng cursed under his breath, bolting in the opposite direction, wary of what affliction this man might possess. After the incident with Zhao Meiling, he was no longer inclined to play the Good Samaritan. He couldn't afford to be on the receiving end of another misfortune. Yet, Yang Cheng had overlooked one crucial detail. He was wearing flip-flops, which severely hampered his speed. The suit-clad man, despite his injury, was relentless in his pursuit, moving like a rabid dog, unaffected by his condition. As he closed in, he emitted a series of hoarse howls that sent a wave of dread through Yang Cheng. "Calm down. Modern medicine can fix your hand. It's not a big deal. Just relax," he shouted desperately, hoping to appeal to whatever sanity the man might still possess. In response, he received only a more piercing shriek. The suit-clad figure showing no signs of slowing down, now just 2 to 3 meters away. "Damn it. You leave me no choice." Realizing words were futile, Yang Cheng prepared to defend himself. With a swift motion, he pivoted, positioning himself sideways to the oncoming man. The moment the man reached him, Yang Cheng seized his right hand, bending at the waist and using the man's momentum to execute a shoulder throw. A resounding thud echoed as the man crashed to the ground, momentarily stunned. Yang Cheng's mind raced. Had he been too forceful? After years without a physical confrontation, he worried he might have gone too far. After a tense 15 seconds, the man remained motionless. Yang Cheng knelt, extending a finger to check for breath beneath the man's nostrils, only to find no breath. Chapter 4. The bite. Yang Cheng's mind went blank. With no surveillance in the vicinity, he had no way to prove his actions were in self-defense, and he might very well be facing prison time. Frustration bubbled within him. It seemed nothing was going right lately. But before he could contemplate how to smuggle a spoon for digging an escape route from prison, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through his hand, pulling him back to reality. He looked down to see the suit-clad man had somehow revived and was viciously biting into his left palm. "Are you a dog? Let go of me!" Yang Cheng exclaimed, the pain jolting him into action. He knelt on the man's abdomen, using his weight to restrain him while his free hand swung a fist toward the man's face, attempting to pry his jaws open. Yet, the man refused to relent. The agony radiating from Yang Cheng's hand was unbearable, and he realized the suit-clad man felt as cold as if he had just emerged from a freezer. Could it be that this man was, in fact, a corpse? At that moment, the man intensified his grip, the pain forcing Yang Cheng to act. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed a fist-sized rock from the nearby greenery and raised it high, bringing it down with all his might onto the man's face. The chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the silent street. In less than half a minute, the man's upper jaw was reduced to a pulp beneath the relentless assault of the stone. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Cheng pried the man's mouth open and shoved the rock inside, forcing it ajar just enough to yank his injured hand free. With his hand liberated, he scrambled to his feet, kicking the man away and shedding his flip-flops, fleeing barefoot toward his apartment. With Yang Cheng no longer restraining him, the suit-clad man staggered to his feet, continuing his pursuit. Fortunately, the earlier shoulder throw against the man in the suit seemed to have had some effect. This time, his speed had noticeably decreased, and after turning 2 corners, he was shaken off by Yang Cheng. Having narrowly escaped, Yang Cheng felt as if the world was spinning around him. He stumbled up the apartment stairs, falling several times before finally reaching the door of his rented room in a state of disarray. he stumbled inside and managed to lock the door just before his strength gave out. Shortly thereafter, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. Tick-tocked in the dimly lit room. A sound reminiscent of liquid dripping echoed intermittently in the silence. Yang Chung groggily opened his eyes, a sharp wave of dizziness coursing through his mind, causing him to clutch his head tightly with both hands, as if it might be torn asunder. Once the dizziness subsided, he exhaled in relief, only to suddenly become acutely aware of the myriad pains coursing through his body. Struggling to steady himself against the nearby sofa, he groped for the light switch in the dim light and flicked it on. With a hiss, the room brightened, revealing numerous abrasions across his body, the most painful of which emanated from the palm of his left hand. There, a deep row of dark brown wounds marred his skin, already beginning to form a thin layer of scab, with little blood having flowed from them. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Rubbing his forehead, he began to recall the events leading up to his fainting spell, the deserted streets of the night, the massive chain reaction car crash, and the man in the suit who had attacked him. What on earth was happening? Yang Chung cursed under his breath, feeling quite aggrieved. His recent misfortunes were simply too much. All he had wanted was to buy something to eat, and yet he found himself embroiled in such chaos. Gurgle. His stomach growled again at the thought of food. However, eating was not his immediate priority. He retrieved the emergency first aid kit from the room and tended to the wounds on his hand, wrapping them in gauze to prevent any further deterioration. After a moment's thought, he decided to call the police. After all, the man in the suit was far too dangerous, and he couldn't help but wonder if anyone else had been harmed. Beep. The line was busy, that he tried again, only to be met with the same frustrating result. These incompetent public servants, Yang Cheng muttered angrily. Refusing to give up, he attempted several more times, even trying the emergency services and fire department numbers. Yet, astonishingly, all were unreachable. This was utterly absurd. Checking his phone, he confirmed that the signal was strong, ruling out any malfunction on his part. This left only one explanation. The local law enforcement system had collapsed. Unable to reach the police, he reluctantly opened the door and stepped into the apartment corridor. Glancing downstairs, but he saw no sign of the man in the suit. However, he was immediately struck dumb to just the absence of the man in the suit. The entire street was devoid of a single pedestrian, let alone the usual heavy traffic that congested the roads. Aside from a few autumn leaves stirred by the chilling wind, the desolate street was eerily quiet. The building in which Yang Chung resided was unusually silent as well, with no sounds of children playing or the usual noise that accompanied the time of day. This stark desolation left Yang Cheng's mind in a state of bewilderment. He longed to find someone to inquire about what had transpired in the days he had been incapacitated by drink. Thus, he made his way to the neighboring room and gently knocked on the door. Knock, 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 knock. After several attempts with no response, Yang Chung knocked more forcefully. Hello? Is anyone there? Still, silence reigned. Furrowing his brow, he grasped the doorknob and turned it experimentally. To his surprise, the door was unlocked and swung open with a gentle push. Is anyone home? I'm from next door. Tio clarified that he was not an intruder, Yang Chung called out as he entered the room. Yet, he found it completely deserted, with an array of belongings scattered haphazardly across the floor, as if a thief had ransacked the place. With no one in sight and his stomach growling, Yang Chung didn't ponder long and headed straight for the refrigerator. After all, they were neighbors. He could always pay for whatever he consumed. However, upon opening the fridge, he was met with disappointment. It was entirely empty, not even a bottle of water remained. He then ventured into the kitchen, rummaging through the cupboards for a considerable time, but found only half a bag of flour and a few rotting tomatoes. Hardly a meal. Reluctantly, he left the kitchen, reflecting on how it seemed the family had left days ago. He had been so drunk that he hadn't even noticed. A pang of guilt washed over him for being such an inattentive neighbor. Yet now was not the time for self-reflection. Having gone a day and a half without food, his stomach was painfully empty, and he needed to find someone to clarify what had transpired in the city during his drunken stupor. He knocked on several doors in the apartment building, but each was met with silence and were locked tight. After a fruitless morning, Yang Chung felt his strength waning, sweat pouring down his body, and he was utterly exhausted. He returned to his own apartment, filled a cup with water from the dispenser, and took a moment to hydrate as he idly glanced at the television hanging on the wall. A thought struck him. Why not search for information online? With that, he opened his phone's internet connection, relieved that it was still functioning. In times of solitude, the absence of information can be the most unbearable of sensations, evoking a profound sense of despair, as if one were the last person on earth. Once the browser was open, he began typing Dongguan City, and a cascade of alarming headlines popped up. The first read, "Shock! An unprecedented influenza epidemic has emerged in Dongguan City, infecting 32 individuals. The municipal government has urgently issued a Level 2 red epidemic warning." The second, "Epidemic in Dongguan City escalates, 2,000 infected. The city government has issued a Level 1 red epidemic directive, urging citizens to visit designated health organization points for vaccination." The third, "The pathogen for the new influenza epidemic has been confirmed as a multiple mutation of the smallpox pathogen, named Bungshi. A corresponding virus serum is expected to be developed shortly." The fourth, "The first confirmed case of Bungshi infection has resulted in death at Dongguan City First People's Hospital. The patient attacked medical personnel shortly after death and is now under control." The fifth, "Breaking news, Bungshi infection confirmed to possess high contagion. Infected individuals exhibit extreme aggression. Military forces have been deployed to Dongguan City for patient isolation, urging all citizens to remain calm and proceed to designated locations for examination." The sixth, "Chaos. Large-scale riots erupt in Dongguan City. Crowds of individuals with black tattoos on their faces surge into the streets, attacking passers-by. Military and police anti-riot forces are working together to evacuate the public and ensure safety." The more Yang Chung read, the more his face paled. An inexplicable epidemic had simultaneously erupted worldwide. The fatality rate had reached an astonishing 100%. Once infected, individuals would enter a state of relentless high fever, and those infected would die within days. Shortly thereafter, the corpses would reanimate and begin to indiscriminately attack the living. Anyone bitten would quickly succumb to the infection, joining the ranks of the undead. This sounded eerily reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse. Could it be that someone had hacked all the websites to orchestrate this elaborate prank? Stunned, Yang Chung stood frozen, muttering in disbelief. "To verify." He opened a short video app on his phone. However, he discovered that popular platforms like Quine and Douyin had ceased updating 5 days prior, leaving only a handful of videos without covers or titles. With trepidation, he selected one at random. After a brief loading period, the video began to play. The image shook slightly before revealing a figure. Yang Ching's eyes widened in recognition. It was Li Chunhua, the plump supervisor he had clashed with not long ago. "Is anyone there? Please, help me. Someone come save me." In the video, Li Chunhua was curled up in a dimly lit elevator, her face a mask of terror as she screamed frantically for help. Yang Chung could clearly hear the sound of violent pounding on the elevator doors from outside. Suddenly, with a ding, the elevator door appeared to be pried open. The video abruptly cut off after a few seconds, leaving Li Chunhua's fate unknown, though Yang Chung could discern the despair in her voice. He clicked on a few more videos, each depicting similar pleas for help. Staring at the news and videos flashing across his screen, Yang Cheng's parched lips pressed together in disbelief. He hadn't imagined that during his week of drunken oblivion, such catastrophic events could unfold. No wonder all the residents of the apartment have vanished. It turns out they have all gone to seek refuge. Tragically, not a single kind soul has come forth to alert this solitary, stranded citizen. Upon reflection, it's understandable. In such dire circumstances, who would spare a thought for a complete stranger? With this thought, Yang Cheng bitterly shook his head and managed a wry smile. Despite the magnitude of the situation, he had strolled about the streets last night as if nothing were amiss. Wait a moment, streets? The smile on his face abruptly froze as he suddenly recalled the suited man from last night. When the man attacked him, he had resembled a corpse. A corpse? An attack? Infection? Yang Cheng halted, glancing down at the wound on his left palm, and hurriedly made his way to the bathroom to inspect his reflection in the mirror. Chapter 6. The Room of the Female White-Collar Worker Few. What a relief. Yang Chung exhaled deeply, reassured by the sight of his handsome visage in the mirror, albeit framed by a scruffy stubble. He did not bear the ominous black, web-like veins that had marred the suited man's appearance. Could it be that I am merely in the incubation period? Has the virus not yet spread? He muttered to himself, recalling how he had lost consciousness immediately after being bitten by the suited man. Logically, that should indicate the onset of infection. Yet, he felt no sign of illness. Regardless, it was enough for the moment that he was still alive. Shaking off these doubts, Yang Chung returned to the living room, reclining on the sofa to gather his thoughts. According to the information he had gleaned from the internet, the area where he currently resided was classified as a high-risk disaster zone. He could either leave quickly or remain confined at home, awaiting rescue. He contemplated calling for help but found himself at a loss for who to reach out to. Even the police hotline was unavailable. As for relatives, aside from the parents who had placed him in an orphanage over a decade ago, he had no other family. The numbers he had memorized were those of old classmates from school. Since borrowing money from Zhao Meiling's mother for her medical treatment, he had exhausted his connections with former classmates in the adult world, discussing finances in variably strained relationships, and most of his former classmates had blocked and deleted him, severing all ties. Thus, for the past 2 years, aside from occasional meetings with Zhao Meiling, he had been utterly alone, and no love, no care. Just like a humble cabbage in a field. How pitiful indeed. Yang Chung slumped back on the sofa, raising his head and letting out a weary sigh. Family, friendship, love. Only upon reflection did he realize he possessed nothing at all. In that moment, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Perhaps it would have been better to succumb to infection and death. Yet, even as he thought this, reality slapped him in the face. After languishing for less than half an hour, the gnawing emptiness in his stomach overcame his despondency. He had no choice but to venture out again. Determined to try each apartment in the building, seeking any unlocked doors, if all else failed, he would break in. With the world in such disarray, who would bother about such trifles? However, as he stepped outside, he suddenly halted, glancing back at the neighboring room just a few meters away from his own. This particular apartment was the only one he had not yet attempted. It belonged to that female white-collar worker. What was her name again? Yin Qing. If he recalled correctly, he remembered her as quite attractive, sporting a pair of black-rimmed glasses, her long, dark hair always styled in 2 braids, giving her the appearance of a rather introverted individual. Therefore, he had seldom engaged her in conversation, exchanging only a few casual greetings in the hallway. After a moment of hesitation, he made his way towards her door, placing his hand on the doorknob. With a click, the door swung open effortlessly. "Pardon the intrusion. I live next door." Yang Chung called into the room, but was met with silence. It appeared that the apartment was unoccupied. The interior was shrouded in darkness. And glancing to the side, he noticed a few pairs of neatly arranged women's shoes on the shoe rack by the door. He closed the door behind him and walked into the living room, flipping on the light switch, which instantly brightened the space. Indeed, there was no one home. The layout of the room mirrored his own. A 1-bedroom apartment with a separate bathroom. A modest dining table occupied the center of the living room, devoid of excessive furnishings, indicating Yin Qing's frugality. Beyond the living area lay a bedroom, and through the half-open door, he could glimpse the headboard of the bed within. Although Yang Chung felt a strong urge to search for something to eat, he prudently decided to check the bedroom first. After all, in many zombie films, most supporting characters met their demise due to carelessly entering unfamiliar rooms and falling victim to the undead. Grabbing a sharp kitchen knife from the countertop, Yang Chung cautiously stepped into the bedroom. The pink curtains filtered the sunlight, casting a soft reddish hue across the room. A cute plush cat rested beside a light purple pillow, evoking a distinctly feminine atmosphere. On the bedside table sat a laptop adorned with colorful stickers, alongside a simple wooden vanity. Truly minimalist decor. Yet, the room remained devoid of any occupants. Just as Yang Chung let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard faint rustling sounds behind him. He quickly turned around to find a beautiful woman with long hair standing by the bathroom door. She was not wearing her usual black-rimmed glasses, and her transformed demeanor made it difficult for Yang Chung to recognize her at first. Nevertheless, her striking figure made it clear that she was indeed Yin Qing, the occupant of this apartment. At that moment, Yin Qing was dressed in a black sweater and denim shorts, accentuating her perfect curves, her long, fair legs undeniably captivating. Yang Cheng felt a rush of astonishment. This was the first time he had seen Yin Qing in such casual attire. Without her glasses, she appeared even more stunning than many top-tier celebrities. My apologies. I entered without permission because no one responded to my call. Yang Cheng stammered, quickly apologizing and instinctively hiding the knife behind him to avoid startling her. However, upon hearing his words, Yin Qing remained utterly unresponsive. It was then that Yang Cheng noticed something was amiss with her expression. Chapter 7. Yin Qing's eyes were vacant, her gaze wavering, her alluring figure swaying slightly, resembling someone in a stupor. Miss Yin? Yang Cheng hesitated, tentatively calling out to her. Yet, Yin Qing continued to exhibit no reaction, slowly moving towards the front door of the apartment, her demeanor eerily detached. Yang Cheng felt a chill run down his spine. Her current state was akin to that of a somnambulist. Yet, her eyes were wide open, and her long eyelashes fluttered occasionally, indicating that she was not asleep. Gripped by caution, Yang Cheng tightened his grip on the knife and cautiously followed her. Turning a corner, he first caught sight of Yin Qing, her head bowed at the threshold of the door. The rustling sound echoed again, revealing that she was lightly tracing her fingers along the door frame. Miss Yin, what are you doing? Yang Cheng halted a few meters away, attempting once more to engage her. However, even at this proximity, Yin Qing showed no sign of acknowledging him. The closer he got, the more he appreciated her beauty. Though her hair was somewhat tousled, cascading onto her shoulders, there was no denying that Yin Qing was a natural beauty. Her exquisite features untouched by makeup or cosmetic surgery. Perhaps her thick, black-rimmed glasses had concealed her allure. Without them, she exuded an air of cool elegance. At such close range, Yang Cheng also noticed the pallor of her complexion. While her skin was normally fair, it now bore an unhealthy hue typical of illness. This led him to associate her condition with the infection, yet Yin Qing's visage bore no signs of the black veins that marred the suited man's face. Nor did her eyes appear as mere white orbs. She simply stared blankly at the doorknob, repeatedly scratching it with her fingertips. Was she attempting to escape? Yang Cheng's brows twitched slightly. Perhaps only this explanation could account for Yin Qing's actions. On the doorframe, the area where Yin Qing was scraping with her fingertips had lost some paint, indicating that she had scraped it many times before his arrival. The tips of her fingers, exposed beyond the sweater, were devoid of color. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Cheng resolved to approach Yin Qing a bit closer, wishing to confirm his suspicions. With a knife in his right hand as a precaution, he cautiously extended his left hand and gently placed it upon Yin Qing's delicate shoulder. Through the fabric of her sweater, he felt a remarkably soft sensation. A softness unique to women. Yang Cheng furrowed his brow. It was difficult to ascertain Yin Qing's body temperature through the layer of her sweater. As for checking her breath, he thought better of it, haunted by the memory of that suited man who had bitten his palm. Thus, he turned his attention to Yin Qing's exposed, alabaster neck and pressed his hand against it once more. The sensation that met his palm was an icy chill, reminiscent of the lifeless mannequins found in shopping malls. Despite this, Yang Cheng found it hard to believe that this beautiful woman, whom he had finally seen in her true form, was actually dead. He boldly traced his fingers along her pale neck, resting them upon her carotid artery, remaining utterly still as he awaited a pulse. If she were alive, there would surely be a heartbeat. However, disappointment washed over him as he felt no sign of life pulsating beneath her smooth skin. Throughout his actions, Yin Qing maintained an expressionless demeanor, seemingly indifferent, continuing to scrape at the doorframe with her fingertips. Damn it, worst case, I'll just get bitten again. Seeing Yin Qing remain unresponsive, Yang Cheng clenched his teeth and placed his hand beneath her nose. He struggled to comprehend how Yin Qing, in such a state, appeared anything but lifeless. Yet, in the next moment, he stiffened. There was no breath flowing between his fingers, confirming that Yin Qing's breathing had ceased. Even so, he still placed his hand upon her chest, unwilling to accept that she was truly dead, but his palm found no sign of a heartbeat. Yin Qing was, without a doubt, beyond the grasp of life. If she had transformed into a grotesque zombie, akin to those depicted in films, Yang Cheng might have been able to accept this grim reality. Yet Yanqing, at a glance, appeared no different from a living person, save for her lack of color. In fact, her slightly sickly visage lent her an aesthetic beauty that was unsettling. Yang Cheng abruptly shook his head, attempting to dispel such perverse thoughts. After all, she was deceased. And it would be best not to desecrate her memory. The critical question remained. Did Yanqing currently qualify as an infected zombie? What constitutes a zombie? It is a creature that lunges at the sight of the living, eager to devour them. If she had truly become a zombie, why did she show no interest in his presence? He waved his hand before Yanqing's eyes, yet she continued to ignore him. Therefore, there was still one method to ascertain the truth. Yang Cheng began to scrutinize Yanqing's body from head to toe. Her exposed, fair thighs bore no bite marks, nor did her face or any other pale skin show signs of injury. Save for the area concealed beneath her black sweater. Why apologies, Miss Yin? I assure you, I am not taking advantage of you. Summoning his courage, Yang Cheng gingerly lifted Yanqing's black sweater, and she showed no reaction to his impudent act. Her dark pupils shifting slightly to the lower left. Of course, Yang Cheng remained oblivious to this subtle shift. Though mentally prepared, he was still taken aback by the sight before him, yet he found no bite wounds indicative of a zombie attack. Chapter 8. Exploration. Was it merely a case of infection through the air or other contact? He mused, pulling Yanqing's black sweater back down. It seemed that those indirectly infected by the blight virus did not exhibit significant physical changes. Perhaps this was the terrifying aspect of the blight virus. The infected remained unaware of their condition, mistaking it for a simple fever. After all, this season was notorious for colds and fevers, leading many to overlook the issue. This was one reason the disaster escalated to a global scale. Yang Cheng speculated. He raised his gaze to Yanqing, who appeared no different from an ordinary human. However, the softness of her skin was entirely unlike that of a corpse. He reached out and pinched Yanqing's delicate face. The texture was exquisite, devoid of the rigidity typical of a corpse. Rather than a zombie, it seemed more accurate to say she had transformed into a different, incomprehensible being. According to various articles from major news outlets, all claimed that zombies infected by the blight virus would attack humans, indiscriminately targeting individuals regardless of age or gender. Moreover, it was known that zombies did not assault other living beings, solely fixating on humans. With no exceptions for those who remained unscathed, if Yanqing were indeed a zombie, she would have surely attacked him like that suited man. Yet, the current news media was rife with sensationalism, often fabricating stories to entice readers. The undeniable fact remained that he had not been attacked by Yanqing. Perhaps there existed zombies that would not harm humans. Speaking of which, he was feeling quite hungry. Since Yanqing posed no threat to him, Yang Cheng felt a slight sense of relief. He glanced around Yanqing's home. Since she lived alone, there should be some provisions available. However, it was not a viable solution to let Yanqing persist in scraping at the door. Should he lower his guard to search for food, she might suddenly ambush him from behind, which would not bode well. After careful consideration, he approached Yanqing and tentatively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Noticing her lack of resistance, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Yanqing's body was icy and soft, lacking the rigidity associated with a corpse, and she still emanated a pleasant fragrance, suggesting she had likely bathed shortly before her infection. Her pliant form occasionally shifted, and she behaved like a compliant puppet, allowing Yang Cheng to carry her towards the bathroom. When he first encountered Yanqing, she seemed to have emerged from the bathroom. So after bringing her inside, he locked the door from the outside. Through the frosted glass of the bathroom, he could see Yanqing wandering aimlessly within. Once assured of their safety, he approached the refrigerator and opened it. The food within was scant, comprising a few bottles of yogurt and some eggs, and the kitchen corner held only a nearly empty bag of rice. Fortunately, the water, electricity, and gas in the house were still functioning. He rinsed the rice and placed it in the rice cooker to steam, quickly frying an egg as a side dish in no time. Yang Cheng found himself devouring the meal in the living room with great fervor. Though it felt somewhat impolite to consume another's food, now that he had confirmed Yanqing was dead, he felt little need to be overly concerned. The world had descended into chaos. Maintaining the pretense of being an upright gentleman would only lead to starvation. After satisfying his hunger, Yang Chung lay back on the sofa, enveloped in Yin Qing's lingering scent. One pondered, amidst such a grave disaster, why had she not sought refuge, breathing in the fragrance of the sofa? He turned his gaze to the bookshelf in Yin Qing's room, where a few notebooks lay. It seemed she had a habit of journaling. Under normal circumstances, he would never pry into another's privacy. But now he could do so without restraint, unbound by any constraints. Years of devotion had resulted in Zhao Meiling's betrayal, leaving him utterly disillusioned with women. He yearned to understand what kind of person Yin Qing had been, the one who concealed her beauty from the world. Was she, like Zhao Meiling, a woman of dubious character? He rose and retrieved one of the diaries from the shelf, flipping it open, his eyes scanning the contents. 23, he murmured in surprise. She was a year younger than him. The diary revealed her date of birth. She was 23 this year, having joined a Fortune 500 company in January, still a newcomer. Remarkably, she was assigned to sales, a role that must have been quite daunting for her introverted nature. Briefly skimming through the diary, Yang Chung sighed. Yin Qing always wore those black-framed glasses, her hair styled in a braid, presenting herself as a demure little sister. When greeting him, her voice was barely audible. It was easy to imagine that, amidst the competitive environment of colleagues, she would also timidly apologize when faced with challenging clients. Wouldn't it have been simpler to wear contact lenses? She could have easily attracted a throng of admirers without even moving. Yang Chung muttered to himself as he glanced in the direction of the bathroom, presumably reluctant to resort to seduction to appease the client. Yin Qing typically dressed in loose clothing, striving to conceal her impressive figure. The diary was quite new and brief. Upon finishing it, he proceeded to the bedroom to retrieve Yin Qing's laptop. The browsing history primarily consisted of searches for sexual harassment websites. Including paid legal consultations. On the desktop, there was a newly created folder, annotated with records of Yin Qing's harassment by her superior. Instances included deliberate hand-touching during business trips, persistent encouragement to drink more at social gatherings, and even insinuations towards providing additional services to clients while signing contracts worth millions. All of this was recorded in a detached manner by Yin Qing. Furrowing his brow, Yang Chung closed the document, and an image of a rotund man with a pig-like face flashed in his mind. Such a superior would undoubtedly be a challenging figure for a newcomer to navigate. Chapter 9. A fatal mistake. Let us check the other residence rooms. Perhaps there are still some survivors. With that thought, Yang Chung shut the laptop and exited Yin Qing's room to investigate the other floors of the apartment. He explored all the way to the top floor's farthest corner, yet still received no responses, and apart from the two neighboring rooms, all others were securely locked. The food in Yin Qing's apartment had nearly been depleted by his earlier meal of egg rice. To survive in this zombie-infested city, he first needed to search the apartment for provisions. Reluctantly, Yang Chung grasped a fire extinguisher positioned in the corridor and selected a door that appeared relatively easy to break open. Clang! The heavy extinguisher crashed against the doorknob, the sound of metal clashing reverberating in this desolate world, echoing with a resounding clang. His expression changed abruptly, and Yang Chung cursed himself for his foolishness. He had acted without thought, opting for such a reckless method of entry. The commotion would surely attract the attention of the zombies. Indeed, at that moment, the sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the stairwell. Startling Yang Chung, the footsteps multiplied, transforming from one to several, then to a dozen. Instinctively, a sense of dread washed over him as he recalled the suited man from the previous night, and he dashed to the stairwell. Peering down, he saw a dozen individuals staggering up the stairs toward his floor. The crowd moved slowly, a mix of men and women, each bearing the common trait of being smeared with blood. Their limbs marred by gruesome injuries. The most grievous was a middle-aged man in a tank top, his neck displaying a gaping wound the size of a bowl, already festering and blackened. Yet, despite such severe injuries, he continued to shuffle along with the others. Recalling the news reports and the suited man from last night, even the dimmest of minds would realize that none of these approaching figures were alive. They were all infected by the corrosive virus. Having climbed up to the 6th floor of the apartment, Yang Chung found himself cornered, while the zombies below had already reached the 2nd floor. He was momentarily at a loss. The only rooms without locked doors were on the 3rd floor, but descending now would undoubtedly lead him to an encounter with the infected below. If he struggled against just one suited man last night, how could he possibly face such a multitude of infected? A direct confrontation would certainly result in his dismemberment. The only option was to break into the room before him and hide. With that thought, he seized the fire extinguisher and began to strike the door handle with fervor, his desire to survive fueling his strength. Yet, despite his efforts, the door remained stubbornly intact, refusing to yield enough for him to reach in and unlock it. Gradually, the footsteps from the stairwell drew closer, now reaching the 4th floor. At that moment, Yang Chung realized that if he broke the door lock and could not close it again, should the infected burst in, he would still meet his end. Lost in thought, the footsteps ascended to the 5th floor, and he could faintly hear the low growls of the zombies. The dozen or so zombies in the stairwell resembled a pack of hunting dogs in search of prey. Ultimately, Yang Chung relinquished the fire extinguisher, slumping against the door like a limp rag. Abandoned by his parents and callously betrayed by his girlfriend, he had never cared before, yet now, facing imminent death, he suddenly valued his life. Years ago, during a classified mission, he had experienced hand-to-hand combat firsthand, aware that even as a member of a special forces unit, he would struggle to fend off so many zombies within such a confined stairwell. His gaze shifted to the corridor railing, weighing the agony of either falling to his death or being devoured alive by the horde. A fall from nearly 20 meters would conclude his life with a single crack. Yet to be torn apart by a dozen zombies, the answer was all too clear. Yang Chung rose and approached the edge of the corridor. It was better than dying in agony. Suddenly, a sound of a door opening erupted behind him. Turning, he saw a middle-aged woman standing at the door of the neighboring room with a child, both wearing expressions of sheer terror. "Young man, come in quickly," the woman urged, her voice tinged with urgency as she opened the door. With no time to express his gratitude, Yang Chung rushed into the room, glancing back at the stairwell there, a bloodied, pale arm protruded, quickly followed by faces twisted with dark veins of blood. Yang Chung stumbled inside just as the woman slammed the door shut, expertly securing the chain, then covered the mouth of the little girl beside her, signaling Yang Chung to be silent. Nodding gravely, he held his breath. Bang, bang, before long. A series of violent impacts resounded against the door. Shaking the frame, outside, the low growls of the zombies rose and fell, as the dozen or so infected relentlessly battered the entrance. The woman and little girl retreated from the door, huddling in a corner of the room. The cacophony terrified the adorable child, who began to whimper softly. Had the woman not covered her mouth, she would have surely cried out. Stealing a glance at the trembling duo, Yang Chung stealthily made his way to the kitchen. Retrieving a sharp kitchen knife to guard by the door, if the infected managed to break through, he would be their last line of defense. Seeing the vulnerable state of the two huddled together, any man would rise to protect them. Bang, bang, bang. After a while, the onslaught continued, and one of the screws on the door lock was dislodged. Yang Chung sensed that the door would not withstand much longer, mentally preparing himself for the worst. Yet, just then, an air raid siren blared outside, piercing the air. The banging ceased abruptly, followed by the sound of chaotic footsteps retreating down the stairs. They were fortunate. The zombies outside had departed. Chapter 10. Mother and daughter inside. The woman released her grip on the little girl's mouth, and Yang Chung lowered the knife, his heart still racing. "We're alive. Thank you." Once the footsteps faded, Yang Chung expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the woman. Nodding appreciatively, had she not opened the door, he would likely have leaped to his demise. "It's nothing. Are you all right?" The woman kept a distance from Yang Chung, clearly wary of him, naturally inquiring whether he had been infected. "Of course, I'm fine. But had you not opened the door, I might have had some serious issues," he chuckled lightly, hesitating briefly before discreetly concealing his left hand behind him. He had indeed been bitten, yet showed no signs of infection. For now, it was best to keep that information hidden, lest it frighten her. "That's wonderful. My name is Chen Dan, and this is my daughter, Xiao Yu. I apologize for not responding when you knocked. We were just scared." Chen Dan paused, sensing Yang Cheng's potential anger. "Not at all. Given the current situation, it's completely understandable to be wary of strangers. Besides, It was my presence that attracted those creatures. Causing you distress, Yang Chung replied apologetically. This crisis was indeed his fault, and he could never blame others. After the immediate danger passed, the atmosphere in the room relaxed considerably. Xiaoyu, go fetch some food for this big brother. Chen Dan smiled and instructed her now calm daughter. The little girl, only 3 or 4 years old and remarkably adorable, blinked her large, watery eyes and nodded obediently. She rummaged behind the sofa, emerging with half a loaf of bread, which he presented to Yang Chung. Thank you, little sister, but I'm not hungry. You should eat it yourself. Yang Chung gently patted Xiaoyu's head, declining the offer before turning his attention back to Chen Dan. Ms. Chun, just call me Dan Jia, she replied warmly. All right, Dan, my name is Yang Chung, but you may call me Xiao Qing. After some conversation, Yang Chung realized that the two individuals he was speaking with were the mother and daughter living right next door. When the citywide disaster alert sounded, Chen Dan had knocked on Yang Cheng's door, but he was too inebriated to hear it. Subsequently, the city began broadcasting announcements urging citizens to seek refuge at military-designated locations. They followed the throngs of evacuees but were beset by zombies en route, causing the panicked crowd to scatter like startled birds. Fearing that the throng might trample her daughter, she forsook the chance to flee with the larger group and retreated back to the apartment. During their escape, they lost the suitcase containing their provisions, and upon their return, they found the house completely devoid of food. They had no choice but to take refuge in the unlocked apartment on the 6th floor. Today marks the 4th day the two have spent within these walls, so, have no rescue teams arrived in these past few days? Yang Chung inquired after listening to Chen Dan's plight. I've heard on the television that rescue teams have arrived. Several days ago, helicopters flew overhead, even wrote a distress signal in chalk on the rooftop, but those helicopters passed by without stopping, Chen Dan replied, cradling her daughter Xiaoyu with a worried expression. They didn't stop. Has it rained this week? Yang Chung pondered for a moment before asking again, it did rain. What are you implying? Chen Dan paused, realizing Yang Cheng's insinuation, that the rain had likely washed away her distress signal, explaining why the helicopters had not halted. What do you plan to do? Have you reached out to any relatives or friends for help? Yang Cheng pressed, feeling somewhat brazen, for not everyone was as solitary as he was. They surely had someone to rely on. Yes, I contacted the father of my child, who was on a business trip out of town, but he said Dongguan City is sealed off and advised us to remain in place and await rescue. However, Chen Dan's expression darkened with unease as she continued, the phone has been unreachable for 3 days now, and the same goes for other relatives and friends. I fear they may have, at this point. Her voice faltered with emotion. Do not worry. They are under military protection and will surely be fine. Perhaps they are merely sheltering in an area with poor signal, Yang Chung reassured her, though he felt the words were little more than self-deception. With current communication technology, if they were alive, there should be no reason for calls to fail. Yet, at this moment, lying seemed preferable to the truth, for the latter would deal a significant blow to the mother and daughter. This explanation did seem to ease Chen Dan's expression somewhat. She nodded, and the tears at the corners of her eyes receded. And what of your food supply? How much do you have left? Yang Chung inquired, hitting upon a crucial question. None left. The bread I just gave you was our last ration. I had already resolved that if rescue did not arrive by tomorrow, I would take my daughter to the safe area mentioned in the news. Chen Dan sighed as she caressed her daughter's forehead. Yang Chung fundamentally opposed this plan. A frail woman with a small girl trying to traverse a zombie-infested city to reach a safe point 3 kilometers away was utterly implausible. They wouldn't get far before being blocked by the merciless zombies, and then, Dan, my advice is to stay here and await rescue, Yang Chung said, casting a glance at Chen Dan's daughter Xiaoyu, believing she could grasp the stakes involved. But we have no food left, and there are too many infected nearby. The nearest convenience store is several hundred meters away, Chen Dan lamented. Leave that to me, just wait here for a moment. Yang Chung instructed the mother and daughter. After confirming through the peephole that the corridor was clear of zombies, he gently opened the door, ensuring minimal noise as he slipped out. He then approached the door he had previously smashed and inhaled deeply before using his body to brace against the dented door, creating just enough space to reach through and feel for the latch. With a click, the door swung open abruptly, nearly causing him to stumble, but he managed to make little noise. Likewise, the lock on this apartment door was utterly broken and could not be secured again. Time was of the essence. Although he had been quiet, there was no guarantee that infected individuals were not lurking downstairs. Once inside, Yang Chung swiftly made his way through the living room, heading straight for the kitchen and refrigerator, gathering all edible items before returning to the room where Chandan and her daughter waited. The food they found would barely sustain the three of them for a day. The following day, Yang Chung located a fire axe in the property management office to pry open doors, embarking on another search through the apartments. However, after scouring the entire building, he found no further food supplies. There was one thing Yang Chung had kept from Chandan. The large SOS that Chandan had written in chalk on the rooftop had not been washed away by the rain. Those helicopters had never intended to provide aid. Chapter 11. Overwhelmed by a beautiful zombie, there will be no rescued. As harsh as it was, this was the reality. With a population approaching 10 million, the number of stranded citizens in Dongguan City was at least in the hundreds of thousands. While the rescue helicopters were merely a drop in the bucket, it seemed they had already abandoned this city. Standing in the corridor, Yang Chung looked up at the darkening sky, where scattered crows began to circle, and he even spotted several larger birds, likely vultures feeding on carrion. He made his way to Yin Qing's apartment, releasing her from the bathroom. Before leaving, he wanted to at least give this introverted, gentle neighbor a bit more space to move, as he found her character quite appealing. However, he was taken aback by Yin Qing's unexpected reaction. As soon as he opened the bathroom door, her soft, fragrant body lunged at him, knocking him to the ground, and her lovely face drew close to his, her soft, pale lips pressing against his. A chill ran down Yang Cheng's spine as he feared she intended to bite him. He quickly pushed her off and scrambled to his feet in a panic. After being pushed away, Yin Qing lay on the ground, her vacant eyes staring at the ceiling, showing no further signs of life. Could she actually attack? Yang Chung felt a wave of dread wash over him as he stared at Yin Qing lying flat on the floor, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had been too careless. Because Yin Qing had not attacked him before, he had forgotten that at her core, she was still an infected individual, and he had nearly made a grave mistake. Had Yin Qing been a grotesque zombie at that moment, he would have undoubtedly plunged a knife into her forehead, but her stunningly beautiful face remained flawless. He could not bring himself to harm her while she still bore the semblance of a living person. After some contemplation, he decided against it. Now that he had released Yin Qing, as long as he secured the door, she would be confined to this apartment, a small kindness from him as her neighbor. After casting one last admiring glance at Yin Qing's beauty, Yang Chung exited her apartment, locking the door from the outside with a padlock. More than a week had passed since the disaster struck. The number of infected on the streets had increased dramatically, and from the corridor, Yang Chung observed the once deserted streets now teeming with zombies, with one appearing every 20 to 30 meters, aimlessly wandering about. The situation had surpassed his optimistic expectations. Initially, he had intended to stockpile food and remain in the apartment for several months, waiting for the zombies in the city to decay before departing. However, he now realized that such an action would only lead to a passive demise. Since yesterday, his phone signal had completely cut out, and both television and internet had ceased functioning. This indicated that not only Dongguan City but other cities had also fallen victim to the corrosive virus. The worst-case scenario could very well mean the destruction of the entire national command structure. While the apartment had not lost power, it had run out of water. Food and water are essential for waiting for rescue. Without both, there was no longer any reason to remain in this apartment. Even if it meant taking risks, they had to leave. Lost in thought, Yang Chung made his way to the room where Chen Dan and her daughter were staying on the 6th floor. Xiaoyu was resting her head on Chen Dan's lap on the sofa, while Chen Dan herself bore heavy dark circles under her eyes, likely due to a restless night. "Let's go together, Dan, to that safe place you mentioned," Yang Chung said as he settled into a seat opposite Chen Dan, outlining the grim circumstances. He had made up his mind to take the mother and daughter to the safe area reported in the news. Chen Dan, looking haggard and torn, hesitated as she glanced at her sleeping daughter, ultimately nodding in agreement with Yang Cheng's plan. With her support secured, Yang Chung produced a pen and a piece of A4 paper-sized map of Dongguan City, which he had found while searching through other apartments. He marked the location of their apartment and the safe area provided in the news. The nearest safe point was a fully enclosed high school, approximately 5 kilometers away. This 5-kilometer journey would determine the fate of the three of them. If it were just Yangqing alone, the task would not be insurmountable. His years of military experience had endowed him with formidable physical strength. Considering the speed of the man in the suit earlier, he could easily outpace any ordinary zombies in his athletic shoes, provided he did not encounter any particularly exceptional ones. The crux of the matter lay with Chandan and her daughter, who were evidently incapable of running fast and lacked the stamina to cover such a distance. It seemed he would have to procure a vehicle. After muttering this to himself, Yang Cheng made his way to the corridor. Utilizing a telescope scavenged from the apartment to gaze at the vehicles parked by the roadside in the distance. Those cars appeared to be in pristine condition, likely abandoned by their owners who had sought refuge amidst the panicked crowds. Unable to flee in their vehicles, by estimation, they were about 200 meters away. The pressing question was whether he should venture alone to retrieve a car or take the two women along with him. Descending to drive would inevitably draw the attention of the zombies with the sound of the engine, and returning to collect them could easily lead to being cornered by a horde. Conversely, if he chose to take them along, he felt uncertain about his ability to safeguard them while facing the onslaught of numerous infected individuals. After contemplating, he decided to let Chin Dan make the call. "Sister Dan, let me discuss our plan with you." Upon re-entering the room, Yang Cheng thoroughly outlined the details of their escape to Chin Dan, including whether she and her daughter wished to accompany him for the car retrieval. After listening, Chun Dan gently caressed Xiao Yu's hair, her face betraying a hint of reluctance. She slowly lifted her head to Yang Cheng and said, "Xiao Cheng, may I ask you a favor?" "Of course, Sister Dan. If it's within my capabilities, I will gladly assist," Yang Cheng replied. "If anything were to happen along the way, please ensure my daughter's safety, even if it means using me as bait for those monsters. Please, I implore you to protect my daughter," she continued, pausing momentarily, tears welling in her eyes. Yang Cheng was momentarily struck dumb by her words. In that instant, he felt a pang of guilt for his own selfishness. Chen Dan's request was not merely to protect them both, but specifically her daughter. She was willing to sacrifice her own life for her child's safety, in stark contrast to his own preoccupation with self-preservation. She shone with a radiant selflessness. "Rest assured, Sister Dan, the three of us will be fine. I guarantee that, regardless of the circumstances, I will ensure your safe passage to a secure area. Please have a little faith in me." Yang Cheng comforted her with a smile. Yet, internally, he was filled with unease. There were many things beyond one's control in this world, and mere words and efforts did not suffice. His assurances to Chen Dan were no different. They were merely an expression of intent. "Thank you, Xiao Cheng," she responded. However, Yang Cheng's optimism had lifted Chen Dan's spirits slightly, and after wiping away her tears, she nodded at him. "Let us rest early today. We shall set off at dawn tomorrow." Chapter 12. The road to survival. Time passed swiftly, and Yang Cheng laid aside all his defenses, indulging in the most restful sleep he had experienced in days, awakening precisely at 4 in the morning. He estimated that at this hour, Chun Dan and her daughter were still in slumber, and he chose not to disturb them. They, like him, would soon face the grim trials of survival, so it was vital they gathered their strength. After peering through the peephole to survey the outside, Yang Cheng opened the door and stepped into the apartment corridor. The horizon was beginning to brighten with the first hints of dawn, and a few streaks of pale red appeared in the sky, casting a gentle glow upon the glass of the towering city buildings. Were it not for the infected lurking in the streets, this picturesque scene might have held Yang Cheng's attention for quite some time. He returned to the room, gathering the necessary items for their venture and placing them into his backpack: a flashlight, rescue rope, a lighter, and the fire axe he had used to break open doors. Finally, he included knives, kitchen knives, paring knives, screwdrivers, any sharp object that could inflict harm upon the zombies, adorning himself with them, as if preparing for a last stand. To be prudent, he donned a thick leather jacket, providing a measure of protection in case he were to be bitten. After a flurry of preparation, the clock struck 5, prompting Yang Cheng to ascend to the room of Chen Dan and her daughter, gently rousing the two from their rest. Chen Dan, bleary-eyed, apologized for oversleeping, but upon seeing Yang Cheng fully armed, her expression turned grave. Yang Cheng advised them to wear smoother clothing to avoid being caught by the zombies during their escape, suggesting they forego heavy attire, which would hinder their speed. He then found a few books in the living room, using his knife to cut them, and secured the rolled pages to his arm with tape. When Chandan and her daughter emerged, he also bound some magazines around their wrists, ensuring their mobility was not compromised while providing additional protection against potential bites. With all precautions in place, Yang Chung inhaled deeply, opened the door, and led the mother and daughter slowly toward the staircase. He wielded the fire axe at the forefront, while Chandan and Xiaoyu followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of 2 meters. This proximity allowed them ample time to retreat in case they encountered any infected individuals. Cautiously approaching the corridor's corner, Yang Cheng glanced down, releasing a breath of relief as no zombies lingered in the stairwell. Avoiding an immediate confrontation, he signaled to Chen Dan, and both mother and daughter nodded, stealthily trailing behind Yang Cheng as they descended the staircase. With each floor they descended, Yang Cheng would peek around the corners to ensure no infected were present before proceeding further down. The short descent of a mere 10 meters took several minutes, but they finally reached the entrance of the ground floor apartment. The sky continued to brighten, and with the dawn's light, Yang Cheng constantly scanned the surroundings, ensuring no corners were overlooked. Finally, he led the two of them into a light jog, seeking refuge behind a flower bed along the sidewalk. Ahead lay their first obstacle on the path to retrieving the car. 20 meters down the road, a girl in a tattered miniskirt stood motionless, her head drooping. She was riddled with numerous bite marks, her black stockings shredded, and the sight of her exposed thigh bones and necrotic flesh was haunting. Xiaoyu trembled in fright behind Chindan, but fortunately, her mother held her hand tightly, preventing her from crying out. Yang Cheng observed the girl, noting her lack of reaction to their presence, which indicated that these zombies did not rely on smell to detect the living. From a scientific standpoint, the deceased would naturally lack the capacity for smell. However, scientists had never warned the public that the dead could still roam like the living, attacking those who remained. Setting aside these convoluted theories, Yang Cheng instructed the mother and daughter to remain still while he stealthily crossed to the opposite side of the road, quietly maneuvering into the median strip of greenery. The branches and leaves of the shrubs scratched at his face painfully. He retrieved a pair of scissors from his waist and carefully snipped the central stems, gradually creating a narrow passage. Before long, he found himself beside the motionless miniskirt zombie. She remained unresponsive, suppressing his elation. Yang Cheng continued to cut for another 10 meters before returning to his starting point. He gestured for Chindan and her daughter to remain quiet and waved them over. They nodded and quietly jogged to join him, crawling into the half-height greenery and inching forward as they drew closer to the miniskirt zombie. The tension mounted behind him, and he could hear their fearful breaths growing rapid. He quickly halted their progress, urging them to take deep breaths until their breathing steadied. Under normal circumstances, the volume of their breaths would have been negligible. However, in this eerily quiet environment, Yang Cheng could not guarantee that the zombie would overlook the sound of their breaths as they passed. Fortunately, after a few minutes of calming down, their breathing slowed, and the three of them continued moving until they reached the miniskirt zombie's side. Crack! Just then, the previously motionless zombie suddenly jerked to life, twisting its neck like a clockwork doll. Through the gaps in the greenery, Yang Cheng caught sight of her face, marred by blackened blood. Turning towards them, he froze in place, and the two women behind him stiffened, holding their breath in fear of making a sound. Crack, crack. The grotesque miniskirt zombie continued to twist its neck, slowly shuffling its broken legs toward the greenery, drawing to within 5 or 6 meters of the three of them. Yang Cheng's palms grew clammy as he gripped the knife handle tighter, mentally reminding himself to remain calm. Under no circumstances could he engage this zombie in direct confrontation, for that would undoubtedly attract others, jeopardizing their entire plan. The creature had yet to detect their presence. Gradually, the miniskirt zombie drew nearer. Yang Cheng repeatedly resisted the urge to strike first. His restraint proved wise. Just as the zombie was 2 meters away from the greenery, it suddenly veered off course, wobbling away in another direction. Phew! The danger had passed. Chapter 13. The escape. Once the zombie in a short skirt had staggered a sufficient distance away, Yang Cheng and the others cautiously continued forward, ultimately reaching the end of the greenbelt. However, he did not emerge from the foliage. For ahead lay an intersection where several shambling zombies meandered to the left and right. Yang Chung pulled out a map. Noting that the direction to the vehicle was to the left, he glanced at the infected on that side and furrowed his brow. There were 5 in total. Beyond this green belt, the area was vast and devoid of cover. The vehicle he sought was merely a few dozen meters down the next left turn, approximately 150 to 160 meters away. He turned to look at Chendan and her daughter. Shaking his head in dismay, it was far too perilous to proceed so brazenly. Although he had trained in a special forces unit, he was no cinematic assassin. Without any cover, it was impossible to silently eliminate 5 zombies. What could he do to divert the zombies on the left? As his mind raced, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, reminding him of the scenario 2 days prior when he had smashed a door. Attracting a horde of zombies, if he could create a distraction once more, luring the zombies away would be feasible. Without hesitation, Yang Chung picked up a small stone from the green belt, aimed at a distant street lamp to the right, and hurled it with a half-crouched posture, thud. The stone missed the lamppost, shattering on the ground and only capturing the attention of a few infected on the right, while the zombies on the left remained unperturbed. Undeterred, he picked up another stone, squinting his eyes and taking aim, swish, bang. This time, the stone struck the metal lamppost perfectly, producing a sharp sound that echoed through the silent street. The 5 zombies on the left suddenly turned their heads, their gazes fixated on the source of the noise, before slowly shuffling toward the right side lamp. He worked. Yang Chung clenched his fist in triumph, holding his breath in the green belt as he silently observed the infected pass by. Until they had all moved away from the intersection. "Let us go," he whispered to Chin Dan and her daughter, who then crawled out of the foliage. Just then, his body stiffened abruptly, as if a realization struck him, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. He seemed to have forgotten that there was still another zombie. With a sense of dread, Yang Chung quickly turned around, only to lock eyes with a short-skirted beauty zombie, mere meters away. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he even contemplated where to select his burial plot. The bloodshot eyes of the creature fixated on him. And with a piercing shriek, she lunged forward, baring her yellowed teeth. "Dan, take Xiao Yu and run," Yang Chung shouted, his reflexes kicking in as he drew his fire axe, stepping forward to intercept the charging zombie. Glancing worriedly at Yang Chung, Chun Dan quickly scooped up Xiao Yu and dashed toward the open street on the left. Bang! The petite zombie collided with Yang Chung, the force of the impact nearly knocking him off balance. He steadied himself, retreating 2 steps, then swung the fire axe, striking the blunt end against the girl's head. Crack! The impact left a dent in her skull, causing her to stagger back but not fall immediately. However, she seemed stunned by the blow and ignored Yang Chung, instead pursuing the direction where Chan Dan and her daughter fled. Without time to ponder the situation, Yang Chung seized the opportunity as the short-skirted girl turned towards them, delivering another blow to her head with the axe. Reports had indicated that to halt a zombie's movements, one must attack the brain and disrupt its neurological function. This time, the dubious media had finally proven accurate. Having sustained 2 fatal blows from Yang Chung, the short-skirted girl crumpled forward, revealing a glimpse of her skirt. Yet, he was not so depraved as to admire a corpse. The situation was dire, as the previously diverted zombies had sensed the commotion and were now howling toward them. Yang Chung took off running down the left street, quickly catching up to Chin Dan, who was not moving very swiftly while carrying Xiao Yu. He took Xiao Yu from her arms, and together they sprinted toward the nearby intersection. If they could just navigate the corner, they would reach the vehicle and escape this horde of terrifying, flesh-eating monsters. Meanwhile, the pursuing infected, sensing their increased speed, became even more frenzied. Like a pack of ravenous dogs spotting their prey, they howled and surged forward, colliding into one another as they chased after Yang Chung and the 2 women. Within moments, they reached the intersection and spotted several target vehicles parked nearby, rushing toward one of the cars in haste. "It is locked," Chin Dan exclaimed in panic, discovering she could not open the door. The 2 tried each vehicle in succession, only to find that every single one was secured. Just then, the horde of the undead had closed in behind them. Chapter 14. Breaking through the horde. Casting a quick glance back at the horde of zombies, now merely a dozen meters away, Yang Chung promptly set Xiao Yu down. He retrieved his fire axe and approached a white SUV. With a resounding thud, the axe smashed through the window, creating a hole large enough for his fist. Ignoring the shards of glass around the opening, Yang Chung reached inside to unlock the door. Successfully swinging it open, that instant, Chen Dan, quick on her feet, yanked open the rear door, clutching Xiaoyu as they both scrambled into the vehicle and locked it tight. Once in the driver's seat, Yang Chung swiftly reached for the sun visor, where many car owners typically stow their spare keys. However, this vehicle had none. Damn it, Yang Chung cursed, opening the cover of the steering column and severing the ignition wires. He attempted to make the connections while simultaneously pressing the gas and clutch pedals, yet the vehicle remained unresponsive after several attempts. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, the SUV shook violently as the horde of zombies, now behind them, began to batter against the rear door where Chandan and Xiaoyu were sheltered. Strangely, the creatures seemed oblivious to Yang Chung in the driver's seat. In an instant, the SUV was besieged by the undead, some even attempting to force their heads through the shattered window, trying to crawl into the driver's area. Yang Chung, witnessing the chaos, drew a sharp military knife and plunged it into the skull of one zombie, pulling it partway inside to use its body as a barrier against the others trying to invade through the window. Seizing the moment, he returned to his efforts to start the vehicle. Within half a minute, the number of zombies outside swelled from a mere few to dozens, surrounding the SUV completely. Yang Chung quickly realized the truth in the saying that strength in numbers is not mere rhetoric. The mob of zombies continuously pushed against the SUV, shaking it violently and nearly toppling it over. Xiaoyu screamed in terror from the back seat, while Chen Dan, panicked, hunched protectively over her daughter, tightly closing her eyes and praying the vehicle would not be overturned. Even Yang Chung, who typically prided himself on his composure, was beginning to lose his cool. Each attempt to start the engine resulted only in a sputtering sound before dying out again. This vehicle seemed to be a modern model, equipped with an electronic ignition system that made it particularly difficult to start without power. Come on, work. After several failed attempts, frustration consumed him, and he slammed his fist against the storage compartment of the steering wheel. At that moment, the compartment sprang open, revealing a metallic object that filled him with elation. It appeared to be the vehicle's spare key. Without a moment to celebrate, he swiftly retrieved the key and inserted it into the ignition lock, turning it twice, only to hear no engine start. That's right. The ignition wires weren't connected. He hurriedly searched for the severed wires and, in a fluster, struggled to connect them, but the wires were too slippery to twist together. Gritting his teeth, he pinched the two wires together with his fingers and turned the key sharply. Zing! Electricity surged through Yang Cheng's hand, causing him to involuntarily emit a muffled grunt of pain. But finally, the engine roared to life. Releasing his now numb hand, Yang Cheng pressed the clutch and shifted gears, flooring the accelerator. At last, the SUV began to move. Yet, it was not the dramatic scene of bursting through a horde as depicted in films. Even with its powerful engine, the vehicle could only inch forward slowly against the massive zombies blocking its path. Boom. Finding the forward motion inadequate, Yang Chung quickly shifted into reverse and slammed down on the gas. Unleashing the SUV's full power in an instant, the rear of the vehicle plowed into several zombies, their bodies crunching beneath the wheels, the sound of muscle and bone grinding echoing beneath the chassis. The chilling noise sent shivers down one's spine. With a few zombies serving as a makeshift cushion, the SUV's rear lifted a half-meter high. Yang Chung seized the opportune moment and swiftly engaged the front gear. With a decisive turn of the steering wheel to the left, he harnessed the gravitational force from the half-meter slope behind the vehicle, propelling himself through the frail left flank of the encroaching horde. As he burst forth from the encirclement, the dozens of zombies surged forward, accelerating like vengeful little birds, relentlessly battering the sides of the SUV with their bodies. A couple of particularly fast zombies even leapt onto the roof of the vehicle. Yang Chung maneuvered the steering wheel back and forth, skillfully weaving the car into an S-shape, managing to dislodge the zombies from the roof, before accelerating for 100 meters, distancing himself from the throng of pursuing undead. Glancing into the rearview mirror at the receding mass of corpses, Yang Chung exhaled a breath of relief, following the designated route marked on the map. "Are you all right, Danjia?" he he casually inquired of the mother and daughter seated behind him. "Ah, no problem," Chen Dan replied, seemingly just emerging from her state of terror, her words somewhat disjointed. "That's good." Yang Chung thought little of it and continued along the planned path. As he drove, he bore witness to the devastating scenes wrought by this calamity. The once flat and broad roads were marred by pools of congealed black blood, while the shopfronts lining the streets bore the scars of violence, with many roller shutters caved in and rendered unrecognizable. The entrances of convenience stores left hastily unattended were littered with shards of shattered glass. A few billboards, swaying precariously from the overhead wires, creaked ominously in the wind, threatening to crash down at any moment. Numerous vehicles lay stopped, and several dismembered zombies were trapped beneath them, unable to move, growling in fury at Yang Cheng and his companions as they passed. In contrast to other streets, the one Yang Cheng traversed had a noticeably lower number of zombies. It seemed that the individuals who sought refuge along this route had largely managed to escape. Yang Cheng chose not to ponder whether the survival of so many was a boon or a bane. For now, he simply hoped that the safe haven they were approaching had not succumbed to the chaos. The commotion they caused attracted a fair number of zombies that pursued them relentlessly. Yang Cheng avoided what he could, and for those he could not evade, he accelerated, ramming through and crushing them into a gruesome pulp. In this devastated world, he felt no inclination toward humanitarianism concerning these infectees. No, they could no longer be deemed infectees. They were zombies, devoid of humanity, reduced to the essence of pure savagery. Chapter 15. The first safe haven. Thus, with reckless abandon, he drove on, occasionally hurling a few zombies aside. Overall, the journey proved to be fraught with tension but free of significant mishap. After navigating 2 streets, Yang Cheng activated the windshield wipers to clear the blood and remnants of decayed flesh obstructing his view. He had encountered at least a couple of hundred zombies along the way. Although they were no longer visible in the rearview mirror, he was acutely aware that those infectees were still trailing behind. No more than a kilometer or 2 away. The 5-kilometer stretch was neither particularly long nor short. Before long, the group finally arrived at the first designated safe zone highlighted in the news, Linglan Middle School in Dongguan City. Upon parking, Yang Cheng turned to take a look. Before him stood a school encircled by a towering wall over 4 meters high, with a red, operable iron gate at its center, in front of the blue and white painted wall. 2 rows of stacked sandbags formed a formidable barricade, standing half the height of an adult, extending several meters on either side, their tops entwined with countless coils of sharp barbed wire. The wire was stained crimson with blood, and a few black crows perched atop, pecking at the remnants of flesh ensnared within. Yang Cheng instructed Chen Dan and her daughter to remain in the vehicle while he cautiously disembarked. Knife in hand, vigilant as he approached the sandbag barricade, as he neared, a nauseating stench of decay assaulted his senses. Scattered around the perimeter of the barricade lay numerous spent shells and grotesque chunks of rotting entrails. With half a skull, blown off by gunfire, dangling from the barbed wire, swarmed by clusters of revolting green flies that exuded a repugnant odor. It was evident that a fierce battle had transpired here between the military and the zombies. Strangely, there were no bodies in sight. Neither the living nor the dead remained. It was impossible to discern which side had triumphed in this gruesome conflict. Glimpsing beyond the barricade, Yang Cheng's brow furrowed as he suddenly spotted a standard-issue M4 rifle belonging to the military lying on the ground behind the sandbags. The blood on the weapon had long since dried, silently resting on the earth. Yang Cheng approached and picked up the rifle, feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. This weapon was not unfamiliar to him. He skillfully detached the magazine to check the ammunition count, discovering it still contained a dozen or so 5.56 rounds. After reattaching the magazine and disengaging the safety, he switched the firing mode to semi-automatic. With limited ammunition, he could not afford to squander any rounds, especially since this rifle lacked a suppressor. Firing it would undoubtedly attract a horde of zombies, as if he had disturbed a hornet's nest. In many respects, this free M4 rifle posed more risks than benefits, but having just escaped from a swarm of zombies, Yang Cheng's mind was still reeling with trepidation, and he set aside his concerns for the moment. At the very least, wielding a firearm offered him a sliver of confidence. Holding the rifle in a standard position, He proceeded towards the narrow passageway leading to the school, soon standing before the massive entrance. The door, composed of two thick red metal panels, was solidly constructed, and coupled with the towering walls on either side, it provided an excellent defense against a zombie onslaught. Releasing his right hand, Yang Chung gently pushed against the door. While it shifted slightly, it did not open, evidently locked from the inside. Leaning closer, he peered through the narrow gap at the center of the door. What he beheld sent a chill racing down his spine. Before him lay the schoolyard, teeming with thousands of zombies, their faces marred by web-like patterns of black veins, aimlessly wandering to and fro. The sight was akin to a nightmarish hellscape, with only a door separating him from this abyss. Goosebumps erupted across his skin, and beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he held his breath, careful not to disturb the undead within, shifting his gaze to the sides of the playground. Flanking the yard were 3 teaching buildings. The one nearest the wall bore several white flags atop its roof, emblazoned with the word help in bold red letters, eerily fluttering in the breeze. Upon closer inspection, he realized these desperate words were written in blood. What creature's blood, he could scarcely fathom. Witnessing such a scene, Yang Cheng's heart sank. This once safe haven had likely been devoid of survivors. Suddenly, he noticed one of the flags being blown askew by the wind, revealing a hand emerging from beneath the flagpole, promptly straightening the flag. Someone was alive, a living person. No zombie could perform such an action. However, this revelation offered little solace. Even if survivors remained in that building, they were merely awaiting their demise. Yang Chung knew he could not breach the throngs of infectees to rescue them. Only a tank could possibly provide a means of entry. But even that seemed a precarious notion, recalling how close the SUV had come to being overturned by a mere dozen zombies. The thought of several thousand infectees banding together to topple a tank was all too plausible. In short, Yang Chung was powerless to help them. He cautiously retreated, avoiding any disturbance to the infectees within, and made his way back to the vehicle. "Xiao Chung, how did it go?" Chen Dan inquired anxiously upon his return, clearly rattled by their earlier encounter with the horde. "This place has fallen. Let us check the next location," Yang Chung replied, shaking his head as he told a white lie, not wishing to burden her with the grim reality of their situation or the existence of potential survivors. He was no savior, and his capabilities were limited. Safeguarding this mother and daughter was all he could manage, and the guilt of leaving those inside to their fates was a weight he would bear alone. Safeguarding the rifle and placing it in the passenger seat, Yang Chung unfolded the map, meticulously charting the route to the next safe point. He had anticipated the possibility of this location's downfall, preparing alternative plans in advance. The next closest safe zone was a hospital in the western part of the city, which was also likely to have succumbed to chaos. Yang Chung could not comprehend why the leadership responsible for evacuations had chosen such a location for the refuge. Anyone with a modicum of common sense knew that hospitals were the first sites to experience outbreaks during a viral catastrophe. Yet even if hope was but a flicker, he felt compelled to investigate. It was certainly preferable to wandering aimlessly. Glancing around, he noted that aside from the thousands of zombies lurking behind the school gate, there were no signs of other infectees in sight. Thus, he relaxed as he connected the ignition wires, preparing to start the vehicle and head to the next safe zone. Suddenly, an urgent and piercing school bell rang out from the nearby campus, resonating through the air. Chapter 16. Desperation. Yang Ching glanced down at his watch. 6:40. Time for the high school students' early study session. Damn it all! He had come to understand how this seemingly impregnable stronghold had fallen. The inhabitants had neglected to sever the school bell's wire, and at intervals, the ominous chime would summon waves of the undead. No matter how robust the defenses, they could not withstand the relentless assaults of the approaching hordes. As expected, the moment the bell rang, the unmistakable sounds of chaos erupted from beyond the school gates, where thousands of infected began to stir. In the distance, on the horizon visible through the SUV's windshield, several zombies, drawn by the sound, came sprinting towards Yang Chung and his companions. First a dozen, then hundreds. They had to leave immediately. He hastily pressed the clutch and turned the key, but the SUV merely sputtered and died again. After several futile attempts, he glanced at the fuel gauge, which indicated that the auxiliary tank was empty. The journey had consumed the last remnants of gasoline. Damn it. At such a critical moment, what to do? What options remained? With the vehicle immobilized and the number of infected around them swelling, Yang Chung cursed under his breath, desperately racking his brain for an escape. Yet, in his heightened state of anxiety, he found no solutions. The infected were forming a wall around them, closing in relentlessly. Xiao Cheng, abandon the vehicle, came Chun Dan's frantic voice from behind. Very well. Yang Chung gritted his teeth. This was the only option left. He grabbed the rifle from the passenger seat and opened the door. Exiting the vehicle, the trio sprinted toward the right wall, which was not yet overrun by the undead. Chen Dan, carrying Xiaoyu, trailed behind Yang Chung, her pace noticeably slower. With a gun in hand, Yang Chung could not assist her, so he slightly slowed his speed to prevent her from lagging behind. After running a few dozen meters, a few infected appeared on their previously clear right side. Danjia, cover Xiaoyu's ears, Yang Chung shouted, raising his weapon and squinting, aligning his sights on a male zombie approximately 30 meters away. Pulling the trigger, bang! The deafening crack of the bullet echoed in his ears, jolting him painfully, and the immense recoil nearly caused him to lose grip on the gun. Yet, the zombie remained unscathed on a miss. Yang Chung clicked his tongue, realizing that after years without practice, his shooting skills had deteriorated. Under these circumstances, firing while moving at this distance was indeed too ambitious. The failed shot seemed to provoke the approaching zombie, which now closed in on them, mere meters away. Yang Chung steadied his resolve, halting his steps to refocus, and once again raised his weapon, channeling all his concentration into the sights for another shot. Bang! Crack! The 5.56mm bullet pierced the zombie's skull, exiting through the back of its head, splattering a disgusting black brain matter, accompanied by the audible snap of its vertebrae. The upper half of the zombie's body pitched backward from the force of the bullet, crashing to the ground, rendered immobile. From a scientific standpoint, these beings had long since lost their vitality. They could hardly be classified as living creatures. A bullet to the head could be seen as a merciful release. Yang Chung reassured himself. Bang, bang, bang. He shook his wrist, regaining his grip on the rifle and firing at the oncoming infected one by one. However, facing such an overwhelming horde, the power of his semi-automatic rifle felt woefully inadequate. Counting the remaining bullets in his magazine, Yang Chung began to regret his earlier decisions. Would it have been wiser to have kept them in the apartment while he scavenged for food in the surrounding area? Enduring for a few more weeks? Alas, reality offered no alternatives. Within a minute, they were completely surrounded by infected with faces marred by black veins. The ominous shadow of death loomed over Yang Chung and his companions. Adrenaline surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. He surveyed the area, pondering any possible means of escape from this sea of the living dead. Yet, even he found himself powerless in this cage-like predicament. As the number of zombies before him easily reached 200 or 300, with only 3 bullets left in his gun, there was no way to carve a path through the horde. Moreover, behind him stood the defenseless mother and daughter. Before them lay a flood of zombies, presenting only 2 paths. 1. Exhaust the bullets and, upon defeat, join the ranks of the undead. 2. Choose mutual destruction, vowing not to fall into the clutches of these fiends. 3 bullets, 3 people, 2 choices. No. Could it really be just these 2 options? Yang Chung questioned himself. Indeed, there was another way. He could abandon the mother and daughter behind him, using the remaining bullets to attempt to break through the horde. Perhaps finding a sliver of hope. That course of action would surely be better than all 3 perishing here. Yes, he should do that. This world had already crumbled, and the laws binding humanity had vanished. Even if he abandoned them to save himself, no one would morally condemn him for it. Yes, escape. Leave them behind and run. After all, in such an apocalypse, a woman with a child stood little chance of survival. There was no need to accompany them to their grave. A voice echoed in his mind, a primal instinct for survival that he could not shake. Yet why? As these thoughts coursed through him, his body instinctively positioned itself in front of the mother and daughter. Xiao Chung, please take care of Xiaoyu. At that moment, Chun Dan's urgent voice broke through, pulling him back from his tumultuous thoughts. Yang Cheng turned to see Chun Dan kneeling, having set down the weeping Xiaoyu, and fixing him with a resolute gaze. Then he watched as Chan Dan dashed toward the largest cluster of zombies. Xiao Cheng, even if I must serve as bait for them, please, please protect my daughter. The words Chan Dan had spoken to him the previous day resurfaced in his mind, and he instantly grasped her intentions. She was willing to sacrifice herself to divert the zombies away from Yang Cheng and her daughter. Should he allow her to draw the zombies away like that? Given the time and distance, perhaps she could indeed succeed. Chapter 17. Blood Battle Against the Undead Slap. Yang Cheng slapped himself sharply, awakening to the fear of having conceived such an idea. If he proceeded with that plan, how would he differ from the soulless creatures before them? Danjia? No. In an instant, self-loathing surged within him once more. He swiftly lunged to seize her wrist, exclaiming, "Let go of me, Xiao Cheng. If we don't do this, we'll all die here." Chun Dan struggled against his grip, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. "I know, but if that is our fate, then let us die together." Releasing her hand, Yang Cheng forced a smile, resigned to their grim reality. "Mommy, don't go. Xiaoyu will be good. Please don't leave me." The young girl, still innocent, rushed toward Chin Dan, clinging to her leg and sobbing. Perhaps she did not fully comprehend the reasons behind her mother's actions, yet she sensed, in her childlike intuition, that this farewell seemed irrevocable. Chan Dan froze, kneeling to embrace Xiaoyu, tears streaming down her cheeks as she relinquished her stubbornness. In that brief moment of their altercation, they had been utterly surrounded. Even if Chan Dan still wished to sacrifice herself to distract the horde, there was no chance left for Yang Cheng and the others to escape. Facing the densely packed infected, Yang Cheng turned to look at Chin Dan. He refrained from firing the last 3 bullets, hoping she understood the implications of his decision. These beings, devoid of humanity, would not permit them to die without suffering. Chun Dan grasped Yang Cheng's intent, her eyes brimming with tears as she nodded gravely. "I'm sorry, Danjia. It's all my oversight." Seeing her agreement, Yang Cheng aimed the gun at the mother and daughter, apologizing to Chin Dan. "All right, Xiao Cheng, you've done your best. Without you, we wouldn't have made it this far." Chan Dan knelt, cradling Xiaoyu in her arms, kissing her forehead, then covering her daughter's eyes, closing her own as well. Yang Cheng took a deep breath, his finger poised to pull the trigger. "Hey, you 3. Over here, quickly, come this way." Just then, a voice unexpectedly called out from just behind them. Yang Cheng turned to see a high school student in uniform and an elderly man standing atop the wall, tossing down a thick hemp rope. Thank heaven, they were saved. Yang Cheng and Chin Dan simultaneously expressed their delight, immediately rushing towards the wall a few meters behind them with Xiaoyu in tow. "Old man, young brother, pull the child up first. Xiaoyu, hold onto the rope tightly. Don't let go." Casting a grateful glance at the 2 individuals atop the wall, Yang Cheng deftly secured the rope around Xiaoyu's waist with a knot. The child's weight was negligible, and the elderly and young individuals on the wall exerted little effort to pull the young Xiaoyu up over the barrier. Once atop, they swiftly untied the rope from her. Tossing it back down, Chan Dan grasped the rope, gradually being hoisted up by the 2 on the wall. "Watch behind you." Suddenly, the 2 atop the wall shouted a warning to Yang Cheng. He quickly turned around, only to find 3 snarling zombies lunging towards him. 2 on the left, 1 on the right, bang bang. He immediately raised his gun, pulling the trigger twice, and dispatched the 2 advancing infected with headshots. However, one of the infected on the right suddenly accelerated towards him, crashing into him and forcing him back 2 steps until his back hit the barbed wire barricade. With a piercing sound, the thorny barbed wire penetrated his clothing and embedded itself in Yang Cheng's back, sending a sharp pain coursing through him as warm blood seeped out. Gritting his teeth, Yang Cheng disregarded the pain in his back and swung the butt of his gun down upon the zombie's face with ferocious strength. Thud! The tremendous force caved in the zombie's forehead, rendering its body limp as it collapsed against Yang Cheng. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked it away. Yet, just as he dealt with one threat, another fearless infected surged forward. It was reminiscent of the days when the Gale squad lived life on the edge. Yang Cheng aimed his gun, preparing to send the last bullet into this creature, but upon pulling the trigger, the weapon failed to respond. Those previous strikes had somehow jammed the gun. At this moment, Chondan was only halfway up the wall, being pulled by the two on top. As an adult, her weight made it challenging for the elderly and young ones above to hoist her up the 4 to 5 meter wall. It would take at least another 10 seconds. Meanwhile, the infected was already a mere 2 meters away from Yang Chung. Behind him, several others were closing in. Damn it! Desperation surged within him. He hastily slung the gun over his back, drew a fire axe from his waist, and swung it at the zombie's head. Whoosh, crack! The axe struck true, embedding itself deep into the skull of the infected, accompanied by a nauseating sound of bones cracking. Delivering a lethal blow, however, just as Yang Chung savored a moment of triumph, his expression quickly soured. He had swung too hard, and the axe was now firmly lodged in the creature's skull, utterly refusing to come free. Reluctantly, he abandoned the fire axe and grabbed a kitchen knife, hastily retreating. To his misfortune, he tripped over a tangle of barbed wire at his feet, losing his balance and landing squarely on the ground. It's over. A chill ran down his spine as he watched two grotesque infected lunging towards him. Chapter 18. The zombie war god roar. The chilling screams of death drew near. Instinctively, Yang Chung raised his left hand to shield his neck, preventing the zombies from biting him and causing a fatal injury. Yet, to his astonishment, the two infected, upon reaching him, merely stomped on him before leaping over him. Huh? Yang Chung was taken aback. Indeed, these two zombies, much like the previous girl in the black skirt, completely ignored him and charged towards Chen Dan, who was being hoisted halfway up the wall. One of the zombies leapt up, its decaying hand grasping Chen Dan's left ankle. Being a woman, she let out a terrified scream, frantically kicking at the infected's hand, desperate to break free. Both she and the zombie were of adult weight, and with her frantic struggles, the two individuals on the wall struggled to maintain their grip. The rope slacked suddenly, dropping several centimeters. Simultaneously, the two above leaned forward, as if the trio was about to be pulled down by the zombie. At nearly 4 to 5 meters high, a fall from the wall could easily result in broken limbs. Moreover, with so many corpses below, they wouldn't even have the chance to break their legs. They would meet their end immediately. In this life-threatening moment, Yang Chung, despite his confusion over the recent events, had no time to ponder the reasons behind it. He sprang up like a fish leaping from water, dashing towards the two zombies, using his momentum to ram the one blocking his path back by 2 meters. He then turned, raised the kitchen knife, and leapt, concentrating all his strength on the blade, delivering a powerful strike to the wrist of the zombie gripping Chen Dan's ankle. Crack! The decaying body of the infected was no match for Yang Chung's strike. The blade plunged deep, severing its wrist, leaving only a few centimeters of flesh connecting it. Despite this, the zombie's grip on Chen Dan did not wane. Instead, it pulled her down a few more centimeters. Narrowing his eyes, Yang Chung released the knife handle, grasping both sides of the infected's wrist, and yanked upward with all his might. Crack, 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 a bloodied, rotting hand was brutally torn apart just half a foot in front of Yang Chung's eyes. The visceral shock was more overwhelming than any horror film. In the face of such gruesome imagery, rather than succumbing to fear, Yang Chung licked his lips, feeling a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. This was the sensation. It echoed the thrill he felt during missions with the GSP Special Forces when he eliminated his targets. Yet this time, his violent actions would not be condemned, nor would he be imprisoned. Nor would he be expelled from that mysterious special unit again. He understood that this exhilarating rush of blood was a primal impulse triggered by extreme stress, commonly referred to as acute stress response. At this moment, he desperately needed this surge of violence. The severed wrist of the infected fell to the ground, and the creature, dazed but still intent on rising, attempted to get up. Ha ha ha! Yang Chung suddenly erupted with a maniacal laugh. As if possessed by a demon, picking up the kitchen knife from the ground and stomping on the zombie's head. Leaning down, he swung the knife, cleaving at its neck. Crunch, crunch. He laughed as he struck, each blow heavier than the last. Like a deranged murderer, he relentlessly hacked at the vulnerable spine of the creature, splattering its foul blood and decaying flesh all over himself. Enough! Xiao Cheng, hurry up! After delivering a flurry of strikes, Chen Dan's voice suddenly echoed from above the wall. Yang Qing glanced up. She had been safely pulled over the barrier and was calling out to him. However, he remained entranced, as if under a spell. Ignoring her cries, he wiped the blood from his face with the back of his hand and, knife in hand, approached the zombie he had previously knocked into the barbed wire. Crunch, crunch. He repeated the same gruesome act on this zombie, continuing until its neck was utterly mangled, beyond the capabilities of even the most skilled surgeon. Finally, panting heavily, he withdrew his hand. Damn it! Who else dares to challenge me? After slaying numerous infected, Yang Cheng, brandishing the kitchen knife, stood tall and proud, like an invincible war god, bellowing back defiantly. But when he turned to face the crowd, he found himself encircled by over 100 infected, forming a half-moon around him. Hundreds of white eyeballs fixated on him. Heh, everyone! I was merely jesting. Witnessing this overwhelming sight, Yang Qing's smile faltered, and his once indomitable aura diminished. His energy had been nearly depleted from dispatching the two zombies, and under the intense gaze of those pale eyes, his mind snapped back to reality. Roar! After a brief silence, the infected erupted in a unified roar of rage, surging towards him. Even a fierce tiger could not withstand a pack of wolves. Recognizing the overwhelming odds, Yang Cheng wisely decided to retreat. He swiftly discarded the kitchen knife, rushing to the wall and grabbing the rope, wrapping it around his wrist several times. With Chen Dan now above, the ascent was significantly quicker, and the three of them worked together to hoist Yang Cheng up in no time. Chapter 19. The survivors, you reckless fool. What were you thinking, provoking those creatures? Once Yang Cheng was pulled up onto the wall, the elderly man in the cafeteria uniform grasped his collar, visibly irritated by Yang Cheng's reckless behavior that had drawn the horde of zombies. Apologies, I may have gone a bit overboard. Yang Cheng raised his hands in a gesture of submission and sincerely offered an apology. After all, someone had saved his life, and the reprimands he received were laced with obvious concern. There was no need to engage in a quarrel. All right, Mr. Liu, let us discuss this further back at your place. Indeed, old man, it's far too perilous to converse here. Grandfather, please do not bully the older brother. He is a good person. The nearby high school student and Chindan each voiced their encouragement, and even the naive Xiao Yu chimed in to defend Yang Cheng. Let South leave this place for now. Watch your step and be careful not to fall. With a fierce expression, Mr. Liu finally released Yang Cheng's collar, stowing the hemp rope away as he proceeded along the edge of the wall. Yang Cheng nodded in gratitude to Chen Dan and the others, then carefully hoisted Xiao Yu onto his back, gingerly following them along the perimeter of the wall. The wall, thick at around 40 to 50 centimeters, was not excessively narrow as they advanced. Yang Cheng's gaze inadvertently fell upon the dense cluster of corpses below, and a wave of dread washed over him regarding his earlier provocation of these living dead. Had he been a moment slower in his reactions, he might have joined their ranks by now. After walking for about 30 to 40 meters along the wall, Mr. Liu came to a halt. The wall connected to the side of a classroom building, marking its end.at this juncture. A downspout protruded from the wall's exterior. The pipe was a metal cylinder several centimeters in diameter, with fist-sized openings spaced at intervals along its surface to provide footholds for climbing, extending all the way to the rooftop terrace. It was likely that the two had descended via this very pipe, and now Yang Cheng and his companions would need to ascend it. I hope none of you suffer from acrophobia. Mr. Liu remarked, donning his chef's attire as he deftly grasped the pipe's opening and climbed it with the ease of ascending stairs, reaching the rooftop in no time. The high school student followed closely, and although Chen Dan felt a twinge of fear, she mustered her courage to follow suit. Go be safe. Yang Cheng secured Xiao Yu and himself together before embarking on the climb. Come along. I shall introduce you to the others. Once everyone had reached the spacious rooftop terrace, Mr. Liu spoke to Yang Cheng and the others before making his way down via a nearby staircase. Taken aback, Yang Cheng had initially assumed that only the two of them were survivors. He had not anticipated the presence of others. Then why was it only these two who came to rescue us? An inkling of something amiss stirred in Yang Cheng's mind, yet he decided it prudent to observe the situation for now. Soon, they followed Mr. Liu down to the 4th floor, where they paused in the corridor. Yang Cheng cast a casual glance down the adjacent stairwell, noting that it had been barricaded with dozens of tables and chairs to prevent the zombies from ascending. As they turned the corner of the hallway, they entered a classroom. The room was somewhat dim, with many desks and chairs missing, leaving a large empty space in the center, where a pile of burnt ashes lay, evidence that the occupants had relied on the classroom furniture for warmth. Scattered about the corners were numerous plastic bottles, most of which were empty, with only a few containing a meager amount of water. Simultaneously, Yang Cheng spotted other survivors, in addition to Mr. Liu and the high school student who had rescued them. There were a total of over a dozen individuals present. Most conspicuous among them was a pallid female high school student, her eyes dull and spirit waning as she sat at the edge of the podium. Clearly in a poor state, beneath her, a gaunt man sat huddled on the cold floor, his head buried in his knees, mumbling incoherently, seemingly in a state of mental distress. Apart from these two, the others, though visibly troubled, appeared relatively normal, lacking any objective reasons for not rescuing them. The only plausible explanation was that they had no intention of helping. The reasons could be manifold: scarcity of food, viewing them as a burden, or fearing contamination. Each of these could justify their inaction. Naturally, Yang Cheng hoped that these were merely his conjectures. Perhaps there were reasons beyond their control preventing the others from aiding them. As his gaze swept over the crowd once more, Yang Cheng suddenly exclaimed, spotting a familiar plump figure among several acquaintances, Li Chunhua, and those older employees who stood up for her at the factory a few days ago. Oh, and there are children too. You old folks truly seem to have too much time on your hands. And no sooner had he entered the classroom than a disgruntled voice reached Yang Cheng's ears. He turned slightly to see the source of the remark. Li Chunhua, her face a mask of excess flesh. He couldn't help but find the whims of fate rather amusing. Just days prior, he had seen a video of her pleading for help on a platform. He had assumed this arrogant woman had met her end at the hands of the zombies outside the elevator, yet here she was, very much alive. Truly, virtue does not guarantee longevity, while vice seems to thrive. Reflecting on Yin Qing, now a wandering corpse in the apartment, Yang Cheng couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. Hey kid, what are you staring at? Not satisfied. Noticing Yang Cheng's gaze, one of Li Chunhua's associates scowled and barked at him. This individual, Zhang Dabiao, was someone Yang Cheng recognized. He had been a long-time employee who often bullied new hires and took advantage of female staff. The very person Yang Cheng had kicked away during his confrontation with Li Chunhua. Covered in grime from dispatching a few zombies, Li Chunhua and Zhang Dabiao's group failed to recognize him at first. Li Dijia, your words are excessively harsh. At that moment, a pretty girl wearing round, gold-rimmed glasses, slightly shorter than the others, stepped forward. In such dire circumstances, we are all victims. We should unite to overcome this ordeal together, huh? How eloquent! Yet, where were you when it was time to rescue those two? Using your fear of heights as an excuse? Hypocrite! Li Chunhua sneered derisively at the girl. Taken aback by Li Chunhua's scathing remark, the girl fell silent. How could someone who had yet to navigate the realities of society stand up to a shrew like Li Chunhua? Indeed, our supervisor Li speaks the truth. The food supply is already dwindling. What good does it do to rescue these people? It would be better for them to perish below. Another voice chimed in from among Li Chunhua's group. Hearing such words from someone too afraid to show their face made Yang Cheng feel both indignant and amused. These people had been so thoroughly oppressed in that grueling factory that they had come to see themselves as obedient slaves. The world had descended into chaos, yet they still chose to serve Li Chunhua like dogs. As the complaints continued, Xiaoyu instinctively moved behind Yang Cheng, fear evident on her face, while Chan Danis' expression darkened. Realizing that these individuals did not welcome their presence, Yang Cheng let out a cold laugh, preparing to retort, that fat woman, if you lot find the crowd too large, then feel free to leave. No one will stop you. Otherwise, shut your mouths. Just then, a sturdy man in the corner spoke up, his voice grave, interrupting Yang Cheng. What did you say? Who are you talking to? Zhang Dabiao and his cronies bristled with indignation at his words. Especially Zhang Dabiao, who rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the man of similar build. With Zhang Dabiao leading the charge, two others followed suit. exuding an air of intimidation. The man clenched his fists, equally prepared for a confrontation, and the atmosphere grew tense with impending conflict. "Brother, wait. We have all shared the trials of survival together." As the situation escalated, the bespectacled girl quickly grasped the sturdy man's arm. Yet while she could restrain him, she could not quell the aggressive advance of Zhang Dabiao and his companions. "Enough. There are still thousands of the living dead below. This is not the time for infighting." "Meng Yun, calm yourself." At that moment, a man in a suit approached with steady strides, patting both Zhang Dabiao and the sturdy man on the shoulder. Upon hearing the suited man speak, Zhang Dabiao and the others visibly relaxed, stepping back and ceasing their provocations. Even the normally arrogant Li Chunhua dared not point fingers at Yang Cheng and the others any longer. It was clear that this man held significant sway among the survivors. Prompting Yang Cheng to observe him closely, he wore rectangular glasses, exuding a clean, decisive demeanor reminiscent of many successful individuals he had encountered in the past. "Please do not take offense. They have been under immense pressure these past few days. My name is Fong Long, and I apologize for not being able to assist you earlier. I injured my hand and was unable to descend through the pipe." After separating the few individuals embroiled in conflict, the man wearing square-framed glasses, Fong Long, approached Yang Cheng with an air of politeness. He then extended his left hand, which was wrapped in bandages, in an attempt to shake hands with Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that this individual was left-handed. He hesitated for a moment. The bite marks on his left hand had yet to heal, and engaging in a handshake would inevitably expose his injuries to the other party. Given that these individuals already harbored ill feelings towards them, revealing that he had been bitten would undoubtedly lead to unnecessary complications. With this thought in mind, Yang Cheng discreetly lifted the small U behind him to obscure his injured hand and shook his head, saying, "Not at all. It is indeed I who have caused you trouble. A few complaints are of no consequence, and my name is Yang Cheng, and this is Chondan along with her daughter, Xiaoyu." Yang Cheng sensed that Fong Lung's politeness was merely superficial. While it was true, he could not afford to create a rift with others upon their first meeting, so he chose to follow Fong Lung's lead. As for the claim of being injured, he would take it at face value, as he had yet to discern the man's true character. "What? Yang Cheng? Is it truly you? Ha, you crafty turtle, how did you manage to survive without being devoured amidst that pile of corpses?" Upon hearing his name, Li Chunhua exclaimed in astonishment. A closer inspection revealed that the disheveled figure before them was indeed Yang Cheng, prompting her to unleash a shrill and venomous curse. Zhang Dabiao and the others also regarded him with icy disdain, their expressions dark. During their previous altercation with Yang Cheng, they had not anticipated that foreign clients would arrive at the factory for an inspection. After Yang Cheng caused a commotion, he had swiftly fled, leaving them to be captured on surveillance footage. Consequently, the clients canceled their orders, and each of them was penalized with a deduction from their wages. Li Chunhua, in particular, received a harsh reprimand from the factory manager. Naturally, encountering Yang Cheng again felt like fate's cruel twist. Yang Cheng could hardly be bothered with these fools and exchanged brief pleasantries with the others. The high school student who had saved them was named Gan Xiaoning, and the girl sitting on the ground was a survivor from this school. Lu Dage was the cook from the school cafeteria. Additionally, the robust man was called Meng Yun, while the one wearing gold-rimmed glasses was his sister, Meng Sini. The frail boy sitting on the ground was Meng Yun's lackey, Ren'er Chiang, who had lost his sanity after witnessing some gruesome scenes. Aside from the four from Li Chunhua's group, there were 5 others, who maintained a lukewarm demeanor. One of them even smiled and welcomed Yang Cheng and his companions. That, of course, this was merely a fade of courtesy. If they were genuinely welcoming, they would have rushed down to assist in the rescue earlier. Chapter 21. The Fallen Safe Haven. Forgive my intrusion, Mr. Yang Cheng, but is it true that the blood on you belongs to zombies? After introductions, the muscular Meng Yun suddenly posed a question to Yang Cheng. Indeed, I encountered several infected individuals on my way here, and this is their blood. Yang Cheng paused, initially intending to refer to them as infected, but ultimately settled on zombies. He had previously used the term infected out of a lingering hope that perhaps one day scientists could restore those individuals. However, given today's experiences, he had to come to terms with the fact that he must refer to them as zombies. What? You have fought those zombies? The others stared at him in disbelief upon hearing Yang Cheng's admission. Ha! Yang Cheng, what are you trying to prove? The soldiers faced those zombies and were reduced to mere skeletons. Are you claiming to be more formidable than those fully armed soldiers? You must be joking. Li Chunhua and her companions derided him, unwilling to believe in Yang Cheng's capability to slay zombies. After all, during his time at the factory, Yang Cheng had always presented himself as a meek and compliant individual, greeting everyone with a smile. When he had lost his temper that one time, they merely assumed he was pushed to his limits. Yang Cheng found no merit in explaining himself to such idiots. However, Li Chunhua's remarks did trigger a realization within him. During his encounters with the zombies, he had felt distinctly empowered. When he first faced the zombie in a miniskirt, it had bypassed him to attack Shindan and her daughter, allowing him to dispatch it with a single blow. Later, in close quarters with two zombies by the wall, he easily gained the upper hand. Reflecting on it now, when he had fallen, those two zombies could have easily pounced on him. Yet they chose to pursue Shindan instead. This situation led him to two hypotheses. First, it was possible that Shindan was particularly appealing to the zombies. There were scientific studies suggesting that individuals with type O blood were more susceptible to mosquito bites. So perhaps she possessed a similar trait. The second hypothesis posited that he himself might be a unique individual, one who zombies instinctively overlooked. He considered himself an ordinary person, yet a crucial factor indicated that he was destined for greatness. Indeed, it was the incident from half a month ago when he was bitten by the man in a suit. He had not succumbed to infection like an ordinary person. This suggested that he possessed antibodies against the virus. This fact was indisputable. Yet, Yang Cheng could not disclose this to anyone, for sharing such information would serve no purpose. Moreover, some among them already exhibited signs of mental instability. Revealing that he was immune could provoke unpredictable reactions, such as someone attempting to harm themselves in pursuit of acquiring his immunity. Why can't you kill them? Did you not hear the gunfire? Moreover, both Lu Dage and I witnessed it firsthand. Seeing that Yang Cheng did not refute the claims, Gan Xiaoning, who had seen him slay zombies, spoke up on his behalf. Lu Dage remained silent. Buffed. So that's how it is. What is there to boast about? Anyone with a gun could kill them. It's merely a matter of pulling the trigger. Li Chunhua remained unconvinced, continuing to mock Yang Cheng. Exactly. If we had guns, those thousands of zombies below would have long been turned into target practice by our supervisor Li. Zhang Dabiao chimed in with flattery. Yang Cheng chuckled inwardly. While he could easily dispatch those few zombies without compromising his protection of Chundan and her daughter, he saw no need to engage in banter with Zhang Dabiao. Such individuals would only drag him down to their level and attempt to defeat him with words. He preferred to conserve his energy and focus on resolving the current predicament. As Yang Cheng chose not to engage in verbal sparring. Li Chunhua soon tired of her taunts and retreated to a corner. Meanwhile, Chundan and her daughter found a spot to rest, while Yang Cheng sat down to converse with Feng Long and the others, gaining a clearer understanding of the situation here. According to Feng Long, a week prior, there had indeed been military presence at this location, along with stringent security measures. Everyone entering had to queue for inspections to ensure they were not infected. Everything had been proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, there are no secrets that remain concealed. Order only lasted a few hours before the anticipated chaos erupted. In the midst of the crowd, several undetected infected individuals suddenly went berserk, attacking the throngs of people like ravenous wolves in a sheepfold. Instantly, the chaos spiraled out of control among the throngs of over 10,000. Due to the sheer number of people, the military could not accurately identify and neutralize the infected in time. This led to a panic-stricken crowd rushing to break through the security line, prompting the military to resort to indiscriminate gunfire against those breaching the perimeter. To their shock, among those who had already entered through the gates, there were indeed some who had slipped through the cracks, with wolves in front and tigers behind. The military soon suffered heavy casualties, as dozens of soldiers were bitten and subsequently joined the ranks of the undead, further bolstering the infected's numbers. In the face of relentless defeat, the military had no choice but to abandon this safe haven and retreat entirely, sealing the gates behind them. Those bastards, they just left us here to fend for ourselves. Not only did they run, but they also locked the doors, clearly denying us any chance of escape and wishing for us all to perish here. As the discussion reached this point, one individual, brimming with youthful vigor, struck his thigh with a fist, his face a portrait of fury. The others mirrored his expression of anger. The army's actions felt nothing short of a betrayal of their trust. Yang Cheng stroked his chin in silence. Having been abandoned by the military, a source of his trust, was a significant blow to him. It was no wonder that they would turn a blind eye to the plight of their fellow survivors. They must have lost all hope. Yet, Yang Cheng was not surprised by the army's callous retreat. During his years executing numerous special missions, he had come to understand the helplessness of soldiers who were merely following orders from their superiors. Objectively speaking, the command to seal the gates was the least damaging course of action to curtail the spread of infection. As for the Na'vi notion of humanitarianism, that was a dream cherished only by the innocent. The commander who issued the order had already shown considerable mercy by refraining from launching a missile at this location. Chapter 22. The campfire meeting. As the night deepened, a small pile of warm firewood crackled in a classroom on the 4th floor of Linglong Middle School's Building A. The flames flickered weakly, barely providing enough warmth to stave off the chill. There was no alternative. A more robust blaze would undoubtedly attract the attention of the hordes of zombies outside, a fact that everyone had clearly taken into account. Within the classroom, the mentally disturbed Ren Erqiang huddled in a corner, muttering incoherent phrases, while the others gathered around the meager fire. Li Chunhua and her companions were no exception. Although they held a disdain for Yang Cheng, they were not foolish enough to allow themselves to freeze, especially with Fong Long present, rendering them unable to act against Yang Cheng. Mr. Fong Long, it seems you have been here for nearly a week. Have you made any attempts to leave during this time? Yang Cheng inquired, tossing a broken chair leg into the flames as he spoke to Fong Long. Through a lengthy discussion that afternoon, he had discerned that Fong Long was the operational core among the small group of survivors. Beside him, Lu Dai dozed with his arms crossed, disinclined to engage in conversation. When Yang Cheng had previously posed questions to him, his responses had been perfunctory at best. In retrospect, it was likely that Lu Dai had risked his safety to rescue the frail Chindan and her daughter. Had he been alone, he might have made the same choice as the others. As for Gan Xiaoning, she was indeed a very earnest student, yet her perspective on matters was somewhat one-dimensional, rendering her ill-suited for rational analysis of the situation. The Meng siblings were still unfamiliar with one another. And the same could be said for Li Chuanhua's group. Regarding that, you have seen it for yourself. Even if we could scale the walls and escape, the school bell would intermittently attract the zombies, forcing us to retreat before we could get far, Fong Long replied, shaking his head in response to Yang Cheng's question. Well, now it's even better. We don't even need the school bell. Someone has attracted a massive horde with gunfire. And they're still lingering at the entrance, Li Jie remarked. Some people, after managing to kill a few zombies with a broken gun, truly believe they are invincible. Li Chunhua and her companions resumed their scathing mockery, fixating on Yang Cheng. With a slight pursing of his lips, Yang Cheng found their ignorant remarks laughable. Even if he had refrained from firing those shots, the zombie horde would inevitably have approached. Drawn by the sound of the school bell, their complaints were nothing more than irrational outbursts. Choosing silence, feeling guilty, are we? I told you, saving these people is utterly pointless. It is merely a waste of food. Li Chunhua would not relent. The portion of bread distributed by Lu Dai that afternoon had been noticeably smaller, a consequence of Yang Cheng's arrival with his two companions. She cast a resentful glance at the sleeping Xiao Yu in Chandan's arms. Recalling how many had shared their bread with the newly arrived girl, leaving her well-fed and peacefully slumbering, while Li Chunhua herself had been perpetually hungry, never truly sated. Suppressing her impatience, Yang Cheng ignored Li Chunhua and continued. Then why not act at night? There are no class bells to ring at that time. We certainly tried, but in the darkness, visibility is severely limited, making it easy to stumble upon something and create noise. Turning on a flashlight would quickly attract the attention of zombies, Fong Long explained. The most terrifying aspect is walking in the dark. A moment's inattention could lead to encirclement by a horde of zombies. Suddenly, Fong Long paused, as if recalling a memory, tilting his face slightly to the side. The dim light from the fire was insufficient to illuminate his entire face, casting shadows that obscured his expression. We originally had over 30 people. At this point, the bespectacled girl Meng Sini interjected, her delicate features tinged with despondency. A heavy silence fell over the group, as the grim fate of those individuals was all too clear. If only there had been a vehicle outside the walls last time. After a lengthy pause, Fong Lung slowly raised his head, breaking the silence with a single statement. He glanced at Qin Dan and her daughter, who were sleeping by the fire, before turning his attention back to Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng understood that Fong Lung was attempting to extract information from him, if so many had been unable to venture far. It stood to reason that he had somehow managed to bring the fragile mother and daughter here, likely with the aid of some form of transportation. I do have a vehicle parked at the main gate, but it may not accommodate so many people, and moreover, it has no fuel and cannot be started, Yang Cheng admitted candidly, as the SUV at the school entrance was visible to anyone on the roof, rendering any attempt at concealment unnecessary. Not enough room for everyone? Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Fong Lung suddenly muttered under his breath, resting his chin on his hand as he sank into thought. His voice was so soft that the others paid little attention, but Yang Cheng, with his keen hearing, caught a glimpse of the underlying implications. Yang Cheng could not help but furrow his brow. Why was Fong Lung focused on the vehicle's capacity rather than its lack of fuel? Before he could unravel the reasoning behind this, Fong Lung adjusted his glasses and addressed Ming Yun beside Ming Sinny. Ming Yun, I recall that there is a school bus parked downstairs. That must also be a gasoline vehicle, correct? Yes, but that bus is located beneath the e-teaching building across the way, and we cannot reach it from here. Even if we managed to acquire the bus, it wouldn't have the strength to break open the gates. We have already discussed this, the muscular Ming Yun replied. Mr. Fong Lung only wishes to procure some gasoline. Yang Cheng interjected, voicing Fong Lung's line of thought. That is impossible. The school bus is parked on the first floor of the e-teaching building. Tio retrieved gasoline. We must cross the playground, and if the thousands of zombies below sense any movement, they will go into a frenzy. There is no way we could reach the bus, Gan Xiaoning interjected, shaking her head. Exactly. Do you think the zombies below are fools? Do you think they would allow us to simply take the gasoline? Li Chunhua seized the opportunity to continue her argument with Yang Cheng. Fat woman, if you have no useful ideas, then kindly shut your mouth. No one will mistake you for a mute if you refrain from speaking. Ming Yun scoffed, displaying his disdain for Li Chunhua and her group. Last time, if it hadn't been for your group of fools insisting on taking a patrol car to escape, triggering the alarm and attracting the horde, the casualties wouldn't have been so severe. That was a close call. My sister almost. Zhang Dabiao and his companions stood up, unwilling to relent, but upon catching Fong Lung's disapproving glance, they obediently fell silent. All right, everyone, let us calm down and think of a way to cross the playground and obtain the gasoline, Fong Lung suggested, surveying the group. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in contemplation, Yang Cheng included. However, he had already formulated a plan in his mind. He simply did not know how many among them would dare to accompany him on this perilous journey, or rather, how many he could trust to have his back. This plan, one might say, was fraught with danger. Chapter 23. Yang Cheng's plan. Half an hour later, as it became evident that no one else had devised a solution, Yang Cheng quietly rose and made his way out of the classroom. Upon reaching the corridor, he looked down into the courtyard, illuminated by the cold moonlight. Under the pale glow, thousands of zombies stood motionless on the playground, resembling wooden stakes, creating an eerily sinister scene. This sight reminded Yang Cheng of the zombie girl in a short skirt. Before she had discovered them, she too had stood there, frozen like the other zombies below. Was it due to the chill of the night? Yang Cheng couldn't help but mutter to himself, I in the natural world. When environmental temperatures drop, certain predators conserve energy by minimizing physical activity, as evidenced by the hibernation behaviors of animals. Perhaps these zombies are similar. To be precise, at night they exist in a state of semi-hibernation. And upon sensing the presence of prey, they instantly shift into a predatory mode. Although Yang Cheng is eager to comprehend the peculiar characteristic of these zombies' penchant for devouring humans, now is not the time for hesitation. There are still several hours until dawn, and he must commence preparations for his plan. During their earlier conversation, he learned from Gan Xiaoning that the main teaching building of this high school consists of 6 structures. Buildings A, B, and C are located on the right side of the playground, which is where they are, while buildings D, E, and F are situated across from them. The 6 teaching buildings are arranged in a relative alignment of faces D. While B faces E.to retrieve gasoline, the optimal route would be a direct line across the zombie-infested playground, as it is both the nearest and fastest path. The closest direct distance to building E corresponds to the adjacent building B. Typically, the school bell rings for about 15 seconds, and deducting the 5 seconds needed for the bell to attract the zombies, they would have only 10 seconds to traverse the playground. He glanced at the width of the playground, estimating the straight-line distance to be approximately 50 meters. Departing from the first floor of Building B at an adult sprinting speed, it is entirely feasible to reach the opposite side within 10 seconds. The critical point now is to disable the bells in both Building B and Building E. If the bells in these 2 buildings fail simultaneously, only the bells from the adjacent structures will sound. Consequently, the horde of zombies in the playground will be drawn towards the ringing bells, inevitably creating a pathway down the center. They could then swiftly traverse the playground through the zombies' visual blind spot. This is Yang Cheng's plan. After determining the route, Yang Cheng cast another glance at the position of the school bus beneath Building E before returning to the classroom. Xiaoning, I recall you are a student at this school. Do you know where the switch for the school bell is? Upon entering the classroom and observing that others were still deep in thought, Yang Cheng broke the silence by addressing Gan Xiaoning. The switch for the school bell? I'm afraid I'm just an ordinary student. I don't really know much about that. Yang Gu, why are you asking this? Gan Xiaoning shook her head, responding with a puzzled tone. Simultaneously, the others lifted their gazes to look at Yang Cheng. You don't know? That complicates matters, he muttered, frowning as he laid out his plan. The first step of this plan is to disable the bells in the 2 central teaching buildings. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to a futile endeavor. After explaining, he continued, the main switch for the bell is located in the storage room on the first floor of Building B. At that moment, Lu Diyi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, unexpectedly spoke up, catching Yang Cheng off guard. However, now that he knew the location of the bell switch, the foundation for executing this plan was assured. Fonglong, what do you think? After nodding in gratitude to Lu Diyi, Yang Cheng turned to Fonglong, who held absolute authority in the group. In theory, it is indeed feasible, but it is exceedingly dangerous. It's likely no one will want to accompany you, Fonglong stated flatly, glancing at the others. Exactly, you are utterly insane. Forget about whether the zombies will be successfully lured to the sides. If even a few of them turn back while we are crossing the playground, it would spell disaster. Zhang Dapio's voice rose first, his lip curling in evident disapproval of Yang Cheng's plan. Oh? Are you afraid then? If you're scared, you need not join. I have no desire to carry a burden. Yang Cheng smirked, intentionally provoking him. What the hell? Yang Cheng, are you joking? If you're not afraid, how could we, Dapio, be afraid? Right, Dapio? Before Zhang Dapio could respond, Li Chunhua, seated next to him, hurriedly retorted angrily at Yang Cheng, wrapping her arm around Zhang Dapio's and rubbing against her chest. The two had some rumors circulating about their relationship at the factory, yet everyone knew that Zhang Dapio's indulgence of Li Chunhua, an older and unattractive woman, was driven by ulterior motives. Hee, of course. Let's go. Whoever is afraid is a coward. Zhang Dapio's tone betrayed a hint of insecurity, but with Li Chunhua by his side, he feigned a facade of bravado. Rest assured, I will take the lead. Yang Cheng remarked, amused by the sight of Zhang Dapio's reluctant demeanor. I'll join you. Rather than sitting idly by, it is better to take a risk. At this moment, Ming Yun, a muscular figure, also spoke up. Brother, Ming Sinny, standing beside him, attempted to dissuade her elder brother, but he gave her a resolute glance, indicating his firm decision. Yang Gu, I will also go. Gan Xiaoning raised her hand to join. No, you can't go. Xiaoning, you mustn't. Those creatures can overwhelm even the military. It would be fatal. You will die. We will all die. Just like the monitor and the others, torn to shreds. Upon hearing Gan Xiaoning's participation, a previously silent female student suddenly became agitated. On the verge of losing control, fortunately, Gan Xiaoning quickly embraced her, cradling her head against her chest and gently stroking her hair to calm her down. The female student's words cast a pall over the others. Their expressions grave. They had survived thus far not due to their own prowess, but because the unfortunate had served as fodder for the zombies, thereby securing their own survival. Yet to expect them to willingly sacrifice themselves was utterly implausible. In an instant, no one else among the remaining individuals spoke up. "Fine. Count me in as well." Lu Diyi, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly shook his head and spoke after this. No one else joined. Seeing that only a handful of people were willing to participate, Zhang Dapio felt a twinge of regret, silently cursing Li Chunhua for meddling. Had she not been so vocal, he might not have been foolish enough to march to his doom. "All right, let us begin preparations." Yang Qing nodded to the few participants and started assigning tasks. Chapter 24. A dangerous gamble the following day. The sky was dimly lit. Revitalized, Yang Cheng and his companions emerged from the classroom and proceeded to the fourth-floor corridor. The perilous plan was about to take shape. A total of 5 individuals were involved in this operation. Aside from Yang Cheng, there were Ming Yun, Gan Xiaoning, Lu Diyi, and Zhang Dapio. Fang Lung's hand had been injured, rendering him unable to participate, and as the core figure of the group, the others were reluctant to allow him to take risks. Thus, he remained behind to keep watch with those who stayed, as well as to divert the zombies' attention. The first step was to ascend to the adjacent building B. The corridor separating buildings A and B measured approximately 2 meters in width. This distance was not far for Yang Cheng, who could easily leap across from the edge of the corridor. However, this was not the case for the others. At least Zhang Dapio lacked the courage to do so. Consequently, they quietly disassembled the plastic blackboard from the classroom to serve as a bridge between the 2 buildings' corridors. "We have 15 minutes. Let's set off." Fang Long glanced at his watch before addressing Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng nodded, then turned to the 4 others involved in the operation, making eye contact with each of them. Each of the 5 was secured with rope, carrying glass bottles filled with gasoline to avoid any clattering sounds during their advance. An ordinary SUV typically has a fuel tank capacity of around 50 to 60 liters. They did not expect to fill the tank completely but would take as much as they could manage. Golden rays of light streamed through the gaps between distant buildings, illuminating the faces of those participating in this endeavor. Yang Cheng felt an urge to speak, yet he was acutely aware that uttering words before a life-and-death mission often invites misfortune. Just as in war movies, where soldiers who remove their helmets to gaze at photographs of their daughters are fated to perish, or those who express hope of returning for marriage invariably meet their demise. It is usually the silent protagonists who survive. Thus, he sincerely wished that each of these individuals behind him would embody the characteristics of the leading figures in such films. "What are you waiting for? Let's go. Weren't you all so bold before? Now you wish to back out at the last moment." However, it was evident that Zhang Dabiao was ungrateful, mistaking Yang Cheng's hesitation for fear, and impatiently urged him on. With a wry smile, Yang Cheng took the lead and climbed onto the blackboard. Swiftly darting across the surface, he immediately bent down cautiously upon landing, peering into each classroom window along the corridor on the 4th floor of Building B to ascertain whether any zombies lurked within. After confirming that the entire 4th floor was devoid of wandering undead, he stationed himself at the staircase, turning back to signal Ming Yun and the others with an OK gesture, indicating they could come over. The group nodded and proceeded, and despite having tested the blackboard's load-bearing capacity without issue, their movements still produced creaking sounds. Zhang Dabiao, half kneeling on the blackboard, inadvertently cast a glance down at the ground several meters below, and his face paled slightly with fear, his heart racing. Fortunately, the distance was only 2 meters, and nothing unexpected occurred. All 5 reached the 4th floor of Building B unscathed. Armed with weapons, they maintained a formation of 3 in front and 2 behind, ensuring there were no blind spots as they began their cautious descent down the stairs. Yang Cheng led the way, followed by Ming Yun and Gan Xiaoning, with Zhang Dabiao and Elder Lu bringing up the rear. Notably, Ming Yun, standing next to Yang Cheng, displayed remarkable courage. Unlike the others, his breathing remained steady in this perilous situation, and Yang Cheng felt fortunate to have such a reliable ally. As the corridor of Building A had been obstructed by desks and chairs, they would have to return through Building B after retrieving the gasoline. Thus, if they encountered zombies within Building B, they would need to deal with them stealthily to avoid attracting the undead from the playground, which would block their escape route. After a vigilant search and confirming that the entire building was free of zombies, they descended to the 1st floor. There, Ming Yun and the others kept watch at the foot of the stairs while Lu Diyi and Yang Cheng advanced cautiously along the corridor. Arriving at a small red door tucked in a corner, in front of the door lay several decomposing bodies oozing brown-green fluid. The two suppressed their disgust and moved the corpses aside. Opening the door to discover the school bell's electrical switch, Lu Di produced a pair of pliers and carefully snipped 2 wires marked with the letters B. The entire process was uneventful. Marking a promising start, the two returned to the staircase to rejoin Meng Yun and the others. Subsequently, the group crouched silently at the foot of the stairs on the first floor, hearts racing with trepidation as they awaited the first ringing of the class bell in the early morning. Yang Cheng nostalgically reminisced about his student days, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, never anticipating that he would one day eagerly await the sound of the bell. He could only hope it would ring loudly enough to lure the zombies on the playground to the sides. Ding, ding, ding. As the minutes passed in anxious anticipation, the crisp sound of the bell resonated throughout the campus. Just as Yang Cheng had predicted, with no bell ringing from the 2 central classroom buildings, the horde of zombies on the playground began to split into 2 groups, slowly making their way toward the nearest buildings. Unfortunately, the 15 seconds of ringing was still too brief, attracting only 3/4 of the undead in the central area. Nearly 100 deaf zombies only began to shuffle toward the buildings as the bell's final notes faded away, leaving Yang Cheng and his companions with a narrow escape route of merely 2 or 3 meters. This width, without the sound of the bell, rendered their chances of successfully crossing exceedingly slim. Thus, Yang Cheng immediately raised a hand to halt the eager individuals, particularly Zhang Dabiao, who was on the verge of charging out. After stopping them, he moved his lips and extended 2 fingers. Indeed, the first bell was merely a preparatory ring. They needed to wait for the second bell for classes a few minutes later, which would be the most reliable option. Ding, sure enough, when the second bell rang 5 minutes later, the remaining zombies in the playground gradually followed the main group. Simultaneously, the vacant route began to widen. 5 meters, 7 meters, 10 meters. Go! With sufficient distance, Yang Cheng called out, charging forth from Building B, sprinting at full speed toward the orange school bus parked in front of Building E. As he ran, Yang Cheng mentally counted the seconds of the school bell, reaching 5 when he finally reached the rear of the bus, sitting down with a thud. Following closely were Meng Yun, then the young Gan Xiaoning, and the hefty Zhang Dabiao. Elder Lu arrived just in the nick of time before the bell ceased ringing. At that moment, silence enveloped the campus once more. After catching his breath and regulating his breathing, Yang Cheng poked his head out from behind the bus to observe the situation on the playground. Fortunately, the zombies had begun to disperse as the bell stopped, seemingly oblivious to their presence. All right, time to siphon the fuel. Xiaoning, Dababiao, hand us the bottles and keep watch around the bus, Yang Cheng instructed, patting Gan Xiaoning on the shoulder. Xiaoning nodded slightly and moved to the front of the bus. Zhang Dabiao shot Yang Cheng a disgruntled glance, somewhat resistant to his orders, but begrudgingly went to the rear to keep watch. Meng Yun then retrieved a screwdriver from his bag and inserted it into the gap of the bus's fuel tank cover. Exerting his muscular arm to pry it open, Yang Cheng unscrewed the cap of the tank, inserted a flexible hose, and upon sucking, gasoline flowed forth, which Elder Lu caught in a bottle. Minutes later, all the bottles they had brought were filled to the brim. The group leaned against the bus, sitting on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. This operation had gone exceptionally smoothly, far exceeding Yang Cheng's expectations. He had initially feared there might be unforeseen complications. For instance, triggering the bus's alarm, finding the bus out of fuel, encountering zombies on board, or someone falling behind and being surrounded by the undead. Thankfully, none of these anticipated mishaps occurred. I thought it would be perilous. But it seems these undead are not so frightening after all, and no wonder you managed to dispatch a few. Zhang Dabiao chuckled proudly, relishing the thought of boasting to Li Chunhua and the others about having navigated through thousands of zombies. Regarding Zhang Dabiao's boastful remarks, Yang Cheng remained non-committal. He and Feng Long, along with Meng Yun, had meticulously discussed this plan until 2 in the morning, covering many potential contingencies, as long as his teammates did not act foolishly. Manipulating these mindless undead should not pose any significant challenge. Now, they merely needed to quietly wait behind the bus for the class bell to ring again in a few minutes, retracing their steps back to Building A. However, just as Zhang Dabiao finished speaking, a deafening air raid siren unexpectedly blared from above. They cursed Zhang Dabiao under their breaths, realizing that their fears had indeed come to pass. Instantly, they all sprang to their feet, peering through the bus's windows toward the playground. What was once a serene congregation of zombies strolling leisurely along the sides of the playground now erupted into chaos, darting in all directions like wild animals. Hundreds of infected surged toward the gates, violently ramming their heads against the entrance. Meanwhile, thousands of zombies began to claw and trample one another, forming a towering heap of flesh on the playground. Reminiscent of a grotesque pyramid of bodies, seemingly attempting to reach the sound echoing from the sky. The situation was dire. Already, over a dozen zombies had ascended the stairwell of Building B, and their numbers continued to grow. Their escape route was utterly sealed. "Yang Gu, they're coming." Gan Xiaoning's voice rang out from beside him. Following his gaze, Yang Cheng observed dozens of zombies aimlessly sprinting towards the school bus where they were hiding. "Quick, get under the bus," Yang Cheng shouted, swiftly dropping to the ground and crawling beneath the bus's chassis. The others followed suit, and in an instant, the cramped space beneath the bus was filled with 5 bodies. No sooner had they settled beneath the vehicle than they could hear footsteps overhead, indicating that zombies had already burst into the bus, their raspy, shrill howls echoing from within. Bang, thud. As time elapsed, the commotion within the school bus showed no signs of abating. To make matters worse, the increasing number of zombies clambering aboard caused the vehicle's chassis to dip several centimeters, pressing against Yang Cheng's back and making his breathing somewhat labored. The situation was similar for Ming Yun beside him. However, Zhang Dabiao found himself in the direst predicament. His considerable girth meant that his body was wider by a few centimeters than both Yang Cheng and Ming Yun. Despite pressing himself firmly against the ground, he was still subjected to the immense weight of the bus's undercarriage, causing his face to flush and the veins in his neck to bulge like worms, nearly pushing him to the brink of asphyxiation. Yet, his clenched jaw betrayed his understanding that leaving the safety of the bus would spell certain doom, and he had no choice but to endure. Observing this, Yang Cheng gestured to Ming Yun and the others, then braced himself against the ground, pushing upward with his back against the chassis, exerting his arms to slightly elevate it. Ming Yun and the others quickly grasped Yang Cheng's intent and followed suit. Alleviating some of the pressure on Zhang Dabiao, that moment, they were like grasshoppers on the same string. If one were to venture out and attract the zombies' attention, the rest would inevitably share the same grim fate. A quarter of an hour passed, and just as their arms began to cramp, the air raid siren above finally faded into silence. The zombies in the playground gradually settled down as the noise dissipated. Subsequently, it seemed the number of undead within the bus began to dwindle, presumably due to some having disembarked, as evidenced by the gradual retreat of the pressure against their backs. Once the bus's chassis returned to its normal height, Yang Cheng and the others finally released their grip, exhaling in relief, their hearts still racing from the close brush with death. In those fleeting minutes, they had danced perilously close to mortality, exchanging glances that spoke of their shared survival. Grinning in the aftermath, thud. However, before Yang Cheng could suppress his smile, a heavy thud resonated from the ground to his left. His heart jolted, a chill raced down his spine, and a familiar sense of impending danger surged within him. He swiftly turned his head to the left, only to be met with a grotesque visage, a face rotten with decay, mere inches from his own. Chapter 26. Walking through the sea of corpses without a moment's hesitation. Upon spotting the zombie, Yang Cheng instinctively drew his dagger and plunged it into the creature's vocal cords to prevent it from uttering a sound that might summon others. He swiftly withdrew the knife, seized the zombie by its hair, and drove the blade into its forehead in less than 3 seconds. He had dispatched the undead with ease, leaving the others nearby wide-eyed in shock at his decisiveness. Zhang Dabiao attempted to scoff, wishing to downplay the feat of slaying a mere zombie, yet he held his tongue, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. It seemed that Fong Lung's words from their conversation the previous night rang true. Yang Cheng was indeed a potential threat to them. Aside from Zhang Dabiao's begrudging demeanor, the others raised their thumbs in approval of Yang Cheng's actions. Once they felt that all the zombies had vacated the bus, the group began to crawl out from beneath it. Yang Cheng glanced at the recently dispatched zombie. Its right calf had been gnawed to the bone, explaining its fall from the bus. This brief moment of peril had been deftly transformed into a safe escape thanks to his quick thinking. Now, all that remained was to return to Building A with gasoline before the next class bell rang. Yang Cheng counted the zombies wandering around Building B. There were more than 30, making close combat almost impossible. Resolving the situation by force had become unrealistic. Thus, they were left with no choice but to seek assistance from those stationed atop Building A. He retrieved his flashlight and signaled to the sky, flicking the switch repeatedly. This was part of their prearranged rescue plan. Should they be unable to return the same way, a few would act as bait, descending from the rooftop via the pipes to draw the zombies away from the entrance of Building A. Once the zombies surrounding Building A had been lured away from the playground, those above would use ropes to pull them up to AT this time. Someone on the 4th floor of Building A should have responded with a light signal and lowered a rope. Yet, as time dragged on and the bell's chime drew nearer, there was still no sign of life from the opposite building. What now? Zhang Dabiao muttered anxiously, glancing at the barren upper floor of Building A. Just a little longer, Yang Cheng replied, biting his lip to suppress his anxiety, flashing the light again. But still, there was no response. Could something have happened? Gan Xiaoning asked, concern etched across her brow. At this, Yang Cheng fell silent for a moment. Had something truly gone awry? During the zombie frenzy triggered by the air raid siren, he had not seen any zombies enter Building A. Even if they had, the barricades of desks and chairs would have made passage impossible. Thus, the likelihood of those above being attacked was virtually non-existent. Another possibility was that they had abandoned the group to escape on their own, but Yang Cheng was hesitant to entertain that notion. To leave the school, they would need the SUV outside for a safe exit, making the gasoline they carried indispensable. In other words, even if they intended to forsake their group, they would likely wait until securing the gasoline first. Shaking his head, he dismissed such dark thoughts. The image of Chen Dan and her daughter resolutely opening the door to save him lingered vividly in his mind. Even in the apocalypse, not everyone was malevolent. Perhaps his time spent in the military had led him to view situations through a pessimistic lens. Just then, a glimmer of light finally flickered from the opposite building, and a rope, thick as a thumb, was tossed down from above. Simultaneously, 3 figures armed with sticks appeared on the rooftop, descending the pipes towards the school gate. Although delayed, Fong Long and the others had followed the plan, perhaps merely having missed the initial signal. Thus, the group secured the gasoline-filled bottles to their bodies, preparing for the impending bell. Ding! In under 10 minutes, the exhilarating sound of the school bell echoed from the surrounding classrooms, prompting the horde of zombies in the playground to react, forming a chaotic divide. Those by the gate immediately began banging their sticks against the school door while shouting to divert the attention of the zombies in front of Building A. Yet, their efforts were somewhat overshadowed by the cacophony of the bell. After 5 or 6 seconds, they had failed to lure away all the zombies, with a small number still lingering near the entrance of Building A. We can't wait any longer. Go! Yang Cheng gritted his teeth and charged ahead. He had no choice, as this route from Building E to Building A was significantly longer. With only 15 seconds left on the bell, any further delay would be disastrous. The others quickly followed suit, sprinting behind him. However, as they raced forward, an oil bottle slipped from Grandpa Lu's grasp, rolling unexpectedly to his feet. Unaware, he stepped on the round bottle and fell backward onto the concrete playground. A thud echoed behind Yang Cheng and the others. Turning back, Yang Cheng saw Grandpa Lu sprawled on the ground, the oil bottles scattered around him, rolling in disarray. He attempted to push himself up but seemed unable to stand due to a twisted ankle. Grandpa Lu! Gan Xiaoning cried out, reversing direction to rush toward him. Yang Cheng and Ming Yun halted as well, joining her in a hurried return. Damn it! I told you this old fool would be a hindrance. Zhang Dabiao grumbled, not bothering to turn back as he brushed past Yang Cheng and the others, making a beeline for the lowered rope. Yang Cheng had no time to chastise him. He quickly helped Grandpa Lu to his feet. With Ming Yun supporting him as they hurried forward, at that moment, the school bell abruptly fell silent. The 3 by the gate began their retreat. If they did not leave soon, the horde would form a human ladder and scale the wall. The campus was once again shrouded in ominous silence. Fortunately, the zombies on either side had not yet turned their gaze back, remaining oblivious to Yang Cheng and his group. They held their breath, cautiously aiding Grandpa Lu as they advanced, fearful of the zombies detecting their movements. A few dozen meters away, Zhang Dabiao had already been hoisted up by those above. As they moved forward slowly, Yang Cheng and Ming Yun remained vigilant of the zombies on either side. However, when they were about 10 meters from the rope leading to Building a few of the zombies on the left abruptly turned their bodies towards them. Chapter 27. Burning the Zombie Horde Run. Zhang Dabiao shouted from above, having already scaled the building. What an idiot! Yang Cheng, in a moment of unconsciousness, let out a curse. Initially, he had only noticed a few zombies on the left. Even if they charged at him, he was confident he could dispatch them. However, with Zhang Dabiao's sudden shout, the hordes of zombies on both sides turned their heads in unison, immediately screaming and surging towards them like a tidal wave. Xiaoning, take Grandpa Lu and leave first. I will cover the rear with Ming Yun. After loosening his grip on Grandpa Lu's arm and shouting, Yang Cheng tore off a glass bottle filled with gasoline, ignited the cloth at its mouth with a lighter, and hurled it towards the approaching horde on the left. Ming Yun swiftly ignited her own bottle and threw it at the swarm of zombies on the right. Boom, boom! The glass bottle shattered upon impact, instantly igniting into two towering flames several meters high, illuminating the entire playground and transforming both sides into vast seas of fire. The temperature of gasoline burns naturally at around 800 degrees Celsius, sufficient to incinerate human muscle tissue. The first dozen zombies that rushed forward were engulfed by the intense flames, collapsing to the ground within moments, their bodies spasming as they crawled towards Yang Cheng and his companions, emitting chilling, ear-piercing screams. Taking advantage of the chaos, the group sprinted a few meters forward, only to find their path blocked. They ignited their remaining bottles and threw them out, obliterating the dozen or so zombies that obstructed their way. Unexpectedly, a zombie, fully engulfed in flames, collided with the hanging hemp rope in its frantic charge. The flames quickly ignited the rope, which began to sizzle and burn in an instant. Damn it! Seeing this, Ming Yun rushed forward, removing her outer clothing to wrap around the rope in an attempt to extinguish the blaze. However, while the flames at the bottom were extinguished, the upper portion continued to burn, and the entire rope snapped in half. Up the stairs! Yang Cheng shouted, with Ming Yun holding the flaming bottles as they moved to the rear, while Gan Xiaoning helped Grandpa Lu towards the staircase. The zombies on either side were merely 5 or 6 meters away. Waiting for the people above to drop the rope was no longer an option, so they decided to ascend the stairs instead. The group entered the staircase in quick succession, but a massive horde of zombies followed closely behind. Fortunately, upon reaching the narrow staircase, the overwhelming number of zombies became congested, causing the ones in front to be toppled over, blocking the staircase and significantly slowing the horde's ascent. As Yang Cheng and Ming Yun ascended, they ignited bottles to seal off the corner of the staircase. The entire corridor became a raging inferno, causing the advancing zombies to topple over, their bodies gradually piling up and obstructing those behind, granting Yang Cheng and his companions precious time. Those upstairs, quickly clear the obstacles in the corridor, Yang Cheng shouted periodically as they climbed. However, upon reaching the third floor, they discovered that the obstacles in the corridor had not diminished in the slightest. The people above, upon seeing the horde of zombies hot on their heels, were paralyzed with fear, trembling and unable to muster the courage to clear the only obstacle standing between them and death. Meanwhile, Yang Cheng and Ming Yun had expended all their flaming bottles, turning the staircase below into a sea of fire. They watched as waves of zombies surged from below, rushing headlong into the inferno, only to collapse in rows like cut stalks of wheat. The acrid scent of charred flesh mingled with the zombie shrieks, creating a scene of utter chaos. Yang Cheng and his companions found themselves trapped between the third and fourth floors. Caught in a dire predicament. Damn it, a bunch of fools. Seeing the inaction of those above, Yang Cheng and his companions began to take matters into their own hands, moving tables and chairs aside in the corridor. No, you can't do this. The zombies will rush up. The people above, upon witnessing the commotion, suddenly began to panic and shout, not only refusing to assist, but also bringing in more tables to reinforce their defenses. Chow and Ma, what are you doing? If I get up there, I swear I'll make you pay, Ming Yun roared in anger, but her threats did little to sway those above, who continued to pile tables and chairs atop the corridor. Just then, a petite zombie girl broke through the fiery sea below, charging directly at them. "Watch out!" Yang Cheng grabbed a chair and swung it, striking her on the head and sending her flying over the railing to crash heavily onto the first floor. He then joined Gan Xiaoning in pushing 2 desks together to block the other flaming zombies, turning to shout, "Mingyun, it's useless to talk to them. Quickly call Feng Long for help." As he spoke, Yang Cheng felt a pang of confusion. Zhang Dapio had been pulled up for quite some time, yet Feng Long and the others were still nowhere to be seen. Moreover, when he signaled from the school bus, Feng Long should have responded immediately, yet their response had been delayed by more than a mere moment. Yang Cheng did not believe Feng Long to be the type to be careless. His lack of prompt response must have had its reasons. However, the most crucial point was that Feng Long was the operational core of their group. If he arrived, perhaps the people above would not be so panicked. "Feng Long." Xian Mingyun nodded and called out loudly for Feng Long while also calling for her sister. After several shouts, Feng Long finally emerged slowly from behind the others, with Zhang Dapio and Li Chunhua following closely behind. However, he did not instruct the others to clear the obstacles. Instead, he looked down at them with a cold gaze and uttered a chilling statement. "I apologize, Mr. Yang Cheng, but moving these tables and chairs is too dangerous. We cannot take that risk. You will have to die here." Those words sent a chill through Yang Cheng and his companions' hearts. It was evident that the reason these individuals chose to abandon them was due to Feng Lung's directive. Chapter 28. Feng Lung's betrayal. At that moment, the faces of Li Chunhua and Zhang Dapio behind him also bore sinister smiles, clearly aligning themselves with Feng Long. "Damn you, Feng Long, you bastard. If I get up there, you won't escape my wrath." Mingyun slammed her fist on a table, her eyes filled with uncontainable killing intent as she directed a weak threat at Feng Long. "Let us be honest. Feng Long, this isn't your true reason. What have you done to the others?" Yang Cheng gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his rising fury as he questioned. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Mingyun suddenly recalled something, angrily shouting at Feng Long, "That is right, Feng Long. What have you done to my sister and the others?" Given the commotion, Chun Dan and Ming Sini could not possibly have been unaware. They would not have simply stood idly by in the classroom regarding the lives and deaths of their friends, indicating they must have been controlled by Feng Long and Zhang Depiao. As for Feng Long's motives for wanting them dead, Yang Cheng could not fathom. Although the number of zombies downstairs was vast, only a few could ascend, and if those above united in purpose, they could easily block the staircase again before the horde could mount a full-scale attack. Yang Cheng believed he had never wronged Feng Long and could not understand why he would act this way. There's no real reason. I simply dislike those who always elude my control. As for those women, your sacrifice will be appreciated by them for relinquishing your spots in the vehicle. And Mingyun, I will take good care of your sister, so you can rest assured and die here." After uttering those words, Feng Long removed his rectangular glasses and tossed them aside, revealing a chilling smile. The night before, after Yang Cheng and the others had fallen asleep, he had secretly conspired with Li Chunhua and the others, planning to eliminate Yang Cheng and his group once Zhang Dapio returned with the gasoline. The reasoning was straightforward. The SUV could not accommodate so many people. Moreover, compared to the difficult-to-control Yang Cheng and his companions, he preferred to choose the more easily manageable Li Chunhua and her group. Mingyun's capabilities posed a significant threat to his authority, and as for Gan Xiaoning and Grandpa Lu, they had already been marked for abandonment when they disobeyed his orders to rescue Yang Cheng. Returning to the present, seeing Feng Long remove his glasses, Yang Cheng furrowed his brow, lamenting his previous oversight. He had not realized that Feng Long's nearsightedness was merely a ruse. His glasses served the purpose of creating a facade of a gentle, unassuming character, allowing him to lower Yang Cheng's guard completely. The remaining individuals above were all elderly or infirm, incapable of mounting any resistance against them. Yang Cheng should have noticed Feng Long's earlier remarks about the SUV's limited capacity and his occasional reminders that the school bell could attract zombies, all intended to push him into executing the gasoline retrieval plan. Moreover, Mingyun, who stood beside him, was also among those he wished to eliminate. Subsequently, Feng Long moved away from the staircase, leaving Li Chunhua, Zhang Dapio, and a few others, still numbly piling tables and chairs in the corridor. "Haha, Yang Cheng, Today is your day. Weren't you so full of yourself when we fought in the factory? As Jiancheng valiantly battled against the horde of zombies below. Li Chunhua could not help but burst into laughter from above, her tone brimming with pride. Jiancheng, indifferent to her taunts, continued to exert himself, preventing the undead from surging upward, yet in his mind. He had already marked Li Chunhua and her companions for death. Oh dear, you all should add some more tables and chairs. Do ensure that the zombies below do not break through. Noticing Jiancheng's silence, Li Chunhua let out a sarcastic laugh and turned to the others beside her. Subsequently, she and Zhang Dabiao departed from the stairway. At that moment, the tables and chairs above began to pile up, mirroring the swelling mass of zombies below. Despite having the advantage of height, Jiancheng and Gan Xiaoning found themselves gradually pushed back by the sheer number of the undead. Observing the scene, Old Lu limped forward, bracing himself against the legs of Jiancheng and Gan Xiaoning's table, attempting to assist them in fending off the relentless throng. However, at that instant, a zombie squeezed through the gap between their table legs, its head thrusting forward to bite into Old Lu's arm. Old Lu recoiled in pain, losing his balance on his injured leg and tumbling down the stairs. The zombie seized the opportunity, grasping Old Lu's leg, and opened its gaping maw, wide enough to encompass several inches, sinking its teeth into his calf, and then violently yanking. A steaming, blood-soaked chunk of flesh was effortlessly torn from Old Lu's leg, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. As he clutched his calf, howling in agony, "You scoundrels!" Meng Yun, who had been locked in a standoff with the others above, swiftly turned around, unsheathed a machete from his side, and dashed down the stairs. Aiming a slash at the zombie's neck, with a resounding crack, Meng Yun's strength cleaved the zombie's head clean off. Yet, even so, the severed head continued to snap its jaws, desperately attempting to reach for the nearby Old Lu. Meng Yun swiftly kicked the head away. "Hold on, old man. I'll stop the bleeding." After dispatching the zombie, Meng Yun tore a piece of fabric from his clothing and bound it around Old Lu's leg, trying to stem the tide of blood. Though he was aware of what would befall Old Lu after the bite, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. "Meng Yun, watch your back." At that moment, Jiancheng's voice rang out nearby, as yet another zombie broke through the makeshift barricade of tables, charging towards Meng Yun. Caught off guard while tending to Old Lu, Meng Yun was suddenly knocked to the ground by the zombie. However, he was no coward. As he fell, he seized the zombie by the neck and, using its momentum, flipped it over, gaining the upper hand and pinning it down. His fists rained down upon the zombie's face like a torrential storm. But to the undead, such blows were mere trifles, causing minimal damage. Nevertheless, he managed to deform its visage into a grotesque sight. Chapter 29. The mutant then, with his hands gripping the zombie's hair and jaw, Meng Yun exerted tremendous force, twisting it violently to the side. The creature's neck snapped, rendering it a true corpse. Military combat skills? Jiancheng observed Meng Yun in astonishment, pondering if he too was a veteran soldier. Yet, judging by his demeanor and aura, he bore no semblance of a soldier. He resembled more a figure from the underworld. His suspicions were not unfounded. Before the calamity struck, Meng Yun had indeed been the second in command of a notorious organization, having navigated its treacherous waters since his youth for nearly a decade. Later, after his sister, Meng Sini, decided to leave that life behind, he had aspired to find a legitimate job to support her through university. Yet, just as he sought redemption, the apocalypse descended upon them. After the disaster, owing to Meng Yun's exceptional skills and judgment, the siblings had narrowly escaped death numerous times, eventually arriving at this safe haven. Little did he expect that after battling through hordes of zombies, he would fall victim to the treachery of someone like Feng Long. Meanwhile, the blood trickling from Old Lu's leg had already stained half the staircase, and his limbs began to convulse from rapid blood loss, his breath reduced to hissing gasps, barely drawing in air. "Meng boy, end my suffering." Old Lu panted painfully, his face pale, pleading with Meng Yun. "Stop your whining. Old man, I won't kill you before you turn into a zombie," Meng Yun retorted, continuing to apply pressure to the wound. He was no saint. He had taken lives before in the name of his organization. But those he targeted were all from the underbelly of society. In his view, Whether he or they perished, it was a matter of justice. But old Lu was merely an ordinary citizen. The first rule of the underworld was to never harm innocents. A principle he had adhered to for years, and he was unwilling to break it lightly. Just do it, Ming boy, I beg you. This wound is unbearable. I can't hold on much longer, if you don't kill me. I'll attack you when I turn, old Lu implored again, as black veins began to surface around his neck, creeping toward his face. Hurry! Old Lu's breathing grew frantic and shallow, a harbinger of imminent transformation. Ming Yun, don't hesitate, do it, Jianqing shouted, still preoccupied with fending off the zombies in front of him, unable to assist. Upon hearing Jianqing's words, Ming Yun paused, exhaling deeply before drawing a dagger from his belt. I am sorry, old man, he uttered, facing old Lu, as the dagger plunged toward his forehead. Old Lu closed his eyes peacefully, awaiting the arrival of death. Yet, just as the blade was mere centimeters from old Lu's brow, he suddenly opened his eyes, now a ghastly white, and slammed into Ming Yun, sending him crashing against the stairwell wall. Jianqing was taken aback. Old Lu had transformed so swiftly, the time from the bite to mutation was barely seconds. The speed of the infection caused by the plague virus was astonishing. Ming Yun looked up at the now monstrous old Lu, shaken. He had witnessed those bitten turn into zombies before, but those transformations typically took 2 to 3 hours. Even more terrifying, the mutated old Lu possessed immense strength. His frail frame weighing barely 100 pounds had propelled Ming Yun, a robust man, across the room. Then, the transformation escalated. Old Lu's pupils constricted abruptly, morphing into a crimson hue unlike any ordinary zombie. The black veins on his face transformed into a network of red tendrils. Following that, strange cracking sounds erupted from within old Lu, as his emaciated body began to swell like a balloon, muscles bulging and tearing through his clothing. Within mere moments, he towered over 2 meters tall, his physique more than doubled, resembling a horrifying biogiant. Clearly, old Lu had become a unique type of zombie. Strangely, upon witnessing old Lu's transformation, the zombies that had been relentlessly attacking Jianqing and Gan Xiaoning scattered in terror, fleeing down the stairs as if faced with a fearsome beast. The trio was stunned. What had initially seemed like certain death had taken an unexpected turn. Could it be that the mutated old Lu was akin to a king among zombies? However, before they could catch their breath amidst the retreating undead, the transformed old Lu suddenly reached out with a hand larger than a human head. Seizing a table from the corridor and hurling it at Jianqing and the others. Watch out, move! Both Jianqing and Ming Yun shouted in unison, leaping swiftly down the stairs to evade old Lu's strike. However, Gan Xiaoning was caught off guard, struck by the rapidly approaching table, crashing violently against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, several ribs shattered. He fell unconscious. Next, old Lu ambled toward the unconscious Gan Xiaoning, his massive hand grasping the boy's neck as if he were a mere toy, lifting him off the ground. Old Lu, stop! Jianqing called from the corner of the 3rd floor, trying to reach out to old Lu's fading consciousness. Yet, the latter paid no heed, opening his mouth wide enough to swallow a watermelon. Suddenly, his jaws unhinged, and from deep within his throat, a dozen spiky tendrils emerged. Wrapping around Gan Xiaoning's body, it appeared he intended to devour him alive. Chapter 30. Luring the undead inside. What now? Shall we strike? Ming Yun turned the knife in his hand, his expression grave as he looked at Jianqing in response. Jianqing squinted, nodding in agreement, and drew forth his curved blade. With a swift motion, both men charged at the towering old Lu roar. As they closed in, old Lu's crimson eyes whirled, his long tendrils releasing Gan Xiaoning to lash out at Jianqing and Ming Yun. Clang! As the tentacles surged forth, Ming Yun swiftly brandished his blade, striking precisely at the sharp spines on the tentacle, resulting in a shower of sparks, which in turn sent him staggering back from the immense force. Yang Cheng, however, bent low and adeptly evaded the attack, quickly targeting an unguarded section of the tentacle, delivering a decisive slash. With a sickening sound, the tentacle was severed, releasing a foul, viscous liquid that erupted from the wound. It seemed that Lu Diyi, the master of the tentacle, was in pain, letting out a piercing scream. The tentacles that had ensnared Gan Xiaoning released their grip, causing her to plummet from midair. Reacting swiftly, Meng Yun dashed forward to catch the falling Gan Xiaoning, hoisting her onto his shoulder. Run down! The inferno in the stairwell had been largely extinguished, trampled by the horde of zombies below. Yang Cheng once again struck Lu Deye's remaining tentacle with his machete, calling out as he turned to follow Meng Yun. Roar! Frustrated by the escaping prey, Lu Deye let out a furious roar. His massive form advancing with heavy strides in pursuit of the trio, shaking the very foundations of the building. Fong Long and Li Chunhua, who had been preparing to leave the classroom, suddenly felt the tremors of the structure and exchanged alarmed glances before rushing to the corridor to investigate. They witnessed Meng Yun, carrying Gan Xiaoning, burst forth from the first floor, closely followed by Yang Cheng and a towering figure in hot pursuit. Recognizing the tattered clothing, they quickly identified the mutated zombie as Lu Deye. Grab the gasoline. We must leave at once, Fong Long commanded, realizing something was amiss as the zombies ahead parted to make way for the trio, who were heading towards Building B. We leave now? But the area outside the school gate is swarming with zombies, Li Chunhua exclaimed, puzzled by Fong Long's urgency, as they were not the ones being pursued by the undead. Are you questioning my judgment? Fong Long shot her a cold glance, his expression unreadable. The icy gaze sent a shiver down Li Chunhua's spine, prompting her to retreat into silence. What about them? Zhang Dapio pointed to Chen Dan and Meng Sini, who were tied up in a heap, their mouths gagged and muffled cries escaping them. Forget about them. We abandon them, Fong Long decided, his eyes hardening. The group hastily gathered their belongings, preparing to flee. However, Fong Long had clearly underestimated the speed at which Yang Cheng and Meng Yun ascended the stairs. By the time they reached the corridor, the duo had already brought Gan Xiaoning to the 4th floor of Building B. Fong Long. Where do you think you're running to? Yang Cheng and Meng Yun bellowed from a distance as they reached the 4th floor. Fong Long's expression darkened, realizing his suspicions were correct. They intended to lure the now zombified Lu Deye towards him, placing his group in jeopardy. At that moment, the partition between buildings A and B had been dismantled by Zhang Dapio and his companions. Yang Cheng and Meng Yun, upon reaching the edge of the corridor, hurled Gan Xiaoning into Building A's corridor and then leaped across from Building B. Upon landing, they quickly squatted down, concealing themselves behind Gan Xiaoning as Lu Deye's gaze shifted, losing sight of them and instead focusing on Fong Long and his group. After Yang Cheng and Meng Yun had jumped over, Lu Deye stomped down, shattering the corridor tiles beneath him. With a powerful leap, he soared 4 to 5 meters, clearing over Yang Cheng and Meng Yun, crashing into Fong Long's group. Lu Deye plunged into the crowd, instantly unleashing a gruesome massacre, seizing one person by the body and head, violently tearing the individual's head from their neck, blood gushing forth like a torrent. Subsequently, he opened his mouth wide, as if savoring a piece of fresh red cake, and began to gnaw on the severed head. The horrifying crunching sound of shattered skulls echoed from Lu Deye's mouth. Oh my God! Witnessing such a bloody and terrifying scene, Zhang Dapio and Li Chunhua trembled in fear, daunted by the demon-like Lu Deye, and fled towards the rooftop. Meanwhile, Fong Long cunningly slipped into a classroom amidst the chaos, while Lu Deye pursued Li Chunhua and her companions. He had long realized that those who screamed and fled before the zombies were the most likely to become their targets. A primal instinct of predators that thrived on the terror of their prey. Not long after, anguished cries erupted from the rooftop, indicating that Lu Deye had caught up with some of them. After Lu Deye departed, Yang Cheng gently propped Gan Xiaoning against the corridor wall, and he and Meng Yun entered the classroom. Lu Deye might overlook Fong Long, but they would not allow this betrayer to escape unscathed. Chapter 31. The Alliance of the Strong stepped back, however, as the two entered the classroom. Fong Long's voice rang out. Upon assessing the situation within, they halted as Fong Long commanded, retreating a few paces. Fong Long stood behind the bound Chen Dan and her companions, holding Meng Sini hostage with a glimmering dagger pressed against the girl's delicate neck, her limbs tightly bound and unable to struggle. Impressive, you two managed to fight your way through that sea of corpses, showcasing remarkable skills. Who would have thought you would escape with your lives? Fong Long sneered coldly, the dagger reflecting the light. Fong Long, if you have any semblance of a man in you, Release my sister and fight me one-on-one, according to the rules. Meng Yun seethed, furious at Fang Lung's actions, yet restrained by the hostage situation. Heh, Meng Yun, you're in the underworld. I am not, and I have no need to adhere to your so-called rules. If you want me to release your sister, it's simple. Eliminate that old thing, and I will let her go unharmed. Fang Lung replied deviously, his supporters having scattered, leaving him isolated yet still managing to control the situation favorably. Fine, but how do we know you won't go back on your word? Yang Cheng narrowed his eyes, scanning Fang Lung's surroundings for any weaknesses. Unfortunately, Fang Lung offered no opportunities. Yang Cheng's only weapons were the machete and the dagger. Although he had previously used a dagger to eliminate enemies, it had been under conditions of surprise. Fang Lung, however, was cunning, keeping his vital areas concealed. Without a single strike to kill him, a mere injury could provoke him to retaliate, endangering Chan Dan and the others. If only he had a handgun, perhaps he could take the risk. Heh, Mr. Yang Cheng, you must understand. I am not negotiating with you. You possess no bargaining chips. If you refuse, here, Fang Lung stabbed the dagger into Ran Erqiang's shoulder. Withdrawing it swiftly, the gagged Ran Erqiang let out a muffled groan, crimson blood pouring from his shoulder, staining his clothes. Stop, Fang Lung. We agree to your terms. Though feeling humiliated under Fang Lung's threat, Yang Cheng and Meng Yun had no choice but to nod in acquiescence, retreating from the classroom with their machetes. Fang Lung, if you harm my sister, I will ensure your limbs are broken and you are tossed into a horde of zombies before exiting the classroom. Meng Yun glared back, teeth clenched, before departing. Rest assured, they are my guarantee for survival. Fang Lung dismissed Meng Yun's threat with a wave, nonchalantly addressing the departing duo. Once outside the classroom, Yang Cheng and Meng Yun hurried towards the rooftop, where the cries of agony had erupted. Upon witnessing the horrific scene on the rooftop, both gasped in shock. The expansive floor was littered with 4 corpses, all decapitated and devoured by the mutated Lu Diyi. Each body had only the severed remnants of their spines remaining, resembling dolls stripped of their heads. Lu Diyi, with his back turned to them, was bent over, savoring a steaming, blood-soaked head not far away. Strike at his neck, you left, I right? Yang Cheng remarked, and the two seized the opportunity while the other was unaware, flanking Lu Grandpa from both sides to launch a surprise attack. It was evident that attacking from different directions would mean that even if Lu Grandpa realized what was happening, he could only evade one of their assaults. This was Yang Cheng's line of thought. However, he had still underestimated Lu Grandpa's capabilities. Just as he and Meng Yun were about to succeed, Lu Grandpa suddenly turned around and let out a thunderous roar. The sheer force of his voice generating a sonic boom that propelled both assailants several meters away. With a thud, the two tumbled to the ground in a rather undignified manner, their ears ringing painfully from the overwhelming sound. As they looked up, they saw Lu Grandpa's massive form charging towards them, his face contorting as dozens of tendrils erupted like serpents from their lair. Darting towards the two, Yang Cheng bent his body to evade 2 of the tendrils, but was nonetheless ensnared by one that coiled around his arm. Similarly, Meng Yun found himself caught by the ankle. There were simply too many tendrils to avoid at such a close range. In an instant, a tremendous force from the tendrils began to drag them toward Lu Grandpa. Yang Cheng quickly grasped a nearby flower pot, but it was futile, as even the pot was being pulled along. Meng Yun was left dangling in midair, his ankle ensnared, swinging a machete in vain. Unable to sever the tendril that held him captive, the two found themselves in a dire predicament. Meng Yun, hand me your oil bottle. At that moment, Yang Cheng caught sight of the oil bottle that Meng Yun had not yet discarded, and his eyes lit up as he shouted out. Understanding Yang Cheng's intent, Meng Yun swiftly severed the rope binding the oil bottle to his waist and tossed the gasoline-filled container to Yang Cheng. He caught it with steady hands just as they were dragged before Lu Grandpa. The bloodied hands of Lu Grandpa reached out for their necks. My apologies, Lu Grandpa. Yang Cheng gritted his teeth, producing a lighter to ignite the oil bottle in hand. He then grasped the tendril extending from Lu Grandpa's throat to pull himself closer and forcefully shoved the flaming bottle into Lu Grandpa's gullet. With a gurgling sound, the oil bottle was swallowed whole. A painful sensation surged through Lu Grandpa's abdomen, prompting another ear-piercing scream as a spiked tendril plunged down his throat, attempting to retrieve the oil bottle from within. Yet, in the haste, the spikes suddenly ruptured the bottle inside him. A muffled sound echoed from within Lou Grandpa's belly, followed by a catastrophic explosion as the bottle detonated within his body. Boom! The violent blast tore his formidable form asunder, scattering flesh and sinew in all directions. Yang Cheng and Ming Yun were violently hurled away by the explosive force, crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, dazed and disoriented. Chapter 32. The Wicked Depart. The good perish Yang Cheng sustained significant injuries. Although the body of Lou Grandpa had provided some cushioning from the explosion, he was still perilously close to the epicenter. The explosion of a bottle, the size of a beer bottle, was akin to a small grenade's might. And after being blasted away, Yang Cheng slid several meters across the ground, the back of his head slamming against the iron railing of the rooftop. Instantly, his head buzzed, and the surroundings spun chaotically. Yang Cheng? In the haze, he seemed to hear Ming Yun calling his name. Yet, he could not respond, and his vision gradually dimmed, consciousness fading. When he next awakened, he found himself in a classroom. A searing pain engulfed him. And as he opened his eyes and slightly turned his head, he saw Chen Dan and Ming Sinny kneeling beside him, applying alcohol-soaked gauze to his various scrapes. "Mommy, Big Brother is awake." Upon seeing Yang Cheng regain consciousness, the ever-watchful Xiao Yu exclaimed joyously, "Little Cheng, brother, Yang Cheng is awake." Chen Dan and Ming Sinny cried out in unison, their faces alight with relief. In no time, Ming Yun and another pair of survivors approached. "Goodness, I told you that you wouldn't die." Ming Yun crossed his arms, a rare smile breaking through his usually stern demeanor. Compared to Yang Cheng, his condition was markedly better. Having been lifted by the tendrils during the explosion, he had merely been knocked about by the shockwave, suffering only minor bruises. "Well, I'm quite resilient," Yang Cheng replied with a light chuckle, managing to stand with the assistance of Chen Dan and Ming Sinny. However, as he surveyed the room, he noticed the absence of Fang Long and Li Chunhua, along with Zhang Dapio. They ran away, taking Xiao Yu as a hostage down the wall. "I couldn't act without jeopardizing her." And they drove away in the vehicle. Ming Yun anticipated Yang Cheng's inquiry and preemptively explained, "Never mind. As long as we are still alive, that's what matters." Yang Cheng spoke, his gaze softening as he looked at the uninjured Chen Dan and the others, feeling a sense of relief. Yet, he noticed their expressions were far from joyful. It was then that he spotted two young figures lying in the corner of the classroom. Both bore deep stab wounds in their foreheads, the marks of daggers piercing through. These were Gan Xiaoning and Ren Erqiang, the latter having been stabbed by Fang Long. Xiao Ning's injuries were too severe. A rib had punctured his lung, and he could not be saved. Erqiang suffered a similarly grave fate, the wound inflicted by Fang Long too deep to staunch the bleeding. To prevent them from becoming zombies, I granted them release. Ming Yun shook his head, recounting the events that transpired while Yang Cheng was unconscious. The mood in the room darkened. Even Xiao Yu, sensing the adult's sorrow, silently clung to Chen Dan's leg. In just one night, due to Fang Long's betrayal, their group of over 10 had dwindled to merely 6 or 7 survivors. "Let us all muster our spirits. At least we are still alive, right? As long as we breathe, there remains hope." Yang Cheng reassured them, then turned to Ming Yun, inquiring, "What about the remaining supplies? How much do we have left?" "None. All the food and water were taken by Fang Long and the others when they left. The provisions Lou Grandpa distributed were his own carefully stored supplies before this place fell." Ming Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head in response. "And what of other locations? Typically, such enclosed high schools should have a convenience store." Yang Cheng continued his questioning. "Indeed, Lou Grandpa mentioned that there is a small store behind the student dormitory, but it is teeming with roaming zombies, far more perilous than venturing to the playground for gasoline." At this moment, one of the young men standing behind Ming Yun spoke up. His name was Wang Kai. A couple with the woman beside him. They had opposed Fang Long's plan to abandon Yang Cheng and the others, thus finding themselves aligned with Yang Cheng's group. In that case, we have little choice but to gamble once more," Yang Cheng stated, lifting his gaze toward Ming Yun and Wang Kai. Among those still alive, only the 3 of them were male, while the remaining 3 were women, including a little girl. The potential for action lay solely with the three of them. A gamble? Yang Cheng. What plan are you concocting? Ming Yun questioned, sensing Yang Cheng's contemplative demeanor and knowing he must have something in mind. Indeed, Fong Lung only took one vehicle. There remains another within this campus. Yang Cheng nodded slightly. Are you referring to the school bus? While it can indeed be driven, did you forget that I mentioned it cannot break down the lock on the school's gate? Moreover, with thousands of zombies blocking the playground, the bus would be stuck as well. It couldn't even reach the gate before being overturned by the horde. Ming Yun reminded Yang Cheng once more of the bus's limitations, only to find Yang Cheng radiating confidence, leaving him puzzled. But this makes it even simpler. We devise a way to unlock the gate, then lure the zombies out of the playground, and finally drive the vehicle straight through the open gate. Yang Cheng replied assuredly, recalling a more straightforward and brutal method after experiencing the explosion from the burning bottle inside Lu Grandpa. He realized how comfortable his life had been these past few years, forgetting the role he had once held within his team. Chapter 33. The pass that sounds feasible, but the lock on the gate is quite thick. Without a key, it's challenging to open it using other methods. One of the previous group members who could pick locks attempted it. Wang Kai interjected. I possess a bit of skill in that regard as well, but this time, I do not intend to use that method. If I recall correctly, you mentioned there is a high school chemistry lab on the third floor of this building? Yang Cheng smiled as he inquired. Yes, but why do you ask? The two individuals questioned in bewilderment, unable to comprehend what sort of scheme Yang Cheng was concocting. Naturally, it involved crafting an explosive device to blast open the school gate's lock. A smirk played on Yang Cheng's lips as he reminisced about his former profession as a demolition expert in the GSP Special Unit. Are you implying that you can create explosives? Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, the others were visibly astonished, for those capable of such feats were either part of a nefarious organization or radical extremists. Yang Cheng. I find your past increasingly intriguing, Ming Yun chuckled lightly, having surmised Yang Cheng's previous occupation but choosing not to articulate it outright. What matters is the present. We are merely companions seeking survival in this apocalypse. Yang Cheng replied, pressing his lips together as the two exchanged knowing smiles, leaving the others utterly perplexed. Beneath the nocturnal glow, Linglan Middle School lay shrouded in an eerie tranquility. The corpses strewn across the playground basked in the starlight, standing still as if enjoying a sunbath, exuding an unsettling serenity. Utilizing the faint starlight, Yang Cheng and Ming Yun, with ropes tied around their waists, stealthily descended from the fourth-floor corridor of Building A to the third floor. Armed with knives, they remained vigilant, entering a classroom labeled as a chemistry lab upon confirming the absence of zombies. The array of instruments within the classroom left Ming Yun somewhat dazed. He had not been a delinquent during his school days. In fact, he excelled academically. However, when he witnessed a bully from his class repeatedly torment a shy, introverted girl, he intervened, leaving the bully severely beaten. Unfortunately, due to a lack of evidence, the scoundrel escaped legal retribution, prompting others to malign Ming Yun as a delinquent. The rumors spread throughout the campus, tarnishing his reputation, and even his younger sister, Ming Sinny, faced ridicule. In a youthful fury, he eventually tracked down the bully and retaliated, leaving the latter with several missing teeth. Unbeknownst to him, the bully's parents were journalists who exploited their connections to sensationalize the incident, labeling Ming Yun as a perpetrator of bullying and publicly sharing his photo. The storm of online vitriol intensified when it was revealed that Ming Yun's father was a convicted murderer serving time. Thus, he became infamous as the son of a killer, facing relentless personal attacks online, with threats to eradicate him as a societal menace. Under such pressure, Ming Yun was expelled from school after just 1 year of high school, having had little exposure to subjects such as physics and chemistry. Unaware of Ming Yun's tumultuous past, Yang Cheng set to work in the laboratory, meticulously pouring various labeled chemicals into containers. He ignited an alcohol lamp, connecting an array of apparatuses, and began the delicate process of concocting an explosive mixture. This was a skill he had honed prior to joining the GSP unit. The key to successful explosive preparation lay in temperature and proportion, ensuring no premature detonation would harm the creator. Observing Yang Cheng's industriousness, Ming Yun instinctively moved to the door to keep watch, safeguarding Yang Cheng's work from any potential zombie interruptions. They refrained from turning on the lights, relying solely on the dim glow of the alcohol lamp, which prolonged their task. It was not until 3 in the morning, as Ming Yun fought off drowsiness, that Yang Cheng emerged, drenched in perspiration, holding a fist-sized homemade plastic explosive, nodding at Ming Yun. The duo ascended to the 4th-floor classroom via the rope. "Brother, Yang Gu." Upon seeing the two return safely, Ming Sinny breathed a sigh of relief, having been unable to sleep due to her worries for them. "It's all right, Sinny. You should rest. Yang Cheng and I need to discuss the details of this operation," Ming Yun said with rare concern for his weary sister. "Brother, why not let me join you this time? At least I could divert the zombies' attention," Ming Sinny suggested, her voice tinged with anxiety. "No, it's too dangerous. And we don't need your involvement. Your task is to stay here with the others, keep yourself safe, and wait for our signal." Ming Yun firmly rejected his sister's proposal. Though Ming Sinny was not one to be a liability, the risks of this operation were too great. He could not allow her to take such a chance. "But Ming Sinny attempted to voice her thoughts, only to be interrupted by Ming Yun. "Enough, listen to your brother, and get some rest," he insisted, his tone resolute, leaving no room for her to argue. "Fine." Ming Sinny lowered her head, conceding and moving aside to rest. Yang Cheng watched the siblings, feeling a surge of emotion. In this apocalyptic world, it was indeed a stroke of luck that they could still be together. He recalled a younger sister he had known in the orphanage, whom he lost contact with after leaving. He wondered if she had survived this harsh reality and if she had grown up to be as beautiful as Ming Sinny. "What are you thinking about?" Ming Yun inquired, noticing Yang Cheng lost in contemplation. "Nothing much, just reminiscing about the past," Yang Cheng replied with a smile, concealing the wistfulness in his eyes. Chapter 34. Explosive entrance. As dawn broke, golden sunlight bathed the playground, awakening thousands of zombies, who began to stir with the energy reminiscent of a Monday morning flag-raising ceremony. However, the ranks of each class were in disarray, with dismembered zombies jostling for space. Numerous corpses had piled into small hills, with some still sliding down from the top, while others, charred from the previous day's inferno, writhed grotesquely, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. On the rooftop of Building I, 3 fully armed men stood quietly, surveying the chaotic scene below. "Let's move," Yang Cheng said, pulling out binoculars to check the area outside the school gate before he, Ming Yun, and Wang Kai ascended the rooftop access pipe. The trio descended to the wall, reaching the school gate, where they found no signs of zombies. Although a few zombies had spotted them, they merely raised their arms and weakly howled. Posing no threat, Ming Yun and Wang Kai secured the ropes as Yang Cheng lowered himself to the base of the wall. Upon landing, he spotted the AR rifle he had left behind in the sandbag barricade 2 days prior. After a moment's consideration, Yang Cheng retrieved the weapon and slung it over his shoulder. Although it contained only 1 bullet, it could prove useful if he managed to find more 5.56 ammunition. Not to mention, had he possessed a fully loaded rifle during the encounter with the mutated Luda, dispatching him would have been a simple matter of aiming. With the rifle secured, Yang Cheng approached the gate, affixing the plastic explosive to the lock, then climbed back up the rope to join Ming Yun at a safe distance from the gate. The quantity of chemicals he had found was limited, and under the constraints of his resources, he could only assemble a makeshift explosive. Thus, its potency remained uncertain, and he could only hope it would suffice to demolish the robust iron lock. Exchanging glances with Ming Yun and Wang Kai, the trio nodded in unison as Yang Cheng pressed the detonation button. In an instant, a thunderous explosion echoed, shaking the ground as the tremendous blast sent shockwaves through the air, causing the iron gate to tremble violently. And even the adjacent wall was breached. Simultaneously, the horde of zombies within the campus was roused, rushing toward the gate like a surging tide of black. "Should we retreat, Mr. Yang Cheng?" Wang Kai stammered, panic evident in his voice as he witnessed the oncoming wave of zombies. Yang Cheng and Ming Yun remained composed, opting to verify whether the lock had been completely destroyed. However, to their dismay, the lock, though cracked extensively, remained intact. "Damn it! This lock is far sturdier than anticipated," they gritted their teeth, realizing that they had gone nearly a day and a half without sustenance. Time was of the essence, especially since Ming Sinny and the other girls could not endure for long. Amidst the rising cacophony of growls from the approaching zombies, a human pyramid began to form beneath them, drawing ever closer. "Run!" Wang Kai screamed in terror, dashing back toward the far end of the wall and scaling the pipe to the rooftop in a matter of moments. "Ming Yun, you go ahead. I'll find a way." Yang Cheng furrowed his brow as the mass of corpses below formed an increasingly tall human ladder, and they were still about 20 meters away from the pipe. If any zombies were to scale the wall, retreat would become exceedingly difficult. "Are you certain?" Ming Yun hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. In the current situation, retreat indeed seemed the wisest choice. He had a sister to protect and could not afford to perish here. Moreover, Yang Cheng had voluntarily chosen to remain behind, which could not be construed as abandoning him to flee. "All right, just make sure you don't die." "You rascal." After patting Yang Cheng on the shoulder, Ming Yun sprang up and dashed towards the pipe on the side wall of building A. However, just as Ming Yun departed, the mass of corpses that had formed the human ladder suddenly shifted direction, heading towards him, completely disregarding Yang Cheng still perched on the wall. Just as he suspected, a smile crept upon Yang Cheng's lips. His intuition had proven correct. He had intentionally allowed Ming Yun to leave first to validate his inner hypothesis. Now he was entirely convinced that these zombies posed no threat to him. In an instant, many things crystallized in his mind. The zombies in the apartment were likely merely drawn by the noise he created, and their attempts to break down the door were solely because Chindan and her daughter were inside. Subsequently, whether it was the skirted girl who bypassed him to pursue Chindan and her daughter, or the infected individuals who refrained from attacking him while he was by the car window, or those zombies along the wall that he could easily dispatch. Every time they pursued him, it was because other people were nearby. Their target had never been him. As for the reason, Yang Cheng surmised it might relate to being bitten by the suited man without succumbing to infection. Perhaps he had already turned into a zombie, albeit one that retained its sanity. Yet, none of this mattered anymore. Since the horde exhibited no desire to attack him, Yang Cheng felt at ease and steadied himself to raise his firearm. After tapping the jammed gun, he crouched by the wall and aimed at the lock of the main gate. Bang! The bullet was discharged, striking the cracked lock ring with precision. It was only a hair's breadth away from falling completely. Then, Yang Cheng advanced, using the gun to thump against the iron gate. In an instant, thousands of zombies surged forth, relentlessly battering the gate, the lock succumbing to the immense impact until it snapped with a resounding crack and broke in two. The school's gate was suddenly breached by the horde. Chapter 35. The zombie tide. The thunderous impact of over 1,000 zombies crashing against the gate exceeded Yang Cheng's expectations as they toppled the school's entrance, stirring up a massive cloud of dust. The two iron doors, each weighing 1,000 pounds, crashed heavily to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The tremendous noise attracted zombies from outside the school. In a moment, nearly all the zombies surrounding the school were drawn toward it. Yang Cheng observed the surging horde with a calm demeanor, for none of these zombies were targeting him. He nonchalantly retrieved a flashlight and flicked the switch on the wall to signal Ming Yun and Wang Kai on the rooftop, instructing them to rendezvous with Ming Sini and prepare to start the school bus. After breaching the gate, the next step was to clear the zombies from the playground to ensure Ming Yun and the others could safely reach the bus. This was the third step of the plan. Tying one end of the rope to a rebar on the wall, Yang Cheng swiftly descended from the wall. As expected, the zombies that burst out of the school paid him no mind, instead dispersing in all directions. This explosion had only attracted less than a third of the horde. Yang Cheng still needed to devise a way to lead the remaining zombies on the playground away from the school. Last night, he had already inquired with Ming Yun about the direction of the security vehicle they encountered when leaving at night a few days prior. Once down from the wall, Yang Cheng hurried toward the direction Ming Yun had indicated. Sure enough, he did not have to run far before spotting a security vehicle about 200 meters away at a street corner. Yang Cheng smashed the window with the butt of his gun, triggering the vehicle's alarm just like Li Chunhua and her group had done. The urgent and shrill alarm immediately drew the attention of numerous zombies. He climbed into the driver's seat. However, the sound of the car alarm alone was insufficiently loud. Knowing that the zombies would not attack him, Yang Cheng felt considerably more at ease as he dismantled the wiring to start the ignition. Once the vehicle was powered on, he activated the siren. Instantly, the cacophony of the security vehicle's alarm blended with the wailing siren, echoing throughout the area. Before long, the security vehicle was surrounded by throngs of zombies. but they merely encircled the vehicle, howling, completely ignoring Yang Chung inside. Yang Chung then activated the microphone within the vehicle, aiming it at the siren's speaker, cranking the volume to maximum. The din intensified dramatically. After completing these tasks, Yang Chung quickly exited the vehicle. Although the zombies would not attack him, he found the piercing noise unbearable, and with the surrounding horde blocking his path, it was impossible to drive the security vehicle away. The number of zombies present was nearly 1,000, nearly 10 times more than during the SUV incident. While the zombies would not assault him, should the vehicle be overturned, being trapped beneath it would be a grave misfortune. Just as he exited the car, several zombies immediately climbed onto the roof, thudding their heads against the vehicle, while others clawed and slammed their heads against the doors and windows. Some even held their heads and banged against the ground, appearing to be in great distress. Indeed, one zombie struck its head with such ferocity that it met its demise. Yang Chung raised an eyebrow at this spectacle. Could such overwhelming noise injure zombies? Contemplating this, he thought this idea might be worth exploring. He removed the walkie-talkie from the passenger seat, setting its frequency to match that of the microphone, directing it towards the megaphone's microphone. In an instant, a spine-chilling screech erupted from the megaphone. This jarring sound, known as a howl, would continuously resonate as long as both microphones were on the same frequency peak, producing the ear-piercing sound explosion commonly heard in karaoke venues. As expected, upon the emergence of the deafening howl, the surrounding zombies grew increasingly frenzied, with several of them succumbing to the shock. Witnessing this scene, Yang Chung could not help but break into an excited smile. Who would have thought it actually worked? It seemed he should seek opportunities to gather some powerful speakers. Under the right conditions, he might be able to create a formidable weapon against zombies, such as an ultrasonic gun, Yang Chung mused. If that were the case, encountering special zombies like Grandpa Wong, who attacked him, would become much simpler. He recalled that even after becoming a zombie, Grandpa Wong still targeted him, unlike these ordinary zombies. However, those were matters for another day. Now that the security vehicle was emitting all possible sounds, his task was complete, and he had no need to linger here. Yet, glancing at the horde surrounding him, blocking his escape, he couldn't help but feel a headache forming. If he attempted to carve out a bloody path, he might very well perish amidst this throng of the undead. After all, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. It would take days and nights to carve through them, one by one, as they lined up to be dispatched. Was there any way to persuade these zombies to part and grant him a path? After pondering for an extended time, Yang Chung could not come up with a solution and ultimately decided to abandon the effort. The sheer volume of the horde left him resigned. This time, he would have to rely on brute force to push his way through. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chung plunged into the tide of corpses. Akin to a small boat navigating upstream through a river, striving towards the periphery of the horde. This was far more exhausting than squeezing through a subway crowd. Each time he managed to push forward a few steps, he would be shoved back by the zombies rushing towards the security vehicle, as though mired in quicksand, his movement painfully slow. The stench of decay surrounded him, making it difficult even to breathe fresh air. Fortunately, his physical prowess held firm, allowing him to withstand the pressure from the zombies without being trampled. Chapter 36. Departure. After a prolonged struggle, Yang Chung finally extricated himself from the horde. Glancing back at the thousands of zombies, he exhaled a breath of relief and made his way towards the school. Upon arriving at the school gate, he found that only a handful of zombies remained on the playground, merely a dozen or so limping toward the gate, their legs broken. This time, Yang Chung did not scale the wall but boldly entered the playground through the main gate. "Brother, it's Yang Chung. He's back." Upon seeing Yang Chung waving at her from the playground, Meng Sinny hurried into the classroom, joyfully calling out to Meng Yun inside. "What? That brat is still alive!" Upon hearing the voice of Meng Sinny, Meng Yun in the classroom abruptly stood up. The others followed suit, rushing out of the classroom and into the corridor, directing their gaze toward the playground below. At that moment, the playground was littered with a few heaps of corpses and the sight of a limping zombie crawling towards the school gate, while only Yang Chung remained at ease, waving at everyone below. The crowd was filled with joy, for after witnessing Yang Chung descend from the perimeter wall, he had vanished for quite some time. And with thousands of zombies surging toward the school gate, They feared he had perished amidst the zombie tide, creating a somber atmosphere. They had all intended to mourn him, yet to their astonishment, Yang Chung was not only alive but appeared remarkably relaxed. In an instant, their hearts swelled with relief. Upon seeing that Yang Chung was alive, Ming Yun too felt a weight lift from her heart. Let us go. Yang Chung has drawn the zombies away from the school. We must hurry down. Ming Yun retrieved the blackboard they had previously dismantled and placed it between buildings A and B, allowing the group to descend as Yang Chung had done earlier to fetch gasoline. Meanwhile, Yang Chung had already entered the nearby school bus, having started the vehicle ahead of them. Mr. Yang Chung, we owe you our lives. Without you, we might have all perished here. You are truly our savior. As the group descended from Building B and quickly crossed the playground to the orange-yellow school bus in front of Building A, Wang Kai rushed forward, his face filled with admiration, grasping Yang Cheng's hands, nearly brought to tears with emotion. Xiao Yu also ran up to hug Yang Cheng's leg, while Chen Dan's eyes glistened with tears. Even Ming Sinny embraced him. Unbeknownst to them, Yang Chung had become the very pillar of support for this group. In their eyes, he had returned unscathed from the throngs of zombies, resembling a deity. A sudden sense of hope blossomed within them, as they felt that as long as Yang Chung was present, they could endure this apocalypse. Xiao Chung, I'm so relieved you're safe. We all thought you were. Chen Dan approached, her eyes brimming with joyful tears. Indeed, Yang Chung, how did you manage to escape from that terrifying horde? Ming Yun asked, her joy mingled with confusion. Haha, it's a long story, but now is not the time for such tales. Our priority is to leave this place, Yang Chung replied with a smile, shaking his head. He had no intention of revealing that he was not targeted by the zombies, not out of distrust, but due to the pressing urgency of the moment. The distant sound of the security vehicle had ceased, likely because the speakers had been violently dismantled by the horde. While he himself need not worry about being pursued, the diverted tide of zombies could easily become aware of Ming Yun and the others' presence and return, leading to potential chaos. You're right. We must leave quickly. You seem quite exhausted. Perhaps I should take the wheel? Noticing the sweat on Yang Cheng's forehead and his visibly fatigued expression, Ming Yun volunteered. All right, you take over. Yang Cheng nodded. He had just squeezed through the zombie tide, expending considerable energy, and he trusted Ming Yun to drive. Among the group, she was the calmest. Subsequently, everyone found their seats, and Ming Yun adjusted to the vehicle's condition by lightly pressing the accelerator. Although she only possessed a C1 license, the school bus was merely a medium-sized vehicle, not overly difficult to operate. After familiarizing herself, Ming Yun released the clutch, and the bus began to move slowly. The school bus accelerated, bursting through the school gates. Though a few zombies noticed the departing bus and attempted to obstruct it, they were ruthlessly crushed under Ming Yun's driving. The vehicle then turned at the intersection, heading toward another direction where the zombie tide was gathering. Looking back at the thousands of zombies still surrounding the security vehicle, the passengers exhaled in relief. With the bus, they no longer had to race on foot against the relentless undead. Leaning against the seat back, Yang Chung briefly closed his eyes to rest. They were en route to the second safe point. And Ming Yun knew the route well, so he needn't worry. However, at that moment, a piercing sound jolted him awake. The deafening air raid siren blared unexpectedly. This alarm caused the horde, previously congregated around the security vehicle, to suddenly disperse in all directions. Simultaneously, they spotted the school bus carrying Yang Cheng and the others. A cacophony of roars erupted as thousands of zombies cried out in unison, their overwhelming sound sending chills down their spines. And the massive horde surged toward the school bus. Ming Yun, hurry, step on it. They're closing in. Wang Kai's girlfriend, Zhang Xiaoxiao, screamed in panic from the back seat. Upon hearing this, Ming Yun glanced at the pursuing horde in the rearview mirror, her brow furrowing. This school bus was designed for transporting students and lacked high-speed gears. Even with the accelerator pressed to the floor, it could only reach a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. The zombies were not particularly fast, making it easy to shake them off. However, the terrifying aspect was that they responded to each other's calls. Wherever they passed, the streets were filled with undead echoing their cries. Zombies from the front street recklessly hurled themselves from various directions toward the bus's front. The bus's front was already dented and smoking, suggesting that some components had taken damage. Suddenly, as they passed a multi-story office building, a thunderous crash reverberated from the bus's roof, creating a significant dent. A zombie was flung from the side window. Thud, thud. The roof continued to cave in, and zombies were repeatedly thrown out of the side windows as the surrounding high-rises released a steady stream of the undead leaping onto the bus. From inside the bus, it appeared as though a hailstorm of zombies was pelting down, smashing surrounding vehicles, billboards, and power lines to the ground. The scene descended into chaos. Suddenly, a few zombie roars erupted from the roof. Some zombies had managed to cling on. A decayed, bloodied hand slapped against the window beside Zhang Xiaoxiao. Zhang Xiaoxiao screamed in fright, leaping from her seat as though propelled by a spring, frantically trying to escape. In her panic, she collided with the already cracked window on the opposite side. The sound of shattering glass rang out as her body lurched backward, flinging her out of the bus and onto the street. "Xiao Xiao, Mr. Ming Yun, please stop the bus," Wang Kai shouted in terror. Ming Yun hesitated. Stopping the bus at this moment was exceedingly perilous. Seeing that Ming Yun had no intention of halting, Wang Kai rushed forward. Attempting to seize the steering wheel from him, Yang Cheng sprang from his seat to intervene, knowing that if the two clashed, the bus could overturn, resulting in disaster. "Calm down, Wang Kai. Ming Yun, stop the bus. I'll go down with him to save her." After restraining Wang Kai, Yang Cheng immediately called out to Ming Yun. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Ming Yun gritted his teeth and finally slammed the brakes, bringing the bus to a halt. "Danjia, Xiaoyu, stay in the bus," Yang Cheng shouted to Chen Dan and her daughter, quickly exiting the bus with Wang Kai, racing toward Zhang Xiaoxiao, who lay several meters behind them. Upon reaching her side, they found she had already lost consciousness, and they had no choice but to lift her together and sprint back toward the bus. However, as they passed a bakery, a grotesque, half-decomposed large man suddenly burst out, knocking the two of them down as they carried Zhang Xiaoxiao. The large man roared, targeting Wang Kai instead of Yang Cheng. With his half-exposed teeth, he sank his jaws into Wang Kai's neck, tearing away a bloody chunk of flesh. "Ah!" Wang Kai cried out in agony, clutching his neck, overwhelmed by pain. Yang Cheng quickly scrambled to his feet, drawing his dagger and plunging it into the back of the assailant's neck. Swiftly ending the threat, he then turned to assess Wang Kai's injury. Yet, the artery and trachea on Wang Kai's neck had already been severed, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rendering any hope of stopping it futile. "Cough, cough, let us go, Mr. Yang. I can't hold on much longer. Please save my girlfriend." Wang Kai gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he looked at Zhang Xiaoxiao beside him, pleading with Yang Cheng. "Don't worry. I will." Yang Cheng nodded solemnly, then scooped up Zhang Xiaoxiao and resolutely dashed toward the bus. Behind him, Wang Kai managed a faint smile, expiring without the immediate transformation into a zombie like old Lu, indicating that his next resurrection would merely render him an ordinary undead. Yang Cheng felt a pang of discomfort as he glanced back. During their time at the perimeter wall, Wang Kai had been too frightened to stand by him and Ming Yun, making him seem weak. Yet now, it appeared that Zhang Xiaoxiao had not misjudged him. Despite his cowardice, Wang Kai had displayed true bravery in his final moments, and having promised to protect her, Yang Cheng was determined to ensure Zhang Xiaoxiao's safety. However, as fate would have it, just 7 or 8 meters from the bus, a zombie suddenly leaped down from a third-floor window. As Yang Cheng cradled Zhang Xiaoxiao in his arms, he was oblivious to the approaching zombie, which fortuitously fell upon him with a resounding thud. The colossal impact rendered him momentarily blind, causing him to cough up blood, as the bones in his chest seemingly fractured beneath the weight of the creature. Zhang Xiaoxiao, whom he held, rolled away to the side. "Brother!" In the school bus, Meng Sini let out a terrified scream, only to witness a horde of zombies converging upon the fallen Zhang Xiaoxiao and Yang Cheng. Obscuring their figures, soon, the tide of the undead surged forth, engulfing the two. "We can't save them. Let's go." Ming Yun struck the dashboard in despair, reigniting the vehicle as the school bus roared away into the distance. Chapter 38. Separated as Yang Cheng regained a flicker of consciousness, he sensed a swarm of hundreds, if not thousands, of zombies rushing towards him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rolled over to shield Zhang Xiaoxiao beside him, reasoning that the horde would not attack him. Indeed, his assumption held true. The throng did not assail him, but instead reached for Zhang Xiaoxiao's hands and feet, attempting to drag her from his grasp. Desperately, Yang Cheng clung to Zhang Xiaoxiao, resisting the zombies' attempts. However, having sustained considerable injury, the pain in his chest was akin to being pierced by needles, leaving him too weak to fight back effectively. The sheer number of zombies was far beyond what he could contend with alone. Suddenly, several more zombies charged at him, and in a heartbreaking instant, Zhang Xiaoxiao was torn from Yang Cheng's embrace. In the wake of this, the oncoming horde joined in the fray, tearing at Zhang Xiaoxiao. Yang Cheng found himself buried beneath a relentless wave of the undead. Instinctively, he curled into a ball, shielding the back of his head with his arms to protect himself from being trampled. Amidst the chaos, he could hear Zhang Xiaoxiao awaken, her pained screams resonating in the air. The sickening sound of flesh being torn apart filled his ears. She had not sustained a fatal injury. Yet as she regained consciousness, she was mercilessly devoured by the soulless zombies, leaving him to imagine her unimaginable agony. Her screams persisted for several minutes, gradually fading into silence. It was not until half an hour later, when the horde had somewhat dispersed, that Yang Cheng seized the opportunity to shove aside two nearby zombies and prop himself up to stand. Turning to look, the scene before him evoked memories of a flock of crows rummaging through garbage beneath his apartment. A dozen zombies were hunched over a mound of crimson flesh, clawing at the bloody remains and stuffing their mouths with the grisly feast. The grotesque sounds of gnawing and the splattered blood made it hard to reconcile this heap of unrecognizable flesh with the once appealing visage of a young girl. The surrounding zombies paid no heed to Yang Cheng, continuing their macabre meal of Zhang Xiaoxiao's remains. Soon, her body vanished entirely, and the zombies began to stumble away, one by one. When Yang Cheng regained his senses, he found that the area was nearly devoid of zombies. "Mr. Yang Cheng, please save my girlfriend," echoed in his mind the final plea of Wang Kai before his demise, leaving him in a daze as he stared blankly at the remnants of the scene. A profound sense of helplessness washed over him. There was nothing he could do. Even if he were to slay every zombie that had consumed Zhang Xiaoxiao, she could never be revived. The spot where Zhang Xiaoxiao had lain was now stained with blood on the asphalt, scattered with torn clothing and bits of flesh. Likewise, Wang Kai's fate mirrored hers. Close to 1,000 zombies had feasted upon them, leaving no trace of the couple behind. Unsure of how to articulate his grief, Yang Cheng merely stood there, bewildered by the desolation around him. He realized that, even without being attacked by the zombies, he could only strive to preserve his own life in this apocalypse. Shaking his head with a bitter smile, he finally came to terms with this reality. He had done all he could. Glancing around, he noted that Ming Yun and the others had vanished in the school bus. They had presumably abandoned him. Yang Cheng held no resentment towards their departure. He understood that he would have made the same choice. Yet, it was impossible for his heart to remain unscathed. Had he not been bitten by the man in the suit and developed immunity, he too would have met the same fate as the ill-fated couple, devoured without a trace. "I'm sorry, both of you. My abilities are indeed limited." Yang Cheng clasped his hands together, bowing his head in sorrow over the remnants of their bodies. The tragedy had already unfolded. Lamenting it further was futile. With a final glance at his surroundings, he chose a direction and set forth. This area was predominantly occupied by office buildings of various IT companies, making it difficult to find a shop. Yang Cheng scanned the sides as he walked. Knowing that the zombies would not attack him, the task of searching for food became considerably easier. As he brushed past the zombies on the street, Yang Cheng initially felt a sense of unease, instinctively bracing himself. However, after traversing 2 blocks and witnessing the zombies' complete indifference towards him, merely wandering aimlessly, he relaxed entirely. Turning a corner onto a commercial street, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The road was choked with vehicles piled haphazardly, leaving no room even for a single car to pass. Climbing atop a truck for a better view, he estimated that at least 1,000 vehicles blocked the street. Between the cars, a dense throng of zombies swarmed, far exceeding his expectations. This place was undoubtedly the epicenter of devastation. "That child?" Yang Qing gasped. Spotting a boy of approximately 5 years crouched beside a black Volkswagen, his head buried in his arms, seemingly hiding from the surrounding zombies. Without hesitation, Yang Chung leaped down from the truck and navigated the halted traffic to approach the little boy. As he drew closer, he was horrified to discover that the boy was gnawing on his own skeletal right arm, using his blunt teeth to tear away the brown, decaying flesh still clinging to the bone. Before swallowing it down, despite knowing this child posed no threat to him, Yang Chung felt a wave of disgust wash over him. He retrieved his dagger and swiftly plunged it into the boy's brain, offering him a merciful release. Continuing to survey the area, he walked a few hundred meters through the stagnant traffic until he finally reached a small convenience store by the roadside. Inside, he spotted 5 or 6 zombies meandering near the shelves. While 2 rows of shelves in the corner had collapsed, apart from the fallen shelves, the remaining items were neatly arranged. Yang Chung grabbed a bottle of water to quench his thirst, careful not to choke on his haste. Before opening a bag of cookies, the sound of the rustling bag caught the attention of the nearby zombies, who turned their heads towards him. Chapter 39. Zero-cost shopping. As several zombies approached, they swayed and shuffled around Yang Chung without attacking him. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, he glanced around the small convenience store. It was rather compact, only about 70 or 80 square meters, more akin to a convenience store than a supermarket. Nonetheless, it boasted a variety of goods, from toothbrushes and towels to backpacks and blankets. As for food, instant noodles and an assortment of snacks lined the shelves, most of which still had a fresh shelf life, ample enough to sustain him for months. Unfortunately, the tempered glass doors of the convenience store had shattered, rendering it unsuitable as a refuge. Not only were there nearly 10,000 zombies wandering nearby, but if another aggressive zombie like Old Man Lu were to appear, the store's layout would provide no escape. Better to take some portable food and leave. Yang Chung murmured to himself, grabbing a black travel bag and starting to fill it with provisions from the counter. Before the outbreak, he had always hesitated to spend money, even on a bottle of soda, in order to save for Zhao Meiling's mother's treatment. Now, in stark contrast, he found himself liberated from financial concerns, taking whatever he desired, which brought him an unexpected sense of joy. Although his actions resembled those of a looter taking advantage of chaos, in this shattered society, no one would care about such matters. Unbidden, Yang Chung found himself humming a tune. With the threat of zombies absent, he could explore the entirety of the city. It felt as if he had inherited a metropolis all to himself. Coughing lightly, he suppressed his excitement and, shouldering his bulging backpack, exited the convenience store. After gazing thoughtfully at the surrounding luxurious residential complexes for a moment, he ultimately decided to return to his own apartment. Golden nests and silver nests are not as comforting as one's own doghouse. Having resided in that small rental for 3 years, moving elsewhere felt a tad unsettling. He faced no mortal danger and saw no necessity to seek out a second safe haven. After enduring Fong Long's betrayal and witnessing Zhang Xiaoxiao being mercilessly torn to shreds before his eyes, he had grown weary and wished to distance himself from other survivors. After all, he had already ensured that Meng Yun and the others were safely led out of the school, which he considered a noble enough deed. From here on, it was up to them. However, if he were to walk back, it would undoubtedly consume a considerable amount of time. Calculating the distance to his apartment, Yang Chung decided it would be prudent to find a vehicle to drive back. Yet, the chaotic streets, even for a small car, posed significant challenges for smooth passage, especially with numerous zombies obstructing the way. Suddenly, Yang Cheng's eyes lit up as he spotted a black Kawasaki motorcycle lying on the ground in the distance. A smile crept across his face as he approached. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the keys still inserted in the ignition. Adjacent to the body of a young man clad in a blue racing suit, presumably the motorcycle's owner. The corpse bore a gaping wound in its head, likely a result of gunfire, which reminded Yang Chung of a pressing concern. During his rescue mission with Wang Kai to save Zhang Xiaoxiao, he had left behind an AR rifle with no ammunition on the school bus. He resolved to seek out a police station or similar establishment at a later time. Perhaps he could procure a few handguns. This would serve as a safeguard against mutated beings like Lu Deyi and any potential future encounters with survivors. The incident with Feng Long taking Meng Sini hostage had occurred precisely because he lacked a firearm. forcing him into a confrontation with Liu Diyi, which ultimately allowed that despicable man, Feng Long, to escape. After riding the motorcycle and securing his backpack to the rear seat, Yang Cheng started the engine. The powerful roar of the high-end machine, worth hundreds of thousands, sent shivers of exhilaration through him. He couldn't help but smirk. Had the disaster not unfolded, he would have had to toil for over a decade to afford such a vehicle. For a fleeting moment, he felt an odd sense of delight at the arrival of the apocalypse. With a twist of the throttle, the motorcycle surged forward, weaving through the narrow streets. The zombies on either side reacted to the sound. But upon spotting Yang Cheng atop the bike, they chose not to pursue him, merely bellowing in frustration at the noise. Riding smoothly, he made his way back to his apartment, his spirits lifted all the while. Once inside, he neatly arranged the food he had gathered, then retrieved the emergency batteries he had scavenged from the supermarket, connecting them to power his apartment. Collapsing onto his disheveled bed, he succumbed to sleep. The following day, upon waking in his room, Yang Cheng first headed to the bathroom for a shower, washing away the lingering stench of blood from the past few days. Emerging from the bathroom, he toweled off his hair and sank into the couch, cracking open a bottle of beer as he reflected on his thoughts. It was an undeniable fact that zombies infected with the plague virus would attack humans. A truth corroborated by the news. Yet, what the news had failed to report was the existence of individuals who remained unharmed. This implied that he was a rather unique case. Glancing down at the wound on his hand, he noted that the scab had torn open, revealing fresh skin beneath, albeit marked by remnants of the suit-wearing man's teeth. A virus with a 100% fatality rate had infected him. Yet he had survived. Not only that, but he traversed the city, teeming with zombies, without incident. Could it be that he had transformed into a zombie, retaining his intellect? Was that why the zombies regarded him as one of their own and refrained from attacking? Placing a hand on his chest, he felt the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, his body temperature normal. Thus, he dismissed the notion of having become a zombie. This was incomprehensible, and no matter how hard he pondered, he could not fathom the reason behind his survival from the virus while remaining untouched by the zombies. An anomaly that the news had never reported. He was likely an exceedingly rare exception. If he were to disclose his condition to any remaining medical institutions, perhaps they would devise a strategy to combat the plague virus. Yet, he deemed such an act as an act of self-destruction. During a past mission involving a biochemical weapon, he had witnessed virus carriers subjected to cold examination tables, their organs harvested for study. Should he reveal his immunity to the plague virus, he would undoubtedly become a mere experimental subject for those researchers. The world had descended into chaos in their quest to restore stability and prosperity to human society. Those individuals would hardly respect the wishes of any volunteers. The worst-case scenario would involve him being sedated, only to awaken as his body was disassembled, stored away for research to extract the virus's antibodies. Yang Cheng had never contemplated sacrificing himself to become a savior of humanity. What would he gain from saving everyone? At best, a monument in his honor that "I'm sorry, world, but I intend to live a long life," Yang Cheng muttered to himself, shaking his head. This was not selfishness. It was self-preservation. Life is fleeting, lasting but a few decades. He merely aimed to live well himself, leaving the burden of saving the world to those more capable. Moreover, he was merely a discarded pawn of an organization. Should he disappear, they would undoubtedly find others with similar unique abilities. Even with this reasoning, Yang Cheng felt a twinge of melancholy as he idly opened his computer, hoping to browse the internet for a change of pace. However, a blank page popped up in his browser, reminding him that the network had completely collapsed, rendering him unable to connect. All those little websites he had bookmarked were gone. This was to be expected. With the world in ruins, the servers of such sites had surely ceased to function. It seemed that the apocalypse was not entirely beneficial. So many films he had yet to watch were lost. Yang Cheng sighed with regret, having always preferred online browsing to downloading. Without the internet, he couldn't even indulge in games, leaving him with only single-player options. Yet, he had already completed Call of Duty 25 or 6 times, and after half an hour of play, he still felt no excitement. Perhaps he should venture out to find some shops that sell DVDs? With a sigh, Yang Cheng powered down his computer and stood, stretching his limbs. However, Just as he straightened up, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the left wall. There was likely a beautiful neighbor named Yin Qing residing just beyond it. Given the days that had passed, he wondered how she was faring. Had she succumbed to zombification? If she were to decay within her apartment, the stench of rotting flesh would become a nuisance. With this thought in mind, Yang Cheng changed his clothes and stepped outside, making his way to Yin Qing's door. Unlocking the latch, he entered her room. Fortunately, he did not immediately detect any foul odors, which at least indicated that Yin Qing had not decomposed as the zombies on the street had. It was curious how she had been infected without being bitten. Lost in his thoughts, Yang Cheng boldly strode into the living room. Overall, it seemed that Yin Qing had indeed transformed into a zombie, and he presumed she would not attack him. The last time he had opened the bathroom door, she had lunged at him. Perhaps it had merely been a coincidence of her leaning against the door when he opened it. Yet, oddly enough, he found no sign of Yin Qing in the living room. He opened the bathroom door, only to find it empty as well. Thus, the only remaining possibility was the bedroom. Bang. Just as he closed the bathroom door and turned around, a figure lunged at him. Yang Cheng's head struck the ground hard, momentarily dazing him. As his senses returned, he found himself staring into Yin Qing's exquisitely beautiful face, which loomed large in his vision. Before he could react, her cold, soft lips pressed against his own, and then her supple tongue slipped into his mouth. What the hell? Not again! Yang Cheng's expression morphed into one of horror as he attempted to push Yin Qing away. However, he discovered that her grip on his arm was astonishingly strong. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Simultaneously, he felt a sensation of suction in his mouth, followed by a sharp pain on his tongue as a metallic taste flooded his senses. Blood! It was the taste of blood. Panic surged within Yang Cheng as he realized that the zombified Yin Qing had bitten his tongue, seemingly drinking his blood, and now he was entirely at her mercy. Why? Yang Cheng couldn't comprehend why. If Yin Qing intended to consume him, she didn't simply tear into his neck, but instead resorted to this intimate method. Yet now, he finds himself unable to escape this predicament, forced to remain a passive observer. Gradually, the metallic taste of blood in his mouth began to diminish, and Yin Qing's fervent sucking slowed with time. Simultaneously, Yang Cheng noticed a slight change in the temperature of Yin Qing, who lay atop him. Was there a hint of warmth? Was it merely an illusion? Filled with curiosity, Yang Cheng tentatively slipped his hand beneath her clothing, directly contacting her skin. It was soft, and he could sense that her body temperature was indeed rising. The once stone-cold corpse was nearing a normal human warmth. Finally, after several minutes of her blood-sucking, Yin Qing released Yang Cheng, her lips gently parting from his tongue. To his astonishment, the once pallid visage of hers now bore a rosy hue. Subsequently, her now flushed lips quivered slightly. Thank you. Her ethereal voice emerged from Yin Qing, her exquisitely delicate face mere inches from Yang Cheng's. Stunned into silence, Yang Cheng opened his mouth but could not articulate a single word. Yin Qing. She had actually returned to life? Chapter 41. Yin Qing's past. Could you please move your hand from my body? Yin Qing said, a flush creeping onto her beautiful face as she addressed Yang Cheng. Huh? Yang Cheng, jolted from his astonishment, suddenly realized that his hand still lingered on her soft form, and he quickly withdrew it. Ahem. My apologies. I merely wished to verify your body temperature. As they separated, Yang Cheng awkwardly chuckled twice. He was not unattractive, but due to the lack of familial affection during his upbringing, he cultivated a rather gloomy disposition that often left others with a cold impression of him. This demeanor had only intensified after joining the special forces. Even after leaving the military, many women had shown interest in him, yet his personality consistently deterred them. Besides Zhao Meiling, he had scarcely interacted with any other women. His relationship with Zhao Meiling began when he inadvertently rescued her from debt collectors. She persistently pursued him until he reluctantly acquiesced. Throughout this relationship, he ended up covering 3 years of medical expenses for Zhao Meiling's mother, leaving him bereft both emotionally and financially. And no, it's fine. I didn't misunderstand you. Yin Qing murmured, her hair cascading around her face as she lowered her gaze, nervously fidgeting with her hands, unable to meet Yang Cheng's eyes. Beneath the flowing black sweater, her fair, slender legs were pressed together. her knees shyly entwined, presenting an irresistibly delicate image. Yang Cheng inwardly mused that even after her miraculous revival, Yin Qing's aloof exterior masked the same introverted personality she had always possessed. How did Yin Qing manage to come back to life? Miss Yin, do you feel any discomfort? Yang Cheng inquired from a distance, still perplexed by the mystery of her resurrection and maintaining a cautious demeanor. Yin Qing shook her head. In truth, after her infection, her memories had become fragmented. She could scarcely recall the events leading to her transformation. The only lingering impression was of the moment her consciousness resurfaced, when she found herself atop Yang Cheng, passionately kissing him and greedily drawing blood from his tongue. She came from a rural single-parent household, where her father favored sons over daughters. After her mother bore her, she could no longer conceive and was subsequently abandoned along with Yin Qing by her father, who remarried. Following the divorce, her mother wallowed in sorrow, drowning her grief in alcohol, and in her drunken rages, she would belittle Yin Qing for not being a boy, leaving her with deep psychological scars. Consequently, Yin Qing harbored a profound fear of relationships, never having dated anyone in her life, let alone forcing a man beneath her as she had just done. For a moment, silence enveloped them, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. Yin Qing's cheeks flushed, her gaze unfocused, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Her beauty and grace were unparalleled, akin to a rare blossom that one dared not approach too closely. Miss Yin, my name is Yang Cheng. I reside in the adjacent room. You should remember me, right? Ultimately, it was Yang Cheng who broke the silence. I know you work at the factory in the new district. I'm truly sorry. I shouldn't have acted this way after you just broke up with your girlfriend yesterday. At this point, Yin Qing stole a glance at Yang Cheng before shyly lowering her head again. What do you mean by just breaking up with my girlfriend, Miss Yin? I'm not quite following you. Yang Cheng was left bewildered. His breakup with Zhao Meiling had occurred over 10 days prior, so how had it morphed into yesterday in Yin Qing's words? Moreover, how did she know about his job at the factory in the new district? It seemed he had never disclosed that information to her. Yin Qing remained silent. She had been present when Yang Cheng was dumped by Zhao Meiling, but out of consideration for his feelings, she had refrained from showing herself. Additionally, witnessing Yang Cheng's heartbreak had brought her a secret sense of joy, yet such thoughts remained buried within her, difficult to voice for someone who had never expressed emotions to others. She vividly remembered the day she moved in, when Yang Cheng had smiled and helped her carry her heavy luggage upstairs. Unlike others, he did not seize the opportunity to ask for her phone number or WeChat. He simply moved her bags and greeted her with a smile before retreating to his own room. For some time, she had kept an eye on Yang Cheng, but upon learning he had a girlfriend, she suppressed her feelings to avoid disrupting their relationship. Yin Qing, just call me Yin Qing. Very well, Yin Qing. Forgive my boldness in asking, but do you recall what has transpired in recent days? Yang Qing inquired. Noticing her lack of response, I only remember having a high fever, feeling incredibly dizzy, and then going to bed for a while. After that, I woke up and saw you. Yin Qing's voice trailed off, her cheeks reddening further. It seemed she truly had no memory of what had occurred. Yang Cheng suddenly realized that Yin Qing's recollections were evidently stuck prior to her transformation into a zombie, which explained her belief that she had just broken up with Zhao Meiling yesterday. Yin Qing, I need to share something with you, and I hope you can remain calm while I do so. Yin Qing lifted her head, momentarily startled. Although she was uncertain of what Yang Cheng was about to say, she nodded nonetheless. Thus, Yang Cheng detailed the changes that had transpired in the world over the preceding days, including her transformation into a zombie for over a week. This revelation elicited a look of astonishment in Yin Qing's beautiful eyes. Though it quickly faded, well, if you say so, it must be true. To Yang Cheng's surprise, Yin Qing accepted this information with remarkable ease, harboring no skepticism. You believe me so readily? Aren't you worried I might be deceiving you? This time, Yang Cheng found himself the one taken aback. He expected any normal person to seek verification upon hearing such news. Well, I used to study psychology, so I can tell you're not lying. Upon hearing Yang Cheng's words, Yin Qing realized she had almost let slip her secret, hastily concocting an excuse to cover it up. By the way, you must be hungry. I have some food. After their exchange, Yin Qing's tension had eased significantly, prompting Yang Cheng to smile. Calculating the time since Yin Qing had become a zombie, it had been at least 10 days. If she had been a living person, she would have starved by now. However, having been a zombie, she could easily endure such a period without sustenance. Those zombies in the city had also managed to survive despite the lack of human prey. Nevertheless, now that she had returned to life, she would inevitably require nourishment. Indeed, no sooner had Yang Cheng finished speaking than a rumble emanated from Yin Qing's stomach beneath her black sweater. Her face flushed a vivid crimson, rendering her even more irresistible, as if one might be tempted to bite her tender cheeks. The two departed Yin Qing's room and entered Yang Cheng's. Chapter 42. The hospital. It was now midday. Yet the sun hung in the sky as if devoid of warmth, casting its light over the desolate city. After checking the map, Yang Cheng drove to the First People's Hospital of Dongguan City. Parking his motorcycle, looking up at the opulent building, which had cost billions to construct, he sighed. Hospitals really do rake in the profits. Yet it seemed that Ming Yun and the others had likely departed from this place. No signs of school buses could be found in any direction. Only groups of aimlessly wandering zombies roamed about. Yang Cheng entered the hospital building, exploring the rooms in search of vacuum-sealed bags that could preserve fresh blood. His reason for venturing here was solely due to Yin Qing. Early yesterday morning, she had knocked on his door, and the moment he opened it, she lunged forward, embracing him fiercely. Then, her lips pressed against his, biting her own tongue to suckle the blood, and this time, it was evident that Yin Qing was fully conscious of her actions. Later, with a flushed face, she confessed that her blood seemed to suppress the viral agents within her body, which compelled her to seek out Yang Cheng and engage in such behavior. While it was undeniably pleasurable to have a beautiful woman embrace and kiss him from time to time, her tendency to violently bite her own tongue was rather unacceptable. The wound from her previous bite had yet to heal, and he certainly did not wish to perish due to such an absurd reason as a festering tongue. After exploring several floors, he encountered nothing but zombies clad in hospital gowns, devoid of any hint of living beings nearby. Many hospital beds and four stands had been pushed into corners, while everyday items like cardboard boxes and towels lay scattered atop bed frames. A few half-open suitcases contained an assortment of food and clothing. Clearly, this had once served as a second safe haven, inhabited by survivors. However, apart from the entire floor of zombies, no survivors remained. The varying ages and genders of these zombies suggested they were likely the mutated remnants of those who had sought refuge here. The corridor's walls were smeared with chaotic black and red bloodstains, resembling graffiti. Each floor bore shattered windows, shattered by various hard objects, with blood splattered around. It was easy to surmise that some had jumped to escape the agony of being bitten, hinting at the chaos that had once erupted here. The zombies passing by in the corridor were either missing limbs or grotesquely mutilated, reduced to mere halves of their former selves. This was hardly surprising. Ordinary humans, once transformed into zombies, had to engage in combat with the living to infect others, and the living were indeed armed with various weapons. After such brutal skirmishes, few zombies remained with intact limbs. As Yang Cheng walked alone through the dimly lit corridor, he gradually grew accustomed to the grotesque appearances of the zombies. After all, he was not in danger of being attacked by these ordinary zombies. He need not live in fear, treating it as a mere adventure. Upon inadvertently spotting a female nurse zombie swaying towards him with her head tilted, Yang Cheng curiously reached out to touch her soft form. Alas, it was a pity that such beauty had succumbed to zombification. Her hair was styled in an adorable bun, and if not for the horrifying black streaks of blood on her face, she might have appeared quite charming. However, compared to the stunning Yin Qing, this nurse's looks and figure paled in comparison. As she drew closer and noticed Yang Cheng, he realized her slender wrist bore bite marks, long since rotted and exposing her pallid bones. In her delicate hand, she clutched a small syringe, suggesting that even in her undead state, she retained some instinctive behaviors from her former life. Perhaps zombies still possessed a semblance of thought, mimicking the vital activities of the living. While stroking her softness, Yang Cheng fell into contemplation. After confirming that he had thoroughly searched the hospital rooms on this floor, he ascended to the 5th floor to continue his search. Finally, in an emergency room, he stumbled upon a stack of vacuum-sealed bags. Counting them, he found 20 in total. With Yin Qing's viral affliction flaring up approximately every 3 days, this supply would suffice for 2 months. He intended to leave then, but suddenly noticed the abandoned luggage surrounding him. With time on his hands, he began rummaging through the belongings left by the evacuees, hoping to find something useful. A passbook? Goodness, over 50 million in savings. A wealthy individual. Yet now it was merely a stack of worthless paper. After discovering a wallet and glancing at the amount within, he nonchalantly tossed it aside. In this post-apocalyptic world, a truckload of currency was far less valuable than a morsel of food. After a bit more searching, Yang Cheng clapped his hands in resignation. There was hardly any edible food. Though he did find a radio, which yielded no channels when turned on, he did not lack batteries or flashlights. Ultimately, he took nothing with him. If he ventured to a nearby market, he could acquire as much as he needed and perhaps collect some food along the way. Since Yin Qing had joined him in enjoying food, the last package they had consumed was nearly depleted. However, just as he reached the stairwell on the 4th floor, his gaze casually swept through the transparent window. And he spotted something familiar in the distance. A shopping center's outer wall fluttered with a white cloth in the wind. Leaning out the window to shield his eyes from the glaring sunlight, he squinted to see. Though the writing was not entirely clear, he could still make out the large letters spelling help, reminiscent of the rescue banners from his days at Linglong High School. Memorizing the direction, Yang Cheng descended the stairs and rode his bike towards the fluttering white cloth, arriving at a 3-story shopping center equipped with a vast parking lot. Atop the rooftop billboard, the white cloth hung limply, devoid of bloodstains and seemingly quite new. Survivors who had managed to endure. As he switched off the engine in the parking lot below, Yang Cheng hesitated, contemplating whether or not to enter. Thoughts of Fong Long and Li Chuanhua's betrayal crossed his mind. He could claim to be free from threats in this world, with no concerns over food. Was there truly a need to engage with these survivors? His initial purpose for coming to the hospital was merely to find vacuum bags for blood. The laws of survival in this new world were unlike any before. The absence of legal constraints allowed individuals to act without restraint. If he were to engage, it would be prudent to associate with a larger group of survivors, ideally one with a core leader to manage them. Encountering a small faction of just a few people could easily lead to an ambush. Given the chaos of the current circumstances, where they might attempt to rob him of his supplies. After all, it had been nearly 2 weeks since the outbreak of the viral infection. Chapter 43. Shopping center. 2 weeks had passed, and the remaining survivors had likely consumed nearly all their food and humanity, making it plausible for them to resort to attacking him. Well, he might as well go in and assess the situation. If attacked, he could simply dive into the horde of zombies to escape. Given the living's fear of the undead, they would likely be too terrified to pursue him. With this thought, Yang Cheng dismounted. Placing his helmet on the motorcycle's front cover, he then slung his travel bag over his shoulder and made his way towards the shopping center's entrance. Stepping into the opulent shopping mall, Yang Cheng surveyed his surroundings. The first floor primarily featured food shelves, while the second floor displayed clothing, shoes, and other daily necessities. Ignoring the staggering zombies meandering between the shelves, he ventured deeper, collecting various food items to stow in his backpack. As he passed the meat counter, a putrid stench wafted towards him. The pork and other meat products had rotted and festered, a truly revolting sight. The produce section showcased shriveled fruits and vegetables, stripped of their vibrant colors, while swarms of green flies buzzed overhead, resembling a dark whirlwind. If he had the time, he should thoroughly explore the nearby stores. These decaying foodstuffs needed to be addressed. The food from the shopping center, including rice and canned goods, could sustain both him and Yin Qing for several years. A trip to other supermarkets in the city would likely yield enough provisions to last a lifetime without worry. Moreover, the decaying vegetables and meats could easily spread their rot, affecting the shelf life of other items. Rice, for instance, would mold if exposed to moisture for just a few days. Even with ample supplies, if they spoiled, they would be rendered inedible. He mused that he would need to procure fresh meat and fish, as well as vegetables, perhaps even cultivating some on the apartment rooftop. Relying solely on industrialized food for an extended period would prove detrimental. Yang Cheng murmured to himself. Yet, if certain survivor groups managed to secure a safe haven, they would likely commence agricultural practices and hunting in this apocalypse. In that case, The canned goods he possessed could serve as valuable trade commodities. For instance, swapping a can for a head of cabbage seemed feasible. After all, in this city, he could go wherever he pleased without concern for equitable exchanges. Ultimately, for someone like him, who was immune to zombie attacks, this apocalypse offered boundless resources. The enigmatic trader of goods, Yang Chung. Yang Chung smiled. This character resembled certain rare NPCs that occasionally appear in video games. However, such thoughts were merely figments of imagination. Perhaps among the remaining survivors, a formidable leader might emerge, discovering a solution to combat the corrosion virus and completely eradicate the zombies, thereby restoring the glory of humanity. Nevertheless, given the current circumstances, it would take no less than a decade or two for humanity to regain its most basic civilization. For now, one could only watch and wait. In truth, Yang Cheng's ideal scenario involved a world dominated by hordes of zombies, with humanity teetering on the brink of extinction, yet clinging to life by a thread. He had always harbored a sense of world weariness. Although the city had grown much quieter and the small films he once enjoyed were no longer available, it was certainly preferable to languishing daily in a dark, oppressive factory consumed by the capitalist machine. Moreover, he had a beautiful neighbor for companionship, ensuring that his days would not be solitary. Through their interactions over the past few days, Yang Chung had begun to sense Yin Qing's feelings towards him, and he did not harbor any dislike for her. Their eventual union seemed merely a matter of time. They could have a few children, and with his unique immunity to zombie attacks, they could find a grand mansion in which to live peacefully for the rest of their lives. Such a life did not seem so bad. He might as well procure some fishing rods, as catching fish should be relatively easy. Lost in thoughts of a bright future, Yang Chung ascended the escalator to the second floor, which was devoid of power. Upon reaching the landing, he spotted a zombie old woman seated on a bench. Upholding the traditional virtues of respecting the elderly, Yang Chung greeted her, and of course, the old woman paid him no heed. Unfazed, he turned his attention to the shelving area on the second floor. This level predominantly featured women's clothing, and aside from some absurdly priced garments costing thousands, there was nothing particularly odd about it. Surrounding him were zombies, their appearances grotesque yet clad in vibrant attire. What caught Yang Cheng's attention, however, was the pathway leading to the third floor. The staircase was obstructed by a lowered fire shutter. Yang Chung approached, pressing his ear against the shutter to listen for any sounds within, but he heard nothing. "Hello? Is anyone in there?" he called out, stepping back slightly. After several minutes without a response, he shouted again, attracting the surrounding zombies who began to wander nearby. Yet still, there was no reply. Could it be that someone had starved to death inside? Frowning, Yang Chung ceased his calls. He withdrew 2 pieces of wire, attempting to pick the lock, but even after unlocking it, a latch from the inside prevented him from opening it from the outside. Reluctantly, Yang Chung returned to the second floor, heading back to the elevator he had previously discovered. The shopping center's backup power was still functioning, and it wasn't long before the elevator doors opened. Entering the elevator, he pressed the button for the third floor, only to find it sealed off. Pressing it yielded no response. It seemed the third floor was an office area, inaccessible by the passenger elevator. Yang Chung had no choice but to make his way towards the emergency exit at the rear of the mall. Traversing through the dark, deep passage lined with stacked shopping carts, at the end, he found a freight elevator. This elevator even had a button for the basement level. Yang Chung pressed the button for the third floor, and the elevator began its ascent. Upon reaching the third floor, the doors opened to reveal a makeshift barrier constructed from several shelves. However, it was too low, only reaching the height of an adult. Any climbing zombie could easily surpass it. Such a feeble obstacle was hardly more formidable than the piles found in Linglong Middle School's corridors. The survivors here seemed woefully unprepared, even if they faced complete annihilation. Yang Chung would not be surprised. After effortlessly bypassing the barrier, he surveyed his surroundings, detecting not a single trace of life. The rooms flanking him bore titles such as office, staff lounge, and warehouse. After a cursory glance, Yang Chung began to check each room. While some were locked, none contained any occupants. Just then, a minuscule shadow darted past him around the corner and promptly vanished. Yang Chung immediately pursued it. Chapter 44. Li Xingyue. Yang Chung followed the shadow at a brisk pace. But upon rounding the corner, he inadvertently lost sight of it. Glancing around, he noticed the nearest room was the security monitoring room for the shopping center. Screens displayed footage from the first and second floors, showing zombies aimlessly wandering about, their heads drooping. Adjacent to the monitoring room was a locked cold storage room. Access to the cold storage required a keycard, making it impossible for the shadow to have entered there. Examining the surveillance footage, Yang Chung found no trace of the suspicious shadow. Even the footage from the basement only revealed a medium-sized delivery truck parked at the loading dock. With no other option, Yang Chung moved to the next room. The door opened to reveal an ordinary office, featuring several cubicles and numerous computers, likely belonging to the data department of the shopping center. At the far end was a conference room separated by a sheer curtain. On the desks in the outer office area, there were many bottles of water, and in the corner, a pile of empty instant noodle boxes. Undoubtedly, there were signs that survivors had once lived here. Gripping a spring knife in his palm, Yang Chung approached the conference room. As soon as he pushed open the door, his attention was drawn to a blanket on the floor. Inside the conference room, a partition obscured the view. Yang Chung halted, noticing a pair of large black eyes peering cautiously at him from the edge of the partition. It appeared to be a boy of around 10 years old. Their gazes met, yet neither spoke. The boy took a small step back. Although his face was somewhat dirty, likely from not having washed in days, he seemed to be a well-behaved child. Just as Yang Chung pondered this, the boy ventured behind the partition. "Hey," Yang Chung called, but it was too late to stop him. He hurriedly followed, only to find a girl lying on a couch, covered with a blanket. The boy was softly urging her to wake up, mentioning that someone had arrived. The girl stirred, blinking sleepily as she gradually sat up, appearing quite frail. Yang Chung observed her. She seemed to be a university student, dressed in a white shirt with a cream-colored sweater and fitted black jeans. She looked like an exemplary student who could easily join the student council. Her slightly disheveled black hair lacked luster, having just awoken from her nap. Though she bore a pleasing appearance, she seemed to have been wrapped in the thin blanket for quite some time. Drowsily sleeping as the girl rose, she stared vacantly at the boy for a moment before her gaze slowly shifted to Yang Chung. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her face momentarily paling. "Don't be afraid. I am not a bad person," he stammered. "I merely noticed the SOS cloth you had outside, so I came to check on you. I mean you no harm." Sensing her inclination to scream in fear, Yang Chung quickly raised his hands but then realized he was still holding the spring knife, so he hurriedly tucked it away. While attempting to convey his lack of hostility, he spoke to the girl in as friendly a tone as possible. "I apologize for the misunderstanding. I've just been a bit on edge due to previous events." Upon understanding Yang Cheng's intentions, the girl's demeanor softened, and she offered him an apology. Then, with her slender hands resting on the edge of the couch, she seemed to struggle to rise, but her frail body prevented her from doing so. After a brief attempt, she nearly toppled off the couch. "Sister." The boy immediately rushed to support her. It appeared they were siblings, and the girl seemed to have gone several days without food. Presumably, she had given her meager supplies to her younger brother, as children require much less food than adults. "If you wouldn't mind, I have some food with me. Would you like some?" Yang Chung placed his travel bag on the floor, unzipping it to reveal several cans of meat. Upon seeing the food in Yang Cheng's hands, the girl's eyes lit up, and both she and her brother fixated their gaze on the cans as he retrieved them from his bag. "I can't thank you enough. My name is Li Xingyue, and this is my brother Li Zihan. May I ask who you are?" she said, moistening her parched lips, hesitating to take the food until she remembered it was customary to introduce oneself first. "I am Yang Chung. Please, don't mention it. Feel free to eat as much as you like." With a hint of embarrassment, Yang Chung gingerly touched his nose and handed the can to the two individuals. To his surprise, the girl named Li Xingyue displayed such politeness that he felt a bit bashful himself. After all, initially, he had regarded the survivors here as adversaries. Li Xingyue and her brother accepted the can, but their feeble strength rendered them unable to open it. Reluctantly, Yang Chung decided to assist them fully. He retrieved the can, opened it, and handed it back, also helping them with 2 bottles of drinks, urging them to moisten their throats before eating. Having gone without food for too long, it was easy to choke if they ate too hastily in this city. There were no functioning medical facilities to speak of. So a word of caution was warranted. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yang, for troubling you so much," she said. Zihan, quickly thank this big brother. As Yang Cheng opened cans and served water, the girl felt somewhat guilty for the inconvenience, prompting her and her brother to bow slightly in gratitude. Yang Cheng graciously accepted their thanks. Although he had no intentions of saving the world, he did not mind the sense of fulfillment that came with helping others. Following their expressions of gratitude, the brother and sister began to consume the canned beef. Despite their hunger spanning several days, their manner of eating was not unseemly, and given their polite demeanor towards a stranger in such circumstances, it was evident they had received a commendable education. Perhaps they hailed from a scholarly family. Watching them eat, Yang Cheng felt as if he were nurturing stray cats by the roadside. After finishing the first can, Li Xingyue paused to glance at Yang Cheng, hesitating whether to take a second can die in her mind. Given the current situation, Yang Cheng's food might have been procured from perilous encounters with hordes of zombies. "Heh, don't worry about it. There's plenty more here," Yang Cheng reassured her with a smile, then retrieved a mountain of food from his bag, prompting Li Xingyue to eat with peace of mind once more. Chapter 45. Not to be exposed before long, the cans had been largely emptied, and the meal came to a close, bringing a slight alleviation to the previously somber atmosphere of the room. "Are you full? There's still plenty left. Don't be shy," Yang Cheng said, gently patting his travel bag as he addressed Li Xingyue and her brother. "No. Thank you, Mr. Yang," Li Xingyue replied, sitting upright and once again bowing deeply in gratitude. Her brother, Li Zihan, also bowed his head in respect. Their gesture resembled that of individuals from a nation accustomed to a more comfortable existence. Yang Cheng mused inwardly, could they be mixed blood? After satisfying their hunger, Li Xingyue finally mustered the strength to sit at the opposite end of the sofa, allowing Yang Cheng a place beside her. Yang Cheng took the opportunity to engage in close conversation with her. As he suspected, Li Xingyue had not eaten for 3 days. She had divided her last piece of bread into 3 portions, allowing her brother Li Zihan to have one each day. She herself had consumed nothing but water. Contemplating that once the food was exhausted, if no rescue arrived, her brother's life would reach its end. Her fatigue had led her to sleep, as her blood sugar had plummeted to critical levels. The sensation of hunger had only emerged in the past few days. Had Yang Cheng arrived a day later, she doubted she would have awakened. "Miss Li, did you make that white cloth outside?" Yang Cheng inquired after a brief conversation. "Well, sort of, to be precise. I was one of the participants in its creation," Li Xingyue responded somewhat ambiguously. Hearing her half-hearted answer, Yang Cheng furrowed his brow. It seemed that this place had once housed many more people. Why, then, were only this brother and sister left? What had happened to the others? Or had they all succumbed to infection, dealt with by Li Xingyue herself? It seemed implausible. Even a robust adult man would expend considerable effort to slay a zombie, let alone a frail girl. Moreover, she had her brother to protect. If the others had been infected, it was unlikely Li Zihan would have survived. "May I call you Xingyue?" Yang Cheng suddenly asked, a bit abruptly, looking at the girl who was only a few years younger than him. "Yes, of course," Li Xingyue exclaimed in surprise, nodding slightly. "Xingyue, could you share your experiences with us?" Sure." She hesitated before beginning her narrative. Their initial encounter mirrored that of Chen Dan and her mother, as they were ambushed by zombies coming from every direction while en route to a safe haven. In the chaos, Li Xingyue and her brother became separated from their parents, joining a group of others who fled into this shopping center. They rushed to the 3rd floor and locked the fire door to prevent the zombies below from ascending. Initially, there had been dozens of survivors in this place. Their collective intention, much like Yang Cheng's, was to hold out on the 3rd floor while awaiting rescue. However, as the food in the storeroom dwindled, anxiety among the group grew increasingly palpable. After someone boldly ventured out, the group's morale began to wane in no time. More and more individuals expressed a desire to assess the situation outside. She and her brother were unable to move as swiftly as those others, and she judged that leaving at such a time was not a prudent choice. The following days proved her judgment correct. None of those who had left managed to return. Likewise, none had escaped the shopping center. They all lingered on the 1st and 2nd floors. Li Xingyue had witnessed the despair etched on the faces of those who encountered zombies through the surveillance footage, memories that remained vivid in her mind. Yang Cheng listened intently to the unfolding tale. Li Xingyue, a model student council member, articulated her thoughts with remarkable clarity, recounting events devoid of personal emotion. Her delicate and graceful features left a positive impression, suggesting she might have held a leadership position at her university. Soon, she succinctly concluded her account to IC. For someone your age to protect a younger brother and survive, you are quite remarkable, Yang Cheng remarked. Feeling a sense of empathy, he had also safeguarded Chen Dan and her daughter, understanding the weight of such responsibility. By the way, Mr. Yang, I see you're carrying a travel bag. Are you part of the city's rescue team? Li Xingyue observed Yang Cheng's clean attire, which did not bear the marks of someone chased by zombies. In such an environment, one might wonder how he could find the time to wash his clothes, leading her to believe he must be in a safe location, prompting her to inquire, I'm afraid not. I'm just an ordinary person who happened to pass through, Yang Cheng replied, not wishing to divulge that he was immune to zombie attacks. Oh, I see. Li Xingyue's face fell slightly upon learning he was not a rescuer, but the expression quickly faded. Is it safe outside? After so many days, those zombies and corpses must have decayed by now, right? Li Xingyue continued, although she was aware of the naivety of such thoughts. Yet, seeing Yang Cheng's calm demeanor upon arrival sparked a flicker of hope within her. After all, if he had traversed through a horde of zombies, he must have faced a life-and-death struggle. Yet, he appeared unfazed from beginning to end, suggesting that perhaps the outside had returned to normalcy. I must admit, this may disappoint you, but I can only tell you that the zombies still roam the lower floors. You may not be able to leave. Yang Cheng paused before stating. Then, can you take us out? Li Xingyue persisted, unwilling to give up. In their current predicament, she had no choice but to rely on this stranger. I cannot dot on my own. I could move quietly, but with you too, the increased numbers would attract the zombies, and I could very well perish at their hands. Yang Cheng feigned ignorance, internally reluctant to escort the siblings out. Even though he was not at risk from the zombies, taking them along would necessitate protecting them, leading to confrontations with the undead. Was he not merely inviting trouble upon himself? Furthermore, his previous encounter with Zhang Xiaoxiao had illuminated the insignificance of his strength in the face of a horde. It would be best to let this brother and sister remain here. Chapter 46. Polite refusal. Please, Mr. Yang, it doesn't matter. Even if you could just take my brother, could you ensure he reaches a safe place? Li Xingyue implored, her expression one of poignant desperation as she sought to entrust her brother to Yang Cheng. Any man encountering such a visage would likely feel a pang of compassion. Unfortunately for her, the man in question was Yang Cheng. There's nothing I can do. Moreover, there's no safe place to be found. The so-called safe zones reported in the news are now swarming with zombies, he replied. Yang Cheng shook his head in refusal. If they were to reside in his apartment, he could simply provide them with food periodically, and the apartment would serve as a relatively safe haven. However, he did not feel compelled to go to such length. If it were just the beautiful Li Xingyue alone, he might have considered it. Yet, with the added burden of a child, even merely transporting them to the apartment would exhaust him. The experience with Chen Dan and her daughter served as a cautionary tale. Protecting them was something he felt obliged to do. But for this brother and sister, he owed them nothing. He was merely scraping by, evading zombies and scavenging for food, and he truly lacked the capacity to take them along. He apologized, hoping to dissuade Li Xingyue from pursuing the matter further. As expected, it seemed futile. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's delicate face fell into a state of despondency. Beside her, Li Zihan remained silent, quietly listening to their exchange, her expression unchanged, refraining from interjecting. This surprised Yang Cheng. Even without adult supervision, Li Zihan was exceptionally well behaved. It was likely she had witnessed many events during this time, which accounted for her maturity. As for Li Xingyue, he found himself at a loss for words. With food scarce, she did not even consider fighting for it, but instead seemed resigned to starvation, as if avoiding reality. Yet, her intellect appeared sharp, perhaps driven to despair, leading her to place her hopes in others. You need not be too disheartened. If I pass this way again, I shall bring you food, he offered. Moreover, I have left all the supplies I gathered here for you. If you encounter rescue personnel outside, I will inform them of your location. Does that sound acceptable? Yang Cheng gently reassured them. Though he was reluctant to take them with him, he at least wanted to instill a glimmer of hope for their survival. If they were to take drastic measures out of despair, he would consider himself an indirect perpetrator of their demise. Upon hearing his words, Li Xingyue's long eyelashes fluttered, and her gaze lit up with surprise as she looked at Yang Cheng's face. She had thought he intended to abandon them entirely and was contemplating whether to employ some extraordinary means to retain his presence, perhaps by offering herself. To her astonishment, he had not taken advantage of their plight, but had generously provided them with sustenance. She realized she had misjudged him. "Thank you so much, Mr. Yang Cheng. I apologize for my previous selfishness. It must be exceedingly difficult for you to ensure your own safety, and I should not have placed additional demands upon you." Li Xingyue expressed her gratitude, bowing her head deeply. It's nothing. I didn't mind at all. Rest assured, aid will surely arrive. You must maintain your faith that this calamity will pass, Yang Cheng replied, all the while contemplating that rescue was unlikely, as he lied while gazing at Li Xingyue's uplifted face. After leaving the supplies with the siblings, he took his leave. Sighing, he muttered to himself about the exhaustion of lying in the parking lot. He looked up at the sky, then shouldered his backpack filled with supplies and started his motorcycle, departing from the shopping center. Chapter 47. Thoughts. Half an hour later, he parked beneath the apartment building and ascended to his floor. Upon entering, he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. Moments later, Yinqing emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a towel. The backup power he had procured only sufficed for his room, leaving Yinqing without electricity or hot water in hers. Thus, she had borrowed his bathroom for her shower. At that moment, her damp hair cascaded over her fair shoulders, and a veil of mist clung to her porcelain skin. Her long, exposed legs glistened with droplets of water, resembling a pristine lotus emerging from the water, breathtakingly beautiful. "Mr. Yang Cheng, you're back?" Yinqing tilted her head, drying her hair with a towel. Upon lifting her gaze, she met Yang Cheng's eyes, her cheeks instantly flushing. The hand holding the towel instinctively drew back. Due to the erosion virus within her, she found herself unconsciously drawn to Yang Cheng's lips whenever he was near. The recollection of having kissed him twice made her face burn with embarrassment. Why are you so dirty? Did you encounter a zombie attack? You weren't hurt, were you?" Suddenly, her expression shifted to one of concern as she noticed the dirt on his face and clothes, prompting her to step forward and inquire urgently. Yang Cheng had never disclosed to her that he was immune to zombie attacks. This remained his personal secret. The dirt on his face and clothes was merely a ruse, gathered haphazardly during his travels. The incident where Li Xingyue mistook him for rescue personnel had reminded him that he needed to avoid appearing too composed in a world filled with zombies. Lest he arouse suspicion, he needed to be perceived as just another ordinary survivor. I was just chased by a few zombies for a while. It was nothing dangerous. I easily outpaced them," he reassured her, inhaling the refreshing scent of her shower gel wafting in the air. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he found himself looking down at her, but he discreetly averted his gaze. After spending several days together, he recognized Yinqing's genuinely gentle nature, reminiscent of an ideal wife. It was no surprise. Despite her lofty appearance, she was a girl from the countryside, exceptionally understanding. However, perhaps it was her very gentleness that made her susceptible to harassment from that pig-faced supervisor. Yang Cheng refrained from inquiring about this matter, as it would reveal that he had perused her diary and notes. "That's good to hear. I'm truly sorry. I've been a burden to you these days," Yinqing said, clutching the edge of her towel with a hint of guilt. She had been sharing the food he had bravely scavenged without ever asking for anything in return, which reassured her that she had not misjudged him. Yang Cheng was not a superficial man. If it had been another man, he might have taken advantage of her in this lawless apocalypse. Thus, her regard for Yang Cheng deepened. "Then, would you consider offering yourself in return?" However, just as she contemplated this, Yang Cheng grinned mischievously and made a teasing remark. That's two." Upon hearing this, Yinqing's heart raced, and she stammered. She wanted to express that it was too soon for such thoughts, but did not wish to see Yang Cheng's disappointment. Leaving her conflicted eye in the end, her voice trailed off, her lips moving silently. "Just joking. Hurry and change your clothes. I'm not the kind of person who takes advantage of others." Yang Cheng chuckled. surprised by the adorably bashful side of Yanqing, who appeared as a mature woman. He was not inept in that regard. Any normal man would feel stirred by a stunning beauty standing before him clad only in a thin towel. Yet, he had no desire to coerce someone using such despicable means. It was his personal principle. He then moved to the refrigerator, methodically placing the food from his backpack inside. It was merely a jest. Watching Yang Cheng crouched beside the fridge, Yanqing bit her lip, her voice tinged with relief yet accompanied by a touch of regret. In truth, the soft words she barely uttered were, "But if you truly wanted to." It wouldn't be impossible. Unfortunately, Yang Cheng was completely oblivious, as her voice was too soft to compete with her alluring figure. "Take your time." With a sigh, she headed towards the adjacent room. Their rented apartment had only one bedroom, and their relationship had not yet reached the level of sharing a room. Shortly after, she returned in fresh loungewear, and together they selected fresh ingredients to prepare a steaming hot pot amid the chill of this desolate world. Chapter 48. Tidying up. Morning light streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Yang Cheng lay in bed, suddenly opening his eyes. "Damn, I've been so idle lately that I'm dreaming such absurd dreams." Observing the light-colored stains on his pants and the bed, Yang Cheng couldn't help but shake his head. As for the figures in his dreams, they were not limited to one. Besides Yanqing, there was also Li Xingyue, whom he encountered yesterday. Yanqing's presence was somewhat justifiable, considering the alluring scene he witnessed the previous day, but having Li Xingyue included as well bordered on the bizarre. Moreover, in his dream, he felt an inexplicable sense of dominance over the pitiful Li Xingyue. No, he must not compromise his moral boundaries. Otherwise, there would be no turning back. With such thoughts in mind, Yang Cheng climbed down from his bed, determined to change the sheets before Yanqing arrived. However, just as he emerged from the bedroom, clutching the stained sheets, he collided with Yanqing, who was preparing breakfast for the two of them. "Mr. Yang Cheng, you're up so early. Did I wake you? What's that in your hands? Are those the sheets that need washing? Let me take care of that. I can't keep taking your food without offering something in return," she said, approaching him while tying on an apron. Cough, no need for that. "I can wash them myself," Yang Cheng replied, pulling the sheets closer to himself, unwilling to hand them over. "That won't do. It's the least I can do for you," Yanqing insisted, thinking Yang Cheng was merely being polite, and she reached for the sheets he held. Suddenly, she felt something wet and sticky. Confused, she withdrew her hand, intending to bring it to her nose for a sniff. "Oh no, please don't. That's mine," Yang Cheng exclaimed, catching her delicate wrist, offering an awkward yet polite smile while shaking his head. At his words, Yanqing froze. Despite her innocence, she possessed a basic understanding of human biology and instantly grasped Yang Cheng's implication. A flush of crimson rapidly spread across her cheeks, reaching the delicate lobes of her ears. "I am so sorry," she stammered, abruptly yanking her hand away from Yang Cheng's grasp and bending over to apologize before dashing out of the room. Moments later, the door next door slammed shut as she retreated to her own room. Yang Cheng scratched the back of his head, contemplating that it wasn't a significant issue, and tossed the sheets into the basin. He then approached the stove, retrieving the porridge Yanqing had prepared, leaving a portion for her before taking some milk from the refrigerator for breakfast. After finishing his meal, he gathered his belongings and prepared to head out. Today's destination was a supermarket located just a few hundred meters from the apartment, a mere few minutes' walk. To conserve petrol for his motorcycle, he opted to walk. His task was to deal with the decaying vegetables and meats in the supermarket. The rationale was simple. The mold from rotten produce and meat could easily contaminate surrounding food items. If left unaddressed, it was likely that in 6 months, most food within that supermarket would be inedible, and consuming spoiled food could lead to acute liver failure. He certainly did not wish to succumb to food poisoning. Carrying the remaining porridge in a container, Yang Cheng knocked on Yanqing's door, but received a hesitant response from within, instructing him to leave it at the door as she would eat later. With no choice but to comply, he set down the porridge and milk before descending the stairs. Upon returning to the apartment, he retrieved the key to the main entrance from the guard's room, which had been locked for security reasons. This precaution was for Yanqing's safety, as she had yet to experience the terror of the zombies firsthand. If she were to meet the same fate as Zhang Xiaoxiao, devoured by the undead, he would undoubtedly be heartbroken for quite some time. Leaving the apartment, Yang Chung followed his usual route to the supermarket, once again encountering the scene of the accident. However, the suited man who had bitten him was nowhere to be seen. All in all, his immunity to zombies must have been a stroke of luck, and he felt grateful to that individual. Crossing the street past the accident site, he finally arrived at his destination, a small supermarket with a sign reading Shuanshin Grain and Oil.as. He entered. He immediately spotted the supermarket's owner and several staff members, now transformed into zombies, stirring something within him. These were people he had once spoken to, individuals who had fought for their livelihoods, now reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Such was the unpredictability of life. After a moment of reflection, Yang Chung grabbed several large shopping bags from the checkout counter and found a shopping cart. He pushed the cart through the aisles, tossing the spoiled items into the bags one by one. Half a month had passed, and much of the packaged pork and fish had turned black, emitting a pungent odor. The produce section was similarly grim. Most fruits and vegetables were rotten, covered in layers of fruit flies that clung together like fuzzy gray cotton. The only items that remained somewhat intact were a pile of sprouting green potatoes, poisonous and inedible. Overall, the food in these two sections could be deemed a total loss. In the display case, without electricity to preserve them, fresh milk and dairy products reeked, and Yang Chung had to pinch his nose while tossing these items into the bags. After sifting through the inventory, he arrived at a small white door, presumably leading to the supermarket's cold storage. Upon entering, he was immediately met with a blast of cold air, causing him to shiver. Inside, dozens of pork tenderloins hung neatly, covered in frost. It was quite a rarity to find preserved pork. In a few months, such a commodity would become invaluable among survivors. Yang Chung chuckled, feeling as though these were not mere pork tenderloins, but rather bars of gold. With the solar panels providing power, he need not concern himself with the pork for now. It could remain untouched for the time being. Thus, he exited the cold storage. Chapter 49. Consciousness before death. Now, what should be done with these? 2 hours later, after sealing the last bag, Yang Chung stood at the supermarket entrance, gazing at the mountain of garbage bags with a furrowed brow. If left here, his cleaning effort would be in vain. If only the zombies could help consume this, he mused aloud, observing the zombies wandering the streets. However, this notion was clearly impractical. As it appeared, zombies did not consume decaying food. Suddenly, a spark of insight struck him. Of course, I can just place it in a populated area. Even if these items are rotten, starving humans would likely eat them. They might even feel delighted to have found something to consume. Yang Chung paused for a moment, slightly taken aback by his own suggestion. Using other survivors as tools to dispose of rotten waste did not seem like the thought of a mentally sound individual. What had been happening to him lately? His thought process seemed increasingly alarming, repeatedly treading the line of morality. No, I should just throw it out to the incineration site outside the city. He vigorously shook his head. As long as he discarded it in the deep mountains designated for waste disposal, wild animals would naturally come to take care of the rot. Even if the decay attracted maggots, birds would come to peck at it. Burning it here was also an option, but the thick smoke might attract the attention of other survivors, and if the fire got out of control and set the supermarket ablaze, it would be a significant loss. I need to find a small truck. Yang Chung scanned the area, searching among the parked cars on the street, eventually making his way to a subway entrance. At the same time, he noticed something rather peculiar near the subway entrance. Hundreds of zombies were aimlessly swaying in line, as if waiting for the subway doors to open at dawn. Though they were all zombies, they seemed to linger there with a clear purpose. Yang Chung raised his wrist to check the time. It was precisely during the rush hour before the apocalypse, when many people would be heading to work. Just like that nurse zombie, some still exhibited behaviors from their previous lives. It was quite tragic, really. Even as zombies, they had not forgotten the daily ritual of squeezing into the subway for work, unable to escape the clutches of capitalism. For a long time, Yang Chung had believed that the beings he encountered were merely soulless zombies. However, it now appeared that, even if only a fraction remained, they still endeavored to replicate the patterns of their former lives, akin to robots programmed to merely rotate in place. Ultimately, it was futile to ponder the mechanics behind their movements. Attending to pressing matters was paramount. Although studying the zombies' behavioral patterns could serve as an amusing distraction in moments of boredom, the priority remained to clear away the refuse first. After traversing another block, Yang Cheng, while failing to locate a small truck, fortuitously stumbled upon a pickup truck with its keys still in the ignition, which could be repurposed as a makeshift garbage vehicle. By the time he returned to the Xuanxin supermarket, the hour had approached noon, and he began loading the bags of refuse into the cargo bed of the pickup. Yet, the vehicle's capacity proved insufficient as it filled to the brim after accommodating merely one-third of the waste, rendering the task excruciatingly slow. Ultimately, Yang Cheng drove to a construction site in the new district, where he found a Type B semi-trailer truck. Goodness, the array of buttons was overwhelming, rivaling that of the notoriously difficult A3 tank. Yang Cheng clicked his tongue. Despite having piloted helicopters and tanks, this was his inaugural experience operating a construction vehicle. Nevertheless, he felt emboldened, knowing that even in the event of an accident, no one would hold him accountable. With this newfound audacity, he took to the road. The truck lacked a clutch, being a modern automatic model. Initially flustered upon starting the engine, he soon found himself adept as the vehicle lurched forward. As if he had an innate understanding of its mechanics, the power and responsiveness of the steering wheel were impressive. Had the apocalypse not occurred, he might have considered obtaining a license for such a vehicle. The rear seat was equipped with a single mattress, a pleasant feature that allowed for brief rests during long drives. As he recklessly navigated the streets, crushing numerous zombies beneath the wheels, Yang Cheng finally extinguished the engine before the supermarket. He lowered the tailgate and began hauling the numerous garbage bags into the cargo area. Once filled, he set off toward the mountains outside the city, consciously choosing routes with fewer zombies to avoid being obstructed by the tide of the undead emerging from nearby schools. Guided by the map, he exited the city and turned onto a mountain road at an intersection. As the vehicle climbed to the mid-slope, he gazed out beyond the roadside barrier, taking in the city's condition. Smoke billowed from several high-rises. Apart from the eerie silence, the cityscape bore little alteration from its pre-disaster appearance. After all, this was merely the result of a viral outbreak, not the aftermath of a meteor strike. Widespread structural destruction was implausible. Driving at a leisurely pace, Yang Cheng admired the urban scenery. With no oncoming traffic, he claimed the entire expanse of the road, careful to avoid collisions. Suddenly, he noticed a small black dot moving against the horizon. A bird? No, birds do not hover in the air. Yang Cheng stopped the truck, squinting to get a clearer view. It appeared to be a military helicopter. As he tracked the aircraft, it ascended into the clouds. Eventually disappearing from sight, it seemed to be on a reconnaissance mission rather than a rescue operation, as there was no need for a T-20 armed helicopter equipped with nuclear warheads for such a task. Yang Cheng shifted his gaze, not having anticipated the existence of military organizations. Yet, it was hardly surprising. If ordinary individuals like Ming Yun could hold out in the campus for so long, it would be bizarre for the armed forces to have been entirely eradicated. Elite units, like the GSP squad, likely retained over half of their combat effectiveness amidst such a sudden catastrophe. They were probably tasked with protecting some high-profile individual, but that was of no concern to him. As long as they posed no threat to him, he would remain indifferent. With a murmur, Yang Cheng resumed his journey, wishing to avoid reminders of old acquaintances and the sorrowful memories they conjured. The vehicle meandered slowly, and en route to the mountain's incineration site, Yang Cheng inadvertently glanced to the roadside, where he was taken aback by an unexpected sight. A wilderness activity center sprawled before him. Occupying half a hectare, it boasted tall walls and a level terrain, ideal for detecting any approaching zombies. He parked the truck and entered through the main gate, finding no sign of the undead within. The center contained several 2- or 3-story lodges, while a cafeteria adorned with blue plastic tables occupied the northwestern corner. Additionally, a small gymnasium featured a badminton court and several ping-pong tables, and behind the gym lay a compact golf course. Such centers were typically designed for corporate retreats, ostensibly to foster communication between leaders and employees, though seasoned participants knew they served merely as venues for sycophantic displays. Yang Cheng had never been here but had seen pictures from Li Chuanhua's social media, where several workshop supervisors posed with their boss, all sporting disingenuous smiles that only surfaced in the presence of authority. In contrast, The employees were forever met with grim faces, as though they had just consumed something foul. The water supply came from a stream flowing down the mountain, and remnants of charcoal from past barbecues littered the pebbled ground surrounding the brook. Should the gas be shut off in his apartment? This place could serve as an excellent stronghold. While the apartment had numerous rooms, the common areas were far too cramped. Once he secured the door, Yin Qing could only find solace on the rooftop. Over time, such confinement would prove detrimental to one's mental and physical health. Furthermore, if he were to implement his plan for creating small beings, it would be cruel to confine his children to an apartment, robbing them of a joyful childhood. This wilderness activity center not only boasted numerous recreational facilities, but also housed a generator and solar panels. Initially, he had intended to clear out a lavish mansion in a wealthy district, but this location evidently offered a more suitable refuge amidst the apocalypse. After thoroughly exploring the premises, Yang Qing marked the site on his map, contemplating bringing Yin Qing here once his plans materialized. Before that, however, he needed to ensure any potential zombies lurking in the center were dealt with first. He returned to the truck and navigated through the activity center, continuing toward the mountain summit. Soon enough, he arrived at a landfill site marked by a sign. At the end of a dirt road lay a vast black pit, several meters in diameter, exuding a thick plume of black smoke, akin to a voracious black hole consuming everything in its vicinity. This was the result of chemical-laden refuse spontaneously combusting. Exercising caution, he utilized the rear-view camera to back the truck to the edge of the pit. Yang Qing disembarked and opened the cargo bed's tailgate, pulling the lever beside the truck to engage the hydraulic lift. As the hydraulic system whirred to life, the bed began to tilt backward. The mound of refuse cascaded over the precipice, crashing into the abyss below with a cacophony of sound. How amusing, he thought, akin to playing a truck driver simulation game. Yang Qing couldn't help but chuckle. After verifying the cargo area was free of any remaining garbage bags, he closed the truck door and set off on his return journey. On the way back, he drove with reckless abandon, pushing the truck to its limits, relishing the exhilarating rush of the wind as it roared past his ears. Perhaps in the future, he could indulge in some luxury vehicles like Lamborghinis or Ferraris, whisking Yin Qing away for a breezy drive along the coast. After all, these were unclaimed possessions, and he could do as he pleased. Even if he were to damage a multi-million-dollar car, there would be no repercussions. It felt like being a sovereign in a deserted city. This apocalypse was truly a divine gift bestowed upon him. He drove the truck back, stopping a few hundred meters from the apartment to avoid any awkward explanations to Yin Qing. Afterward, he smeared some dirt on his face before trudging back to the apartment building. To confront Yin Qing, he knew he needed to engage in a deeper conversation first. Now was not the right moment. In the corridor outside, clean sheets hung to dry. Upon entering the room, Yang Qing saw Yin Qing busy in the kitchen, seemingly having forgotten about the events of the morning. He tactfully decided to move on from that incident. Sensing that Yin Qing seemed to harbor some aversion towards such matters, likely due to some unpleasant experiences in the past, both of them tacitly agreed not to mention it again. A week passed, and Yang Qing had successfully cleared out the rotting food from several nearby supermarkets, alleviating any immediate concerns about food spoilage. Although he had the option to restock supplies from the supermarket at any time, he prudently loaded half a truck full of food as a precaution. Despite this, he still felt a twinge of unease, prompting him to pry open a door at a nearby house, where he filled his truck with cans and bottled water as a final safeguard in case of emergencies. Finally, everything was settled. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Yang Qing felt a strange sense of forgetfulness wash over him. Gazing at the fully stocked room, he suddenly frowned and slapped his forehead. Oh no! In all the busyness, he had completely forgotten about Li Xingyue and her brother. It had been a week since their last meeting, and the supplies he had left for them were likely long gone. He had promised to bring them food. With that thought in mind, Yang Qing hopped on his motorcycle and hurried towards the shopping center. Chapter 51. Li Xingyue's request after parking in the lot. Yang Qing rushed into the shopping center. Selecting some food from the shelves on the first floor, he suddenly recalled the sight of Li Xingyue sleeping under a thin blanket. The recent temperatures had only been in the teens. While daytime was manageable, nights turned quite cold, and that kind of blanket would hardly provide warmth. Thus, as he passed the second floor, he picked up two high-end down comforters from the bedding section. Entering through the back door of the mall, he continued to take the freight elevator to the third floor. When the elevator doors opened, he immediately spotted Li Xingyue slumped against the wall in a dimly lit corridor, looking utterly dejected. Hearing the elevator doors, she looked up, noticing Yang Cheng's arrival. "Mr. Yang Cheng, you are here," she said. Upon seeing him, a flicker of life returned to her dull eyes as she attempted to push herself up with her hands against the wall. However, after 2 days without food, her frail body could not maintain its balance, and she sank back to the ground. "I'm sorry for being late," Yang Cheng said, feeling a pang of guilt. Setting the comforters aside, he stepped forward to support the weak Li Xingyue. He then swept her into his arms, cradling her like a princess and carrying her into the meeting room. Feeling the strength of his muscular chest, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Xingyue's beautiful eyes, but she refrained from saying anything, too weak to feign strength. Upon entering the meeting room, they found Li Zihan had fainted from hunger. Lying unconscious on the sofa, the two had been waiting for Yang Cheng for 2 days. Half an hour ago, seeing her brother in such a state, Li Xingyue had finally resolved to take the risk and venture to the zombie-infested second floor to retrieve some food. Yet, weakness had overtaken her, preventing her from getting far before she collapsed in the corridor. Gently placing Li Xingyue down, Yang Cheng took out some candies from his backpack and set them on the table. They both had lost considerable sugar, and stabilizing their blood sugar was paramount to avoid fainting. He poured hot water from a thermos into a cup, dissolving the candies before lightly waking Li Zihan. Propping him up to feed him some sugar water, which slightly restored color to his pale face, Li Xingyue, however, did not need feeding. She took the sugar water from Yang Cheng and drank it down. While they regained their strength, Yang Cheng tore open several boxes of self-heating rice to replenish their dissipated energy. Li Xingyue wanted to help, but she knew she lacked the strength to even tear open a package. Fearing she would only hinder Yang Cheng, so she silently watched him work. 15 minutes later, the rice was ready and served before them. This time, Li Zihan was truly ravenous, eating with reckless abandon and nearly choking several times. Li Xingyue managed better. Having previously experienced hunger, she had learned to be patient. After several boxes, the siblings finally felt full and set their empty containers aside. "Thank you, Mr. Yang Cheng, you've saved us once again." "I am truly grateful," but Li Xingyue lowered her head, glancing at her brother as if she wanted to say more. Yang Cheng noticed her hesitation. Her words seemed to be something she did not want to express in front of Li Zihan. So, he took out a toy he had brought along and handed it to Li Zihan. "Little brother, this is for you. It's a transformer." "Thank you, big brother," Li Zihan exclaimed happily, taking the toy, tossing the empty containers into the trash, and focusing intently on assembling the toy at the table. Seizing the opportunity while Li Zihan was occupied, Li Xingyue and Yang Cheng stepped out of the meeting room into the corridor. As they walked toward the corner, Li Xingyue remained silent until they had distanced themselves from the meeting room, at which point she turned to speak. "Mr. Yang Cheng, I truly appreciate your coming as you promised. But if you could come a bit more quickly next time." From Li Xingyue's shy tone, Yang Cheng sensed the underlying message she wanted to convey. "I'm really sorry. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. I can withstand hunger for a few days, but seeing my brother starve is just too pitiful. He has never gone hungry before." Li Xingyue spoke timidly, fearful of offending Yang Cheng, as he was their only savior at that moment. Yang Cheng correctly deduced that she wished for him to shorten the intervals between his food deliveries. It seemed she refrained from eating much during meals herself, likely to leave more food for her brother Li Zihan after Yang Cheng's departure. Yang Cheng fell into contemplation, not immediately responding to Li Xingyue. If his travel backpack were filled solely with food, it could sustain the two for about a week, together with bottled water and other supplies. They could manage for a week if they rationed it carefully. However, this would mean he would have to come here every week, exhausting himself with the burdensome task of delivering food for the siblings. That seemed rather troublesome and altruistic without any reciprocal benefit. It reminded him of the foolishness he displayed when he paid for Zhao Meiling's mother's medical expenses. Overall, Zhao Meiling had been his girlfriend, and having shared intimacy with her, his 3 years of dedication felt justified. But with Li Xingyue, a complete stranger, he could expect nothing in return. Chapter 52. A joke? Let me think it over. After uttering those words, Yang Cheng turned to leave. Initially, he had merely felt pity for the lonely siblings, which had motivated him to provide them with food. However, the prospect of having to care for them regularly was less appealing. He was not a saint, after all, and did not wish to take on the role of a caretaker. He had fulfilled his promise to bring food, and there was no pressing reason to continue helping this brother-sister pair. Especially since he would not gain anything in return. Li Xingyue was undeniably beautiful, rivaling Yin Qing in appearance, but he was not one to be a sycophant, unwilling to engage in a losing proposition. Ah, wait, Mr. Yang Cheng. At that moment, Li Xingyue sensed a shift in Yang Cheng's tone and hurried after him, grasping his sleeve. I'm truly sorry. My request was too much. You've already helped us, and yet I dare to ask for more. I am really sorry. Please don't be angry. Her tone was almost pleading, making Yang Cheng pause slightly. It's all right. Being hungry is indeed quite uncomfortable, which is only natural. The blankets over there are for warmth. Take them. A cold snap is expected soon, and the rescue team may arrive before that. Just hang in there. Gently extricating himself from Li Xingyue's grasp, Yang Cheng walked toward the freight elevator. But just as he reached the elevator entrance, preparing to navigate around the shelving obstacle, Li Xingyue seized his hand once more. Turning abruptly, he saw her face etched with desperation. Mr. Yang Cheng, please help us. I implore you. No, do not abandon us. On Li Xingyue's exquisite visage, there emanates an aura of beauty that evokes deep sympathy. This expression, Yang Cheng had previously witnessed on Zhao Meiling when she was besieged by debt collectors. It effortlessly stirred a man's instinct to protect. Generally, men aspire to project a robust, stalwart image before such women, uttering phrases like "leave everything to me," in hopes of winning the fair maiden's heart. Faced with a damsel as enchanting as this, imploring with such a countenance, most men would succumb to their desires and acquiesce. However, having learned from Zhao Meiling's misfortunes, Yang Cheng had become wiser. Have you ever witnessed the fate of those attacked by zombies? Yang Cheng inhaled deeply before speaking. Li Xingyue's body stiffened, and she nodded slightly. Then you must understand that, given the current circumstances, acquiring any food necessitates a desperate struggle right beneath the noses of those zombies. You are aware of this, I presume? Indeed, the other party's head bowed even lower. Observing Li Xingyue's demeanor, reminiscent of a child who had misbehaved, Yang Cheng felt a twinge of amusement and decided to tease the lovely girl before him. Furthermore, consider what I stand to gain from assisting you. If it were solely my provisions, the food I shared could sustain me for a fortnight. Those resources I previously provided are bygones, but next time, I may find myself without even my share and potentially meet my demise at the hands of the undead. Do you comprehend this? Li Xingyue remained with her gaze fixed on the floor. She should grasp the immense value of food in such dire times. Gazing at the taciturn Li Xingyue, Yang Cheng lowered his tone to continue. Of course, should I feel a sense of duty to aid you, I would indeed exert myself to help. However, we share no bond. We are merely strangers who crossed paths. Would you risk your life for an unfamiliar individual? Thus, you ought to offer me some form of recompense. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's expression faltered as she gradually lifted her head, her countenance slightly rigid. What must I do to merit your assistance? Hee, what do you think? Yang Cheng replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze wandering to the young woman's alluring curves. Are you suggesting what I think you are? Realizing Yang Cheng's gaze, Li Xingyue instinctively shielded her chest with her hands and recoiled several steps. Mr. Yang Cheng, I never expected you to be such a person. To threaten others in this manner is utterly despicable. I would rather perish than acquiesce to such a thing. With her teeth clenched, Li Xingyue's beautiful eyes brimmed with indignation as she glared at Yang Cheng. He was momentarily taken aback. His intent was merely to jest with the girl, never anticipating her to take it seriously. However, hearing her haughty tone stirred his irritation. Very well, enlighten me then. Aside from that, what else can you offer? Yang Cheng raised his chin slightly, lazily fixing his gaze upon the girl. But still, I cannot agree to such a proposition. Li Xingyue, her emotions aflame, had indeed contemplated enticing Yang Cheng, but only to the extent of holding hands. When Yang Cheng showed no intentions beyond that, she naturally regarded him as a kind-hearted individual. What is a kind-hearted person? One who selflessly dedicates themselves, yet now, This person she deemed benevolent suddenly demanded recompense, unsettling the balance in her psyche. It was akin to giving someone candy daily, only for them to demand payment when you no longer offered it. The other party would undoubtedly turn hostile. Yang Cheng suddenly chuckled coldly, realizing the girl's mindset. It seemed that throughout Li Xingyue's life, she had likely always occupied the position of the superior, akin to a high and mighty class president or goddess. Typically, she requested and demanded from others, having never been subjected to demands herself. She was acutely aware of her worth. Her lofty pride prevented her from lowering her value, even in such dire straits. Failing to recognize the reality of her situation. Very well, if your words hold true and you could manage without me, then it appears you must rely on yourselves henceforth. With that, Yang Cheng turned to leave. Feeling displeased with Li Xingyue's perception of him as merely a tool. Wait. Can we negotiate other terms? Anything but that. I am willing to comply. Li Xingyue gritted her teeth, still unwilling to relinquish her pride. Chapter 53. The compromise of the high-altitude flower I have already stated. Articulate what you can offer me. I am all ears. I do not seek much. Merely that your contributions yield tangible benefits for me. Yang Cheng smirked. How about this? We relinquish this conference room to you, Mr. Yang Cheng, as a secure haven. While you rest, my brother and I will keep watch. Henceforth, I shall take care of all your daily needs, including washing your clothes and shoes. Li Xingyue racked her brain, finally conjuring up tasks she could perform, believing these trivial matters would still provide Yang Cheng with some benefit. I can manage those small tasks myself. Do you think I have been sleeping in some damp sewer these past days? There are far safer places than this. Moreover, I am the only one here with a semblance of compassion. Had you encountered other survivors, they would have unceremoniously expelled you to feed the zombies. Yang Cheng stated flatly, intending to intimidate Li Xingyue. Li Xingyue's haughty demeanor irked him. In jest, Yin Qing's reactions were far more endearing. If Li Xingyue refused to submit, he would genuinely abandon her and her brother. He had no desire to continue being a pushover. In this apocalyptic landscape, such a disposition was unsustainable. Then, please present other demands. Mr. Yang Cheng, I implore you. Aside from that, I am open to any conditions in this transformed world. Should we not assist one another in overcoming adversity? Moreover, we have young children to protect. Safeguarding the vulnerable ought to be a man's duty. No? Li Xingyue's desperation prompted her to appeal to emotions. I am sorry, but I am indifferent to such matters. Furthermore, it seems you have overlooked something. We are not helping each other. Thus far, I have been the sole contributor, tirelessly bringing you food. Yet what have you rendered in return? Perhaps you believe a few words of gratitude suffice. Do you think your beauty grants you the right to view others' assistance as a given? Yang Cheng's expression remained impassive as he articulated the underlying thoughts Li Xingyue harbored. I never thought that way. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue bit her delicate lip, stammering. Then reflect earnestly on what mutual assistance truly signifies. I am not a member of a rescue team or a benevolent volunteer. I am under no obligation to risk my life to procure food for you, unless our relationship evolves further. As adults, you should comprehend what that entails. With arms crossed, Yang Cheng tilted his head slightly to gaze down at the girl, who stood half a head shorter than him, his tone authoritative, if he had merely jested before. He was now treating the matter with utmost seriousness. He intended to bring this lofty flower down from her high pedestal, compelling her to fully submit to his will. Li Xingyue lowered her head, her fair lips already stained with crimson. Yang Cheng remained oblivious to the fact that Li Xingyue, having stayed in the shopping center, was entirely unaware of his immunity to zombie attacks. Thus, she had always believed that Yang Cheng's efforts to procure food were life-threatening gambles. In truth, Li Xingyue bore no animosity towards this man before her. When Yang Cheng had swept her into the conference room like a domineering CEO, she had even felt an unparalleled sense of safety. Given more time together, she would inevitably develop feelings for him. Yet, she had not anticipated that her youthful heart would not yet have the chance to blossom before witnessing his repugnant true nature. As the vice president of a prominent university's student council, Li Xingyue had encountered numerous exceptional suitors. Thus, she found it difficult to accept Yang Cheng's despicable behavior. By the way, money. My family is quite wealthy. If I can return home, I will give you all my family's savings. Is this acceptable? Before the words even left her mouth, Li Xingyue looked up to see the unmistakable smile on Yang Qing's face. A smile that was devoid of any concealment, mocking her innocence. Indeed, Yang Qing was laughing at Li Xingyue's naivete in this apocalyptic world. Money had become as worthless as toilet paper, scorned by all. The thoughts of a pampered heiress like Li Xingyue were, frankly, absurdly naive. There is no need to elaborate. It is evident that aside from what I have mentioned, you possess no other conditions that could stir my heart. In today's world, to attain something, one must pay an equivalent price. Yang Qing issued his ultimatum. Must it truly be this way? Can we not negotiate other terms? Li Xingyue fell silent, as if uttering a final plea, her voice barely a whisper. Yang Qing remained wordless, shaking his head. Is it possible? Can we use our hands for such matters? With her head bowed, Li Xingyue bit her lips softly. What did you say? Yang Qing raised an eyebrow. Seemingly startled by her audacious words, I have never done such a thing before. I am not mentally prepared for it. Li Xingyue's voice rose slightly, her eyes glistening with tears of humiliation, on the verge of spilling onto the ground. No, that is your concern. It has nothing to do with me. Let us begin here. Yang Qing continued to press forward. The young woman trembled, and the tears in her eyes finally fell to the floor. She then turned her body, her hands reaching for the buttons of her shirt, slowly unfastening them one by one, revealing large expanses of pale skin. Throughout this process, her movements were deliberate, her heart silently hoping that the man behind her would utter words of reconsideration. Yet, until the very last moment, he remained silent. But as she turned around, head bowed, ready to despairingly accept reality, she found that Yang Qing's figure had vanished from her tear-blurred vision. Next time, I hope you will be better prepared. From the freight elevator at the end of the corridor came Yang Qing's voice, followed by the sound of the door closing with a ding, as he descended to the lower levels. Li Xingyue stood frozen in place, unable to comprehend Yang Qing's intentions. However, his words about a next time at least implied that he would return. Chapter 54, Yin Qing's transformation. When Yang Qing stepped into the apartment, the sky had nearly turned to darkness. On his way back from the shopping center, he had picked up a few bottles of low-alcohol red wine on the first floor, intending to enjoy a post-dinner drink and conversation with Yin Qing. Yin Qing, I'm back. During this time, the two had grown so close that they felt like good friends who could share everything, omitting titles of Mr. and Mississippi. However, when Yang Qing casually turned on the lights in the room and looked up, he was startled to find Yin Qing staring directly at him, her expression vacant, her fingers absent-mindedly caressing the door to her bedroom. This bizarre scene was reminiscent of their first encounter during the initial outbreak of the apocalypse. Yang Qing nearly lost control, hastily tossing aside his backpack and rushing to seize Yin Qing's wrist. The moment he touched her, he was met with an icy chill. Yin Qing, had she reverted to a zombie state once more? How could this be? Yang Qing opened the refrigerator, where several vacuum-sealed bags of blood remained. Yin Qing had consumed 2 bags of her own blood over the past week, so she shouldn't have reverted to a zombie. Could it be that the virus within her had mutated again? At that moment, Yin Qing shifted her gaze away from Yang Qing, staring blankly out the dark window, her body becoming utterly still. Regaining his composure, Yang Qing felt a slight sense of calm. The fact that Yin Qing did not lunge at him indicated that his blood was indeed effective in suppressing the virus within her. In other words, he must have overlooked something crucial that led to her reverting to a zombie state. He opened a package, tasting his blood. It was fresh and not spoiled. Was it necessary for the blood to be warm? Pondering for a moment, he poured the blood into a cup and gently heated it over a low flame. Once the blood reached a temperature close to that of the human body, he carefully laid Yin Qing back on the sofa, slightly parting her soft lips to attempt to feed her the blood. However, Yin Qing's crystalline teeth remained tightly shut, and the blood slowly trickled down her cheek. It was completely unconsumed. Gazing at the bloodstains on the sofa, Yang Qing felt a sense of helplessness and took a sip of the blood himself. Then, mouth to mouth, he transferred the blood into Yin Qing's mouth. He observed as her pale neck moved slightly, seemingly swallowing the blood. Simultaneously, her body began to warm. It's working. Yang Qing rejoiced, continuing to feed Yin Qing in this manner. Before long, A glimmer of life returned to her once vacant eyes. The moment she regained consciousness, Yanqing felt warmth on her lips, the taste of warm blood in her mouth, and the heavy breaths of the man before her. Suddenly, she recognized Yang Cheng, who was feeding her in such an intimate manner. While Yang Cheng was engrossed in feeding her, he remained oblivious to the fact that she had regained her awareness. After retracting his lips, he took another sip of blood, puckering his lips as he leaned toward Yanqing. "Ah!" She let out a sharp cry, instinctively pushing him away with enough force to send him flying several meters. Thud. Yang Cheng coughed up the blood in his mouth and stumbled backward, falling over as the red liquid splattered all over him. "Ah, I'm so sorry, Yang Cheng. Are you all right?" Seeing that she may have hurt him, Yanqing hurried over from the sofa to help him up. "Cough, don't worry, I'm fine. It's good that you've recovered." Rubbing his sore backside with his left hand, Yang Cheng used his right to gently squeeze Yanqing's now warm hand, smiling. The virus within Yanqing had significantly amplified her strength, and that push was no small feat. Fortunately, Yang Cheng was robust enough. Otherwise, a delicate starlet might have suffered a fracture. The two changed into clean clothes and sat across from each other, naturally discussing the unexpected incident of Yanqing reverting to a zombie state. Following Yang Cheng's instructions, Yanqing had been drinking a bag of blood every 3 days, each bag containing 20 milliliters. This estimate was derived from previous instances where Yanqing had suckled his blood from his tongue. And the calculation should not deviate significantly to it. Seemed that the temperature of the blood was indeed the issue. Understanding the cause, they tidied up the disheveled apartment. Given the circumstances, it was not the right atmosphere for drinking. Moreover, Yanqing, who had just recovered from her zombie state, expressed her fatigue, opting to return to her adjacent room without even having dinner. After seeing Yanqing off, Yang Cheng pulled a chair to the balcony, pouring himself a glass of red wine as he gazed at the dark cityscape, lost in thought. Standing outside, he felt a chill in the air. Despite it being the approach of summer, the weather was unusually cool, mirroring the desolation of this apocalyptic world. The days ahead would likely grow increasingly cold. A few years prior, a renowned geologist had stated in the news that the world might be entering a new ice age. Perhaps he was right, as the darkness enveloped the remnants of the disaster. The city appeared almost unchanged at first glance, save for the cold glow of the lights. The illuminated streetlights were powered by wind or solar energy, leaving the city with less than 1/10 of its former light, the rest swallowed by darkness. Without light pollution, the stars in the sky shone exceptionally bright, with the constellation Centaurus visible to the naked eye. Below, the streetlights flickered in the darkness, casting shadows of wandering zombies that a few high-rise buildings had their lights on. Perhaps the zombies had accidentally triggered the switches, or there were survivors inside. However, they were too far away for Yang Cheng to discern clearly. Although he could retrieve binoculars to observe, even if he discovered survivors, he had no desire to approach. Encountering them would likely lead to requests for food, much like the pleas from Li Xingyue and her brother. If he were to provide food every time someone called for help, he would merely become a food courier. If word spread among survivors, it would bind him further. Life and death are fated. Prosperity is in the hands of heaven. Survivors, may you fend for yourselves. Taking a sip of the rich, high-end red wine, Yang Cheng raised the bottle towards the distant skyscrapers. Suddenly, a piercing screech that shattered the night's stillness erupted from the intersections of two streets. From the sound, it seemed that a vehicle in motion had abruptly slammed on its brakes and collided with something, resulting in an accident, accompanied by the faint sound of shattering glass. The zombies in the street began to surge towards the source of the noise. Yang Cheng glanced over and saw that the occupants of the vehicle were already surrounded by the horde, trapped with no escape. Chapter 55. Public Security Bureau. Shortly after the car was encircled, a man crawled out from beneath the vehicle, only to be torn to shreds by the ravenous zombies that surged forward. Inside the vehicle, a female university student, roughly the same age as Li Xingyue, was dragged through the shattered window, struggling and screaming, before being devoured alive by the swarm. Their anguished cries lasted only a few moments before the city returned to an eerie silence. Yang Cheng silently took a piece of compressed biscuit and chewed it, shaking his head as he downed the remaining wine in the bottle. Even if he felt sympathy, he was powerless to change their fate. All he could do was offer a silent tribute to the two. The next morning, Yang Chung donned his gear and checked the map as he set off towards the city's Public Security Bureau. If he intended to take Yin Qing to the outdoor activity center, he needed to procure some weapons for her, ensuring she wouldn't meet the same grim fate as the couple from the previous night. After biking through half the city and dispatching a few zombies along the way to hone his skills, Yang Chung arrived at his destination, the East Guang City Public Security Bureau. The bureau boasted 5 floors, with several patrol cars parked in the lot and a wrecked barrier at the entrance. There might still be survivors inside, but given the state of the destroyed barrier, the likelihood of that seemed exceedingly slim. Upon entering, the first floor appeared to be a typical reporting hall, primarily dealing with civil disputes and less severe cases. Corridors on either side housed various offices for the patrol and traffic police. The reception area had chairs neatly arranged, and remarkably, there were no zombies in sight, not even any corpses. Yang Chung was somewhat surprised. Given that the bureau was armed, one would expect to find at least a few bodies from a confrontation with zombies. This phenomenon was decidedly abnormal. Exploring further into the chief's office, he found no trace of zombies and failed to locate any ranged weapons, only a row of electric batons hanging. Uncertain of their efficacy against zombies, Yang Chung decided to take one, intending to test it on a zombie later. After searching the first floor with no success, he reluctantly ascended to the second floor. Upon reaching the second level, he found himself beside the Criminal Investigation Department, with a room at the far end conspicuously labeled Detention Room. In his recollection, such rooms were typically located underground. Yang Chung muttered to himself, noticing that the entrance was unlocked. Eager to find a zombie for his electric baton experiment, he peered inside. On either side of the corridor were 4 iron-barred cells, with neatly folded blankets in the corners. The first 3 cells were devoid of zombies, but the last detention room was an exception, housing a few figures. They were already dead. Approaching, Yang Chung let out a regretful sound. 3 corpses with exploded heads lay beside the cell door, their blood and brain matter splattered across the walls, even staining the ceiling. All of it turned dark with time. 2 of the corpses bore bite marks on their limbs. While the third had a penetrated skull, it appeared that one of the infected had turned and killed the other 2 inmates, with no means of escape from the same cell. Clearly, it was a living individual who had dispatched these 3 zombies. Most likely, it was a police officer with a firearm. Possessing a gun certainly made things easier, as dispatching 3 zombies could be accomplished effortlessly. As he reached the corner, Yang Chung suddenly noticed a hidden passage leading downward. Indeed, a detention room was typically situated in a basement. Hoping to encounter some active zombies below, he murmured to himself before descending the staircase of the hidden passage. For Yang Chung, who was not at risk of a zombie attack, these creatures served not only as indicators of human presence, but also as defensive tools. If there were zombies below, he need not worry about ambushes from lurking survivors. Thus far, he had contemplated engaging with others through simple exchanges involving food. However, if those individuals were malevolent prior to the apocalypse, they might not be inclined to converse. Direct ambushes, or worse, could be a possibility. Suddenly, as he descended the stairs, Yang Chung faintly heard some sounds emanating from the bottom. He quickly crouched and peered down the staircase to assess the situation. It seemed that someone was ascending from below. The irregular footsteps were insufficient for him to discern whether they belonged to a living being or a zombie. So he waited patiently. Moments later, a female officer, blood-soaked and swaying, appeared before him. Phew, just a zombie. Yang Chung sighed in relief. A zombie that wouldn't attack him was far less concerning than a survivor who might ambush him. The dark streaks of blood on her face made it easy for him to identify her as a zombie. Since there was a zombie coming up, it implied that there were likely no living individuals below. It was the perfect opportunity to test the electric baton's effectiveness. He retrieved the baton and approached the female zombie, activating it as he made contact with her. A crackling sound erupted, and purple sparks flew as her body trembled uncontrollably. However, once he released the baton, the zombie did not collapse. The baton could hinder the zombie's movement but could not deliver a fatal blow, even at maximum charge. After verifying the baton's ineffectiveness, Yang Chung slightly lowered his guard and ventured deeper into the basement. Chapter 56. Dual pistols acquired. TSK. I wondered where they all went. It turns out they were all here. Upon stepping into the basement, Yang Chung looked up to find dozens of zombies crowding the narrow underground prison corridor. Under the dim illumination of the green emergency lights adorning the walls, the gathered mass of corpses writhed like a repulsive swarm of black cockroaches meandering through the corridor. Each zombie bore remnants of desiccated black blood, with a significant number missing limbs. Most of the wounds and severed appendages were inflicted by large-caliber shotguns, and those still able to stand sported gaping, fist-sized holes in their chests. Among them was a zombie with its jaw blown off, leaving only the upper half of its mouth, devoid of any biting capability. It was evidently unable to feed yet still clung to life. However, no one dared assert that zombies would perish without sustenance. Much like Yin Qing, who had spent over 10 days in a zombified state without food, only to feel hunger upon regaining her humanity. Yang Chung speculated that perhaps after their transformation, the zombies' metabolism had nearly ceased, akin to hibernating bears that can survive months without nourishment. As for whether these zombies would eventually succumb to decay after several years, only time could provide the answer. If the day came when zombies were eradicated, the remaining human population might dwindle to less than 1,000th. At that point, he could no longer indulge in the city as he pleased. He found himself hoping that these zombies could linger a while longer, as it would be more advantageous for him. Casting a casual glance at the horde, he noted that most were inmates, identifiable by their prison garb. Among them were a few officers clad in bulletproof vests, and a set of prison keys lay abandoned by one of the cell doors. The sequence of events was likely deducible. After the outbreak, these officers, in a misguided act of goodwill, attempted to release the prisoners to save them, only to find themselves ensnared. The corridor was permeated with the stench of decay, and the air in the basement was already stale, prompting Yang Chung to pry open the ventilation at the end of the passage. As he navigated through the mass of corpses, the surrounding zombies exhibited little reaction. Once the air became somewhat more tolerable, he began pushing aside the zombies until he reached a police officer whose face had been partially devoured. At first glance, he noticed a holster strapped to the officer's waist. Securing the zombie's body, Yang Chung reached for the holster, unbuckling it to reveal a white 9mm Glock service pistol, which possessed a moderate level of lethality among handguns, with a magazine capacity of 12 rounds and minimal recoil. If Yin Qing were to wield it, she would likely not lose her grip while firing. Suddenly, he recalled the incident from the previous night when Yin Qing had sent him flying and how he could not escape her grasp when she had forcefully kissed him. After being infected by the blight virus, Yin Qing's strength was astonishing. The recoil of this gun would surely be negligible for her. With his mind at ease, he turned to another armed officer. Extracting the firearm from the zombie's waist, he discovered a compact black 7.62mm German revolver, measuring less than 10 centimeters in length. The grip was ergonomically designed, ensuring comfort even during prolonged use, though unfortunately, only 2 rounds remained in the chamber. Observing the shoulder insignia of this zombie, he noted 3 blue stripes, indicating that this customized revolver was indeed a special issue for officers of at least the 3rd rank. Apart from these 2, the other officer zombies bore no firearms. As Yang Chung searched the female officer's body, he only found a can of pepper spray, which was of little use to him. He had no choice but to tuck the revolver into his waistband, grasping the Glock with its higher ammunition capacity as he retraced his steps back up the stairs, leaving the underground detention area behind. He resolved to search the upper floors instead. The ammunition in these 2 weapons was limited, and 1 magazine would hardly suffice. For someone untrained in marksmanship, hitting a zombie in the head from 10 meters away would require at least 5 or 6 shots. If luck were against him, he might expend an entire magazine without landing a single hit. The notion of an ordinary person effortlessly shooting a zombie's head from several dozen meters away belonged solely to the realm of cinematic fiction. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Chung ascended to the 3rd floor of the security bureau, where he found a locked armory adjacent to the stairwell. "Is anyone there?" he called tentatively toward the door. Should there be an armed officer inside, he could not guarantee that they wouldn't shoot him upon entering, leading to a most unjust demise. However, after his call, silence met him from within, pressing his body against the wall beside the door. He turned the round doorknob, which offered no resistance as it opened. As he slightly pushed the door ajar, It was met by an obstruction comprised of stacked tables and chairs. Simultaneously, a powerful stench of decay surged through the crevice. The pungent aroma of decomposing flesh assaulting Yang Cheng's senses. Struggling against the urge to retch, he squinted through the opening. A large pool of blood stained the floor, adjacent to which lay the corpse of a police officer. Slumped back in an office chair, having taken his own life with a gunshot to the mouth. His unblinking eyes stared vacantly at the ceiling. Surrounding him were several other corpses, also victims of gunshot wounds to the head. None of whom bore uniforms, merely the semblance of ordinary individuals. There were no bite marks evident on these bodies, suggesting they had succumbed to sheer despair, prompting the officer to commit the unthinkable act. This mirrored Yang Cheng's own intentions towards Chendan and her daughter outside Linglan High School. The officer's final psychological defenses crumbled after taking the lives of several living beings, leading him to follow suit in his own demise. Alas, life is indeed fragile, Yang Cheng sighed softly. These individuals might have had a chance to fight for survival, yet they had made this tragic choice. Even if they had escaped, their fate would likely be the same elsewhere. Considering the density of zombies outside the security bureau was such that one could encounter one every 10 steps. Suddenly, just as he resolved to close the door, an abrupt, raspy roar echoed. Turning swiftly, he was startled to see that the zombies on this floor were all rushing towards his position. Yang Cheng was taken aback. Could it be that his invisibility was failing? Were these zombies intent on attacking him? Realizing this, he quickly retreated to the stairwell, raising his firearm to eliminate the nearest zombie while making his escape downwards. Chapter 57. Search, however, he soon discovered that he had been mistaken. The targets of the dozen or so zombies were not him, but rather the door to the supply room. One after another, they lunged at the door, seemingly attempting to collectively push down the barricade blocking the entrance. Yang Cheng comprehended the situation. The bodies inside had not transformed into zombies before committing suicide. They remained human, a different category altogether from the undead. The stench of decay, much like the scent of human blood attracting mosquitoes, continuously lured the zombies from various floors of the building in no time. Hundreds of corpses converged, their combined strength easily toppling the barricade at the door. The horde surged through the opening like a flood breaching a dam, eagerly consuming the few corpses within. Yang Cheng frowned. As the scene evoked memories of Zhang Xiaoxiao being devoured before his eyes, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Though he desired to reclaim the firearm from the officer's body, he decided it would be best to wait until these creatures had finished their meal. He had no inclination to squeeze into that repugnant mass of corpses for a weapon. The stench was unbearable. Why, sincerest apologies for your incomplete remains, he murmured regretfully toward the bodies within. In the wake of the disaster, many survivors like them had likely taken refuge in a single room, with the siblings Li Xingyue serving as a prime example. Had he not ventured to that shopping center that day, they might have met the same fate, perishing from hunger and rotting away within their home, their scent permeating the entire vicinity. He hoped never to encounter such a stench again, as the odor of normal corpses was even more repugnant than that of the undead. After offering a brief prayer, Yang Cheng ascended to the 4th floor. With the zombies preoccupied with their feast on the 3rd floor, the 4th floor felt remarkably vacant. At the end of the corridor stood a door secured by a 9-grid combination lock. Clearly marked with the words Armory, the lock remained connected to an independent power source, making it difficult to open without the proper tools. Fortunately, there was also a fingerprint lock nearby. If he could procure the fingerprint of an officer of at least deputy chief rank, he should be able to gain access. Thus, he made his way downstairs, examining the shoulder insignias of the officer zombies. By sheer chance, the very first female officer he encountered had held the rank of deputy chief. "My apologies, miss, but may I borrow your fingertip?" Suddenly, he drew out a dagger and severed the fingers of his adversary. Lacking knowledge of which finger had been employed to unlock the mechanism, he had no choice but to remove them all. The expressionless demeanor of the adversary, now a zombie, seemed to indicate an absence of awareness towards the pain of losing fingers, which alleviated Yang Cheng's guilt to some extent. Grasping a handful of severed fingers, Yang Cheng arrived at the entrance of the armory, ready to attempt unlocking one by one. To his surprise, merely pressing the thumb of the left hand against the lock resulted in a decisive click, and it swung open. Yang Chung forced a bitter smile. He felt somewhat remorseful towards the female officer. Shaking his head, he stepped inside the room. Within, he observed neatly arranged cabinets lining both sides, while several shelves stood in the center. Many of the cabinet doors were ajar, evoking a sense of desolation. It appeared that most of the weapons had been taken by the officers to confront the zombies. As Yang Chung methodically opened each cabinet. After a considerable search, he discovered only a few sets of police uniforms and a couple of handcuffs with keys attached. Well, he could forego the uniforms, but he decided to take the handcuffs, as they might prove useful in the future. After some contemplation, he placed all the handcuffs into his bag. If he were to deepen his relationship with Yin Qing in the future, indulging in some romantic escapades might not be amiss. He thought with a lewd grin that, of course, this was contingent upon Yin Qing's consent. Aside from these two items, the other cabinets contained an array of equipment for maintaining public order, including riot helmets, bulletproof vests, police sirens, and electric batons. For safety's sake, Yang Chung decided to take 2 bulletproof vests, one for himself and one for Yin Qing. He also collected a few stun guns, which, while not particularly effective against zombies, were not intended for them. After all, living humans could sometimes be more terrifying than the undead. He strapped 2 holsters to either side of his belt, inserting the 2 guns he had procured, as the gun holsters from the previous officer zombies were far too odorous for his liking. He was too lazy to clean them, and here, he had access to brand new ones. And waterproof military leather boots? Suddenly, Yang Cheng's eyes brightened as he spotted a pair of combat boots he once wore. He distinctly remembered how painful it was to be kicked by these boots. During his selection for the GSP team, he had often felt the sting of their thick soles. It was a pity that while these boots still existed, the person who had kicked him with them had long since departed from this world. Reflecting on the past, Yang Chung checked the size on the sole, which conveniently matched his own, and he seized the opportunity to change into them. The familiar weightiness enveloped his feet. After thoroughly scavenging the useful items, Yang Chung proceeded towards the final destination on the top floor. The crucial ammunition still remained unfound. The top floor housed the Serious Crimes Unit and the Narcotics Squad, considered the most solemn departments. Anyone brought here for interrogation was undoubtedly a perpetrator of heinous crimes. Drug dealers, murderers, rapists, each a scourge upon society. In Chapter 58, Harvest, Yang Chung discovered some small cabinets in the offices of the 2 departments. But upon opening them, he found merely the files of criminals. He rummaged through the desks, yet found no weapons or similar items. However, just as he was about to lose patience, he unexpectedly stumbled upon an evidence room in the last corner office. This room typically stored the implements used by criminals during their acts. If there were any firearms in this building, they would undoubtedly be found here. Yang Chung approached the doorknob, and to his surprise, the door was unlocked, causing his heart to skip a beat. Surely, no one had absconded with the weapons stored within? Clinging to a thread of hope, he opened the door. A quick scan of the surroundings revealed that the shelves, which should have contained criminal firearms, were nearly empty. Alas, what terrible luck! It was only logical. If he could deduce that there might be guns here, other survivors would certainly come to the same conclusion. Despite his disappointment, Yang Chung continued toward a safe. It bore a small padlock, which was merely a deterrent for honorable individuals. After all, who would dare to steal from the police station before the apocalypse? That would be akin to handing over a free performance record. With brute force, he broke the lock, and his expression shifted to one of delight. Inside, to his amazement, were not empty spaces, but 2 revolvers identical to the one strapped to his waist, securely encased in evidence bags. Additionally, there was a black-cornered Desert Eagle, presumably imported from abroad. Counting the 2 on his waist, he now possessed a total of 5 firearms. After inspecting the 3 guns, he noted significant wear on the chambers, indicating their previous owner had been quite a formidable character. Yet now, they all belonged to Yang Chung. The more weapons, the better. They served as excellent contingency plans. Distributing them to other survivors was out of the question. He vividly recalled the treachery of Fong Long and his ilk. Human hearts are inscrutable, and one must always leave an escape route for oneself. The bullets were also located in another bag within the safe. To his astonishment, there were as many as 5 boxes, each containing 20 rounds, an impressive total of 100 bullets. This was no ordinary criminal. Yang Chung wondered if this individual had successfully escaped from this facility or if they were still lurking in the depths of the basement. In any case, if this person were still alive, he would have to keep a wary eye out in the future. In this lawless world, the level of danger posed by others was evident. One could only imagine the lengths they would go to in order to claim resources. After stuffing all the bullets and firearms into his backpack, its once light weight became considerably heavier. Yang Chung adjusted the straps and exited the evidence room, having removed the bullets from the handgun to prevent accidental discharge. A habit cultivated during his military training. That would suffice for now. Descending to the first floor of the police station, Yang Chung took a moment to rest in the waiting area, pouring milk from his thermos and nibbling on a piece of bread. Subsequently, he drew the revolver from its holster and examined it closely. Its compact design was hardly stylish, but it was exceptionally suited for concealment. Even without a holster, it could easily fit into a pocket. As a last resort for survival, it was an optimal choice. However, despite having handled numerous firearms, this was his first encounter with a revolver. During missions, wasting even a second could lead to failure, which is why the GSP team never employed these cumbersome revolvers that required tedious reloading. He had only seen them used by some conventional forces. Recalling his memory of the revolver, Yang Chung removed the safety rubber positioned behind the trigger and grasped the grip in the standard way. With his thumb pressing against the hammer, he applied slight pressure. The circular ammunition chamber slid out to the left, and Yang Chung extracted a bullet, loading it into the rotating chamber before pushing it back into place with a satisfying click. Securing the gun's safety, he had almost forgotten about the firing pin. Pulling the trigger revealed no reaction, prompting Yang Chung to lift the hammer at the rear of the gun, allowing the chamber to rotate slowly. Click! Since he had only loaded one round, the firing pin merely struck air, producing a hollow sound. Not bad. The mechanism was straightforward, and firing would pose no issues. I need to test the recoil and accuracy. Yang Chung muttered to himself as he filled the entire chamber with bullets. He then stood up, scanning for any objects that could serve as targets. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a female police zombie descending the stairs. At that moment, they were approximately 10 meters apart, an ideal distance for testing the sight's zeroing. The zombie, oblivious to his presence, staggered down the stairs, a steady drip of black blood trailing from the severed tip of its fingers. Observing this, Yang Chung silently cocked the hammer, bracing his left hand against his right wrist, raising the revolver in a standard firing position. Aligning the target with the front and rear sights, he held his breath. Forming a straight line in this line of sight, he could see the horror-stricken face of the zombie, marred by dark streaks of blood. Well then, let me grant you release, little sister. For several seconds, he kept the gun trained on her. Then exhaled softly. Yet at the last moment, his brow furrowed, and he redirected the aim towards the forehead of a poster on the adjacent wall, pulling the trigger. Bang! The considerable recoil caused his hand to tremble slightly, leaving a bullet hole beside the poster. The shot had missed its intended target. The sound of the gun echoed throughout the building, followed by the acrid scent of gunpowder. The zombies on the upper floors began to stir restlessly. Indeed, it seems I cannot bring myself to shoot someone in uniform, Yang Chung murmured, stowing the handgun back into its holster. There were still plenty of bullets left. He could practice on the zombies outside in the future. In Chapter 59, The Eve of Disaster, the date was March 27, the night before the catastrophic outbreak of the corrosion virus. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in a lavish villa covering 200 square meters located in the western suburbs of Dongwon City. A thought crossed his mind. Wait, my hair is still wet if I go out like this. Mom will scold me. Upon witnessing her younger brother, Li Zihan, emerging from the bathroom with damp hair, Li Xingyue promptly handed him a towel to dry it. Li Zihan, being obedient, allowed his sister to tousle his hair into a messy bundle. With a smile, Li Xingyue finished drying her brother's hair and led him toward the living room, where the family was preparing to commence dinner. Alas, the current state of affairs in the world seemed rather tumultuous. The occurrence of riots was indeed alarming. As they approached the living room, she overheard her father's voice, tinged with worry. Is something amiss at school? She pondered, upon hearing her father's sigh. Her mother, He Jiao, then chimed in from the kitchen, No, it's just the news that's being broadcast. Her father, watching the news program, responded to her, Li Xingyue and her brother entered the living room, where she caught a glimpse of the television screen. The 80-inch giant screen displayed an urgent news report. The anchor, receiving a document from a colleague, read the contents with a serious demeanor. The gist of the report was that a large-scale riot had erupted at the Mingzhu Building Square in the bustling metropolis, resulting in several casualties, and citizens in the vicinity were advised to remain indoors. Suddenly, the anchor set aside the document and, while broadcasting live to millions, muted the microphone. It appeared that he was communicating with someone off-screen. Frowning and nodding gravely, the borders of the screen abruptly turned red and began to flash, displaying large characters that read emergency notice, Jiao, come quickly. It seems there has been a riot, and the television has issued an emergency notice. Called her father, Li Tianqing, to her mother in the kitchen. Jiao peeked out, and the family gathered around the television, their eyes glued to the screen. Suddenly, another news bulletin interrupted. Not only in the metropolis but in various cities across the nation, riots were breaking out, the reasons behind them remaining unclear, and the casualty figures unknown. What a peaceful life we've had, yet here we are facing riots, Jiao exclaimed in shock, covering her mouth. Her face etched with concern. The news continued, detailing the locations of the riots, one of which was alarmingly close to their villa, merely 2 to 3 kilometers away. Right in our vicinity. The family stood in stunned silence. Except for the youngest, Li Zihan. At that moment, a cacophony of urgent sirens blared from the street outside the villa. A loudspeaker, amidst the din, was broadcasting instructions. Li Tianqing muted the television, and the family strained to hear the announcement outside, which urged residents to evacuate to designated safe locations. The atmosphere in the spacious living room grew heavy with silence. Jiao quickly retrieved the emergency kit from the safe. Xingyue, gather some warm clothing for you and your brother. We must prepare, Li Tianqing instructed gravely, embodying the role of the family patriarch. All right, dear. Should I call the elders? Jiao asked. I'll call them shortly. You prepare while I fetch the car from the garage. He replied that Jiao nodded and departed, while Li Tianqing stepped out. Watching her parents leave, a sense of unease enveloped Li Xingyue, yet she couldn't help but wonder if they were overreacting. The news spoke of riots, not natural disasters like typhoons or earthquakes. Moreover, given the distance, she felt confident that law enforcement would handle the situation, and the rioters wouldn't reach them. Nevertheless, this was a decision made by the national authorities. If they advised citizens to seek shelter, compliance was necessary. Thus, she led her brother back inside and helped him change into appropriate clothing for their outing. Sister, what is a riot? Li Zihan asked innocently after getting dressed. Well, it's when a large group of people gathers in the streets to protest and make noise, Li Xingyue explained, opting for a gentler description to avoid alarming him. Oh, so it's just an argument? My teacher said arguing is bad, he replied. Yes, indeed. Arguing is not good. Now quickly, put on your shoes. We must leave with our parents, she urged. Okay, I understand. After packing their clothes and a towel into a backpack, Li Xingyue began to gather her belongings as well. Once everything was ready, she slung the backpack over her shoulder and took hold of her brother's hand as they descended the stairs and exited the front door. Outside, her father was seated in the driver's seat, warming up the SUV's engine, its headlights illuminating the path leading out of the garage. Dad, do we really need to drive? It's not far to walk to the safe point. Li Xingyue questioned, puzzled, as the designated safe location was merely nearby at Linglan High School. It's better to be safe and hurry. Having the car will be more convenient, her father replied, his face clouded with concern. Hey, Laoli! Suddenly, a figure appeared by the white wooden gate of their garden. Li Xingyue turned to see Uncle Wu, their neighbor. Upon hearing the greeting, her father left the engine running and stepped out of the vehicle to converse with him. Both men wearing worried expressions. Xingyue, at that moment, a robust voice called her name. Turning at the sound, she saw a sunny-faced young man standing at the gate, Wu Hao, Uncle Wu's son, who attended the same university as she did. Xingyue, are you all evacuating as well? Wu Hao asked, crossing over the fence to approach her. Yes, it's my father's decision for the safety of our family, she replied. Just then, her mother, Jiao, emerged from the house. Locking the door behind her, she carried bags of bread, crackers, and several filled water bottles. Hello, Auntie Wu Hao greeted her politely. Good evening, Xiao Hao. This situation has escalated quite a bit. You should prepare to leave as well. Xingyue, come help your mother load these into the trunk, she instructed, as the two women opened the trunk and began placing the provisions inside, with Wu Hao lending a hand. Xingyue, I'll head back now. Let us stay in touch, Wu Hao smiled brightly. All right, take care, Li Xingyue replied, waving with a smile. Having appear alongside her alleviated some of her anxiety. At that moment, her father returned to the driver's seat after concluding his conversation. Mr. Wu and his family have decided to evacuate as well. They'll be leaving shortly. Let us go ahead, Li Xingyue informed her brother as they took their seats in the back, while their mother settled into the front passenger seat. Once everyone fastened their seatbelts, her father pressed the accelerator, and they departed the villa area. Minutes later, they found themselves stuck in traffic about halfway to Linglong High School, as the entire street was congested with long lines of vehicles. Filled with the piercing sounds of honking horns, amidst the chaos, the air was thick with the frustrated shouts of drivers, but despite the cursing, the road ahead remained impassable. Suddenly, amidst the disarray, an eerie rustling noise emerged, accompanied by a raspy voice echoing through the traffic, as if something lurked in the shadows, watching the flow of vehicles. Some individuals, unable to bear the gridlock, began exiting their cars to walk. Enough is enough. It seems we won't be moving anytime soon. Let us get out and walk, Li Tianqing decided, pulling over at a clothing store. The family disembarked from the vehicle. Dad, aren't you taking the keys? Li Xingyue asked, noticing her father casually placing the keys in the compartment of the driver's seat. Leaving them is best. If we can't move it, it might cause inconvenience for others. He replied, the demeanor of a university professor shining through in his conduct. Understood. Although a part of her worried about the possibility of the car being stolen, Li Xingyue nodded in agreement. At that moment, a figure came running toward them. It was Wu Hao, approaching from behind. Xingyue, I see you're also walking over. Are you sure it's all right to leave the car here? He asked as he reached them. Yes, we're trying to save time, Li Tianqing explained. Is it just you, Xiao Hao? He continued, noticing that Wu Hao was alone. Seeing the traffic situation, they decided to return home and let me go to the safe point first. Wu Hao replied politely, very well, then let us walk together. We can meet up with them later, Li Tianqing suggested. Li Xingyue observed a grave expression etched upon her father's face, as though he harbored concerns regarding the actions of Wu Hao's parents. Suddenly, amidst the flow of vehicles ahead, it seemed that a commotion had erupted. The crowd began to scream and scatter in a frantic flight towards the narrow passage within the traffic. A few gazes turned in that direction, and they beheld a multitude of swift figures surging forth from the sidewalk, crashing into the vehicles parked along the roadside. Countless silhouettes collided with car doors and windows, producing a series of dull thuds. The foremost cluster of cars swayed violently, and within, a cacophony of anguished wails echoed. What, precisely, was transpiring? Father Li Tianqing exclaimed, only to witness a mother and daughter being jostled by the panicked crowd, tumbling onto the street. The woman, presumably the girl's mother, crouched protectively over her daughter, trying to shield her from being trampled. We must assist them. Father's shout jolted Li Xingyue back to reality. Thus, the group hurriedly ran towards them. Among the vehicles nearby, a kind-hearted couple also exited their car, intending to help the distressed mother and daughter. However, as the couple opened their car door, they were abruptly knocked to the ground by several figures rushing past. In an instant, the couple found themselves pinned to the ground, crying out in despair. The individuals who had toppled them seemed to have succumbed to madness, ravenously biting at each other's bodies, necks, and faces. Stunned by the horrifying scene before them, the group involuntarily halted. Uncle, what are they doing? The towering Wu Hao's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he spoke. Seizing the opportunity, the woman scrambled to her feet and fled the street with her daughter. At that moment, several silhouettes began to emerge around them. Among them, some were drenched in fresh blood, and one individual dragged a grotesque mass of intestines behind them, slowly approaching. The street was filled with mournful cries. It had transformed into a hellish nightmare. Li Xingyue suddenly turned her head and noticed a group of people emerging from the shadows a mere dozen meters away. As they passed beneath the streetlight, it became apparent that their eyes were devoid of any light. their faces marred by a web of black veins, as they lethargically swayed towards them. In the next instant, those individuals surged forward as if invigorated. Charging towards the fleeing crowd, Li Xingyue stood frozen in place, watching as a middle-aged woman rushed towards her. At first glance, she appeared to be an ordinary ant, yet now her face was similarly marred with black veins. Her eyes reduced to haunting whites. Witnessing this, Li Xingyue was paralyzed with fear, her legs refusing to move as the woman drew closer. Just as the woman's hand reached out to her, her father's robust figure suddenly collided with the middle-aged woman, knocking her away. The woman was forcefully thrown against a car, but she quickly regained her footing and lunged at Li Xingyue once more. "Xingyue, take your brother and flee." Her father positioned himself in front of her, valiantly resisting the woman alongside her mother. Regaining his composure, Wu Hao rushed up to assist. "But you all, hurry. We will come find you." Hearing this, Li Xingyue gritted her teeth, grasped her brother's hand, and merged into the throng of fleeing individuals. Chapter 61. Zombie on the darkened road. Li Xingyue clutched her brother as they fled down the street. From every direction, anguished cries echoed, as people scattered in a panic like sheep pursued by ravenous wolves. As she ran, Li Xingyue cast anxious glances around her, gripping her brother Li Zihan's hand tightly, following the majority of the fleeing crowd. She knew not where the throng was headed, nor how many turns they had taken. Upon reaching a shopping center parking lot, the frantic crowd surged towards the mall's entrance en masse. At that moment, the mall employees were guiding customers in an orderly manner towards evacuation. Suddenly, upon witnessing the influx of distressed individuals, everyone was taken aback, casting incredulous glances towards the chaos outside. "Hey, what are you lot doing? You've damaged the door. Haven to you." A few security guards approached, brandishing their batons threateningly. However, before they could finish their statement, their gazes shifted to the figures trailing behind the crowd. They beheld a horde of grotesque beings, charging towards them like monsters. Soon, those with faces streaked in black veins collided violently with the shopping center's tempered glass doors. With a resounding crash, a substandard glass door shattered under their assault. The throng of people, now pressed together, surged through the breach. "My heavens! Quickly, shut the rolling shutter. Close it now." The security guards shouted anxiously, yet none dared to approach the shutter to close it, allowing the monstrous horde to pour inside. Those who had yet to escape the shopping center appeared oblivious to the unfolding horror, only to be engulfed by the oncoming swarm, one by one collapsing to the ground. Their mouths emitting desperate howls. Hearing the anguished cries behind her, Li Xingyue did not look back. She continued to pull her brother, hastily pursuing the fleeing figures, rapidly ascending the stairs. Her mind was consumed by a singular thought: they must reach a safe place. A group of individuals knocked down a sign prohibiting entry for non-staff, charging straight to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, they found only a man monitoring surveillance footage. Upon witnessing the atrocities below, he immediately allowed Li Xingyue and her group to enter, then pressed the button to close the fire door behind them. Among the dozens who had rushed into the shopping center, only 7 ultimately managed to survive and reach this haven. Besides Li Xingyue and her brother, there was a young couple, a frail man in his 30s, a middle-aged woman, and the security guard, totaling a mere 7 souls. Once momentarily safe, Li Xingyue retrieved her phone, repeatedly dialing her parents' numbers. Yet, after a night had passed, all she received was the disheartening sound of a busy signal, with no other response. Staring at her phone's dwindling battery life, she fell into a pensive silence, only to be jolted by the sound of knocking in the distance, accompanied by voices. Covering her sleeping brother with her clothing, she made her way to the corridor, following the sound. "Stay calm. If anyone outside wishes to enter, they should speak." The portly security guard called out loudly to the incessant banging on the fire door. However, no response came from behind the door, only the continued thuds against it. "Excuse me, is there someone outside wanting to come in?" Li Xingyue inquired. "Yes, it has been like this since last night. I asked them, but they did not respond, merely continued knocking." Realizing Li Xingyue had arrived, the portly guard turned to her, rubbing his bald head. He had not witnessed the horrors those individuals had committed and remained unaware of the terrifying existence that lurked outside. mistakenly believing them to be mere rioters. Please, do not let them in. They are not human, absolutely not. I have seen with my own eyes what they do to people. Recalling the gruesome fate of the couple, Li Xingyue's face paled as she spoke, nearly incoherently. All right, I understand. The guard inhaled sharply, but seeing that Li Xingyue was not jesting, he nodded in agreement. Is your brother with you? Has he woken up? There are some emergency supplies on the 3rd floor. If you need food, please let me know. There's enough to last a week. Noticing the dark circles under the beautiful girl's eyes, the guard expressed his concern. Thank you, but we still have some emergency rations. If we run out, I will trouble you again. Li Xingyue smiled gratefully. She had 2 boxes of compressed biscuits, which her mother had handed to her in the car. Well, that's fine. He chuckled. Don't worry. They are just a bunch of thugs. Once the police arrive, the situation will be brought under control swiftly. Trust in the strength of our nation. The rotund uncle chuckled like a Maitreya Buddha. Regarding the uncle's optimism, Li Xingyue remained noncommittal. Before witnessing the atrocities committed by those ruffians, she had shared a similar perspective, harboring no belief that the current predicament could be resolved swiftly. As anticipated, 3 days had passed, and still, no rescue had arrived. Although the sounds of banging against the fire door had diminished, one could still sense someone beyond the door, growling in a low, ominous tone. The rotund uncle and others attempted to reach out to various contacts. But to no avail. In the conference room on the 3rd floor, a liquid crystal television hung upon the wall, incessantly broadcasting news of the escalating chaos. Meanwhile, the term corruption virus had found its way into the lexicon of humanity. Reports indicated that this virus transformed its hosts into frenzied beings, which was the catalyst for the unrest. Aerial footage captured by drones revealed streets teeming with those infected by the corruption virus. For the first time in the news, the term zombie emerged. Chapter 62. Danger. After endlessly flipping through channels on Mango TV and Watermelon TV, all that appeared were idle screens. The fast-paced short video app on mobile phones had ceased its updates. An occurrence utterly unfathomable in normal circumstances. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. No one uttered a word, merely fixating on the television. A couple nestled in the corner leaned against each other, while a middle-aged woman clutched her phone, incessantly attempting to send messages. However, whether through QQ or WeChat, the social media servers had long since gone offline, and the messages she dispatched were accompanied by red exclamation marks. Nonetheless, she persisted in her futile attempts, as if entranced. The frail, long-haired man maintained a distance from the others, enveloped in silence, his demeanor reflecting a reclusive nature. During these 3 days, the individuals trapped within had not exchanged a single word, each lost in their own thoughts as they awaited the uncertain arrival of rescue. The rotund uncle, a simple man lacking formal education, had never contemplated taking on a leadership role under such dire circumstances. He simply endeavored to uplift the spirits of those around him. He was also responsible for distributing the scant food supplies. Rest assured, now that a temporary command center has been established, the rescue teams in the city will surely commence their search for those trapped in no time. He reassured the group with a smile after a brief announcement echoed from outside. Yet, after these few days, everyone understood that his words were mere self-comfort. Repeated reassurances, rather than instilling hope, only deepened their despair. Oh, perhaps the rescue teams have already begun their operations. Who knows what is happening outside? Noticing the continued grim expressions on the faces around him, the rotund uncle continued speaking to himself. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those in the conference room brightened. Though no words were exchanged, a flicker of hope ignited within their hearts as they turned their gazes toward the uncle. I'll find a white cloth to signal for help and hang it on the billboard above, so the rescue personnel passing by can notice us, he declared, rising to embark on his mission. The expressions of the others wavered momentarily, yet none voiced their concerns or accompanied him. Are you sure it's safe? Uncle? There are those creatures out there, Li Xingyue ventured to express, feeling the oppressive atmosphere closing in on her. What could possibly happen? They are merely a group of rioters. I can access the rooftop via the escape route to hang the signal cloth. I won't have to confront them directly. He chuckled, oblivious to the danger, as he requested the literate among them to assist in writing a few words. Li Xingyue, sensing his determination, chose not to dissuade him. Subconsciously, She hoped the rotund uncle would succeed in sending out the distress signal. Thus, he retrieved a banner from the conference room, and with Li Xingyue and the others' assistance, they inscribed 2 large characters that pleaded for salvation. Armed with the collective hope of the group, the rotund uncle departed the conference room. However, 2 days passed without his return, and the group had yet to hear news of any rescue teams approaching. By the 5th day, the television channels had lost all signal, dissipating the last vestiges of hope they had clung to. The food supplies in the conference room dwindled to nearly nothing, with the television rendered useless. The group no longer had a reason to remain together, each retreating to other rooms where they could find solace. In the conference room, only Li Xingyue and her younger brother remained. Upon waking, Li Zihan complained of thirst. Li Xingyue gently touched his feverish forehead and made her way to the hot water room in the corridor to fetch him a drink. Upon entering, she discovered the female half of the couple already inside. "Excuse me, could I borrow a cup?" Li Xingyue greeted her amiably. "Take what you need. It's all communal, not mine." "Why are you even asking me?" The plain-looking woman cast a fleeting glance at Li Xingyue, jealousy flickering in her eyes as she filled her own water jug. After completing her task, she strode past Li Xingyue without another word. The woman's attitude caused Li Xingyue to furrow her brow. Though she chose not to dwell on it, she found a clean cup in the hot water room and filled it for her brother. Days passed without a clear sense of time, the food supply dwindling further. One night, Li Zihan awoke, urgently needing to relieve himself. Fearing the dark bathroom, Li Xingyue accompanied him. The corridor lights remained on, and as she stood outside the men's room waiting, she suddenly heard faint sounds. Li Xingyue turned towards the source of the noise and approached, the sounds becoming clearer as she drew near. They emanated from a room off the corridor, a changing room. As she reached the door, her expression shifted abruptly upon realizing the sounds were those of a woman's moans. Simultaneously, there were sounds resembling slapping against something. The couple was inside. Silently retreating, Li Xingyue fought to suppress the flush creeping onto her cheeks as she returned to the men's room door. Just then, someone exited. "Time to head back, Zihan," Li Xingyue called out, assuming it was her brother. However, the figure that emerged was not her brother but the gaunt man she had encountered earlier in the bathroom. His deeply set eyes fixated on Li Xingyue, brimming with a predatory gaze. My apologies. "I thought you were my brother," she said, offering a quick apology. The man remained silent, though the sounds from the changing room were still audible nearby. His eyes, sunken and hollow, greedily roamed over Li Xingyue's face and figure. Feeling the weight of his gaze, she shuddered, a chill running down her spine, instinctively taking a step back, yet he seemed to sense a boundary. Departing without uttering a word, Li Xingyue released her tightly clenched hands, a primal sense of danger surging within her. The food left behind by the rotund uncle had been consumed, leaving only a few bottles of milk, which, when mixed with hot water, provided minimal sustenance, merely prolonging their survival. Beyond the scarcity of food, other dangers lurked. She glanced at the retreating figure of the thin man. Chapter 63. Abandonment in the Depths of the Night. As Li Xingyue drifted into a restless slumber, an inexplicable sensation jolted her awake. Suddenly alert, she propped herself up, surrounded by darkness. When the sound of hurried footsteps reached her ears, she quickly directed her gaze toward the noise. Catching a fleeting glimpse of a hasty silhouette exiting the conference room where she and her brother had been sleeping, Li Xingyue watched the figure intently until it vanished from view. "Is that the gaunt man from earlier?" she pondered. Had he been lurking nearby all along, and upon noticing her awake, hurriedly fled? What would he have done had she remained asleep? The memory of his predatory gaze sent a shiver down her spine. No, it was too perilous to remain here any longer. She needed to leave at once. Yet, even as she resolved this, she lacked the courage to venture out alone with her brother in the dead of night. Approaching the fire exit would mean facing the creatures outside, who would surely batter against the door, capturing them before they could escape. Moreover, navigating through the darkened corridors posed its own risks, especially with her brother in tow. Perhaps tomorrow, if the couple or the middle-aged woman intended to leave, she could accompany them with her brother. Contemplating this, Li Xingyue propped a chair against the door of the conference room and fell into a restless slumber. At the very least, if that person attempted to re-enter, the chair would surely make a noise. However, Li Xingyue could never have anticipated the significant change that awaited her upon awakening the following day. The atmosphere on the floor seemed to have grown considerably colder. As she and her brother emerged from the conference room into the office filled with cubicles, they found themselves utterly alone. Save for that gaunt man with long hair. "Excuse me, where is everyone?" she inquired, perplexed by the sudden absence. "Oh, they all left. Just this morning. They took the freight elevator down the corridor," he replied indifferently, his tone laced with a hint of relief. "What?" Li Xingyue gasped, her face paling. She had been contemplating leaving with the three of them the night before, only to discover that they had abandoned her. After a moment of reflection, she realized the likely reason. They must have deemed her presence, accompanied by a child, to be a hindrance, prompting their departure. The girl of similar age to her did not seem fond of her either. In an instant, the feeling of being forsaken weighed heavily on Li Xingyue's heart. Yet, soon, that sorrow morphed into a palpable fear. Why had this man not followed them? Why did he remain? An instinctual sense of danger surged from deep within her. In the office, the gaunt man lounged against a chair, his feet propped on a desk. His bulging eyes occasionally darted toward Li Xingyue and her brother, exuding a chilling gaze. With everyone gone, his demeanor had shifted from the brooding figure of the past few days to that of a relaxed master of the space. Throughout the day, Li Xingyue felt the unabashed greed emanating from him. Had there been others present, he would never have dared to look at her in such a manner. How terrifying! Her body's instinctual alarms urged her to remain vigilant against him. She yearned to escape, to return to that once warm and safe home. Yet, the memories of the events that transpired outside sapped her of courage. Ultimately, the three who had departed that day did not return. As Li Xingyue passed the surveillance room, she inadvertently caught sight of an image of that ant, her upper half bloodied and crawling along the shelves on the second floor, trailing a long streak of blood behind her. Nightfall arrived swiftly. That night, Li Xingyue and her brother, Li Zihan, did not sleep in the conference room but instead moved to the more secure changing room. After securing the locks and chains on the door, the siblings nestled together to sleep. As midnight approached, a sudden, unusual sound jolted Li Xingyue awake with terror. She lifted her head, only to see the doorknob being twisted repeatedly from the outside, echoing in the stillness of the night. Li Xingyue's body froze in fear. Her brother, Li Zihan, also woke with a start, wanting to call out but was silenced by Li Xingyue's hand over his mouth. "May I ask what is the matter?" Li Xingyue feigned calmness, attempting to suppress the tremor in her voice as she called out to the person beyond the door. She knew it was that gaunt man. "Nothing much. I just found some food in a small cabinet and brought you some." "Please open the door," came the man's high-pitched voice after a moment of silence. Li Xingyue was not naive. They had searched every corner of this floor multiple times. There was no food left. Moreover, his arrival at such a late hour was all too clear in intent. He likely refrained from acting during the day, thinking that she might still resist in broad daylight. "Thank you, but let us discuss this tomorrow." "It's rather late now," she stammered, trying to muster courage, hoping that the man outside would take the hint and retreat. "How dare you, you filthy whore! You won't fall for it, will you?" The man's cold insult rang out, and the doorknob was violently twisted once more. Li Zihan shrank into his sister's embrace, while Li Xingyue bit her lip in fear. Minutes passed, yet the doorknob finally ceased its frantic turning, sensing a brief reprieve. Both siblings let out a sigh of relief, believing the man had given up, but then, bang! The door was kicked violently, sending dust swirling in the air. Bang, bang, bang. "You filthy whore! I told you to open the door." The man outside raged, kicking the door with a frenzied intensity. Li Xingyue swallowed the scream that threatened to escape her lips, trembling as she clung to her brother. They both felt utterly helpless and terrified, praying that the door would withstand the man's onslaught. Finally, after a frenzied bout of rage, the man could not force the door open. He hurled a few more curses before his footsteps gradually faded away. Boo-hoo! Once the man departed, Li Xingyue gasped for breath, tears streaming from her eyes and feared eye in her arms. Li Zihan reached out to wipe her tears away. "Hee, sister. I'm fine." Li Xingyue grasped her brother's hand, drawing strength from his warmth, momentarily dispelling her terror. The two nestled together and gradually drifted back to sleep. Chapter 64. Li Xingyue's decision date. April 17, Li Xingyue awoke to the chill of the room. Turning her head, she saw her brother sleeping beside her. Feeling his warmth, she surveyed her surroundings, still a bit dazed. Just a dream. Rubbing her aching temples, fragmented memories flickered in her mind. Although it was but a dream, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the events that had transpired in recent days. That morning, the siblings remained in the changing room for quite a while. Eventually, unable to endure the growing urgency of their bladders and thirst, they timidly opened the door a crack to peer outside. The corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any human presence. Cautiously, they ventured to the third floor to search for the man, but he was nowhere to be found. It seemed he too could no longer withstand hunger and had chosen to leave. The entire shopping center was now deserted, leaving only the two siblings abandoned. The last of the milk had been consumed by the man before his departure, leaving only some of the food Li Xingyue had stashed for her brother in the office. Since she had reserved the remaining food for him, Li Xingyue had no choice but to endure her hunger by sleeping through the days. On the day she encountered Yang Cheng, Li Xingyue could hardly rise, her mind muddled as she opened her eyes to find Li Zihan before her. Following her brother's gaze, she saw a stranger standing in front of her. Triggered by her previous encounter with the gaunt man, she instinctively wanted to scream. Yet to her surprise, the unfamiliar man raised his hands and assured her he meant no harm. His words left Li Xingyue taken aback. Upon closer inspection, she noted the man had shoulder-length black hair and stood around 6 feet tall. His chiseled features were complemented by a piercing gaze, one that suggested he had weathered countless storms of life. The man then placed a backpack on the ground and produced several cans. "Would you like something to eat?" His simple question was like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, warming the young girl's heart. When he mentioned he would return with more food, hope blossomed within her. However, to her dismay, after consuming the food, he did not arrive as promised. Starved for 2 days, the siblings were once again rescued by him. Considering her brother's condition, Li Xingyue mustered the courage to plead for assistance. Little did she know, his demands bore a striking resemblance to the gaunt man's previous transgressions, albeit expressed more subtly. Yet, should they be abandoned again? Starvation would be their only fate. Reluctantly, she cast aside her pride and acquiesced. However, after reluctantly accepting this reality, the man's inexplicable departure left her bewildered once more. In the days that followed, Li Xingyue's mind was a chaotic tangle of thoughts. "Next time, I hope you are prepared." These were the parting words of the other party. Li Xingyue was in a state of turmoil. The food was nearly depleted, and that man named Yang Cheng would undoubtedly arrive in the next day or two. The notion of surrendering herself for the sake of food left her devoid of any sense of reality. The other party merely engaged in a pragmatic transaction, yet it wounded her sense of self-esteem. During her university days, she often felt the gaze of the opposite sex upon her, whether from the senior students or her neighbor Wu Hao, all of whom regarded her with the eager attentiveness typical of men trying to please women. Li Xingyue could deftly evade or ignore such glances. However, when Yang Cheng spoke of those matters, his eyes scarcely acknowledged her, as if she were merely an inanimate object. Such a gaze, akin to that directed at a worthless item, was something she, as a young woman, could not possibly accept. Yet, if she wished to survive alongside her younger brother, she had no choice but to acquiesce to Yang Cheng's demands. Suddenly, a wave of impotent fury surged within her. Amidst her anger, a question emerged in her mind. Was it truly as dangerous outside as he claimed? This thought began to pervade Li Xingyue's consciousness. How could he so easily enter and exit this place? Although he spoke of the outside being perilous, did he not consistently return with an abundance of food? Moreover, his demeanor struck her as exceedingly odd. Those who had been trapped here bore expressions of anxiety and despair. Such pessimism seemed entirely absent from that man named Yang Cheng. Could it be that the outside world had returned to normal? Perhaps he was merely attempting to conceal this truth, intending to deceive her for his own gain. Half a month had passed, and the events she had witnessed on the streets began to fade from her memory. Zombies, after all, were merely creatures of the cinematic realm. The rioters might just be mimicking some sort of cult. It was conceivable that the turmoil in the city had subsided, and her parents were waiting at home for her and her brother to return. imagining her parents, faces etched with worry, searching everywhere for their 2 children. Li Xingyue's thoughts drifted further away, convincing herself that this was indeed the case. Yes, this was the reality that made sense. How foolish it was to blindly obey the words of a stranger. Thus, gritting her silver teeth, Li Xingyue made a decision. She returned to her room to retrieve her and her brother's backpacks. She stuffed them with enough food for a day, slinging the bags over her shoulders. It would be fine. Had he not left so effortlessly? Surely, nothing would happen. Let us go, Xiao Han. It's time to head home. Standing at the door of the meeting room, she turned back to grasp her brother Li Zihan's hand. Sister, can we really go home? Hearing Li Xingyue's words, her brother Li Zihan looked up, his face marked by unease. Yes, our parents are waiting for us at home. Chapter 65. The Rout of the Zombies in the Eastern District of Dongguan City. At the happy apartment. Are you going out, Yangcheng? After finishing breakfast, Yanqing, wearing an apron, was tidying up the dishes when she glanced at Yangcheng, who was shouldering a travel bag. Yes, the food is running low. So I'm going to the nearby convenience store to grab some more. Dio, you need me to bring anything back? Perhaps some cosmetics? Yangcheng nodded, casually inquiring. Since the outbreak of the disaster, Dongguan City had transformed into a desolate fortress with hundreds of luxury stores left unattended. One could take whatever they desired. If Yanqing wished for it, he could easily gather an entire collection of diamond rings from a jewelry store to gift her. Let alone other expensive cosmetics. Thank you, but that is not necessary. Just that, however. Yanqing shook her head, her fair face flushing slightly. Please wear this. Saying so, she removed a delicate protective amulet necklace from her smooth neck and, blushing, took a couple of steps forward to drape it around Yangcheng's neck. I'm sorry, this was given to me by my grandmother when I was young. It's not very valuable. Stepping back, Yanqing bashfully lowered her head and murmured, Is this really okay? It seems like something you cherish, Yangqing asked, scratching the back of his head. He faced no real danger, but Yanqing was unaware. Accepting such a precious item made him feel somewhat guilty. Nevertheless, he had no intention of explaining to her. It would be difficult to justify. If Yanqing discovered that he had been deceiving her all along, it would lead to a quarrel he wished to avoid, so for now, he chose to keep it a secret. Please accept it. It's the only thing I can do for you right now. Yanqing shook her head, understanding. She was aware of the dangers outside. Accompanying Yangcheng would only make her a burden. Thus, she decided to give him her cherished amulet, hoping for his safety. Yangcheng had no choice but to accept it and stepped out the door. Once he reached the first floor of the apartment, he suddenly caught sight of Yanqing standing in the corridor above, her hands clasped over her chest, gazing at him with concern. With a wry smile inwardly, Yangcheng had to behave like a concealed assassin, artfully evading the zombies that had long since disregarded him. It wasn't until he turned a corner and the apartment was out of sight that he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Muttering to himself that acting was truly exhausting, before striding towards the motorcycle parked by the roadside. It had been 5 days since he acquired firearms from the police station. Just like his unique constitution, he had not mentioned the guns to Yanqing. Firearms posed a risk of accidental discharge for an ordinary person unaccustomed to handling them. Thus, he merely stored the remaining firearms in a locked cabinet by his bedside, keeping the small revolver for personal defense. Mounting the motorcycle, Yangcheng pulled out a map and unfolded it, marking in red the locations of supermarkets and convenience stores he had passed that contained food supplies. Secondary priority locations, such as auto shops, furniture stores, and hardware stores, were marked in blue. Roads inaccessible to trucks were marked with an X. All of this was to serve as a reference for routes when relocating to that outdoor activity center. It was also time to examine the recent movement patterns of the zombies. Having roughly identified the known resources, Yangcheng drove to the supermarket he had cleared of debris, retrieving his laptop from his backpack. He then connected the GPS trackers he had recovered from nearby zombies to the computer, reading the data from the tracking devices. This method of tracking was a common tactic among the GPS teams. He meticulously recorded the coordinates displayed on the screen and subsequently plotted them on the map. Observing the routes, it became apparent that many zombies wandering the city did not roam aimlessly. Rather, they moved systematically towards a specific point. Was there a zombie nest there? Or perhaps a location teeming with survivors? Contemplating the point on the map that had attracted numerous zombies, Yang Chung stroked his chin in thought. Since the trackers he had placed on the zombies were merely commercial devices and did not provide overly detailed locations, he could only estimate the routes. His gaze settled on the zombies queuing at the subway entrance, among which several had been tagged with his trackers. Upon confirming that those particular zombies were following the same paths as yesterday, he noted that while they occasionally deviated, they always returned to the same locations. From morning until dusk, they wandered around the station, only to leave at night and drift towards the site where many zombies had congregated. However, the number of zombies at the subway entrance never seemed to diminish. This indicated that as some zombies departed, others arrived to take their place. Yang Chung found this perplexing. It appeared as though the zombies were operating on a schedule. Could it be that they were capable of some form of communication? Coordinating their movements? That seemed rather unlikely. The behavior of zombies was truly baffling. Closing the laptop, Yang Chung stretched his back, since he had resolved to establish a base at the outdoor activity center. Understanding the zombies' movements was essential. Otherwise, that location might not be safe. He himself had no cause for concern, but he needed to do this for Yin Qing. For her safety as an ordinary person, it was imperative to install numerous cameras along the perimeter and establish an alarm system that would activate upon detecting any biological movement. Moreover, it was likely that others would join them there in the future. Of course, the decision to allow others in would rest solely with him. Glancing at the date, he realized that quite a bit of time had elapsed since he last left Li Xingyue and her brother. It was time to gather food for them, he chuckled, wondering if that proud little sister had prepared herself this time. If she truly refused, he would simply find something else for her to do. Upon arriving at the outdoor activity center, entrusting tasks such as gardening and laundry solely to Yin Qing would undoubtedly impose a considerable burden upon her. Yang Chung could not help but chuckle at the thought, which seemed to regard Li Xingyue as merely a maid to a legitimate wife. Although the siblings were not capable of performing heavy labor, they posed no risk of betrayal. As long as their safety was assured, they would likely be more than willing to join in. Even a child like Li Zihan could handle the simple task of watering vegetables. Moreover, if he were taught to operate the surveillance equipment, he could assume the role of a sentry at the outpost. Thus, it appeared that the siblings were not entirely without merit and still held some value. However, before they could be set to work, it was imperative that they not be allowed to starve. Starting the motorcycle, he began his journey towards the shopping center. Chapter 66. Encounter on the third floor of the shopping center, Li Xingyue led her brother through a dimly lit corridor toward the freight elevator. After climbing over a barrier, she lifted her brother into her arms. Standing before the freight elevator, she pressed the button, watching as the LED display cycled through the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Everything would surely be fine. As the elevator ascended, Li Xingyue continuously encouraged herself. With a chime, the freight doors opened, revealing an empty interior. She sighed in relief and stepped inside with her brother. After pressing the button for the first floor, the elevator doors began to close, and the familiar feeling of weightlessness enveloped them as she watched the LED display. Gradually, her vision narrowed and darkened. For Li Xingyue, all that remained in her sight were the ever-changing numbers of the floors. Suddenly, a jolt of realization struck her. Why had she even brought along the last bit of food? If the outside world was indeed safe, then those provisions would be entirely unnecessary. Once they reached the ground floor, they could easily find food on any shelf, and upon returning home, they could enjoy a hearty meal in peace. Did she subconsciously believe that the outside was not safe? The thought made her breath quicken. A suffocating sense of crisis overwhelming her. How irrational! Just because of a few words from that man, she had allowed her anger to escalate, committing such a fatal error. Yet, there was no turning back now. The LED display on the elevator read 1. Please let there be nothing at the elevator door. Li Xingyue grasped her brother's hand, her fingers trembling, as she fervently prayed in her heart. Ding. The elevator doors opened on the first floor. The entrance was devoid of life, with only a passage leading to the surrounding shelves. The siblings timidly stepped out of the elevator, glancing around anxiously, but saw no sign of anyone. Indeed, the notion of zombies lurking on the first floor had been nothing but that man's deception. Li Xingyue exhaled a sigh of relief and pulled her brother toward the exit. Meanwhile, outside, Yang Chung arrived at the side parking lot of the shopping center, parked the motorcycle, and entered the first floor through the side door. As he rounded a corner by a shelf, he suddenly halted in his tracks. There, in the distance, the freight elevator door to the third floor was slowly opening. Huh? Yang Cheng froze. Then, he saw Li Xingyue's perfect profile gradually emerge from the elevator, followed by her brother Li Zihan. The two appeared unarmed, as relaxed as if they were about to embark on a leisurely trip. Were they attempting to leave? At that moment, Li Xingyue heard footsteps and abruptly turned her face. Upon spotting Yang Cheng standing by the shelves, her heart skipped a beat. Without hesitation, she grabbed her brother and hurriedly fled toward the shopping center's main entrance. Don't go that way. It's dangerous. Yang Cheng had already noticed a few zombies lingering near the checkout area, and by running toward them, Li Xingyue was walking straight into a trap. How utterly reckless! As she ran, Li Xingyue angrily shouted at Yang Cheng, continuing her heedless dash toward the main door, fearful that he might pursue her. Hurry! Xiao Han, run faster. Once we get through that door, we can go home. Amidst their frantic sprint, she cheerfully encouraged her brother. Surely, his attempts to stop them were nefarious. As long as they reached the street and sought help, he would not dare threaten them. Though Li Zihan did not comprehend what frightened his sister, her evident excitement spurred him to quicken his pace. The pair dashed to the entrance of the fruit section. Pushing through the plastic strip curtain in the next instant, Li Xingyue froze in place. Surrounding her were menacing figures standing among the shelves, their bloodless, white eyes, filled with malice, suddenly turned towards the siblings. It was the predatory gaze of hunters spotting their prey. Such a look pierced through them like a multitude of sharp daggers. In an instant, the bloody events of that night flooded back to Li Xingyue's mind. Unable to suppress her instinctive scream of terror, she quickly stepped back, pulling her brother with her. That moment, a stout man with half a rotten face began to lumber toward them from behind a shelf. Be big, uncle? Li Xingyue's expression turned blank, her lips devoid of color trembling as she gazed at the approaching man. It was the chubby uncle who had departed earlier with the rescue cloth, now appearing in this wretched state. His bald head was half exposed, revealing a brownish skull beneath one of his gouged-out eyes drooped alongside his scalp, while his clothing was stained a dark red with dried blood, riddled with countless blackened bite marks. No matter how one looked at it, he was beyond dead. Seeing her former companion in such a tragic condition before her, Li Xingyue momentarily lost her wits, her mind blank. Gradually, the stout uncle lunged toward her. Chapter 67. The battle against zombies. What the hell are you doing? Yang Cheng's furious shout from a distance jolted Li Xingyue back to her senses. In an instant, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick that sent the stout uncle flying away from her. Regaining her composure, Li Xingyue attempted to retreat with her brother, but stumbled over a shelf leg, collapsing onto the ground. Her legs felt weak. Meanwhile, another zombie with a half-rotten face charged at her. Yang Cheng seized the zombie's wrist, executed a shoulder throw, and effortlessly toppled a nearby shelf onto the creature. The sound of crashing shelves echoed loudly on the first floor, drawing the attention of nearby zombies, who began to howl and rush towards the commotion. Li Xingyue suddenly felt a tug on her clothing and turned to see her young brother, on the verge of tears, desperately trying to pull her toward the elevator. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and escape. Your reflexes are worse than a child's. Yang Cheng stood in front of them, swinging a punch at a zombie charging from the left, pushing it back a couple of steps. However, another zombie from the right caught him off guard, crashing into him and breaking through his defense. Yang Cheng quickly turned, tackling the creature from behind as they both tumbled to the ground. Grappling fiercely, with her brother's support, Li Xingyue managed to stagger to her feet, but her legs felt utterly drained of strength. She had no choice but to brace herself against the ground, crawling back toward the elevator doors. Behind her, Yang Cheng's furious shouts and the sounds of a fierce struggle echoed. Li Zihan leaped up to press the button, and the elevator doors finally opened. The two siblings scrambled inside. Li Xingyue trembled as she leaned against the elevator wall, her gaze fixed on Yang Cheng, who was surrounded by zombies. Mr. Yang Cheng, hurry over. As the number of surrounding zombies increased, Li Xingyue anxiously called out to him from the elevator. Close the door, you fool. If you don't want to die, shut the door quickly. However, Unexpectedly, from a distance came the furious shouts of Yang Chung. Li Zihan immediately jumped up and pressed the button for the third floor. The elevator doors began to close slowly. Through the gradually narrowing view, Li Xingyue could see Yang Chung engaged in a desperate struggle against the horde of zombies. Ultimately, the man's figure appeared to falter. Overwhelmed by the increasing number of zombies surrounding him, and he was knocked to the ground, completely submerged by the massive corpses. It was as if heaven itself wished to shield her from the impending brutality. For the elevator doors sealed shut entirely. Everything occurring outside became shrouded in uncertainty. The buzzing sound of the freight elevator ascending resonated in Li Xingyue's ears, stretching time into what felt like a lifetime. She leaned helplessly against the elevator's walls, her mind flooded with images of Yang Chung being torn apart by the throng, her bright eyes blankly gazing at the opposite wall, until, at last, the elevator chimed, signaling their arrival. After paying a gruesome price, the siblings returned to the third floor. With a numbed expression, Li Xingyue led her brother out of the elevator, slowly climbing over the barricade and settling down in the dimly lit corridor. Hugging her knees, during the prolonged wait, neither spoke, remaining silently huddled together. No sound came from the freight elevator, and a cold breeze swept through the dark corridor, offering no solace from the chill. The horrors they had just endured were far more chilling than this gust of wind. The two siblings sat there, dazed yet clinging to a flicker of hope. As hours slipped by, the elevator remained silent, for there was no one downstairs to press the button beside the elevator door. "Big brother, is he dead?" "He died to protect us," the young Li Zihan finally whispered, his nose turning red. This statement felt like the final straw, causing Li Xingyue's hopes to shatter into despair. "Woo-woo, it's all my fault. All my fault." She muffled her cries with her hands. There was no going back. They were forever trapped here, their parents and companions all slaughtered by those people. Even Yang Chung, who had provided her with a sense of security, had perished below. Her reckless actions had severed the last hope of escape and cost Yang Chung his life. "Woo-woo, I knew it. I knew the outside world was a realm of bloodshed. I knew he wasn't lying to me." "Woo-wah, I'm sorry, Yang Chung." As her sorrow deepened, Li Xingyue buried her head in her knees and wept like a little girl. Unbeknownst to her, while she sobbed heart-wrenchingly on the third floor, the one who should have been torn to shreds by the horde of the living dead was below, disdainfully brushing off the blackened flesh clinging to his clothing. Chapter 68. The zombie guards on the first floor of the shopping center. Yang Chung slowly rose from the scattered horde of zombies. "Ugh, that hurts. Those bastards are brutal. They must be starved for human flesh to act so crazily." He glanced at the bruises on his arms and the shoe prints on his clothing, muttering to himself. Then, with a displeased expression, he swatted away the rotten flesh stuck to his clothes. "What on earth was that foolish woman thinking?" he said, pressing his forehead in frustration, utterly perplexed by Li Xingyue's actions. She had come down from the third-floor elevator unprepared and, after being attacked by zombies, had retreated back up. A suicidal act he could not comprehend. Li Xingyue didn't strike him as the type to act mindlessly. There had to be some rationale behind her behavior. "First, I need to clear this area, then I'll go up and ask her to in front of him." A few zombies continued to scratch at the freight elevator doors, seemingly aware that no one was inside, thus refraining from violently slamming their bodies against the door. Instead, they merely growled at the lingering scent. Yang Chung approached, raising his dagger, ready to dispatch the zombies, but suddenly hesitated. If he dispatched them too easily, it might raise Li Xingyue's suspicions. Instead, he reached for his revolver at his waist. Just moments ago, he had refrained from using it, fearing he might accidentally hit the siblings due to their proximity to the zombies. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it. Bullets were precious, and with the siblings already safely escaped, firing would simply be a waste. Moreover, shooting them in the head would splatter brain matter on the elevator entrance, creating a mess with the fallen corpses. Removing corpses weighing over 100 pounds was no light task. Most importantly, from another perspective, these zombies served as the guards of the shopping center. Their presence would deter other survivors from easily coming here to scavenge for food. If he mindlessly cleared them out, any other survivors might inadvertently arrive and take all the supplies. The supermarket in this city was his own warehouse. It was wise to keep these zombies as watchdogs to protect his food supply. Come on, come here, all of you. There's nothing good over there, he thought, and then moved to the other side, finding a stick to strike the shelves, attempting to lure the zombies blocking the elevator door. However, the zombies proved surprisingly stubborn, merely glancing at Yang Cheng without approaching. They seemed to linger over the scent left by Li Xingyue and her brother, unwilling to leave the elevator entrance. TCH, still helping that twisted pervert? Yang Cheng clicked his tongue, scanning the surroundings for any useful tools to drive the zombies away. His gaze fell upon the backpack that Li Xingyue had hastily discarded in her panic. So she did think this through before fleeing with food. She wasn't just seeking death. He opened the backpack and chuckled. If Li Xingyue had truly lost her mind and intended to drag her brother down with her, he would have no qualms about abandoning them. A madwoman in this apocalypse had no hope of survival and could hinder many actions. The girl who jumped off the building at Linglan Middle School was a prime example. Taking up food that could be of no use. Forget it. Let us just get these nuisances out of the way first. Slipping the backpack over his shoulder, Yang Cheng retrieved several rolls of climbing rope from a nearby shelf and bound them to the zombies one by one. Then, he brought in his motorcycle and tied the rope to the shelf at the rear seat. Left unattended, these creatures would likely stubbornly guard the entrance, and if they accidentally triggered the elevator switch, it would be troublesome if they made it to the third floor. With everything prepared, Yang Cheng shifted into a low gear and twisted the throttle with his right hand. With a screech, the motorcycle tires left a smoking mark on the floor, and the powerful pull dragged the zombies along the ground, pulling them away from the elevator. He brought the zombies to the entrance, stopped the motorcycle, and tied the ends of the ropes around the railing near the front door, confining them to that area. He applied the same method with the other zombies, binding 2 at each entrance on the first floor. Thus, any other survivors wishing to take over this place would have to deal with the zombies at the doors. As long as those at the entrances remained unharmed, it signified that no one had entered. Allowing him to avoid taking precautionary measures, in gaming terms, these zombies were akin to the gatekeepers he had arranged. Afterward, Yang Cheng stepped outside, ensuring that these loyal sentinels were visible from the outside. Nodding in satisfaction, the roads near the parking lot were also mostly populated with wandering zombies. Without a heavily armed group of survivors, it would be nearly impossible to enter. However, Yang Cheng still had no clear understanding of the true combat capabilities of zombies. Aside from Old Liu, he found it relatively easy to deal with the other zombies, but that was due to the fact that they ignored him. Even skilled fighters like Mingyan had to exert considerable effort to kill a single zombie. Clumsy zombies could be dispatched with a heavy blow from an axe or a sturdy object, but for agile ones, it was considerably challenging for an average person to score a headshot on a charging zombie. Even if they possessed firearms, after all, not everyone had experience in special forces. As he pondered, the sun gradually reached its zenith, indicating that half the day had passed. Yang Cheng grabbed some food to place in his backpack, returned to the elevator entrance, and pressed the button to ascend. He bypassed the barricade and walked toward the office where Li Xingyue and her brother were waiting. The first to notice Yang Cheng entering the room was Li Zihan. Big brother, upon seeing Yang Cheng, his dark eyes widened, sparkling with joy as he rushed to hug Yang Cheng's leg. Hee, I'm fine. Where's your sister? Yang Cheng chuckled softly, gently ruffling Li Zihan's hair, and inquired. The little one pointed towards the conference room inside. Yang Cheng opened the door, but after searching for a while, he could not find any trace of Li Xingyue. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a pair of slender legs peeking out from beneath the office desk. Leaning down, he realized that Li Xingyue had buried her head between her knees, hugging her legs and sobbing quietly. What are you doing? The sight of the girl, curled up like a little abandoned kitten in a dark corner, nearly made Yang Cheng laugh out loud. Chapter 69. Recognizing reality upon hearing his voice, Li Xingyue lifted her head slightly, her face adorned with a look of astonishment upon noticing Yang Cheng, who was standing before her with a backpack. Yang Cheng felt a fleeting amusement in his heart, observing her tear-streaked eyes that were swollen from crying. Yang Cheng, sir? What brings you here? Li Xingyue stammered, her surprise rendering her speech somewhat disjointed. Why do you ask what I'm doing here? That question should be posed to you. What on earth were you thinking? Yang Cheng deliberately cooled his tone, intending to impart a serious lesson to Li Xingyue. However, Noticing that Li Zihan was still present, he paused, deciding that such heavy words were best not uttered in front of a child. Little brother, are you hungry? Feel free to eat whatever you like from here. No need to worry about saving it. Your sister and I have some important matters to discuss. Once you've finished, please stay here quietly. All right. He stood up, placing his backpack on the table and opening it, addressing Li Zihan. The little boy nodded obediently in response. Thus, under Li Zihan's watchful gaze, Yang Cheng gently pulled Li Xingyue out from beneath the desk and led her out of the office. Li Xingyue did not resist, following him out of the office door. The two arrived in the corridor, where Yang Cheng turned to face Li Xingyue directly. Now, tell me, why did you act so recklessly? Li Xingyue remained silent, keeping her head bowed in deep contemplation. Speak up, do you not realize that your actions could have led your brother to his demise? Yang Cheng's voice grew colder still. And no, that's not it, came a faint reply from Li Xingyue's lips. Speak louder. I can't hear you. Yang Cheng raised his voice, causing the girl to flinch slightly. I just thought that maybe it was safe outside now. Perhaps our parents are waiting for us to come home. That I'm sorry. The girl spoke in a stammering manner, offering her rationale. What? Yang Cheng fell silent. This was not Li Xingyue's true sentiment. Li Xingyue also sealed her lips, and a profound silence enveloped them. You have a phone, right? Have you confirmed with your parents? After a brief pause, Yang Cheng continued his inquiry. Li Xingyue pursed her lips and shook her head. In that case, didn't you think to check the rooftop to see if it was safe outside? The surveillance room is just over there. Why not take a look at the monitors? Moreover, did you not think to scout around before leaving? Perhaps gather some self-defense weapons? With a sense of frustration, Yang Cheng posed a trio of questions to the girl, lamenting that she, as a young adult, had overlooked such basic precautions. Li Xingyue continued to lower her head in silence. Yang Cheng sighed helplessly, scratching his head, realizing he was at a loss with this young lady. Because, Li Xingyue suddenly exclaimed, as if in defiance, how could there possibly be zombies like in the movies? Her voice trailed off, mingled with the sound of her suppressed sobs. Then come with me, Yang Cheng said with a resigned shake of his head, grasping the girl's hand as they traversed the dim corridor. Before long, he led her up the stairs to the rooftop of the shopping center. From the rooftop, the view of the street below caused Li Xingyue to momentarily cover her mouth in shock. The parking lot of the shopping center was dotted with bloodied figures standing aimlessly every few meters. Vehicles on the nearby streets were piled upon one another, while those ghastly beings, no longer human, wandered aimlessly between the wreckage. Dio, you need binoculars? Yang Cheng produced a pair from his belongings and offered them to her. Li Xingyue did not take them, instead standing transfixed, gripping the railing of the rooftop as she gazed at the unsettling scene before her. Yang Cheng chose not to interrupt her. She needed to confront the harsh reality. As the sun began its descent, the horizon was gradually shrouded in darkness. The streets nearby lacked any lights to pierce the night, and most buildings lay in cold, silent slumber, while the distant skyscrapers appeared gray and lifeless, resembling abandoned shells. Above, a few dark crows flew by, their mournful cries echoing through the night sky. Everyone is gone, Li Xingyue murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. Mr. Yang Cheng, do you think my parents are all right? After spending what felt like 2 hours absorbing the grim scenery, she finally mustered the strength to inquire. I cannot say for certain. Your survival thus far is merely a stroke of luck for having encountered me. In the face of such a catastrophe, the odds of survival are exceedingly slim. One might optimistically say that out of 1,000, only 2 or 3 might live to tell the tale. So far, the only survivors I have encountered are you two, Yang Cheng replied, deliberately weaving a lie to instill in Li Xingyue a sense of the gravity of their situation, hoping to prevent her from further foolishness in the future. Upon hearing his response, Li Xingyue seemed to release a heavy burden. Exhaling softly, her spirit visibly deflated as she leaned against the railing. Mr. Yang Cheng, why do you appear so unperturbed? The sudden question took Yang Cheng aback momentarily. Aren't you afraid of the world being like this? Moreover, when you were downstairs, you knew exactly what they were and still dared to confront them. I thought you had perished. Li Xingyue gazed at Yang Cheng as if he were a peculiar phenomenon, her eyes fixed upon him intently. Faced with her probing, Yang Cheng maintained an outward composure. Though internally he felt a stir of unease in his eagerness to have her grasp the reality of their situation, he had neglected to prepare a response. Indeed, as Li Xingyue pointed out, an ordinary person would have no hope of surviving in such circumstances. This was taken from the body of a police officer, he said, his mind racing as he reached beneath his clothing to produce a revolver. That's not a toy, is it? Li Xingyue initially failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but as realization dawned upon her, she gasped in shock that of course it's real. Had I not possessed this firearm, I would have met my end at the hands of those zombies just moments ago. Yang Cheng fabricated, banking on the chaos of the earlier events to distract her from the absence of gunfire. Additionally, they are acutely sensitive to the fear emitted by humans. They can perceive the hormonal signals of our terror. Hence, to confront them, one must maintain a demeanor devoid of fear. If one keeps a safe distance, they remain oblivious to one's presence. Yang Cheng spun an elaborate tale, even he found it hard to believe. Yet, who would dare to challenge his words? He had survived, and thus his words became a form of truth. Furthermore, to achieve a state of utter fearlessness in the face of zombies was an impossibility for an ordinary person. He was unperturbed by the possibility of his fib being exposed later. However, unbeknownst to Yang Cheng, Li Xingyue had not heard his explanations at all. Her focus remained fixated on the black revolver in his hand. Chapter 70. Awakening. If you threaten me with that, wouldn't you be able to toy with me at will? After a prolonged silence, the girl spoke in a subdued tone. Why seek my consent? Her clear, beautiful eyes bore into Yang Cheng's. Thinking that he possessed the weapon and could easily impose his will upon her, she found it perplexing that he would even bother to negotiate. Do not flatter yourself. You are indeed strikingly beautiful, but I do not take pleasure in coercing others. Yang Cheng replied, realizing that his previous words had inadvertently prompted Li Xingyue's desire to flee with her brother. I see, Li Xingyue said with an inexplicable smile, her gaze drifting away from the handgun to the cityscape beyond. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the towering edifices of the city began to dissolve into a blanket of darkness. Within this scene writhed those figures that belonged to neither this world nor the next. Li Xingyue finally felt the weight of the apocalyptic reality upon her. I've been so naive all along, she mused, her eyes clouding with distant memories as she sighed deeply. The fragility emanating from the young girl filled Yang Cheng with concern. Should she become despondent enough to leap from the rooftop? All his efforts to save her would be in vain. Well, regardless of how the world has changed, surviving is still a blessing. Perhaps society can return to its former state. Fearing that the young girl might suddenly leap down, Yang Cheng gently offered her a word of comfort. Li Xingyue did not respond, merely gazing at her hands gripping the railing. After a brief moment, she lightly nodded her head. A weight lifted from Yang Cheng's heart. It seemed the girl had come to terms with her thoughts. Their conversation, thus, reached its conclusion, and they proceeded toward the rooftop entrance. Yang Cheng led the way, and Li Xingyue obediently followed. However, as they approached the staircase leading to the rooftop, Li Xingyue called out to him from behind. What's wrong? Yang Cheng turned his head out if possible. Could we wait until my brother falls asleep before we do that? Yang Cheng halted, noticing a hint of crimson on Li Xingyue's face. And he instantly comprehended her meaning. It appeared she was inclined to embrace him, was she not? Hadn't he already told her that it was merely a jest? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Cheng realized it was likely her way of repaying him for saving her earlier that morning. Faced with such a situation, he had two choices. First, he could be a heartless beast and gladly accept. After all, one should not refuse a gift presented at their doorstep. Second, he could choose to be a man of integrity, resolutely declining and preserving his virtue. Undoubtedly, between being a beast and a man of lower moral standing, it would be far more comfortable to embrace the former. Without uttering any superfluous words, Yang Cheng suppressed the fluttering in his heart and nodded. The changing room has a lock? I understand. Li Xingyue turned her gaze back toward the rooftop, where darkness had enveloped everything. As if severing the ties to those lingering thoughts, she exhaled softly and followed Yang Cheng down the staircase. Subsequently, with little to occupy him before Li Zihan fell asleep, Yang Cheng found a manual in the surveillance room to pass the time. It contained instructions for operating the shopping center's electrical appliances. and he was pleasantly surprised to find a guide for activating the heating system. If the heating could be utilized at night, it would be splendid indeed. After flipping through the pages for a while, Yang Cheng began to stare blankly at the ceiling. Up until now, his relationship with Li Xingyue could hardly be described as close. They had maintained a distance typical of companions until today. However, Li Xingyue's earlier words hinted at an impending shift in their relationship. Yang Cheng still found it hard to believe that the proud young woman would voluntarily show him such affection. Yet, since she had taken the initiative to suggest it, it was unlikely she would secretly harm him while he slept later that night. As he turned pages and pondered, suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Li Xingyue's face appeared through the crack of the slightly opened door. "I'll go in first." She had changed into a light-colored blouse, her damp hair tied back, cascading over one shoulder, and she entered with a shy demeanor. "I'll be right there." Yang Cheng swallowed hard and replied, attempting to calm himself. In the blink of an eye, Li Xingyue's figure vanished. Rising to his feet, Yang Cheng suppressed his excitement and walked towards the changing room. Inside, Li Xingyue had removed her shoes, revealing her delicate, fair feet, and she sat waiting for Yang Cheng's arrival. A blanket was spread on the floor, and her still damp hair was gathered at the back of her head. Observing this scene, Yang Cheng understood that Li Xingyue had resolved to be there. Though the sight was somewhat abrupt for him, it was unreasonable to ignore a duck ready for cooking, given that Li Xingyue had already opened herself up. The room was furnished with cabinets on either side, housing a small mirror, a chair, and a vanity table, creating a space that could hardly be described as particularly atmospheric. Li Xingyue appeared nervous, lifting her head to gaze in his direction. "Could you turn off the lights?" "Hee. If I turn them off, won't nothing be visible?" Yang Cheng teased in response to her request. "I have this." Li Xingyue produced a flashlight from behind her, likely having held it since the beginning. "All right, that's acceptable," Yang Cheng conceded. Further teasing might prompt her to reconsider, so he reached out to switch off the room's lights. Instantly, the room was engulfed in darkness. Li Xingyue flicked on the flashlight, directing the beam towards the opposite wall, casting a warm yellow glow throughout the changing room. Once assured that the door was securely locked, Yang Cheng approached Li Xingyue, who was crouched on the floor and sat cross-legged before her. In such close proximity, it became evident that Li Xingyue was indeed a stunning beauty. While she lacked the mature aura of a woman like Yan Qing, she possessed a youthful innocence that was undeniably charming. Their beauty, each in its own right, could be appreciated. "May I make a request?" As they sat across from each other, Li Xingyue seemed to recall something. Her head slightly lowered. The reflection from the wall revealed the rosy hue on her cheeks. "Go ahead." Yang Qing nodded. "If possible, please be gentle. I have no experience." Her voice grew faint by the end, almost inaudible. Yang Cheng was taken aback. It was commonly said that today's university students were quite liberal, yet here was this goddess-like girl who had never experienced such intimacy. Haven't you had a boyfriend before?" he asked curiously. "No. My family is very strict and my parents said it's best to wait until after graduation to date." Li Xingyue shook her head, her slender fingers intertwining nervously. The atmosphere in the room turned awkward. Given that she had broached this topic, Yang Cheng had assumed she was experienced. Now, however, he found himself at a loss. "Shall we just forget about it then?" For a moment, they sat in silence, Li Xingyue remaining still and tense. Indeed, her fidgeting demeanor spoke of a lack of experience. If she were merely pretending, her performance was superb. It seemed there was no other choice but for him to take the initiative. "Please lie down. I will guide you." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue hesitantly propped herself up on her hands, adjusting her posture to lie back on the blanket spread on the floor. Her eyes were tightly closed, and her hands crossed over her chest, resembling someone who had resigned themselves to fate. Yang Cheng felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, with the arrow knocked, he could not refrain from proceeding if he stopped now. It would not be manly. He was not one of those hypocritical gentlemen, and given that he had saved her, it was only fitting that he act accordingly. Thus, his hand reached for the buttons on her blouse. A hint of spring blossomed within the confines of the small changing room. An hour later, Yang Cheng exhaled deeply, his heart racing. Li Xingyue's face was flushed as well, and after a few minutes of silence, she finally propped herself up, timidly lifting her gaze. She looked upon the first man of her life, her eyes brimming with complex emotions. Although this was meant to repay his kindness, she now felt uncertain about how to face Yang Chung. After all, counting this encounter, they had only met 3 times, and had not exchanged even the slightest semblance of romantic dialogue. "Thank you. You were so gentle." After a moment of hesitation, Li Xingyue spoke first. She had heard from her roommates that many girls experience significant pain during their first time, yet she had not found it nearly as severe as they described. This man before her was certainly not a villain. Beneath that seemingly cold exterior lay a tender heart. Otherwise, in a world unbound by law, he could have easily forced himself upon her. That's unnecessary. After all, I had promised you. However, I believe you should also be aware that even outside, there is still a chance of conception, Yang Chung stated earnestly, eager to gauge Li Xingyue's reaction. If she was unconcerned about such matters, it essentially meant she was accepting of him, and he could consider her as part of their group. I understand this. So next time, could you bring some protective measures? Li Xingyue spoke shyly. Of course, that's no problem. Upon hearing there would be a next time, Yang Cheng's brows raised slightly. It seemed Li Xingyue did not harbor any dislike for him due to this encounter. The number of residents at the Wilderness Center had increased by 1. No, counting Li Zihan, they were now 4 in total. Well, that's good. I should return now. Otherwise, my brother might wake up. After dressing, Li Xingyue rose, preparing to leave. It hurts at that moment. Her long, beautiful legs buckled uncontrollably, and she was on the verge of falling. Hey, be careful. Yang Chung quickly stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist to support her fragile form. I didn't expect it to hurt this much. Using Yang Cheng's body as a support, Li Xingyue stood up, her lovely face tinged with pain. This isn't my doing. I was as cautious as I could be. Yang Chung remarked lightly, noting that her reaction was merely a normal one. Mr. Yang Chung, you truly are a straightforward man in such situations. Shouldn't one show some concern for the other party? Li Xingyue wore a wry smile. Oh, what about now? Yang Chung replied nonchalantly, and in the midst of the girl's astonished gaze, he lifted her effortlessly and began to walk towards the office. Chapter 72. Arrangements Chu. As he awoke from a dazed slumber, Yang Chung unexpectedly sneezed, gradually regaining his consciousness. With a perplexed expression, he surveyed the unfamiliar room around him, realizing only then that he had spent the night at the shopping center. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was 6 in the morning. The sky outside the window was still a dull gray, not yet fully illuminated. After escorting Li Xingyue back to the office last night, he considered that if he had chosen to sleep there as well, it might have made her feel somewhat awkward. Thus, he had returned to the changing room, where he casually laid down a makeshift bed and fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he hastily dressed, a knock echoed at the door. Mr. Yang Chung, have you woken up? I've prepared breakfast. It should be ready in about 10 minutes. Would you like to come eat? Li Xingyue's gentle voice floated in from outside. All right, I'll be right there. Yang Chung replied as he tidied the blanket on the floor. Stepping into the corridor, he noticed a beam of golden morning light streaming through the window at the end of the hallway. The window was ajar, and a pot of orchids graced the sill, while a few dried towels hung from hooks on the adjacent wall. Yang Chung approached, took one of the towels, and glanced outside. The streets and the parking lot of the shopping center were still dotted with dozens of zombies, presenting a scene that appeared quite ordinary. It seemed that the mutated beings like Old Lu were still a rarity. At least during these past few days, he had not encountered any zombies with comparable aggression. However, now that he had a firearm, even if they were powerful, a well-placed shot to the head would surely incapacitate them. What splendid weather it is! Bathed in the warm hues of the morning sun, Yang Chung felt a sense of ease as he made his way to the hot water room to wash his face with the towel. This shopping center still operated its solar water heater, and the water supply seemed uninterrupted, likely connected to special pipelines from the city center. Unfortunately, its location was rather precarious, being right in the city center, making it susceptible to zombie hordes and lacking defensive walls. Otherwise, Yang Chung might have considered establishing a base here. After washing his face, he entered the conference room. On the table lay canned goods in disposable containers, along with 3 servings of dehydrated vegetable soup prepared with hot water. These disposable utensils had been retrieved by Li Xingyue from the storage room on the third floor. Upon entering, Yang Cheng's eyes met those of Li Xingyue, who immediately averted her gaze, clearly still preoccupied with the events of the previous night. Yang Cheng, however, paid little mind, nonchalantly settling onto the sofa opposite her, joining Li Zihan. The three of them sat around the table in silence, consuming their respective meals. Having heated meat canned from breakfast felt somewhat greasy to Yang Cheng, and he did not eat much. Yet, Li Xingyue and her brother drank every last drop of their soup. Leaving nothing behind, I should go downstairs and fetch some rice for you too, and bring back a rice cooker. Eating food without rice simply won't do. Just as Yang Cheng contemplated this, Li Xingyue coughed lightly a few times. Noticing Yang Cheng's gaze upon her, she gently covered her mouth with her hand and turned her face away, coughing more vigorously. I hope you aren't coming down with the cold. Don't pass it on to me, Yang Cheng said in a deliberately disdainful tone. Though his words were not meant seriously, he merely sought to tease Li Xingyue. Humph, you heartless one. It's not like that at all. Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's delicate brows knitted slightly, her beautiful eyes gazing at Yang Cheng with a hint of sorrow, as if to say it was indeed because of him. Last night, she had gone to the changing room in such a thin shirt, her hair still damp. After such vigorous activities, she had neglected to keep warm, resulting in a slight headache this morning. It seemed she had indeed caught a chill. Well, what can be done? Who told you not to dress warmly? Yang Cheng grinned mischievously. The girl bit her pristine teeth together, casting a reproachful glance at Yang Cheng. Yet, with her brother present, she refrained from continuing the argument. Ignoring her glare, Yang Cheng waited until the two finished their meal before he spoke again. All right, I have something I wish to discuss with you both. Li Xingyue and her brother paused their cleanup, awaiting Yang Cheng's next words. I won't bore you with cliches about repaying kindness, but your lives were saved by me, so for now, you must comply with my arrangements. You have no objections, do you? At this, the siblings nodded obediently. First, I'd like to ask what you both have been doing during my absence while searching for food? Yang Cheng inquired further. Nothing much, just waiting for you to return, Li Xingyue replied softly. I see. Yang Cheng fell silent. Observing the contemplative look on his face, Li Xingyue's expression shifted subtly as she began to grasp the purpose of his question. He was inquiring what they could do to assist him, and sensing this, she started to regret her response. If she admitted to merely waiting, wouldn't that imply they were just a burden to him? What if he decided to abandon them? But now, having spoken, it was too late to retract her words. She could only anxiously await Yang Cheng's response. Well, in any case, since we are to become mutually supportive companions, you both must contribute as well. Today, I want you to thoroughly search this floor again to see if you can find the key to the underground garage. I wish to investigate it. Also, gather any manuals, magazines, or books you can find and bring them to the conference room. After a moment's thought, Yang Cheng assigned the siblings a task. He had yet to visit the underground garage as he hadn't found the key. But if they could locate it, he would take the opportunity to explore. Huh, is that all? Li Xingyue blinked in surprise, expecting Yang Cheng to assign them more challenging tasks. What else did you think I would have you do? Besides, I have some matters to attend to, and if all goes well, I should return by evening. Yang Cheng replied as he picked up his travel bag. All right, I understand. Please be careful of those things. Li Xingyue nodded, her fair face reflecting her concern. Oh, how rare. You actually care about me? Yang Cheng teased her as he turned to leave. No. It's just that I'm afraid no one will bring back food. Li Xingyue blushed but refused to admit it. Watching Yang Cheng's retreating figure with irritation, the girl couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. Despite their relationship having progressed to that stage, he still acted as if nothing had changed. Chapter 73. Opening the second floor. After descending to the second floor of the shopping center via the elevator, Yang Cheng stepped out. Assigning tasks to the siblings was primarily to keep them occupied and prevent them from engaging in foolish thoughts. Meanwhile, he planned to clear the zombies from the second floor. The second floor housed clothing stores and various daily necessities, including a pharmacy. If he could create a safe space for Li Xingyue and her brother, they would be able to retrieve winter clothing as the weather grew colder, as well as any necessary medications for their cold, saving him the trouble of constantly running up and down to fetch supplies for them. Additionally, there were numerous women's clothing and cosmetic shops on the second floor, which would surely captivate Li Xingyue, a girl who cherished her appearance. This place might very well be a treasure trove for her. However, if Li Xingyue were to suddenly find all the zombies on the second floor gone, she would undoubtedly have questions. Thus, he needed to concoct a plausible excuse to reassure her, preventing a repeat of the earlier panic. Furthermore, she might wonder why he had only cleared the zombies from the second floor and not the first. But Yang Cheng had no intention of clearing the zombies from the first floor, as allowing Li Xingyue easy access to food would diminish her reasons for following his orders. This would hinder his control over the situation. He planned to say that the zombies from the second floor had inexplicably descended to the first, thereby giving him the opportunity to block the stairs, leaving the zombie-infested first floor unmanageable. After some consideration, he felt this rationale was sound. After all, Li Xingyue was a wealthy girl easily swayed by flimsy excuses. He had previously deceived her with a rather poor justification. With a clear plan in mind, Yang Cheng commenced his actions. He meticulously searched the restrooms, lobbies, trash bins, and every nook and cranny where a person might hide. Altogether, there were 16.5 zombies on the second floor, one of which was an unfortunate woman whose lower half had been completely devoured to the bone. The remaining zombies were mostly the weak, elderly, or infirm, making them easy to dispatch, though there was little necessity to do so. Come now, this is where you belong. Like a dog on a leash, Yang Cheng meticulously bound the hands of the zombies one by one, guiding them to the entrance of the escalator, which had succumbed to a power outage. With a determined kick, he sent each one tumbling down the stairs. After ensuring all the zombies had been dispatched to the first floor, he hastily procured some shopping carts to block the escalator, though he still felt a lingering unease. What if an agile zombie managed to scale these obstacles? That would render his efforts futile. Muttering to himself, Yang Cheng proceeded to the elevator on the second floor and descended to the first. Close all the fire doors for the escalators, he mused, stroking his chin. Exiting the elevator, he followed the instructions in the employee handbook he had consulted the previous day. Locating the control box hidden within a load-bearing pillar on the first floor, he retrieved the key he had found in the surveillance room, unlocked the box, and pulled down the switch for the escalator's rolling shutter. A low hum resonated from the escalator as the electric gate slowly descended, completely sealing off the escalator passage between the first and second floors. This left only the elevator as the remaining route from the second to the third floor. Surely, the zombies would not possess the intelligence to use the elevator, as they would still need to press the floor buttons. While they indeed exhibited tendencies to mimic their pre-death behaviors, their actions were not overly complex. The zombies at the subway station could not even manage to squat down to pass through the ticket machine, let alone operate an elevator. Well, this will suffice for now. After all, I will need to relocate those two siblings soon. Checking the time on his wristwatch, he noted that it was still before noon. He made his way to the parking lot, hopped on his motorcycle, and switched to the delivery truck for his journey. By 7 in the evening, the sky had darkened significantly. Yang Cheng parked at the entrance of the shopping center and unloaded the boxes from the vehicle. These items had been scavenged from the electronics store: induction cookers, kettles, rice cookers, and an assortment of other goods. Passing by a bookstore, he also grabbed some books to help pass the time for Li Xingyue and her brother. He placed these items onto a shopping cart and took the elevator to the third floor. As he approached the office with an armful of boxes, he coincidentally encountered Li Xingyue as she stepped out. She was still coughing and bore a pallor of illness. "Mr. Yang Cheng, what are all these?" she inquired, stepping forward to assist him with the box, her expression one of surprise. "Cooking utensils? Don't tell me you can't cook," she added incredulously. Yang Cheng chuckled lightly, retrieving a rice cooker from one of the boxes. "It's not ideal to subsist on canned food every morning. There's a bag of rice in the corridor. We can prepare some rice to go with it." Upon hearing this, Li Xingyue's face brightened with joy. She had grown weary of canned food and was eager to taste rice again. She eagerly prepared to fetch the rice from the corridor. "Oh, and one more thing. The second floor is now secure. Go grab some utensils while you're at it." "What?" Li Xingyue turned back in shock at Yang Cheng's words. During their descent to the second floor via the elevator, she had been trembling with fear, staying close behind Yang Cheng while cautiously scanning their surroundings. After a thorough exploration and finding no trace of zombies, her demeanor relaxed. The young girl gleefully pushed a shopping cart, her eyes sparkling as she selected from the dazzling array of items, as if she had discovered a treasure trove. Yang Cheng had anticipated she might ask about how he had dealt with the zombies, but to his surprise, she seemed oblivious, completely captivated by the colorful array of women's clothing. "They're so beautiful," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. In this section, an abundance of clothing, medical supplies, and cosmetics filled the shelves, including feminine hygiene products. This was precisely why Yang Cheng had opened the second floor. It would have been quite awkward to fetch such items for Li Xingyue. "Once you've made your selections, bring them up to the third floor," he called out, allowing her to revel in her joy. Reassured that the second floor was secure, as she turned to glance at him, she noticed Yang Cheng making his way toward the elevator. "All right, by the way, Mr. Yang Cheng, I found the keys to the underground parking garage." Chapter 74. Yanqing's disappearance, really? Yang Cheng asked, somewhat skeptical, having not held out much hope for this matter. "Yes, they were hidden in a folder in the office, along with all the other spare keys for the mall. Each key is labeled with the corresponding room, so I found them right away," Li Xingyue confirmed with a nod. "Excellent, well done. Honestly, I didn't expect you all to find them. I'm going to retrieve them now." Yang Cheng waved his hand dismissively, stepping into the elevator, but his words brought a smile to Li Xingyue's face. At least, she felt she had contributed in some way this time. After spending a full hour shopping, Yang Cheng marveled at the small mountain of items Li Xingyue brought out of the elevator. Reflecting on the formidable shopping prowess of women, "Mr. Yang Cheng, where do you plan to sleep?" "I brought some things for sleeping. If you want to use the conference room, my brother and I can vacate it for you." As she carried hangers, towels, and a multitude of utensils to the hot water room, Li Xingyue held up a pillow. Peering at him with curiosity. "No need. I'm leaving shortly," Yang Cheng replied. "Huh? Now? It's quite dark outside. You should at least wait until morning," she said, finally realizing that Yang Cheng had packed his bag and seemed ready to depart. Her concern evident. Most of the streetlights in the city were out, rendering visibility extremely limited, and she feared he might inadvertently wander into a horde of zombies. "It's fine. I can manage," Yang Cheng assured her. Preparing to leave, however, Li Xingyue grasped his arms. "At least have dinner before you go." Biting her lip, she gazed up at him, her cheeks slightly flushed. Faced with such a plea, Yang Cheng reluctantly acquiesced. They shared a simple dinner, and after instructing the siblings on a few matters, he departed under Li Xingyue's worried gaze. Counting the previous day, he had been away from the apartment for nearly a day and a half. Yanqing might be worried and take some reckless actions. He needed to return and reassure her. Mounting his motorcycle in the parking lot, Yang Cheng sped toward the apartment, his mind racing. He had initially thought he would first develop a relationship with Yanqing, but unexpectedly found himself entangled with Li Xingyue, which had deviated from his plan. It appeared he would need to explain Li Xingyue's presence to Yanqing to avoid complications later when relocating. He would simply tell her that he had discovered the siblings as survivors only in the past few days. He figured Yanqing would not press for more details. However, as he arrived at the entrance of the apartment, he was taken aback. The previously locked front door of the apartment was now ajar, and there were no lights on upstairs. Approaching the door, he noticed the lock was crooked and damaged, evidently forced open. Yang Cheng's heart raced. Could it be that other survivors had come here and pried the door open? And what about Yanqing? With that thought, he dashed up to the third floor, heading straight for his room. Bang! He forcefully threw open the door, only to find the room empty. Neither the bedroom nor the bathroom bore any sign of Yanqing. He then proceeded to her room, but it too yielded no results. Desperate, Yang Cheng scoured the entire apartment, even meticulously searching the rooftop, yet found nothing. Was it possible someone had taken Yanqing away? Or had she left in search of him? Yang Cheng furrowed his brow. The blood in the fridge remained, and there were no signs of forced entry at their door. But if Yanqing had left voluntarily, there would have been no need to damage the lock on the first floor. And more importantly, where could she be? Unlike him, she was vulnerable to zombie attacks. Yang Cheng descended to the parking lot, hopped on his motorcycle, and began to search the nearby streets. But after a night of searching, he found no trace of Yanqing. After 2 days of relentless searching, Yang Cheng lay atop a car, exhausted, gazing at the midday sun with a sigh. He had not anticipated that after a wonderful evening with Li Xingyue, such a calamity would follow. If only he had returned sooner, Perhaps Yin Qing would not have gone missing. It felt like having picked a sesame seed only to lose a watermelon. The thought of Yin Qing potentially being devoured by a horde of merciless zombies filled him with deep sorrow. What a tremendous loss. It was akin to having invested significant effort into nurturing an account, only to have it stolen. Yet lamentation was futile. Yang Cheng resigned himself to the heat and dozed off under the blazing sun. When he awoke, it was already dusk. He returned to the apartment once more, hoping for a miracle, but ultimately left in disappointment. Alas, it seemed he could only focus on Li Xingyue for now. Gazing at the setting sun, Yang Cheng murmured to himself, lamenting the loss of the beautiful Yin Qing. It was indeed a pity, yet at least there remained a Li Xingyue. Thus, after packing his firearm and some essential supplies, he set off towards the shopping center. With Yin Qing gone, lingering in the apartment would only serve to evoke memories of her and deepen his sorrow. Chapter 75. Li Xingyue's high fever as the bright moon ascended. Yang Cheng, weary and travel-worn, entered the third-floor conference room, only to find Li Xingyue slumped over the table in a state of listlessness. A woolen blanket was draped over her, and before her lay several untouched meal boxes. Their rice completely undisturbed. In contrast, the opposite meal box was empty, with no sign of Li Zihan. Xingyue? Yang Cheng approached her and gently tapped her shoulder, but she seemed unresponsive. He took hold of her delicate shoulder and drew her closer to his chest. Prompting her to lift her head as she blinked open her eyes, her gaze was hazy, and beads of sweat dotted her fair forehead. Her complexion was as pale as parchment, and her usually supple lips were dry and chapped. Cough, Mr. Yang Cheng. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, she weakly coughed, forcing the words out from her throat, seemingly concerned that her fever might trouble him. With a temperature like this, it would be miraculous if you were fine, Yang Cheng remarked, placing his hand on her forehead, his brow furrowing deeply. He then carefully laid Li Xingyue down on the sofa, stepping out to push several desks together, covering them with a blanket to create a makeshift bed. At that moment, Li Zihan returned from outside, carrying a cup of hot water, evidently having gone to fetch some for his sister. Yang Cheng, disregarding the presence of a child, lifted Li Xingyue and placed her on the temporary bed, tucking her in with the blanket. Big brother, is my sister going to be okay? Li Zihan asked, his expression grave as he looked at Li Xingyue's troubled sleeping face. She'll be all right. Once she sweats it out and gets some rest, she'll be fine, Yang Cheng reassured him, gently ruffling the boy's hair. Suddenly, his hand froze. When he had last departed this place a few days prior, Li Xingyue had already shown signs of illness. She had even sought some medicine on the second floor. Yet after all this time, she had not recovered. Initially, Yang Cheng had assumed that her cold was merely a result of the strenuous activities they had engaged in that night in the changing room, which had caused her to neglect her warmth. Now, however, a more sinister possibility dawned on him. The symptoms of a cold and a severe fever were indicative of the corruption virus. It was highly plausible that Li Xingyue had contracted the virus and could potentially turn into a zombie. Was it possible that he himself carried the virus? Yang Cheng fell into contemplation. He had been bitten by a zombie and had experienced dizziness and fainting spells. This suggested that the virus might still linger within him. And given their intimate encounter, it was conceivable that Li Xingyue could become infected as well. The thought filled him with dismay. Having just lost Yin Qing, if he were now to inadvertently cause Li Xingyue's transformation, it would be a grievous loss indeed. Little brother, why don't you sleep in the next room today? I'll keep watch over your sister, he finally said to Li Zihan, considering the potential threat posed by a zombified Li Xingyue. Though he was worried about his sister, Li Zihan nodded quietly and left. Yang Cheng settled into an office chair, half reclining beside Li Xingyue, reasoning that even if she turned into a zombie, she would not attack him. As time passed, the night wore on, and Li Xingyue remained in her slumber, her breathing steady, which was a sign that she had yet to succumb to death. He decided to step away temporarily and, following the instructions in the employee manual, turned on the heating for the entire third floor. Afterward, he headed to the hot water room to prepare breakfast. However, just as he was about to grab a bowl from beside the sink, his gaze fell upon several bowls nearby. One small, one for a girl, and the last, an oversized bowl, which had been prepared for him by Li Xingyue. This is quite an overestimation of my appetite. Yang Chung chuckled wryly as he began rinsing rice, soon producing a pot of porridge. He carried the porridge back to the room, where Li Xingyue was still asleep, and shared a meal with Li Zihan. Watching Li Zihan eat in small bites out of concern for his sister, Yang Chung felt a sense of helplessness. He had intended to use some of the pork from the supermarket to marinate for preservation. But if Li Xingyue were to become a zombie, that would fall to him to handle. He certainly could not expect a child to do such a thing. With a sigh, Yang Chung entered the office with a tray. Approaching Li Xingyue, who remained deeply asleep. After calling her name several times with no response, he placed the porridge down and retrieved a thermometer he had found on the first floor, placing it under her arm. A moment later, the electronic thermometer beeped 39.5 degrees. It seems her fever hasn't subsided at all, he noted, realizing he could only attempt physical methods for cooling her down. Anxiously exhaling, Yang Chung stepped outside to fetch a basin of water. Moistening a towel to place upon Li Xingyue's forehead, changing it periodically. After several rounds, to his astonishment, she began to emit faint snoring sounds, indicating the method was indeed effective. Eventually, having gone an entire night without sleep, Yang Chung decided to let Li Zihan take over the task of changing the towel and succumb to slumber on the sofa in the conference room. A thought crossed his mind. If Li Xingyue were to become a zombie, would she pose a threat to Li Zihan? In that case, it would hardly matter. Without her sister, Li Zihan's will to survive would surely diminish, and expending energy to care for a child's mental and physical well-being would be overly burdensome. It might be better to allow them both to find liberation together. Even if, hypothetically, Li Zihan retained his will to live, once Li Xingyue perished, he would only assist Li Zihan in eliminating the zombies on the first floor before taking his leave. How long he could endure after that would depend on Li Zihan's fortune. Although a bond had formed over the past few days, Li Zihan had yet to prove himself worthy of protection. Within a span of mere days, two significant crises had left Yang Cheng's mind in disarray. Under such circumstances, he realized he must exercise caution to avoid injury. Should he sustain a debilitating wound, no amount of food would matter without medical personnel to provide aid. He would simply await his demise. To mitigate any potential risks, it would be prudent to ensure he could secure any surviving doctors he might encounter in the future. It would be best if he did not actually die, he murmured softly before his heavy eyelids finally closed. At this juncture, further contemplation was futile. Everything hinged on whether Li Xingyue could awaken. Chapter 76. Awakening the following morning, as the sky began to reveal the faintest hint of dawn, Li Xingyue's long eyelashes fluttered, and she stirred awake. Aside from a touch of dryness, her face exhibited no other abnormalities. She had dreamt of her childhood, recalling a particularly severe fever she had endured in elementary school, during which her parents, both university professors, had taken leave to stay by her side. Her mother held her small hand, occasionally wiping the sweat from her forehead, while her father attempted to warm the icy fluid with his hand. This nurturing presence provided the young girl with immense comfort, making her reluctant to awaken from such a warm dream. However, as her vision gradually sharpened, the unfamiliar environment that was not her home cruelly yanked her back to reality. Mom and Dad. An overwhelming sense of loss surged within her, prompting the young woman to murmur in despair. The first thing that caught her eye was the cold white ceiling, and she realized she was lying on a makeshift bed formed from several tables. A single tear escaped uncontrollably from her eye. The stark contrast between the warm dream and the cold reality leaving her momentarily stunned. After a long pause, she finally reached up to wipe away the tears on her cheeks. As she sat up, a half-dry towel slipped from her forehead, and on the nearby table rested a cup of water. Gulping down the cool water, she felt it soothe her parched throat, lifting her spirits slightly. Though her nose was still a bit runny, the fever had subsided. Next to the water, a bowl of congee awaited her. Having gone a day and night without food, the pangs of hunger quickly surfaced. However, eating something cold first thing in the morning was unappealing. So Li Xingyue threw off the covers and carried the congee to the hot water room. There, she found the microwave that Yang Chung had brought a few days prior, ready to heat her meal. While waiting for the congee to warm, she splashed some water on her face, suddenly realizing she had not seen her younger brother. Curious, she ventured into the adjacent room and found Li Zihan sleeping in the office next door. After waking in the afternoon the previous day, Yang Cheng had been concerned that Li Xingyue might infect Li Zihan, ultimately deciding to have him leave. Surrounding the boy were numerous children's books, all provided by Yang Cheng to ensure Li Zihan wouldn't seek out Li Xingyue in the middle of the night. He's so kind to that child, yet remains so distant towards me. Li Xingyue mused, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Her feelings towards Yang Cheng were complex. She did not necessarily desire his affection, but rather, she found it perplexing that in her life, very few men treated her with such indifference. After all, she had been quite popular during her school days, and Yang Cheng's nonchalant attitude left her feeling somewhat lost. Could it be that she was the type of girl who appeared reserved yet was secretly yearning for attention? The thought jolted her, and she quickly shook her head to dispel such self-doubt. Soon after, she retrieved the kanji and returned to the conference room. Upon entering, she spotted Yang Cheng sprawled on the sofa, unpropped by a pillow, and without a blanket. It then dawned on her that he had used all the extra blankets to make her temporary bed. A subtle smile curved her lips as she sat opposite him, spooning the kanji and blowing on it while stealing glances at his sleeping face. Observing him in this quiet moment, she realized that when he was not being unkind, he was rather handsome. Compared to the boys in college with their trendy hairstyles, this man exuded an aura of strength, his muscular arms barely concealed beneath his jacket. The kanji she was eating and the towel on her forehead were evidently the result of his attentiveness. Though he often spoke coldly, his actions told a different story. Had she not experienced this firsthand, she would find it hard to believe this seemingly ruthless man could be so considerate. Based on her previous impressions of Yang Cheng, she had expected him to merely toss a blanket over her and leave her to fend for herself, rather than going to such lengths. This indicated that, perhaps, he did care for her in some capacity. In a moment of unexpected bliss, Li Xingyue found herself smiling foolishly, only to quickly suppress it. Wait, why am I feeling happy? Perhaps he is merely concerned that I would die and he would be left without someone to bully. Yes, that must be it. She pressed her lips together, pondering if surrendering her heart to him would make her seem pitiable, so she sought to rationalize Yang Cheng's unexpected kindness. After all, their relationship was tenuous. Having only deepened due to certain circumstances, he had no reason to do so much for her. Was it simply loneliness? Gazing at his chiseled profile, Li Xingyue whispered to herself. She recalled the first time they met when he had casually mentioned being alone, facing the harshness of this world without any family during the outbreak. What if it were me? Li Xingyue considered, reflecting on the 2 weeks she had endured. Without her brother by her side, she might have succumbed to mental collapse at any moment, overwhelmed by solitude and the fear of having no one to converse with. Thus, he spoke with such indifference while exerting every effort to assist others. Unconsciously, she leaned closer, reaching out to caress Yang Cheng's weary face. Even the strongest of men harbor vulnerabilities. Suddenly, as her fingers grazed his skin, his piercing eyes abruptly snapped open. For a fleeting moment, their gazes locked, each pair of eyes filled with distinct emotions. Chapter 77. The Changing Weather. My apologies. Under the intensity of Yang Cheng's penetrating stare, Li Xingyue's cheeks flushed, and she quickly withdrew her hand. It seemed she was fortunate. It was merely a common cold. Seeing Li Xingyue awake and unharmed, Yang Cheng propped himself up, a weight lifting from his chest, and paid little mind to her previous actions. I'm truly sorry for the trouble I caused you. Hearing his seemingly genuine concern, Li Xingyue blinked, deeply bowing her head in gratitude. It's all right. Your part in my cold is undeniable. How are you feeling now? Waving his hand dismissively, he stretched his back on the sofa and inquired. How's your health? A bit of a runny nose remains, but I'm nearly fully recovered. Just a day of rest should suffice. Li Xingyue replied with a smile and a nod. That's good to hear. Upon hearing this, Yang Cheng began to rest his chin on his hand. Lost in thought, as the atmosphere turned silent, Li Xingyue suddenly felt as though she were sitting on pins and needles in front of him. Had their relationship remained transactional as it once was, she could have easily engaged him in casual conversation. However, following the events surrounding her illness, she was uncertain how to address him now. I'll go prepare breakfast. She stammered. Thank you for taking care of my brother yesterday, and also. The last sentiment she found difficult to voice, her tone resembling that of a child seeking affection. Oh, all right. Just remember to wipe your nose clean while cooking. We wouldn't want any snot in the food, Yang Cheng replied, lifting his gaze to her with a light chuckle. I wouldn't do that. I'm not an idiot. Upon hearing those words, Li Xingyue, who had just begun to harbor some fondness for Yang Cheng, stomped her foot in frustration and shot him a glare before departing, leaving behind a wryly smiling Yang Cheng in the conference room. As time passed unnoticed, half a month slipped by. In what should have been the warm embrace of May, the temperatures had inexplicably dipped, and with the meteorological agencies rendered ineffective, no one could discern the cause of this unusual weather. Li Xingyue stood on the rooftop, hanging freshly laundered clothes, when a brisk, cold breeze swept through, penetrating her thick garments and sending a shiver down her spine. She had fashioned a makeshift clothesline between the railings. Having hung the garments with care, and glanced up at the clear azure sky. Though the sun shone brightly, the chill was remarkably severe. Yet, with the presence of sunlight, she reasoned that by afternoon, the clothes would likely dry. It had been 4 days since Yang Cheng's departure, and as he had mentioned he would return in about 3 days, she had prepared dinner for him the previous night, only to find his absence at the appointed time. A sense of unease crept into her mind. Could something have happened? Yet, recalling his previous safe returns, she reassured herself that he would surely appear again in a few days, muttering to herself as she gazed at the distant skyscrapers. Li Xingyue shook off her worries and descended from the rooftop. At the foot of the staircase, she noticed the smoking curing box that Yang Cheng had brought, emitting plumes of black smoke. Beneath the grill of the box, a small heap of charcoal was burning, from which the dark smoke emanated. Li Xingyue reached for the thermometer attached to the box, confirming that the internal temperature hovered around 50 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, the moisture-laden fats within the food would evaporate effectively, allowing the pork and other meats to be preserved for an extended period. Having never engaged in such a laborious endeavor as food curing before, Li Xingyue found herself surprisingly adept after Yang Cheng had taught her for merely half an hour. The pork she was curing had been sourced from an unknown location by Yang Cheng, who, fearing an impending power outage at the shopping center, had suggested turning the pork into jerky for emergency rations. Naturally, mastering the art of temperature control would make curing other foods equally manageable. Initially, she had often charred the meat, but she had since become quite proficient. Before his departure, Yang Cheng had assigned her numerous tasks, none of which were particularly strenuous. She recognized his intent to keep her occupied. Wary of her taking matters into her own hands, aware of his good intentions, she approached the tasks with great enthusiasm, even polishing the utensils used by the group until they gleamed like new. However, as evening fell and she retrieved the drying clothes, there was still no sign of Yang Cheng. Perhaps he would return tomorrow. Surely, he would. Wandering through the aisles of the second-floor shopping center, Li Xingyue murmured absent-mindedly to herself. One hand grasped her notes while the other busily filled her shopping cart with the listed items. Before long, her cart brimmed with all the essentials. Just as she was about to push the cart into the elevator, her gaze was drawn to a nearby women's clothing store. After a moment of hesitation, she placed her notebook inside the cart. With plenty of time before dinner, she meandered among the various attires, casually selecting a few pieces that caught her fancy and heading to the full-length mirror for a fitting. Her previously heavy heart began to lighten. If her parents were around, they would surely disapprove of such garments. She mused, picking up a dress with a sense of nostalgia. As university professors with traditional values, her parents had mostly purchased formal attire for her, rarely allowing her to don anything that revealed much skin. Yet, as a blossoming young woman, Li Xingyue adored dresses. She recalled the last one she had worn, back in elementary school. Although the second floor was heated, wearing a dress still felt somewhat chilly. Thus, she ventured to the hosiery section and retrieved a pair of black tights for warmth. Rushing to the fitting room to try them on, she experimented with a variety of skirts, from a calf-length plaid to a daringly short one, yet none seemed to suit her. Finally, she spotted a striped uniform reminiscent of an office worker's attire. Had it not been for this calamity, she would have donned such an OL uniform in a couple of years. Graduating from a prestigious university with her parents' connections, securing a job would not have been as arduous as it might be for others. She would have easily stepped into a renowned corporation. With that thought, she changed out of the dress and into the uniform, tying a neat tie at her collar, embodying the image of a competent businesswoman. Just as she admired her polished appearance in the mirror, she heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning her head, she spotted Yang Cheng in the distance. Yang Cheng had taken the elevator to the third floor, and upon hearing from Li Zihan that Li Xingyue was still on the second floor, he descended once more. As the elevator doors opened, he made his way towards her. Yang Cheng, seeing the figure she had been longing for over the past few days. Li Xingyue exclaimed joyfully, her face radiating delight. In response to her enthusiasm, Yang Cheng merely raised a hand in acknowledgement. What brings you back today? Li Xingyue, now dressed in the uniform, quickened her pace to stand before him, tilting her chin upwards. Oh, nothing much. I just brought back a lot of things that need organizing. They're all on the truck downstairs, Yang Cheng replied, scratching his head. Is something wrong? Although she posed the question lightly, Li Xingyue sensed an unusual tension in Yang Cheng's demeanor, markedly different from his usual self. Is it possible that the zombies outside have suddenly decreased? Yang Cheng hesitated before speaking, choosing not to disclose his recent search for Yinqing. For reasons he couldn't quite fathom, he felt deep down that Yinqing was still alive. Yet despite scouring the city for the past half-month, her presence remained elusive. Could it be that the passage of a month has led many zombies to decay? Li Xingyue pondered aloud. Not quite. I'm referring to the zombies on the first floor. They might have wandered elsewhere, Yang Cheng explained. This could be a good thing. Do you remember the outdoor activity center I mentioned? If the zombie horde on the first floor thins out further, I could take you all there. However, as long as we still have power here, we don't need to hurry to leave. By the way, how did you fare with the tasks I assigned you? Still preoccupied with thoughts of Yinqing, Yang Cheng's expression remained somber even as he spoke of good news. In truth, if he wished to evacuate 2 people, it would merely take a thought and half a day to eliminate all the zombies on the first floor. Yet, he had chosen to linger, hoping to find Yinqing. I completed everything. Also, I've organized the plans for planting vegetables at that location, Li Xingyue said, retrieving her notebook from the cart and opening it to the labeled page, presenting it to Yang Cheng. As Yang Cheng perused the notes with keen interest, Li Xingyue elaborated, for growing vegetables, it's best to build a greenhouse. That way, we can cultivate year-round. Fertilizers and pesticides are essential as well. Listening as Li Xingyue spoke, Yang Cheng flipped through the pages of her notes, from the timing of planting various crops to methods for deducing soil quality from weed types, and using compost to enhance soil properties. All were methodically documented by her hand. She had even categorized easily cultivated crops like potatoes and cabbages as primary planting targets, filling several pages with detailed planting methods. Impressive. I hadn't realized how clever you were. Yang Cheng remarked after a moment of contemplation, raising his gaze to meet hers. Oh, it's just average, Li Xingyue replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she lowered her head. What were your grades like in school? They must have been quite good. Your handwriting is neat, almost as if you've practiced calligraphy, Yang Cheng inquired, admiring the elegant script in her notebook. Well, Li Xingyue hesitated, biting her lip. I usually ranked in the top 5 in exams. In your class? Throughout the school, she replied softly, as if reluctant to divulge her past achievements to Yang Cheng. That's remarkable. When I was in school, no matter how hard I tried, I could only manage an average standing. I doubt I could ever produce such organized notes as yours, Yang Cheng admitted, a hint of admiration in his voice. With a nod of acknowledgement, Yang Cheng smiled and said, Thank you. Overwhelmed by Yang Cheng's praise, Li Xingyue could not help but let the corners of her mouth rise, though she struggled to suppress her expression. For reasons unknown, Yang Cheng's compliments brought her greater joy than any achievements she had accomplished. What was the meaning of this peculiar feeling? After finishing her notes, Yang Cheng closed the notebook and regarded Li Xingyue with curiosity, his gaze surveying her office attire from top to bottom. Upon seeing her dressed this way, he momentarily mistook her for Yinqing, as if he had encountered her just before a disaster. At that moment, the faint touch of lipstick adorned the delicate lips of the young girl, making her resemble an office lady, albeit with a youthful charm. Having completed their tasks, with nothing else to do, Li Xingyue shyly admitted, I thought about changing my mood a bit. I apologize for taking the liberty. She shifted her gaze to the side, feeling bashful. Oh, that hardly counts as taking liberties. The second floor is meant for you to use freely, Yang Cheng replied, slowly circling behind Li Xingyue. Her anxious eyes followed him. But soon she felt the warmth of a man's presence at her back. So, how about we try this? His magnetic voice suddenly whispered in her ear, causing her legs to weaken slightly. Huh? Right here? The girl exclaimed in surprise, yet she offered no resistance as she was half led to the changing room. I can smell the body wash on you. I in the cramped changing room. Their bodies were nearly pressed together as Li Xingyue lifted her sparkling eyes to speak. I just found a room with hot water and took a quick shower. Why do you ask? Are you trying to change the subject on purpose? Yang Cheng breathed lightly into her ear. His hands growing restless beneath her uniform. Li Xingyue felt her waist weaken at his whispered words, her gaze slowly becoming hazy. Although the two had shared intimate moments in the past, this was the first time they were dressed. She was utterly unprepared, and the overwhelming shame washed over her, turning her face a deep crimson. Take off your jacket and lean on the mirror. Chapter 79. Survivor? In the early days of May. No significant issues arose, and Yang Cheng and Li Xingyue diligently prepared for their trip to the outdoor activity center. Carrying several cardboard boxes, Yang Cheng loaded them onto the delivery truck at the underground receiving entrance. Inside were the smoked meats processed by Li Xingyue. He brought the vacuum packaging machine from the first floor kitchen to pack the smoked meats, dividing them into small portions with plastic bags, using newspaper as cushioning and placing them into boxes. Although the materials were merely frozen beef and pork, few could still afford to eat raw meat in the current environment. Recently, they had also brought an electric grill to the third floor. Enjoying several hot pot meals and grilling meat. It was far superior to canned food, and Li Xingyue had even begun experimenting with various recipes from her cooking book, resulting in a more diverse selection of dishes at the table. What good fortune! Li Xingyue truly excels as a competent partner, Yang Cheng mused during a brief rest. Since then, they had engaged in intimate acts many times, and Li Xingyue no longer felt the same resistance. Though still quite shy, she accepted his rougher actions without objection, willingly yielding beneath him. Yang Cheng felt a profound sense of satisfaction with Li Xingyue's newfound compliance. He climbed onto the cargo shelf at the back of the truck and carefully secured the ropes holding the goods. The collected fuel, tools, and mechanical items had already been transported to the mountain, and what remained on the shelf were mainly water and food. The unloading area resembled a platform, slightly elevated compared to the parking lot where the truck was stationed. The passageway, which originally wound down to the ground, appeared dark due to the lowered roller shutter at the entrance. The exposed wires and pipes on the ceiling, along with the fluorescent lights, provided the only dim illumination in the area. Nearby stood an old elevator. Yang Cheng wondered where it led. If it could reach the corridor on the third floor directly, it would greatly ease the burden of transporting items. Thus, he stepped into the elevator. When the doors opened, he was met with a pitch-black corridor. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from the other side of the door, causing Yang Cheng to pause, reconsidering his intention to exit. He had pressed the button for the second floor. And Li Xingyue should be on the third floor. There should be no one else in the corridor on the second floor. Exercising caution, he drew his revolver from his waist and stealthily approached the back door. Arriving at a corner of the corridor, he strained to listen intently. The indistinct footsteps gradually receded from the door. He swiftly pulled the door open to peek inside, only to find a staggering middle-aged woman. Her head hung low, and her left hand had been half-eaten. Clearly, she was a zombie. Yang Cheng let out a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't a living person, he quickly holstered his gun and stepped inside. Nearby, there was an emergency exit connected to the first floor, and it seemed this zombie had descended from above. Yang Cheng felt fortunate for his timely discovery. Otherwise, these creatures would have soon made their way to the second floor. He hurriedly grasped the zombie, guiding it back down the stairs to the first floor, then secured all the doors of the fire escape to prevent any further entry. Suddenly, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted into his nostrils. One that did not resemble the putrid stench of a zombie, but rather the foul scent of excrement. It was possible that a corpse of an ordinary person lay in the room behind the door. Yang Cheng recalled the scenes he had witnessed at the security bureau and decided against investigating further. Yang Cheng, can you hear me? This is the third floor. At that moment, the walkie-talkie hanging at his waist crackled to life with Li Xingyue's voice. I hear you. What is happening? Is there a situation? Yang Cheng responded, removing the walkie-talkie from his waist and pressing the talk button. He had scavenged this device from some security vehicles, with a communication range of about 10 kilometers. To facilitate contact with Li Xingyue and the others. Could you come up here? A woman is calling for help on the same frequency. Can I respond to her? Li Xingyue asked anxiously through the walkie-talkie. Hold on a moment. Don't answer her yet. I'll be there shortly. Yang Cheng's expression turned serious. This was the first contact with other survivors in over a month, and he couldn't afford to be careless. He hurriedly rushed to the third floor. Help me! Help me! Is anyone there? At that moment, a radio in the third-floor conference room was repeatedly broadcasting fragmented and disordered cries for help. Chapter 80. Testing the waters. Yang Cheng arrived at the third-floor conference room to find Li Xingyue anxiously waiting by the radio. He motioned for them to be silent and took a pair of headphones to listen closely to the chaotic voices transmitted through the radio. The same words echoed from the speaker beside them. Listening to the tone of despair in the woman's voice only heightened Li Xingyue's anxiety, yet she remained quiet, allowing Yang Cheng to take the lead without interruption. Yang Cheng's expression was grave. His brow furrowed in concentration. The radio on the table was connected to an antenna on the rooftop, providing a remarkably wide signal reception range, covering at least the entire city, in the preceding days. They had encountered signals, but they were mostly accompanied by static. This clear transmission was a first. The woman's desperate cries for help were sent approximately every 30 seconds, suggesting that they were pre-recorded rather than immediate pleas for assistance. The radio frequency used was between 70 and 120 Hz, quite broad, and while the frequency sometimes fluctuated, they could swiftly locate it again by adjusting the signal dial. Overall, the woman was broadcasting this message to all within the city. Try to establish contact with her, Yang Cheng suggested after a moment of contemplation. Huh? Me? Li Xingyue was taken aback, surprised that Yang Cheng would entrust her with this responsibility. Given that the other party was a woman, she might be less inclined to trust a male voice in such a situation. You're a woman. Your voice will help put her at ease. But remember, do not disclose our current location. Just ask her where she is. Understood. Okay. Li Xingyue took up the microphone beside the radio, pressed the talk button, and began to respond. Hello? Taking a deep breath, she spoke, then released her finger from the send button. Ah, that's wonderful. At long last, someone responded. Hello, please, I beg you to save me. Where are you right now? Can I come to your location? Moments later, the voice of the woman echoed from the radio. Please remain calm. The radio cannot facilitate a simultaneous conversation like a mobile phone. Once you finish speaking, kindly release the microphone button. Otherwise, I cannot reply to you. I can come to your rescue, but may I inquire as to your current whereabouts? Li Xingyue intended to respond, yet the red light indicating signal reception remained illuminated, compelling her to wait for the other party to finish a lengthy statement before she could calmly articulate. I don't know. I implore you, please save me. Just tell me where you are, and I will come to you. After a brief pause, the woman's voice erupted again, filled with urgent distress. Please try to remain calm and listen to me carefully. Where are you right now? Are there others with you? Li Xingyue released the microphone button after speaking. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you not coming to rescue me? It's so dark here, and I am terrified. Please tell me where you are. Li Xingyue felt a surge of urgency as she expressed her desire to reach the woman's location, pleading for a response. This time, however, the reply did not come immediately. Minutes later, the woman's frantic cries filled the intercom, her emotions clearly spiraling out of control. Just as Li Xingyue was about to answer, Yang Cheng reached over and switched off the entire radio, abruptly silencing the woman's voice. Confusion clouded Li Xingyue's expression as she looked at Yang Cheng, perplexed by his decision to terminate the radio transmission. There's no need to continue this conversation. Yang Cheng merely shook his head, speaking with an air of indifference. He removed his headphones. Li Xingyue, who was not wearing headphones, was unaware of the underlying situation, but she keenly detected the faint sound of footsteps nearby, suggesting that the woman was not alone. If she were surrounded by zombies, she would not dare to speak so loudly, as it would only attract their attention. From her urgent tone, it was evident that she was either being coerced into speaking those words or was in cahoots with her captors, merely acting in a desperate charade. This woman was merely a bait, uttering such words to ascertain our location. But Li Xingyue opened her mouth to speak but hesitated. Her questions are evasive, clearly an attempt to probe our whereabouts. Isn't it? A month has passed since the catastrophe, and her timid demeanor suggests she is linked to a survivor organization. This organization is compelling her to engage in such behavior, indicating that they are far from benevolent. Yang Cheng analyzed coolly. Yet, her terrified tone does not seem like mere acting, Li Xingyue ventured, her skepticism evident. Unlike Yang Cheng, she had not endured the events at Linglan High School, and thus she believed the woman was not the sort of person Yang Cheng described. Very well, even if you are correct, I must ask, what benefit do we gain from aiding her? Besides, knowing her location, would you abandon your brother and risk your life to save her? Or do you expect me to do so? Faced with the girl's navette, Yang Cheng felt a tinge of exasperation and was compelled to speak with brutal honesty. Li Xingyue bowed her head deeply, momentarily at a loss for words. Do not think of revealing our location to her in my absence. If any mishap occurs because of it, I will not take responsibility. Also, while the zombies outside have diminished in number, do not entertain any self-sacrificial notions. My ability to save you last time was mere luck. Seeing the girl's expression of remorse, Yang Cheng scratched his head and added, I will not make such foolish mistakes again, so do not worry. Li Xingyue lifted her head, a sheepish smile gracing her lips. My clothes are nearly dry. I shall go collect them. With that, she rose from the table and walked outside. Yang Cheng sighed as he watched her slender figure depart. I hope this young lady does not cause any further trouble. He turned toward the table and switched the radio back on, one hand holding the manual while the other adjusted the spectrum analyzer, ensuring that he could receive broadcasts other than that of the woman. The radio in such a large shopping mall boasted numerous buttons, but having had some experience in the military, Yang Cheng found the operation relatively straightforward. After setting the radio's signal to an encrypted frequency, he took a moment to rest. Even if there were individuals among them capable of pinpointing his location based on the signal source, they would need to decipher the encryption he had utilized during his time with the GSP team. Unless they had members of the GSP team among them, such a scenario seemed unlikely. Chapter 81. Power outage. Having completed these tasks, Yang Cheng suddenly noticed a calendar on the table, marking a particular holiday. Time truly flies. He mused, realizing how far they had come. He donned a jacket from the doorway and descended to gather some discs for leisure. Naturally, they were of the family-friendly variety, considering the presence of a young child. That night, in the conference room after dinner, a spread of snacks and bottled drinks adorned the table. The lights were turned off, leaving only the large LCD screen illuminated, casting a dim glow across the room. How touching, Li Xingyue exhaled, relieved as the film concluded with the protagonists embracing each other. The credits rolled across the massive screen. As it was a romantic film, Li Zihan had succumbed to sleep after half an hour and retreated to the adjacent room. Not bad, Yang Cheng remarked, stretching his neck slightly. Wait, do you also find this film captivating? Li Xingyue asked, her surprise evident as she glanced at him, having initially assumed Yang Cheng would not appreciate such artistic romance. Well, the leading lady is decent-looking, and her acting is passable. However, the male lead leaves much to be desired. Yang Cheng's nonchalant words confirmed Li Xingyue's suspicions that she had overestimated his tastes. The film depicted a cliché story of childhood friends who overcame various obstacles to be together, barely scraping by with a passing grade, far from being moving enough to touch Yang Cheng's heart. Let us watch another one. It's still early, Li Xingyue suggested, glancing at the wall clock, which read 9:30 in the evening. She rose to retrieve the stack of discs Yang Cheng had casually brought along. After some rummaging, she stumbled upon a zombie film and jokingly proposed watching it, but ultimately settled on a different science fiction movie with a wry smile. Gradually, the hour hand crept towards midnight. In the soothing atmosphere, Yang Cheng picked up a cup of coffee from the table. Although it had turned completely cold, I should fetch a hot cup instead? Li Xingyue offered, taking the cup from him and heading to the hot water room. As he watched her departing figure, Yang Cheng found himself momentarily stunned. Li Xingyue seems to have grown quite gentle lately. He recalled the disdain etched on her face when he had previously made certain requests, as if she were gazing upon the most repugnant thing in the world. Yet, this change was a welcome development, indicating a burgeoning closeness in their relationship. Before long, Li Xingyue returned, balancing a tray. She placed it on the table, adjusted the hem of her skirt, and settled down beside Yang Cheng, their proximity palpable as he could feel her weight sinking into the sofa. Please drink it while it's hot. It won't taste good once it cools down. As Yang Cheng sipped his coffee, he stole a glance at Li Xingyue. The delicate fingers of the young lady cradled the cup as she took small sips. Her face slightly flushed from the steam rising from the cup in a spontaneous moment. Yang Cheng wrapped his arm around her waist. Li Xingyue merely bit her lip, offering no resistance. Although they appeared like a couple at that moment, Yang Cheng was acutely aware that their relationship had yet to reach that stage. Under normal circumstances, they would merely be considered friends in a platonic sense, without crossing into romantic territory. Yet now, he found himself entangled in both realms, bearing some responsibility towards the young lady. Well, why overthink it? He mused. Shaking his head, Yang Cheng chose to dismiss these superfluous thoughts. The hand that encircled the girl's slender waist slowly glided down her body's curves. Ah, Li Xingyue playfully protested, her beautiful eyes becoming hazy, as her delicate figure leaned closer, pressing her lips against his. The hour hand on the wall swayed gently in rhythm with the moment. After the hour hand completed its full rotation, Li Xingyue, embracing Yang Cheng, exhaled softly, feeling the soft weight of her body, which had collapsed against him in fatigue. Yang Cheng tenderly adjusted the blanket around the girl. The two nestled together, drifting into slumber. However, in the depths of the night, a bone-chilling cold jolted Yang Cheng awake. Although the blanket retained some warmth from their bodies, the frigid air relentlessly seeped in through the open crevices. To his dismay, the heating system in the room had ceased to function. Realizing the situation, Yang Cheng extricated himself from the blanket and swiftly donned the scattered clothing strewn across the floor. What's wrong? Li Xingyue stirred awake, her eyes still heavy with sleep, wrapping herself in the blanket as she sat up. The heating has stopped. I'm going to check what's happening. As he spoke, Yang Cheng finished dressing and grabbed a flashlight. Upon hearing his words, Li Xingyue's half-closed eyes widened with alarm. The concern she had harbored for so long had finally materialized. She quickly donned her clothes and followed Yang Cheng out of the room. Battling against the fierce wind, they ascended to the rooftop, leaning against the railing as they surveyed the cityscape, their expressions growing grave. The entire city lay engulfed in an abyss of darkness. What few flickers of light remained had vanished. After enduring for over a month, the last reserves of electricity in Dongguan City had finally been depleted, left unattended. The emergency lights in the shopping mall corridors and the emergency power for the elevators were still operational. But they too would not last much longer. Furthermore, due to the power outage, the rooftop water tank was devoid of electric pumps for water supply. It was only a matter of time before they ran dry. They needed to hasten their journey to the outdoor activity center in the mountains. Just then, both their gazes unconsciously shifted towards a particular direction in the city. Several kilometers away, the sky in that area was illuminated by a crimson blaze, and thick plumes of black smoke billowed into the air. Blocked by surrounding high-rises, they could not discern the full extent of the fire, but it appeared to have spread over at least a kilometer. Alarmingly, that location was precisely on the route they would need to take to reach the mountains. If the fire encroached upon the mountain roads, they would face a dire predicament. Gather your things and prepare to leave at a moment's notice, Yang Cheng said, squinting at the inferno in the distance. And what about you? Li Xingyue inquired, glancing up at him. I'll go assess the situation. If the fire hasn't reached the mountain yet, we'll leave immediately. Hurry and wake your brother. Previously, the zombies in the city had maintained an eerie silence, but the eruption of the fire had transformed the urban environment into chaos, with the incessant howls of zombies echoing ominously. Yang Cheng felt an unsettling premonition. It seemed something was about to unfold. Chapter 82. The Man in Black. The origin of the fire was traced back to Dongguan University in the eastern district of the city. Parking the motorcycle across the road, Yang Cheng began to survey the surrounding area. The cold moonlight spilled onto the ground, complemented by the glow of the flames, alleviating any concerns about visibility in the night. All the buildings within the university were ablaze, the flames reaching skyward in a breathtaking display. The fire spread to the tree-lined pathways, where rows of trees crackled and burned, casting a warm glow upon the otherwise dreary ground. Was this merely an accidental fire or something more sinister? This was the most direct route to the mountains, and Yang Cheng needed to ascertain the safety of the area. Choosing a detour would require a significant diversion. If he were alone, it would not be an issue, but with Li Xingyue and her brother in tow, he must avoid any obstacles that might cause their vehicle to halt, potentially trapping them amidst a horde of zombies, whether they be the undead or the living. Approaching the university gates, he spotted zombies, transformed into moving fireballs, scurrying in all directions within the campus. A group of zombies had gathered at the entrance. Drawn by the flames, yet the main gate remained firmly shut, preventing them from rushing into the inferno. Suddenly, amidst the roaring flames, the sound of a revving engine broke through the chaos. It resembled the roar of a four-wheeled truck. Was there a vehicle inside? Yang Cheng cautiously retreated, returning to his motorcycle to start it, gripping the handlebars tightly, ready to move at a moment's notice, as he focused on the source of the approaching sound. In an instant, a silver Wuling Hongguang van burst forth from the campus, something seemingly perched on its roof in the blink of an eye. The van charged straight toward the locked school gate. Yang Cheng watched as the driver rapidly turned the steering wheel to avoid colliding with the gate, but at that speed, it was evidently too late. With a screech, the van's tires lost traction as it veered. The vehicle tilting precariously, bam! The next moment, the van's front crashed into a nearby iron pillar, shattering the front end, the sound of breaking glass echoing through the stillness of the night. Whatever was on top of the van was flung off. Soaring through the air before tumbling onto the road, as the figure adjusted itself, Yang Cheng's gaze sharpened. It was a man clad in a black coat. Despite the fall, he appeared unscathed. After casting a glance at Yang Cheng, he ignored him entirely and strode toward the van. The man then produced a metal rod from his waist and began to batter the still intact windshield. With a few forceful strikes, the windshield shattered, and a woman's piercing scream emerged from within the driver's seat. Without hesitation, the man reached through the broken glass and violently yanked the woman from the vehicle, exuding an aura of bloodlust. He relentlessly slammed the still screaming woman against the iron gate. Blood splattered everywhere, inciting the zombies gathered behind the gate into a frenzy. Strangely, not a single zombie rushed forward to seize the woman, nor did any attempt to attack the man in black. Eventually, the woman fell silent, and the man released her. Her body crumpled to the ground. The black-clad man then bent down beside her, drawing a machete from his waist, and without hesitation, he swung it toward her neck. Thud. The blade severed her head, which rolled away. The man grasped the severed head by the hair, seemingly admiring the expression of despair on her face as he scrutinized it closely. Blood gushed from the neck, pooling into a crimson puddle on the ground. After a moment, as if satisfied with his viewing, he casually discarded the head, removed the latch, and slowly pushed open the main gate. The zombies that had previously been gathered behind the gate surged forward, encircling the woman's corpse, beginning to feast upon it. Yang Cheng snapped back to reality. It wasn't that he didn't want to save the woman, but he was momentarily paralyzed by the identity of the man in black. Why did the surrounding zombies not attack him? Could he be one of them? If he were a zombie, then his actions were alarmingly human-like. However, the nearby zombies showed no inclination to assault him and instead ambled away nonchalantly. Observing the man's retreating figure, Yang Cheng felt a surge of conflict within. He could not gauge the extent of his danger. Perhaps he was akin to Old Liu, a mutated being. Nonetheless, armed with a gun, even if he could not overpower an attack, he could easily escape on his motorcycle. Allowing this man to leave was simply too perilous. With this thought in mind, Yang Cheng revved the throttle, the roar of the exhaust reverberating around him as he charged toward him. However, the man clad in the long coat did not turn around, and neither did the other zombies react. They continued their gruesome feast. As he drew closer, it became evident that the man was covered in wounds, his black leather coat marred with scars of violence. Yet, what captivated one's gaze even more was his face. The entirety of his nose had vanished, leaving only the bone exposed. The flesh on his cheeks had been gnawed away, revealing 2 rows of yellowed gums, starkly juxtaposed against the skeletal visage, reminiscent of a skull adorned with 2 glimmering orbs for eyes. The only intact features of his head were his eyes, forehead, and a tuft of short, black hair. Yang Cheng brought his vehicle to a halt before this man, and they remained motionless, gazing at one another from a distance. Chapter 83. Pursuit. The two men locked eyes from a distance of several meters, prompting Yang Cheng to instinctively rest his hand on the firearm at his waist. He could discern that within the gaze of this man in black, there seemed to linger a semblance of rationality, as if he could recognize that Yang Cheng was still alive. Moreover, the whites of his eyes were not entirely obscured. Instead, they mirrored those of a living human. The grotesque skull-like face bore a pair of living eyes, creating an unsettling tableau that roused Yang Cheng's senses, compelling him to treat this encounter with utmost seriousness. One thing was certain. This individual was genuinely a zombie. After all, with a face so ravaged that only bone remained, any ordinary person would likely leap to their demise upon glimpsing such a horrific reflection in a mirror. As they stood in confrontation, the man in black showed no signs of aggression towards Yang Cheng. Instead, his exposed yellowed teeth parted slightly, exhaling visible puffs of warm breath. Yang Cheng was taken aback. This zombie exhibited warmth? Suddenly, he recalled the uniform worn beneath the man's black coat, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the police uniforms he had seen in the city's security bureau. Furthermore, the baton he had wielded to smash the van was also a police nightstick. It appeared that this individual had once been a police officer, and judging by his acrobatic descent from the van's roof, he was likely a highly skilled SWAT officer. Thus far, Yang Cheng had dispatched numerous zombies, yet the most formidable had been the mutated Lu Dage. The remaining zombies possessed a strength akin to that of their former selves. For instance, a child of 7 or 8 transformed into a zombie would only see a modest increase in strength. An adult wielding a weapon could easily take them down. However, the true terror of zombies lay not in their individual ferocity, but in their overwhelming numbers. In combat against the living, they exhibited neither pain nor fear, charging recklessly without hesitation. Consequently, many survivors found themselves paralyzed with fear when confronted by ordinary zombies, their minds consumed only by the desire to flee, leaving them too intimidated to engage in combat. This only served to embolden the zombies further. Yet, the zombie before him was different. This man had undergone extensive training in life, and his strength far surpassed that of the average human. Transformed into a zombie, he posed an even greater threat. Lacking complete assurance, Yang Cheng was reluctant to engage him. Suddenly, the man in black turned his skeletal face away from Yang Cheng, no longer fixating on him, and bolted into the campus grounds. He had to pursue. For reasons unknown, years of combat experience instilled in Yang Cheng an instinctive urge to follow, and without hesitation, he mounted his vehicle and sped after the man's retreating figure. As a zombie, this man in black was exceedingly peculiar. Unlike the grotesquely mutated Lu Dage, it was evident that he retained some semblance of rationality. His movements were strikingly human, devoid of the stiffness typical of zombies. Fortunately, he seemed to lack the desire to attack Yang Cheng, allowing him to pursue with relative boldness. However, until he could ascertain the man's true nature, an unsettling feeling gnawed at him. If this creature truly possessed human-like intelligence, it would be extraordinarily dangerous. With such a zombie in existence, the high walls of the outdoor activity center would be rendered meaningless. He could easily scale the barriers and launch an attack on Li Xingyue and the others within. Yang Cheng could not possibly remain at their side 24 hours a day. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to eliminate this skeletal man to avert future threats. However, as he followed the skeletal man into the campus, the surrounding visibility gradually succumbed to a thick, black smoke. Initially, Yang Cheng pursued closely, but as he approached a range suitable for shooting, the man seemed to sense his intentions, abruptly changing course and darting into a building shrouded in fog. Damn it! Realizing he had lost sight of his target, Yang Cheng cursed under his breath, slammed the brakes on his motorcycle, and leapt off, rushing into the building. As he ascended the stairs, he raised his handgun to chest level. Aiming at every corner ahead, his focus sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. The darkness in the corridor, exacerbated by the power outage, left him reliant on the moonlight for illumination. Although he possessed a flashlight, illuminating it in such darkness would only serve to reveal his position, so he refrained from using it. After searching 3 floors without encountering the man in black, Yang Cheng's heartbeat quickened, a physiological response stemming from the tension in his nerves. He recognized that he had committed a grave mistake by delving too deeply into his pursuit. If the man was merely a zombie, that would be one thing. But should he be human? This behavior could easily be construed as a baited trap. He recalled the woman he had spoken with over the radio the previous day. Upon reflection, it seemed as though she had been coerced into making those remarks. Li Xingyue's skepticism was not unfounded. If the fear conveyed in that woman's tone had been an act, she had performed it with remarkable authenticity. Was it possible that the woman in the van was the same individual from the radio? If so, the one who had compelled her to send that distress message was likely the very man he was pursuing. The more Yang Cheng pondered, the more convinced he became he had to kill him. This man was far too dangerous, employing tactics akin to entrapment. With this thought in mind, Yang Cheng resolutely ascended to the upper floors. Chapter 84. Ambush. Yet, upon reaching the top floor, he found the surroundings eerily silent. It was possible that the man had slipped away while he was on the second floor, using the smoke as cover to escape. Disheartened, Yang Cheng was about to retreat when he suddenly detected a faint sound emanating from the far corner of a multimedia classroom. He immediately held his breath, bending slightly at the waist, and stealthily maneuvered his gun to the doorframe. Pressing his ear against the door, he strained to listen for any signs of movement within. There were no footsteps. Rather, it seemed as though some entity was writhing inside. "Come out, I know you're in there." Yang Cheng hesitated, gripping his firearm, before ultimately deciding to speak in an attempt to gauge whether he was dealing with a zombie or a human. However, no response came from within, and the faint rustling continued unabated. Could it truly be a zombie? Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, he reached for the doorknob and slowly turned it. Creating a narrow opening then, with a swift kick, he forcefully flung the door open and sidestepped to conceal himself against the wall, prepared for any potential ambush by the man in black. Yet, as the door swung open, an unsettling stillness greeted him. The rustling sound persisted within the dimly lit room. Yang Cheng steadied his handgun against his chest and cautiously peered inside. The room was shrouded in darkness, but he discerned a creature resembling a living being. Hanging at waist height on the opposite wall, writhing faintly, he aimed his gun at the figure, and with his left hand, he retrieved his flashlight, directing its beam towards the entity. Upon illuminating the object on the wall, a wave of nausea washed over him. It was, horrifyingly, a female zombie, reduced to a mere human stick. Her limbs had been severed, her body bound tightly to the plumbing along the wall, and her mouth stuffed with a piece of lingerie, leaving her scantily clad. Cautiously, Yang Cheng stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. He approached the female zombie, scrutinizing her appearance. She appeared to be a demure young woman, likely a student of the university in life. Devoid of bite marks, the wounds where her limbs had been severed were wrapped in cling film, showing little signs of decay. As the flashlight's beam fell upon her, she became agitated, emitting low growls. Her body was riddled with steel nails, and numerous lacerations marred what remained of her thigh. It was evident that the individual responsible for this abhorrent act was deeply disturbed. Truly a grotesque world we inhabit. Yang Cheng murmured to himself, contemplating the horror before him. Even if this girl was a zombie, she still bore the semblance of humanity. No rational person would conceive of such vile thoughts regarding a corpse. Was this the brutal reality of a world ravaged by apocalypse? Shaking his head, Yang Cheng reached out and pulled the undergarment from the other person's mouth. Upon closer inspection, he realized that all of their teeth had been extracted, revealing blackened gums from which pus oozed, releasing a putrid stench that assaulted his senses. Suppressing his revulsion, Yang Cheng retrieved a dagger and severed the ropes binding the woman, gently lowering the female zombie from the wall. Just then, a sudden sound of the doorknob turning echoed from behind him. Following this, a swift, whistling sound sliced through the air. With no time to turn around, Yang Cheng instinctively rolled to the side, taking refuge behind a row of seats. Clang! In the next moment, a loud metallic clashing erupted from the spot where he had just stood, sending sparks flying. Peering through the gaps between the seats, he discerned a shadowy figure at the entrance, brandishing a rectangular object, its front end aimed directly at him. From its silhouette, It did not resemble a firearm but rather something akin to a crossbow. Though no arrows were visible, within the multimedia classroom, the only exit was the door occupied by the figure, leaving no other means of escape. I'm not a zombie. Don't get it twisted. Yang Chung quickly drew his gun, seeking cover behind the classroom seats, shouting at the figure in the murky conditions. He could not ascertain whether the person at the door was the same man in black from earlier, if it were merely a misunderstanding. There was no need to resort to violence. However, his response was met only with the rapid sounds of gunfire. Several steel nails sped toward him, embedding themselves deeply into the seat beside him. He finally grasped the nature of the weapon wielded by his assailant. It was a modified pneumatic nail gun, stripped of its safety mechanisms, capable of penetrating a human skull at close range. The adversary intended to kill him. Damn it, then let us see how you like the sound of this. Yang Chung steeled himself, cocking the hammer of his revolver and extending his arm above the seat, aiming at the door. Exposing himself entirely in the line of fire would make him an easy target in a close-range gunfight, a fundamental truth of such encounters. Moreover, if this was indeed the man in black, he had no absolute certainty of hitting his target. Even scaring him off would suffice. Listening intently to the approaching footsteps in the darkness, Yang Chung calculated the position of his foe. Just as he pinpointed the man's location and was about to pull the trigger, he heard a startled exclamation from the man. Immediately after, it seemed he was knocked down by something, frantically pressing the trigger of the nail gun. Chapter 85. The gymnasium whoosh. In an instant, the room was filled with the sound of flying steel nails. Yang Chung glanced over to see that the figure wielding the nail gun was entangled by the very female zombie he had just released. She writhed her limbless body, her toothless mouth gnawing incessantly at the figure's feet. Despite her lack of teeth and limbs rendering her no threat, the sight was enough to panic the man, causing him to wildly swing the nail gun and fire nails in disarray. Amid the chaos, a ricocheting steel nail zipped past Yang Cheng's head, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly crawled beneath the seats to avoid being accidentally injured by the stray nails. The sounds of struggle between the man and the female zombie continued for a while before abruptly falling silent. Moments later, the man, still in a state of shock, hurriedly retreated down the corridor. Yang Cheng emerged from beneath the seats, approaching the site of their confrontation, only to find the female zombie's body riddled with countless steel nails, the fatal blow delivered by several nails embedded in her forehead. The evidence suggested that the shadowy figure was responsible for her demise. For the first time, Yang Chung found himself wishing for the zombies to triumph over humanity. Upon reaching the corridor, he found no trace of the man, who had presumably fled far away. The classroom was left with the tragic corpse of the legless, armless female zombie, filled with nails. He clasped his hands in prayer for the unfortunate student and made his way downstairs. Aware that the obscured visibility of the night was not in his favor, he could not remain there any longer. Yet, as he reached the stairwell on the second floor, a scream suddenly pierced the air from the other end of the corridor. It sounded strikingly similar to the man's voice from upstairs. Yang Chung ducked around the corner, peering across to see the man retreating, aiming his nail gun at something ahead. Not far in front of him was a bat-like figure lunging towards him. Yang Chung furrowed his brow. It was the skeletal man in the long coat. The figure deftly dodged the flying nails and swiftly closed the distance, swatting the nail gun from the man's hands with a gloved hand before delivering a powerful punch to his cheek. Bam! The tremendous force sent the man flying half a meter into the air, collapsing heavily onto the corridor floor. Subsequently, the skeletal man seized the man by the neck, lifting him as if he were a mere chick, dragging the moaning figure toward the corridor's end. The speed of the skeletal man's attack rivaled that of action movie protagonists, effortlessly overpowering the man with the nail gun. Observing the skeletal man about to leave, Yang Chung hesitated, calculating his chances in a direct confrontation. Ultimately, he decided to follow the skeletal man, hoping to find an opportunity to discreetly shoot him. He gripped his handgun firmly and trailed behind the skeletal figure. However, the skeletal man, carrying the living man as if he were weightless, reached the end of the corridor and hoisted the man onto his shoulder before leaping off the edge. Yang Chung rushed to the corridor's edge, scanning the area below, but the skeletal man had vanished from sight. Suddenly, A glimmer caught his EYIT was a gymnasium lobby across the way, with a half-domed roof, where faint lights flickered as if drawn by the illumination. Yang Cheng descended the stairs, irresistibly drawn toward it. Upon reaching the entrance and peering inside, he beheld a vast space with 2 tiers of seating, a stage adorned with a red carpet below. Positioned at the rear of the second floor, Yang Cheng observed the seats arranged in a semicircular formation, extending toward the stage below. The stage lights above were still illuminated, showing no signs of a power outage. Except for the central lights, the remaining illumination was off, while the stage across the way bore smoldering remnants of black curtains and several chairs ablaze. It appeared that although the fire had spread to this area, the lobby's fire-resistant materials had prevented complete destruction. Suddenly, a mingling scent of charred remains and a pungent, decaying odor wafted from the direction of the stage. Yang Cheng fought back the bile rising in his throat. "What on earth happened here?" he murmured, covering his mouth and nose with his hand. He then noticed that the entire lobby was strewn with heaps of human bones. The seats below were splattered with dried blood, and indistinguishable body parts lay scattered, reminiscent of a gruesome slaughter. Without warning, 2 shadowy figures stood among the seats below. Yang Cheng squinted and saw that both were women, from their mangled bodies and tattered clothing. It was evident they had succumbed to zombification. However, unlike ordinary zombies that wandered aimlessly, they stood still, their eyes fixed directly on Yang Cheng as he entered. Their gaze resembled that of the skeletal man. Appearing eerily human, caught off guard, Yang Cheng instinctively gripped his gun and took 2 steps back. Though the two did not seem poised to attack, being scrutinized by 2 zombies instilled an inexplicable sense of dread within him.